Chapter 1. The Kabukicho of Rainy Nights. The neon lights of the night adorned the streets like a constellation of brilliant stars. A gentle rain fell from the heavens, casting sharp glimmers that scattered through the air. He felt the bone-chilling cold, akin to a swarm of insects clinging to his skin. Those ant-like entities gnawed at his arms and body. Yet, this sensation brought him to a state of clarity, prompting him to exhale softly, though his entire being felt rigid and immobile. As he raised his left arm, he discovered it was smeared with a blood-red filth, inducing a wave of headache, as if a malevolent spirit were howling within. Slowly, he retrieved a roll of bandage from his backpack, wrapping his blood-stained hand. In that moment, he gazed before him at the nightclub, its door slightly ajar beneath the radiant neon tapestry. The youth took another deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and chuckled softly. Is this the secret place that can unravel my mysteries? It appears particularly enchanting, and rather indecent. Just as he was about to step inside, the beaded curtain suddenly parted, revealing a woman's exquisite visage adorned with an air of mystery. The sanguine light danced over her features, coiling around her before vanishing swiftly. To Chen Ming's eyes, the woman was far from an ordinary appearance. She resembled a terrifying demon, Ashura or Rakshasa, rather than a mere mortal. Her enchanting smile bore an unsettling, eerie quality as she greeted him. "What a rare guest has graced us tonight, please. Do come in, my lord." The boy chuckled awkwardly, and upon blinking, he noticed various grotesque forms, akin to centipedes or maggots, crawling across her face. This rendered her rosy cheeks and innocent eye makeup tainted with crimson and a sense of oppression. The smile that had initially brought him joy twisted into a sinister grin, as if she awaited her prey. However, Chen Ming merely chuckled again, wiping his eyes in resignation, as the sensation of strangeness gradually faded. It seemed the woman sensed his unease, although he appeared to be an ordinary university student, clad in a somewhat thin puffer jacket and shivering in the autumn chill. His eyes hinted at a struggling soul within, a monstrous entity akin to an apocalyptic demon roaring within him. The woman's smile faltered, and a hint of coldness crept into her expression. Her lips curled slightly, transforming her once flirtatious words into a tone laced with threat and inquiry. "Gentlemen of your stature seldom visit these humble establishments. Are you here to cause trouble, or do you have other intentions? Let me know. This establishment is not open to tender younglings." Just as Chen Ming prepared to explain his purpose, a cacophony of fragmented sounds emanated from within the club. An elderly woman's trembling voice accompanied by plaintive wails filled the air. The attractive woman turned, her hair bound by a hairpin cascading down her back. At the moment she turned, another face emerged from beneath her dark tresses. This visage smiled softly. "The girls inside are rather unruly. Do not mind them, my little friend." Amidst the myriad of surreal visions, the youth, witnessing reality warp into a sanguine filth, felt no revulsion or nausea. Yet, he was startled to see the elderly woman's face riddled with sores, resembling a piece of decaying flesh marinating in a pot, dripping with crimson fluid. Each festering sore emitted a crimson droplet, and a few wry visage, as ethereal as the celestial Tianshan duelists, emerged in the form of swirling, milky white mist, softly uttering, "Those who tread upon this divine realm are far from mundane mortals. Allow me to witness your prowess." At this moment, the crimson taint upon his left hand deepened in intensity. Chen Ming found himself trembling uncontrollably, acutely aware that the distorted threat was encroaching upon him. Engulfed in a prolonged illusion, he sensed that the non-existent, twisted entity's supernatural aberrations would soon launch their assault upon him. This place was indeed an entirely different realm. As Chen Ming's palm slightly opened, he felt his flesh contracting and compressing. This sensation extended to a bamboo stalk that had fallen to the ground. The sanguine mass intertwined with the bamboo, and Chen Ming chuckled lightly, Though this power is not unfamiliar to me, the overwhelming stench of blood is still quite unbearable. Meanwhile, the earth gradually rose, revealing several large and small mounds of soil, from which vibrant pink blossoms began to emerge. Each blossom bore bells or peculiar, blood-red masks. Each mask contorted into a strange and alluring visage, from which crimson droplets dripped. The sanguine essence nourished the fiery tree and its blossoms, facilitating their growth and emanating an unusual fragrance, while various blades and deadly implements dangled from the branches. These were the grotesque aberrations devoid of any semblance to living beings, imparting a sense of desolation and impending doom to the youth as the blood-stained left arm suddenly contorted and transformed. The embodiment of malevolence and slaughter, the killing heart would, the violence that lingers within the hearts of beings, expressed through various ferocious weapons, lies buried within, entwined with the rage and desires of murder. It is the grotesque manifestation of human nature. Chapter 2. Nightly revelry. In the depths of the youth's eyes, a glimmer of coldness emerged as he slowly raised the blood-red bamboo hanging from his left hand, its tip adorned with flesh and blood. Several pieces of crimson bone formed a razor's edge at the end of the bamboo, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. Although the youth was reluctant to engage with such ghastly apparitions, he clearly had no choice in the matter. At that moment, Chen Ming firmly grasped the bamboo's blade, directing the icy glint of the bone edge towards the two clusters of floral cores that were ominously inching closer. With a light leap, he deftly sidestepped as a peculiar, greenish-pink mass brushed past him, leaving behind a stench of decay that swiftly morphed into a thick, metallic scent of blood, exploding before him. The blade twisted, cleaving the floral core in two, and as the tendrils within sprang forth, an array of menacing weapons that had been suspended from the branches turned to assail him. The grotesque visage of the floral core, twisted and sinister, sneered, "You shall not escape. Your life belongs to me. I shall flay you alive." Yet, amidst the chaotic tendrils of the floral core, the vibrant colors were swiftly suppressed. With a forceful thrust, the bone blade penetrated the floral core, plunging deep to sever the seed concealed within the soil, causing the sanguine, putrid mass to dissolve and disintegrate into a cloud of dust before his eyes. The youth exhaled softly, the dense scent of blood causing his eyes to seem as if they were bloodshot. Resembling a demon that had just crawled out of the depths of hell. At that moment, he felt an itch on his left shoulder and turned his head slowly, discovering an unusual sight where blood had stained and sinister red characters had appeared. A vivid crimson floral core emerged upon his arm, prompting a cold, disdainful laugh from him. "Must everything consume me? Do you truly intend to affix such repulsive things upon my being?" This arm had the capacity to seize the twisted creations around him. Whether it be the bamboo crafted from bone or the recently appropriated floral cores and seeds. For this left arm, along with the other soul or grotesque entity residing within it, these were unparalleled treasures. Though Chen Ming harbored a disdain for these aberrations crawling upon his shoulder, he found it difficult to resist the suppression emanating from the soul within his left arm. The pink floral core and its dust danced upon his cheek, while the damp, soft tendrils brushed against his visage, leaving behind a slender line of crimson. With a huff, Chen Ming stepped forward once more, sneering, "Regardless, I am here. Even if I transform into something that is neither human nor ghost. As long as I escape this illusion, all shall revert to its original state. Let us bring this wretched predicament to a swift conclusion." At that moment, as the bamboo pierced through, the floral core retaliated once again. Countless supple tendrils coiled around his neck, transforming into steel-like wires that constricted around his throat and vital areas, crafting a makeshift armor akin to a bundle of hemp ropes, shielding him from numerous wounds. The youth resembled a madman clad in armor, charging into the fray, his blade swirling with fervor. Before him, the flower's stamen transformed once more into shades of black and gray, dissipating into the air. The surrounding stamens pressed inward relentlessly, yet at this moment, the characteristics of the flower and the bizarre, twisted creations became increasingly pronounced upon Chen Ming's form. It seemed as though he was on the verge of morphing into an indescribable entity. Its incomplete arm gently resting upon the sunken temples, which were raised by a myriad of veins. That he coughed a few times, exclaiming, "I must retain my sanity. I have no desire to devolve into a wretched insect like them." Rising from a crouched position, the youth's gaze appeared hollow and impoverished, as if he were lost in a daze of helplessness. Nevertheless, he pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the vibrant heartbeat of his crimson heart still pulsating within. At the very least, it signified that he had not yet succumbed entirely to ruin and death, transforming into a lifeless mass of putrid flesh. As he observed the thronging stamens drawing near, he forced a somewhat awkward smile and remarked, "So, you've all come rushing in, have you? Very well." At that moment, a faint surge of power trembled in the youth's left arm, and suddenly, a vivid red stamen pierced through his body. It erupted from the sole of his left foot, shredding through it before embedding itself into the soil. Instantly, several viciously toothed stamens swirled around its vicinity and leaped forth. His physique was far from ordinary. Endowed with extraordinary perception, dynamic capturing abilities, and a speed as fierce as a raging tiger. After performing an aerial somersault, he thrust the blade of his left hand, piercing through the blood-red tentacle. The agony of being impaled in its limb incited the alluring crimson tree to greater fury. "You vile insect! How dare you defy me?" At that moment, it desperately flung the tentacle, attempting to cast the youth off. Yet, Chen Ming clung tenaciously, his body within which countless blood-red spores burst forth in vibrant hues. As a vivid, sanguine sheen spread, seeds tinged with a rosy tint flowed down the blood from his form into the gash created by the blade. Like parasites, they remained writhing within the blood-red tentacle. At this juncture, the formerly crimson tentacle began to bulge with grotesque entities. Unaware of the worsening situation within the blazing tree, demonic appendages suddenly sprouted forth. Those floral appendages, woven from flesh and blood, emerged from layer upon layer of bark, entangling with the tentacles that wrapped around them. The youth then remarked with a grin, "Losing focus at such a critical moment between life and death can prove fatal." Without hesitation, Chen Ming withdrew the blade from the blood-red tentacle. With a forceful fling, he soared into the sky, gripping the sword's hilt tightly before plunging downwards with great ferocity. The numerous blood-red tentacles were ensnared by the seeds and parasitic blossoms he had released, leaving them utterly defenseless. The masked figure suspended from the tree's colossal branches let out a terrified shriek. "What do you intend to do? Get away yet?" In the next instant, the scarlet blade pierced through that visage. The metallic scent of blood splattered across the youth's face, and without a trace of doubt, Chen Ming withdrew the blade, seized the fiery branch, and flung himself onto the trunk of the immense tree. With a downward slash of the blade, as the torrent of blood surged, the blood-red tree cleaved in twain, revealing countless grotesque faces and peculiar masks flowing outward with the sanguine tide. On the ground, they formed a mound resembling a grave, where the massive visage, slashed by the blade, continued to scream and curse, as if such a death was unforgivable to it. However, as the weary youth approached that face, the demon's arm reached down, grasping the writhing visage atop the pile of bones. Chen Ming, catching his breath, cursed, "I'm quite weary of this. It's time to end it." As the sole upon his arm trembled slightly, the flesh upon his limb writhed, eagerly devouring the twisted essence within that mask. Gradually, as the blood-red mass transformed into ash before him, the face was utterly reduced to a soulless husk, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Chen Ming felt a lightness envelop him as he leaned back, the oddities upon his body gradually dissipating. The current dazzling and ambiguous light swayed before him, as Chen Ming gently pressed on his left arm, discovering that the once prominent veins had subsided. However, when he clearly observed the scene before him, he saw a man, impeccably dressed in a suit, kneeling on the ground, his body convulsing as if beset by a heart attack. He wailed incessantly, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." His eyes glazed over, a ghastly pallor rendering them devoid of any expression. Before him lay a girl, her clothing stained crimson with spilt wine, her attire disheveled, as if she had just endured a brutal assault. Softly weeping, amidst the chaos of the crowd, Chen Ming slowly rose. At that moment, a figure resembling a security guard forcefully broke through the throng, dragging the prostrate man away. Chen Ming, seeking to escape the nightclub amidst the turmoil, was suddenly confronted by the reappearance of a fox mask, seemingly intent on obstructing his path. The youth's steps faltered, and once more, that tinkling laughter emerged from beneath the mask. "You have just taught a lesson to the miscreant attempting to disrupt our masquerade for our Mama-san. Allow me to introduce you to her." Chapter 3. The 8-foot lady. The boy's body involuntarily recoiled. He had no desire to meet this so-called Mama-san, perhaps yet another devil who would ensnare him into a bizarre illusion. But as he turned his head, he found the dimly lit scene under the warm yellow lights had transformed into an expansive screen. Laughter echoed within, accompanied by a tangible, ethereal aura that wafted away. It seemed the personage was indeed the celestial maiden he had encountered amidst the encircling mountains, playing the guqin. Yet, the current setting exuded an air of modern urban opulence. From behind the intricately carved golden screen partition emerged a young girl wearing a mask, her eyes tinged with a hint of redness, seemingly the one who had just been weeping. After a slight nod, she promptly vanished from the youth's sight. Chen Ming stood in astonishment for a long while, until he heard the voice of the celestial maiden emanating from within the screen. "Young man, I find you quite to my liking. I grant you the honor of sitting before me." The boy was utterly bewildered by the woman behind the screen and her ulterior motives. However, he soon noticed a soft, square pillow positioned on the cool mat before him. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and seated himself cross-legged upon it. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a hazy figure illuminated by the twilight glow. A slender, grayish smoke rod fell from the woman's lips. While Chen Ming remained in a daze, a gust of wind swept through, causing the screen to suddenly part. The exquisite visage of a woman loomed before him, her charcoal-black eyebrows arching over blood-red eyes that shone like gleaming rubies. In that moment of locking gazes with those eyes, the young man felt as though his very soul had been ensnared. That moment, as the woman with lips as pink as cherry blossoms exhaled wisps of smoke that lingered around the youthful visage. A trace of her delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Ming found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed upon the slender fingers, akin to polished white jade, that gently caressed his cheek, resting lightly upon his chin. The other party spoke with a teasing lilt. "Why, young man, you are quite handsome. How could you possibly be afflicted by such a dreadful ailment?" Upon hearing the term dreadful ailment, the boy's pupils flickered as if a dormant soul had been stirred, instinctively prompting a reaction of resistance and threat. Following a slight tremor in his arm, the remnants of that soul erupted within his mind. Chen Ming widened his eyes in shock, as within his gaze, the once ethereal beauty transformed into something far more sinister. The exquisite visage that resembled fine porcelain was suddenly shrouded in a murky gray fur. Before him stood not a celestial maiden, but rather a grotesque creature, a large gray rat. Chen Ming recoiled, collapsing to the ground, observing the peculiar behavior of the small boy, who seemed to sense the presence of an unusual woman, with elongated nails tracing her face. She could only manage a resigned smile. "Oh dear, my disguise has been so easily unraveled. I had hoped to entice you to my side for a closer look." As the youth yearned to flee the otherworldly chamber, he turned only to find the oppressive darkness of the walls closing in behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he feigned an air of calm, addressing the celestial sister. "Let us forego the pleasantries by the bedside. Can you discern the nature of my affliction?" Yet, when addressing serious matters, the figure before him morphed back into the originally enchanting and captivating form of the matron. The corners of the seat resembled the head of a fierce tiger, or perhaps another fearsome beast, peering out with its maw slightly agape. At that moment, the boy realized that the pelts of these creatures were animated, twisting and writhing like grotesque entities endowed with limbs. Their fur, however, shone with a vibrant luster, reminiscent of fine leather upholstery, exuding a unique texture. Yet Chen Ming understood that if he succumbed to the allure and provocation of the soul within his arm, he would inevitably witness a writhing mass of flesh, struggling and convulsing in an unrestrained frenzy. The true nature of these entities was likely far more difficult to behold than their outwardly resplendent appearance suggested. Choosing to disregard such thoughts, Chen Ming once again inquired of the worldly woman before him. "I often encounter unnatural beings and distorted visions. I wish to rid myself of them." He flicked the ash from the end of the copper smoking pipe into a golden vessel, then filled it with a small pinch of something, seemingly awaiting a response. As the boy lingered in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed the masked lady, who had appeared unannounced, presenting a flickering flame resembling a candle, delicately placed upon a tray. With a smile, the fox-masked lady remarked, "Opportunities to light a cigarette for the matron are rare. Cherish this moment." Chen Ming was startled by the sudden emergence of another figure from behind. However, he seamlessly embraced the flicker of flame, finding himself gazing upon a rather robust figure, a mama-san exuding an eccentric yet opulent beauty. The youth hesitated slightly, leaning forward, his hands cradling the flame as he drew closer. As he grasped the tray bearing the flame, a tremor coursed through him, yet he managed to steady the tumultuous rhythm of his heart. Thanks to his commendable composure, he slowly extended the flame upward. A delicate wisp of pale fire ignited upon the tobacco. That moment, the mama-san suddenly pressed her long, manicured nails against the boy's chest, right above his heart, and inquired, "What do you believe the heart is?" "What, then, is humanity?" This peculiar question, devoid of any concrete answers, left the youth bewildered. Stammering, he found himself at a loss for words, as the flame in his grasp along with the tray, transformed into a mere spark dissipating in the hazy mist. A flicker of disappointment seemed to glimmer in the woman's eyes, accompanied by a soft sigh. As the tobacco flickered in and out of existence, she remarked with a smile, "I initially thought that the one ensnared by the heart's curse might possess some significance. Yet it appears you are but a naive boy who understands nothing." Her words drifted in ambiguity, yet for Chen Ming, one vital piece of information crystallized. The lingering malevolent spirit or specter within his arm bore the name of the heart's curse. Despite the fact that this hand currently posed no overt threat, it would inevitably act like a malevolent ghost, consuming Chen Ming entirely. This realization fortified the boy's resolve to rid himself of this sinister presence within his arm. At that moment, Chen Ming pondered how he might persuade the woman known as Mama-san to liberate him from this bizarre soul. Surely, everything comes at a cost. The heavens do not bestow blessings without price. Moreover, the entity before him hardly resembled a benevolent spirit. Rather, she appeared akin to a monster masquerading as a human, a grotesque being that thrived on the essence of others. After a deep breath, he ventured a cautious inquiry. "I admit my knowledge of your world is scant. Merely accepting nearly drove me to madness, yet I shall endeavor to do what lies within my capabilities." Just as the youth was about to articulate his promise, he was abruptly interrupted by the Mama-san. The copper smoking pipe tapped rhythmically against the golden pillar, and with the tinkling sound fading away, the boy suddenly felt his body tilt in an instant. He was swept away by the swirling smoke, as if gravity had ceased to exist, landing gently upon her soft form. Upon closer inspection, he realized how remarkably large this Mama-san, akin to an 8-foot-tall matron, truly was. Lying in her embrace, nestled against her plush abdomen, he felt as innocent and fearful as a newborn infant. Her long, jade-like fingers gently caressed his face. That moment, within the boy's eyes, fear eclipsed the sense of bewilderment. Through the nebulous gray mist, he gazed in astonishment, captivated by the exquisite allure of the ethereal beauty surrounding him. Upon beholding that visage, obscured within the haze of smoke, a subtle, scarcely perceptible smile slowly unfurls. A promise that is not so easily uttered. Yet, should you require my assistance in a matter, I might be inclined to oblige. However, at this very moment, the soul nestled within my arm seems to sense impending peril. Trembling violently, suddenly, a magnificent golden eye bursts open upon my limb. An aura of savage ferocity emanates from the youth's form. At this juncture, the arm's surface is adorned with scales, resembling a multitude of protruding daggers. Grazing against the expansive belly concealed beneath the mother's kimono, the youth before me no longer appears as innocent as he seems. Rather, he resembles a perilous wolfhound in that fleeting instant, gazing at the partially opened eye upon my arm. I can sense its fierce and lethal intent directed towards me, as if it yearns to rend me to shreds. At this moment, the matron behind the screen, bearing a hint of displeasure, remarks, "This wretched spirit is nothing but a disobedient miscreant. Aside from aiding its host in extricating themselves from their plight, it is utterly devoid of merit." The commotion just stirred has summoned several masked maidens, clad in kimonos, to emerge behind the youth. A number of girls adorned in peculiar animal masks materialize beside Chen Ming, from whom a peculiar aura of lethal intent can be distinctly felt. At this instance, a woman donning a fox mask, strikingly alluring and enchanting, steps lightly as if seeking the matron's counsel. Chen Ming feels the weight of his life precariously balanced, as though a mere nod or blink from this woman could seal his fate. After a soft sigh from the matron, the masked figures swiftly vanish in a manner imperceptible to the blink of an eye. The atmosphere once again descends into a stifling silence. Suddenly, a soft feline leaps to rest beside the matron's pillow. Its eyes gleam with a radiant golden-red hue. As the woman gently caresses the fur of the large gray-white cat, the matron appears to be awaiting an apology from the youth for his earlier impudence. In that moment, the words of the fox-masked maiden echo in Chen Ming's mind. The youth respectfully settles himself, cross-legged upon the pillow before him, bowing slightly with an air of contrition. "I deeply apologize for failing to control even a mere parasite within me, thus causing you trouble, matron." Chapter 4. The matron's commission. Upon hearing the youth's apology, the matron's countenance is graced with a peculiar smile. Her fingers tenderly stroke her bosom, where the plump cat resides. In an instant, its fur undergoes a remarkable transformation, shimmering with a brilliance akin to gold, yet also imbued with a peculiar sense of ancient weariness, transitioning into a misty, strangely hued purple. A series of enigmatic phantoms entwine around the body of this mystical beast, culminating in the release of a feather, resembling that of a phoenix, its tips radiating a resplendent array of colors. At that moment, as Chen Ming slowly lifted his gaze, he was met with a dazzling light that struck deep within his eye sockets. It felt as though his very soul was being penetrated at that instant, and mysterious illusions began to materialize in his mind. Before him stood a palace reminiscent of the celestial realm, adorned with 22 thrones. The arrangement of these seats shifted in an odd alternation, their order changing whimsically. Suddenly, one of the thrones drew closer to him, and instinctively, Chen Ming felt a twinge of trepidation as he softly murmured. It seems adapting to this illusion is indeed no easy feat. Before him, the figure he recognized as Mama Sang was seated upon the throne that awaited him. Yet, she no longer appeared as Mama Sang. Instead, she had transformed into a large, grayish-white rodent, or perhaps another grotesque creature devoid of human form. Nevertheless, the oppressive aura emanating from her was akin to that of a true emperor, evoking a sense of suffocation and constraint. Yet, it also hinted at an ambiguous emotion that left the young man both intrigued and rooted in place. At that moment, the grayish-white rodent raised its paw slightly, behind which a ghostly radiance flickered. As the points of light converged before him, they morphed into a square object resembling a card, which landed at his feet. Above it, the rodent, self-identified as the lover card, chuckled, "Your respect and humility do please me. I have a task for you. This card will guide you to resolve matters concerning those individuals." Slowly, the youth extended his hand, and when his fingertips brushed against the card, a jolt of electricity or a stinging sensation surged through his arm. At that moment, the malevolent spirit that had coiled around his arm seemed to react with repulsion. Fortunately, the creature seated upon the throne exerted a stronger suppressive force compared to that spirit. After a brief agitation, it subsided instantly. The young man then grasped the card, which had transformed from feathers, and upon flipping it, he discovered the words lover inscribed on its reverse side. In an instant, the text shifted into an ethereal visage, revealing the enchanting woman seated upon the throne. Chen Ming felt a surge of instinctive apprehension, yet when he lifted his gaze, he noticed the scene had shifted. The screen had gradually closed, and Mama Sang, with a light laugh, urged, "Go fulfill this task. I hope you do not disappoint me." After a muted acknowledgement, the young man straightened his posture. As he turned, he found the door to the establishment had appeared before him. At that moment, he realized he had become entangled with this bizarre world, and extricating himself would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, if it truly came to taking lives, it would conflict with the most fundamental moral principles he held dear. As he lingered in uncertainty, the peculiar girl donning a fox mask had already turned her body, drawing back the curtain. Noticing his hesitation, she smiled and said, "Just like what you did today, in the twisted realm of the mind. Slaying that person's malevolent spirit will gradually lead them towards goodness." However, a flicker of doubt still lingered in Chen Ming's eyes, his brow furrowed with skepticism as he regarded the fox-masked girl before him. At present, the girl seems to perceive that the individual before her is merely a Navi youth, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of life and the rules that govern it. With a resigned smile, she lifts the curtain, which generates a pull, compelling the young man to surge forward. The fantastical scene unfolds once more, as if the entire nightclub is an illusory realm conjured by hallucinogens and mind-altering substances. It morphs according to the thoughts of its beholder, and unexpectedly, Chen Ming finds himself in a peculiar space reminiscent of an interrogation room. A low grunt escapes the boy's lips, for the atmosphere here is unsettlingly eerie. Yet, just as his thoughts begin to expand, seeking to comprehend the strange phenomena before him, the nebulous white shadow fluctuates before his eyes. In an instant, a man appears, shackled, as he slowly takes a seat across the table. Before Chen Ming stand two figures clad in police uniforms, their expressions tinged with sternness. One adopts the role of the hardliner, while the other plays the softener. After exerting a modicum of pressure, the man before them divulges his recent transgressions at the masquerade ball and the hotel, where he had assaulted guests and torn their garments in acts of indecency. His face betrays a semblance of regret and anguish, as if caught in a moment of genuine contrition, displaying despair and a silent scream. As the young man leans in, he discovers that his hand effortlessly passes through the entire scene before him. Everything appears as an illusion or some form of delayed imagery, strikingly unreal. That moment, the girl in the fox mask materializes beside him, resembling a specter. Her voice, as delicate as wind chimes in. Within each of us lies a profoundly malevolent aspect. By entering the realm of another's psyche during their malevolent acts and purging the malevolent spirit, they may find redemption. Having witnessed this scene, Chen Ming does not question the meaning behind her words. Moreover, the unnatural and bizarre tableau, along with its inexplicable rules, stands in stark contrast to the scientific principles he has been taught. Yet, for him, it is not an insurmountable reality the moment he gained the opportunity to glimpse into this warped world. Chen Ming had already forfeited his most fundamental grasp of reason. He merely responded with a non-committal sound, pondering, could it be that those I must confront are also the societal detritus that revels in bullying others? Purging the malevolent spirits within them should be an act of virtue, should it not? The fox-masked girl effortlessly discerns the shifts within the boy's heart, as if her eyes, resplendent like pink-hued amber, possess the power to penetrate and uncover the essence of humanity. Beneath her mask, a faint smile graces her features, and after a light laugh, she gently articulates, I can see your hesitation. For beings like us, capable of easily distorting the minds of others, possessing the most rudimentary sense of morality is the responsibility bestowed upon us by our power. After imparting this wisdom, the fox girl's form dissipates into a cloud of pink dust, vanishing swiftly into the ether. The other party, after all, is still in a state of working at the shop and cannot spare too much time to address the youth's confusion at this moment. Chen Ming felt a sense of bewilderment as he slowly detached himself from the scene, his body descending continuously, as if in a trance that seemed as though he awoke abruptly after a slumber beside a street. The patter of rain drenching his form. After sneezing, the youth was unable to suppress a shiver and tremor, as if he had spent the night on that very street. Upon lifting his gaze, he witnessed the sky shifting between overcast and clear, yet a faint glimmer of light pierced through the heavy clouds that was likely that night had already passed and morning had arrived. However, as Chen Ming slowly turned around, he beheld the sign of the nightclub he had discovered earlier on this street, only to find a wall, dark and foreboding, stained with blood and adorned with peculiar symbols. Stepping back, he instinctively distanced himself, as if the vividness of the illusion was so uncanny that it felt almost tangible. Chen Ming raised his eyes. A few raindrops fell into them, yet he remained transfixed, gazing at the fog-laden horizon above. He chuckled lightly, exclaiming, really, this life, perpetually teetering on the brink of madness, if it continues, I might just become a regular at the psychiatric hospital. At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly sensed something stirring in his pocket. He slowly reached in, and a square card was promptly retrieved. Above it, a ghostly purple specter swirled. Just as the youth remained entranced by the card, a familiar voice called out to him from the side. Mingo, have you skipped class to frolic around and no longer interested in being an exemplary student? This piercing voice made the youth clench his fist tightly, as if to grip the card firmly and conceal it from this individual. After all, possessing an object that emanated an aura of the supernatural was hardly normal. Yet the other party appeared oblivious to the anomaly in his hand. Evidently, only he or a select group could perceive the card and the eerie black specter it exuded. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, the youth tucked his hand back into his pocket. After securing the card, he turned to face his companion, a classmate with spiky yellow hair, clad in punk-style leather, exuding an aura of rebellion and delinquency. This individual was none other than Wang Datsai, a childhood friend of Chen Ming. With a resigned smile, Chen Ming remarked, Datsai, the city's nightlife presents an entirely different way of living. I'm quite eager to experience it. To Chen Ming's surprisingly flimsy excuse, Wang Datsai, who appeared somewhat dim-witted, surprisingly bought into it. After all, his intellect was as ordinary as his name, reflecting the garishness of his nouveau riche father. Nevertheless, Wang Datsai himself was fond of venturing out at night, often indulging in all-night escapades at various less-than-reputable establishments and internet cafes. In this moment, contemplating his good friend, a sudden epiphany dawned upon him. He yearned to fully embrace life amidst the peculiar ambience of the night, filled with vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. Without the slightest hint of doubt, without hesitation, he drew closer and clasped Chen Ming's shoulder, observing his disheveled appearance that seemed that his inaugural outing had met with a rather unfortunate fate. Or perhaps he was grappling with some troubling matters. Next time, seek me out. I shall lead you. That instant, Wang Datsai realized that the youth was drenched, as if he had endured a relentless downpour throughout the night. A glimmer of skepticism and concern flickered in Wang Datsai's eyes. Although the vigor of youth was undeniable, such recklessness might very well summon the specter of death by midnight. Chen Ming, feeling irked, promptly extended his hand to press against Wang Datsai's face, shoving him away. The myriad of pimples adorning his companion's visage was particularly off-putting. To evade further inquiries laden with absurdities, Chen Ming deftly sidestepped the topic. Where are you headed? Planning to skip this morning's class as well? Our professor of advanced mathematics is notoriously irascible, often dubbed the harbinger of failure. A single class can see half the students flunking. Wang Datsai scratched his head, grinning amiably. Why fret over that? I've already failed enough courses to render my credits insufficient. I'll take it one step at a time. I shall make my way to the classroom. Being late is certainly a lighter penalty than skipping altogether. Chapter 5. Life at school. Just as Wang Datsai was about to depart, he abruptly turned to notice the youth's drenched state. It seemed as though something was amiss. Without delay, he folded his umbrella and tossed it before Chen Ming. The latter instinctively reached out to catch it, only to hear his companion cheerfully remark, "You're soaked. If you persist in the rain, you may find yourself gravely ill." Initially inclined to decline, Chen Ming watched as this impulsive fellow suddenly took off, sprinting through the rain as if possessed. Singing loudly, "I am a soaring bird, the vast horizon is my love." Chen Ming stood there, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his friend, whose neurotic tendencies remained unchanged after all this time. Rather than merely handing him the umbrella as a gesture of goodwill, it seemed Wang Datsai was more intent on finding an excuse to frolic in the rain. After gently massaging his temples, the youth opened the umbrella and made his way towards his dormitory. This was the commercial street behind the school, situated conveniently nearby. In truth, this area and a portion of the city were part of the school's plan locale. The young man was enrolled in the most prestigious university in the city, an institution renowned for producing numerous exceptional talents who had secured top-tier research projects or risen to prominence in their respective industries. However, Chen Ming held no illusions or aspirations of becoming such a remarkable figure. After all, his admission to this esteemed institution was merely a product of his extraordinary intellect and occasional strokes of fortune. Primarily driven by the desire to fulfill his family's expectations, with a deep breath, Chen Ming acknowledged that the autumn chill was indeed a torment. Yet, under the persistent stimuli of the specters haunting his thoughts, his body had begun to undergo a peculiar transformation. At that moment, Chen Ming's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He retrieved the device and glanced at the notifications on the screen, revealing several missed messages and unconnected calls. One message, labeled from his sister, inquired, "Is the pressure of your studies overwhelming lately? How about I take you to climb Yuelu Mountain another day?" The reasoning was likely related to preparing for some competition or the need to focus on upcoming academic assessments. However, this was merely a pretext. After all, as a corporate worker in a demanding 996 environment, his sister was already burdened by her own responsibilities and had no need to expend additional energy on him, thereby encroaching upon her scarce moments of respite. That instant, Chen Ming lifted his gaze and noticed a flickering orb of light before him, oscillating with a faint glow, as if beckoning him towards an unknown path. The tail of this ethereal light appeared to stretch towards his pocket, resembling a slender line, that he couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that this enigmatic spirit within the peculiar card acted like a compass, guiding him forward. Yet, despite his trepidation regarding the commands of his mother, his immediate priority remained to present himself as a semblance of normalcy, at least to rectify his dampened state. He mused to himself, "I abhor troublesome situations, yet here I am, beset by a series of them." At that moment, a drenched young man with tousled hair stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he was immediately halted by the professor teaching advanced mathematics. The teacher's gaze was frosty, imbued with an intellect that was both sharp and aloof. He placed his finger upon the lesson plan sheets he had prepared, flipping through a few pages until he unearthed the school's attendance roster. Upon seeing Wang Datsai's name, he noted with disdain the multitude of red marks indicating absences. The mathematics instructor sneered, "In my lifetime of academia, I have encountered no enigma I could not unravel. Yet you, my dear student, remain an utter mystery. How on earth did you manage to gain admission to our esteemed institution? It seems the very fabric of logic has unraveled." Wang Datsai, though appearing a rogue with his disheveled attire, possessed a fundamentally good heart. His appearance was merely a ploy to attract attention, not indicative of a true delinquent or hothead. Yet this unconventional guise had backfired, leaving him with but a handful of acquaintances. Faced with the teacher's reprimand, he could only muster an awkward smile, refraining from any retort. Suddenly, he recalled encountering another latecomer on the street that day, someone who might very well skip class altogether. He blurted out, "Where's that Chen Ming fellow? Surely he hasn't shown up either. I bet he's skipping class today." However, just as Wang Datsai spoke, he remembered that Chen Ming studied under this very teacher and had participated in numerous Olympiad and municipal competitions, earning considerable accolades for the advanced mathematics instructor, who was often referred to as a mentor with flourishing disciples. Wang Datsai let out a cold snort and promptly took a seat in the last row. However, Just as he settled down, the mathematics teacher bellowed his name. Wang Datsai, you haven't brought your book. Why not sit in the available seats at the front? Here to watch a show, are we? Consequently, he was instructed to move to the front row, and with a sense of resignation, Wang Datsai complied. At that moment, he found himself locking eyes with the higher mathematics teacher, one holding a teaching plan, while the other came empty-handed. An uncomfortable silence enveloped him. A classmate, who typically relied on Wang Datsai's affluent background, quickly handed him several sheets of draft paper along with a set of supplementary materials for higher mathematics. Wang Datsai smiled faintly and opened the textbook to the prominent heading that corresponded with the topics outlined in the presentation slides. The mathematics teacher, exasperated, remarked, "At your age, how can you sleep soundly? Skipping classes and arriving late. When you truly enter society, no one will care about your learning as much as your teachers do." Wang Datsai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as he found the teacher, who preferred sharing life experiences over teaching higher mathematics, was more torturous than he had anticipated. In his helplessness, he scanned the classroom for familiar faces, but failed to spot Chen Ming. It seemed that Chen Ming would likely skip the entire morning's lessons. At that moment, Wang Datsai sensed that something was amiss. After pondering for a while, he arrived at a firm conclusion and muttered, "That rascal must be skipping class to catch the debut live stream of the newly launched virtual idol. The anime world is truly repugnant." In the midst of this, the collar of his leather jacket revealed a glimpse of a plain clothing adorned with a two-dimensional wife sporting pink eyebrows. Meanwhile, in the restroom, a young man taking a shower sneezed, not due to a cold, but rather as if someone were surreptitiously targeting him, which struck Chen Ming as peculiar. At that moment, the turmoil within him, coupled with the unsettling experience of the earlier bizarre illusion, rendered him uneasy, as he seemed to glimpse those strange visions overlapping before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the dormitory door, Civil Practice Department of the Student Union. "We are here to check for prohibited items and hygiene. Is anyone present?" Following a previous inspection by the school that uncovered numerous illegal electrical appliances, including electric kettles and hairdryers, there had even been instances where female students were dispatched to check male dormitories due to insufficient personnel. The familiar voice made Chen Ming's head spin, as he had previously encountered friction with the student union officer. To avoid any ensuing awkwardness, he hastily exited the bathroom and quickly dressed. His bare upper body was immediately exposed to the sight of the student union officer, Zhou Yakin. As he opened the door, she frowned slightly, then feigned indifference by turning her head away to inspect the state of the student dormitory. Meanwhile, another roommate, who was free of classes, turned their gaze. The two protagonists in the conversation were oblivious to the remarks of a male classmate eager for entertainment, treating his words as mere background noise. Chen Ming swiftly donned his clothes, striving to avoid any direct contact with her. Before Zhou Yakin could check the sanitation and electrical usage in her vicinity, she swiftly departed from the dormitory. At that moment, the student council members stationed outside, diligently recording the conditions of each dormitory, cast a fleeting glance at the departing Chen Ming. One of the students chuckled softly, musing that there is no such thing as a peaceful breakup, after appearing nonchalant in their separation. The two individuals were now reluctant to exchange even a casual greeting upon encountering each other. As the two student council members shared a light-hearted laugh, they were suddenly met with a pair of icy, piercing gazes that seemed to slice through the air. Instantly, they fell silent, as if their souls had been stolen, and resumed the pretense of documenting the dormitory conditions on their sheets. Yet, amidst the crowd, a girl with a hint of despondency and an unfamiliar emotion in her eyes let out a soft sigh and gradually made her exit from the dormitory. The rain in this area had been incessant, with scattered showers nearly every day. Though the raindrops were not heavy, they nonetheless instilled a sense of unease in the hearts of the people. The scent of freshly turned earth wafted through the air, creating a stifling atmosphere that left Chen Ming feeling particularly out of sorts. At that moment, the young man even began to suspect that the unrelenting rain might somehow be linked to the demons he had glimpsed in his distorted world. This vague intuition brought a wave of unease, prompting him to scoff quietly. Any abnormality seemed to beckon thoughts toward that other realm, indicating that his mental state might indeed be deteriorating. Chen Ming then settled onto the bleachers at the edge of the playground, observing the campus environment and the distant echoes of laughter that occasionally reached his ears. That group of exuberant individuals continued to play basketball in the rain, their bodies drenched, yet this too was a quintessential part of youthful fervor on campus. In the past, Chen Ming had been burdened by various examinations and the weight of expectations from his school, teachers, and family. It felt as if, unless he achieved honor for the school in competitions, enhanced his self-worth, or secured accolades to establish a foundation for future employment. He would be deemed a mere social drifter at this moment. The young man appeared to have truly become a cog in the machinery of society. A simple gear tirelessly turning in the name of selfless contribution. Perhaps this pathological notion could inject a semblance of joy into his otherwise meager existence. Contemplating these matters, Chen Ming suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in his psychological state. He muttered under his breath, chastising himself. Now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. How could anything infested with cockroaches and vermin possibly be accepted? Chapter 6. The photographing girl beneath the rain veil after taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within. He looked up to find a strange, alluring violet halo lingering before him. Although his heart was indeed fraught with various anxieties, he had always preferred to unwind by daydreaming on the playground. Yet more importantly, that peculiar light and the ghostly presence remained fixed in place, continually pointing toward the field, much like the red dot in a video game indicating the location of a quest. It seemed to warn him that the objective he sought lay in this direction. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he saw no signs or indications of any impending violent events. Everything appeared serene and beautiful. Yet Chen Ming was acutely aware that beneath the seemingly harmonious campus and stable social order, shadows lurked and prowled. They resembled the violence and suppressed desires that reside within the hearts of all individuals. Akin to a swelling tide. Once unleashed, these torrents would bring forth immense peril. At that moment, Chen Ming let out a soft sigh, ruminating on the potential events that might unfold. I am hardly a so-called partner of justice. Upholding social order with supernatural abilities is not in my nature. At this instant, a hint of youthful melancholy flickered in his gaze when he suddenly heard a distant click of a camera shutter. A beam of light pierced the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he beheld a girl, drenched and with hair soaked, standing beneath an evergreen tree, directing her camera at him. The boy furrowed his brow, seemingly showcasing a trace of displeasure within. He then observed the girl slowly rising, her wet, long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Behind her round black glasses, her eyes bore an intensity characteristic of an aesthetic artist. At that moment, the girl, somewhat irate, exclaimed, "Why did you turn your head?" That melancholic gaze into the distance under the rain, embodying the pain of youth and the image of a brooding male protagonist, has vanished in the blink of an eye. What pain literature? What brooding protagonist? Chen Ming felt a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. However, this esteemed institution was, after all, the pinnacle of artistic endeavor and research in the region. It was replete with eccentrics devoted to photography, painting, and dance, as well as seasoned experts entrenched in their scientific pursuits. Thus, encountering an array of peculiar individuals at school was hardly extraordinary. Rather, it felt quite commonplace. He also understood the importance of not provoking this peculiar group lightly, lest they cling to him like a persistent shadow. "What were you rambling on about just now?" At that moment, the girl's face suddenly appeared before him. Her eyes seemed to carry an interrogative weight, fixating intensely on Chen Ming. Startled by her gaze, he lowered his head and caught sight of the image she had captured on her camera. The previously melancholic expression now bore a hint of exasperation, his lips twitching. In an instant, the photograph lost all semblance of beauty. The girl then reiterated, in a very serious tone, "Maintain that expression. My patience is limited." Although the boy possessed a generally amiable temperament and could tolerate various unreasonable demands, his current state, having suffered a sleepless night in the pouring rain, compounded by countless vexations, left him with little inclination to indulge this girl's so-called photography game or her eccentric artistic pursuits. Just as he was about to refuse with a hint of irritation, he noticed the wandering specter suddenly entwining itself around the girl. She seemed to feel an itch on her body. Instinctively reaching toward the spot where the enigmatic spirit made contact at that moment, the boy instantly sensed a message emanating from the spirit that I fear that the campus bullying or other illicit activities, which Mama-san seeks, may indeed have some connection to the girl before us. At this moment, Chen Ming swiftly subdued the fury that had arisen within his chest. He then exercised patience, cooperating with the girl as she took photographs, adjusting his micro-expressions accordingly. Throughout their photographic endeavor, numerous passers-by traversed the playground. The girl, in an exceedingly peculiar pose, lay sprawled upon the ground, searching for an unusual angle. Meanwhile, Chen Ming sat there, somewhat dazed, with an odd expression as he remained amidst the falling rain. Onlookers might have mistaken them for avant-garde artists engaged in a peculiar performance at the school. Observing this bizarre scene, Whispers of commentary arose. The overwhelming sensation of social death was so intense that the youth felt as if his face was flushed with heat, longing to find a pit to bury himself in. However, with the final click of the camera, a wave of relief washed over Chen Ming. It seemed the girl's antics had finally drawn to a close. At that moment, the girl gleefully flipped through the completed photographs on her camera, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she glanced at the boy, whose face still bore a melancholic frown. She quickly apologized, saying, "I'm truly sorry. Once I picked up the camera, I became a bit oblivious at this juncture." Chen Ming's previously rigid expression softened. He adjusted his umbrella to shield her from the incessant drizzle. If Wang Dacai were to know that his umbrella was being used with such care to protect a girl, he would surely feel a sense of gratification. Yet this moment would undoubtedly add a vibrant splash of color to the otherwise barren canvas of the boys' school life. Chen Ming shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, "To pour one's heart and soul into a beloved pursuit in life is, in my opinion, a remarkably admirable endeavor." Upon hearing the boy's words, the girl appeared exceedingly delighted. Her eyes widening in surprise, a peculiar light radiated from her gaze, blindingly bright, leaving Chen Ming momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, the girl leaned in very close, almost pressing against him, causing the boy to instinctively lean back. He felt as though he was being pinned down, and the girl, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Do you understand me? They all say I'm a weirdo." Yet, upon noticing the boy's face contorted in a myriad of expressions, she immediately realized the trouble she had caused him. That a small tuft of bangs obscured one of her eyes, and the brightness in her gaze faded swiftly into obscurity. At that moment, Chen Ming could distinctly sense the joy emanating from her. After all, every young person has their passions, yet many, under the influence of their parents and teachers, abandon pursuits like writing, painting, photography, and dancing. These pursuits seem inconsequential to their future careers, becoming mere machines for examination success. Although Chen Ming could not claim a profound love for photography, he empathized with the girl's sentiments. Sharing a thread of passion for a certain thing, Chen Ming chuckled lightly. "I in my spare time. I am also a novelist. Although my writing is rather poor, the rare occasions when a few readers become immersed in my stories bring me a sense of fulfillment." At this moment, the two souls seemed to merge into a singular entity. Suddenly, Chen Ming felt the atmosphere shift oddly, and he offered an awkward smile. As he attempted to step back, he noticed that the peculiar shadowy wisp he had been observing remained entwined around the girl. As if reluctant to part, clinging to her like a stubborn adhesive, the young man furrowed his brow, his probing gaze falling upon the girl's neck. At that moment, his piercing eyes unexpectedly stirred a wave of discomfort in the girl. What's wrong? Although she could be audacious and wild when immersed in photography, pursuing art with fervor, the moment she exchanged gazes or engaged in intimate contact with the opposite sex, a blush swept across her face, instantly triggering feelings of shame that compelled her to break free. As she did so, the ghostly presence that had coiled around her also seemed to drift away with her. Realizing something was amiss, Chen Ming understood he could not allow that spirit to escape. Instantly, he straightened his posture, intent on pursuing it. He let out a cold snort, questioning, "Has this wretched thing been clinging to that girl all along?" The girl, lacking Chen Ming's stamina, was swiftly overtaken. Chen Ming grasped her backpack and, struggling to articulate his thoughts, found himself momentarily speechless due to his not-so-high emotional intelligence and limited expressive abilities. After a lengthy mental struggle to formulate his words, he glanced at the girl's slowly turning face, which bore a wrinkled, bitter smile. Chen Ming managed to muster an awkward grin, helplessly saying, "I've accompanied you in photography for so long today. I can't possibly waste all my efforts." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Chuanjuan's face as she reached for her waist pouch, seemingly intending to resolve the predicament with the cash in her small canvas bag. After all, hiring a model for photography incurs expenses. However, as she raised her hand, Chen Ming clearly noted the several patches adorning the canvas bag. Casting a quick glance at her, he observed that although the girl wielded a brand new Sony camera, which he didn't know much about, the type of equipment and her artistic pursuits were undeniably costly. Her attire, however, was not particularly flashy. The only valuable item she possessed appeared to be that camera. Just as she was about to retrieve some money, Chen Ming promptly pressed his hand over hers, insisting, "That's not what I meant. I'm Chen Ming from Class 2 of the Architecture Department. May I ask your name?" Chen Ming was not adept at communicating with women, and he realized that tearing that ghostly presence from her neck would not be an easy task. It would be best to first ascertain her name and class, ensuring he did not lose sight of his objective. Subsequently, an oppressive silence enveloped them, as Chen Ming observed the girl's feet fidgeting nervously against the rain-soaked ground. The body trembled uncontrollably, yearning to shift aside or make a swift escape, yet apprehensive of provoking Chen Ming's ire. Confronted with this predicament, Chen Ming, feeling as though his head had swelled in size, pondered momentarily before inquiring, "Could you send me a few of the photographs taken earlier? I actually have a keen interest in photography. You must be a member of the photography club, right? Would you mind introducing me?" The moment the topic of photography arose, the girl before him shed her earlier bashfulness and trepidation, enthusiastically sharing details about the photography club with Chen Ming. Upon realizing Chen Ming's interest in the somewhat exclusive club, her excitement intensified, and she eagerly insisted on escorting him to the photography club. The youth, harboring a hint of bemusement, mused to himself, "Joining a club? Huh? What a bother. Just one more thing to contend with." Chapter 7. The maid CAF. Although he acquiesced to the girl's request, Chen Ming found himself perplexed by the ease with which he was drawn into the photography club. After all, as a university known for its cultural and creative endeavors, it housed an array of individuals with eclectic literary and artistic inclinations. The gatherings of such a group, whether for academic discourse or artistic exploration, were unlikely to be composed of just any random assortment of people. It was bound to resemble a congregation of elite minds akin to a club. Yet, at this moment, Chen Ming felt as though he had stumbled into a gathering of beggars, effortlessly securing a nominal membership in the photography club thanks to the president's insistence. All that remained was to visit the activity room and complete a simple membership application. At this juncture, Chen Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, "Our school boasts numerous luminaries in the realm of aesthetic arts, attracting a cadre of exceptionally gifted students. The photography club must be a treasure trove of talent. Wouldn't you agree?" However, as the conversation turned to this topic, the girl suddenly fell into a deep silence. Chen Ming began to surmise that while the school prioritized art forms such as painting and literary creation, photography did not seem to be among its specialties and had not received significant support. It was likely that the photography club was sparsely populated and faced financial constraints. In that moment, Chen Ming sensed he might have broached a delicate subject, and just as he prepared to deflect with humor, the girl sighed softly and replied, "There's no escaping it. Ever since the former president graduated in the 4th year, the membership has dwindled even further." Chen Ming merely responded with a soft hum, choosing to refrain from further comment, aware that his lack of fluency in spoken language might lead to further missteps. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, thick with an almost palpable awkwardness. At that moment, Chen Ming longed for the presence of Wang Sai, whose incessant chatter was sure to lighten the mood. Unlike the current, stifling tension, after exhaling a sigh, he finally spoke, "Shall we take a tour of your club? I might as well fill out the application while we're at it." Having successfully established a connection through the club, Chen Ming knew he ought to pursue this lead further. Perhaps those brutish individuals who engage in acts of violence have infiltrated the society. They might be members of the same organization or associated with it in some way. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the other person, pressed my lips together, and then smiled, saying, "Due to the society's decline, the activity room is being shared with another art club. They are rehearsing a play. We won't have it to ourselves until the afternoon." At this moment, the young man slowly raised his arm, glancing at the electronic watch on his right wrist, which indicated that it was only 11 a.m. The usual usage hours for the activity room were from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., meaning we had at least 24 hours to spend together. Chen Ming began to feel despondent. The only women he had interacted closely with were his sister, Chen Mei, and the head of the Student Council's Cultural Practice Department, Zhou Yakin. His entire experience with women was based on those two gentle souls, who always paid great attention to the emotions of others. However, the girl before him was different. It seemed both of them were rather inept at communication. As he pondered these matters, his mind raced, burning with thoughts, when suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl. This noise triggered a chain reaction, and both of them exchanged awkward smiles. At that moment, Chen Ming seized the opportunity to say, "It seems there's a lovely CAF that just opened in the school community. Before the activity room opens this afternoon, shall we go there to pass the time?" Li Chuanjuan's emotional expression was quite reserved. She did not exhibit any signs of joy, merely nodding in agreement. As they walked along, Chen Ming learned that Li Chuanjuan had risen at 5 a.m. to photograph the morning sun and had yet to eat anything by noon, despite her hair being damp from the drizzling rain. She appeared oblivious to it. Chen Ming cast a glance at her wet hair, then retrieved a cloth from his backpack, saying, "Your hair is wet. Use this to dry it. You'll catch a cold otherwise." Chen Ming's arms often bore strange marks, especially after his eyes bulged out. They would sometimes distort into peculiar shapes, accompanied by layers of crimson stains that gave a rather terrifying appearance to avoid drawing attention. He typically carried a cloth to wipe away these red dyes, which emitted a faint metallic scent. The girl accepted the towel and covered her hair with it, then fell into a brief silence. Fortunately, the CAF was not far down on the way. Chen Ming had reserved 2 seats via Mate 1. However, upon arriving at the establishment, he discovered it was a cosplay-made CAF catering to fans of the second dimension. Such a place seemed ill-suited for a meal, and he contemplated switching to a more conventional restaurant, like a Hunan stir-fry or a steamed dishes place. Just then, he heard the click of a camera, and saw that the girl, still slightly damp with a towel around her neck, had opened the back cover of her camera. Before me stood a young girl, adorned in a striking maid outfit. Seemingly captivated by the art of cosplay and reveling in the attention of the camera, she struck a playful pose, placing her hands before her in an adorable manner, when I squinted, embodying the charm of a mischievous kitten. At that moment, Chen Ming withdrew from the page he had intended to unsubscribe from, for it appeared that Li Chuanwan did not harbor any disdain for this environment. Inwardly, Chen Ming could only chuckle resignedly, contemplating how his discerning photographic eye for beauty maintained a sense of novelty towards diverse cultures. He refrained from interrupting Li Chuanwan's photography session. Upon entering the establishment, a gentle melody wafted into his ears, a violin concerto accompanied by a chaotic piano. The dissonance of the 2 instruments lacking any semblance of harmony at that moment. Chen Ming glanced into the depths of the CAF. He noticed a medium-sized piano positioned towards the back, encircled by a gathering of patrons, predominantly young women. Among them was a woman exuding a hint of maturity, clad in a form-fitting skirt and a grayish-white denim jacket. When this woman turned her profile towards Chen Ming, he was taken aback and muttered in astonishment, "What a surprise to see my counselor here. Would she truly frequent such a CAF?" At that instant, Chen Ming swiftly surveyed the surrounding crowd. Though he did not recognize every member of the student council, he was familiar with a few, having exchanged pleasantries with them in the past. Without exception, they were all officers of the student council, and among them sat a girl with an icy demeanor, casually reclining with her legs crossed. Her gaze, vacant and expression cold, suddenly shifted towards Chen Ming. Zhou Yakin tilted her head, observing him, equally surprised to find someone like Chen Ming, who typically displayed little interest in various activities and entertainment, present in such an establishment. The impatience and indifference that had adorned her features momentarily contorted, her lips twitching in a barely perceptible expression. The awkward atmosphere caused Chen Ming to break into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the student council would organize an event at a maid CAF. It dawned on him that this disinterest he harbored for entertainment venues could lead him to notice the CAF's advertisements, suggesting that the student council had been promoting this establishment, perhaps pasting posters in the dormitory hallways or on campus bulletin boards. It seemed that this CAF was a product of the student council members' entrepreneurial spirit. This revelation elucidated why this group had gathered here, with even the counselor present, likely to bolster the CAF's sales. As for Chen Ming's reason for visiting this CAF, Zhou Yakin's thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind, akin to a tangled ball of yarn. At that moment, Chen Ming felt a scrutinizing gaze directed at him from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. At this moment, the maid reappeared before them, her black and white Lolita dress adorned with pleats, from which a delicate paw emerged, presenting a glass of cool water. Beside her was Li Chuanwan, who had just secured the camera's back cover with a spiral motion. She was engrossed in reviewing the data captured by her camera, and subsequently, she settled beside Chen Ming. As if eager to share her findings, she leaned in closely, positioning the camera just below Chen Ming's line of sight, her body naturally tilting towards him, resting against him. From the front, they appeared as 2 avid photographers perusing a collection of images together. Yet, from behind, they resembled a pair of flirtatious young lovers, nestled together in a cozy embrace. This sight caused Zhou Yakin, who had her legs crossed, to furrow her brow slightly, an odd expression flickering in her eyes. She then averted her gaze, diverting all attention away, and became lost in the decorative stag head mounted on the wall. Chapter 8. Out of control, secretly harboring affections for Zhou Yakin, the student council member Qin Yushi gradually emerged from the surrounding circle of peers. He took a seat beside Zhou Yakin, maintaining an appropriate distance for friends. "What's wrong? You seem a bit troubled. Is it the recent student council tasks that are proving to be a bit challenging?" Zhou Yakin displayed little emotion, merely letting out a slight sigh before casually responding. "It's nothing. I just have a preparatory meeting for party members this afternoon. The recent schedule has been too packed. Chen Yushi shifted his gaze in the direction Zhou Yakin occupied and immediately spotted Chen Ming, who was subtly turning his head away, revealing half of his profile. Sensing that the situation had grown intriguing, a peculiar smile graced Chen Yushi's lips. A well-known scion of the school, a frivolous dandy, he not only possessed remarkable talent in rap performances, but also led his own band. Additionally, as an athlete, he held a significant position on the basketball team, endearing himself to many of the school's female students. However, Zhou Yakin remained indifferent to his advances, which only served to pique the interest of this dandy. As the allure of the unattainable often becomes more precious, just as Zhou Yakin was about to put an end to his unreasonable antics, their counselor approached, sharing a profound appreciation for the piano and relishing discussions with Zhou Yakin, who had garnered city-level accolades. The counselor promptly inquired about the melody Chen Yushi had just played. Although she was a novice who had never even crossed the threshold of piano mastery, she thought the performance, while somewhat chaotic, still possessed a semblance of melody and beauty that in contrast, to Zhou Yakin's ears, it was nothing more than the simplistic compositions of young children. Chen Yushi had no genuine understanding or passion for the piano or musical culture. He was merely taking piano lessons to elevate his standing in Zhou Yakin's eyes, despite his privileged background and the influence of numerous esteemed mentors. This indolent individual had only managed to achieve such a level after a year or two of piano lessons. Zhou Yakin could only respond vaguely, saying, "It's rather good. If I could become more familiar with the melody, perhaps it would." Unimpeded, Chen Yushi then seated herself opposite the two. This spot by the window allowed Chen Ming to gaze absently at the bustling scene outside. At that moment, the sudden appearance of the man before him evoked a sense of astonishment. The girl who had been nestled against Chen Ming instantly reverted to a state of bashful shyness and social anxiety upon the arrival of a man who seemed completely unrelated to her passion for photography. With a warm smile gracing her eyes, Chen Yushi addressed him. "Hello, classmate. I am Chen Yushi from the Physical Education Department. We met briefly at the school awards ceremony." Although Chen Ming felt a certain unfamiliarity with this individual, he indeed sensed a slight familiarity at the awards ceremony. He had received an accolade for academic competition, while Chen Yushi had seemingly led the school team to city-level honors. They had crossed paths as student representatives. But that was a long time ago. Chen Ming, the aura emanating from her suggested an unfriendly intent. However, he was not one to easily display his emotions or displeasure on his face. The man with the slightly squinting eyes then cast a peculiar glance towards the girl beside him, seemingly awaiting her introduction. Yet, at that moment, Li Chuanwan turned her head, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with him. The man scrutinizing Li Chuanwan chuckled inwardly. For someone like Chen Yushi, who had encountered numerous women, the girl before him, adorned in plain makeup and lacking in fashionable attire, resembled a rustic country girl. In her mind, she had already begun to belittle Chen Ming, considering him merely a fellow who, after parting ways with his superior, could not even secure the company of a decent girl. Nonetheless, her inner thoughts remained concealed behind her composed facade. With a pleasant smile still gracing her lips, she provocatively remarked, "It seems you and my superior parted ways less than half a month ago. Have you found a new companion so swiftly? I must say, my brother has much to offer that I could learn from." The veiled mockery within her words was apparent to any discerning individual. Chen Ming's expression stiffened slightly, yet he did not immediately retaliate. He merely let out a resigned chuckle and clarified, "This is my club president, from the photography club." This explanation had been stewing in the young man's mind for quite some time. Should a fellow student council member approach, he could easily explain that he was discussing club matters with the president, thereby alleviating potential complications. However, it was evident that Chen Yushi would not readily allow Chen Ming and his companion to escape so easily. She responded with a knowing "oh." As a notorious playboy within the school, she was well acquainted with the various girls from different clubs, whether it is the slender members of the ballet club, whose physiques exude a unique charm, or the adept artists of the painting society, embodying a classical feminine grace. He has had varying degrees of interaction with these groups. However, he remains utterly indifferent towards the photography club, dismissing its members as unremarkable. Yet at this moment, Chen Yushi, with a hint of mockery in her tone, remarked, "I truly apologize. Perhaps my horizons are too limited. I have never heard of this club. It surely cannot be one of those obscure societies, can it?" In this instance, Chen Yushi showed no mercy, even as she noticed the girl before her, who held a profound passion for photography and an unwavering love for the club, visibly distressed. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Ming's face as well. Undeterred, Qin Yushi continued her tirade, asserting, "In my opinion, clubs like this are worthless. Minggu, you should resign from it soon that I can introduce you to clubs with far more attractive members." Upon hearing these words, emotions reached a boiling point. Li Chuanwan suddenly rose from her seat, slamming her palm onto the table. Her eyes, previously averted from others, now burned with fury. Yet, despite the torrent of curses and insults that threatened to spill from her lips, she refrained, standing frozen for a moment before hastily exiting the CAFAT. This juncture, only Chen Ming and the smirking Qin Yushi remained, exchanging glances. Why is this girl so stubborn? Minggu, do you not usually discipline her? However, at that very moment, the entire table was overturned, sending the glass cups flying and splashing cold water onto Qin Yushi's face. Fortunately, being an athlete, he reacted swiftly, dodging the deluge. He gazed at the toppled table. A smug smirk crept across his face. Thus, Chen Ming revealed a volatile and irate side before the club president, Zhou Yakin, leaving her thoroughly disappointed in the man before her. His scheme had evidently succeeded. Seizing the moment, he escalated the situation by exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow, Minggu, have you lost your mind? Shall I assist you in checking into a psychiatric hospital?" The counselor, who had been observing Qin Yushi and Chen Ming from afar, initially regarded them as exemplary students engaging in a constructive exchange. However, the current atmosphere indicated a brewing confrontation. The counselor called out to Qin Yushi, "Yushi, do not engage in conflict with your classmates." He was well aware of Chen Ming's gentle and amiable nature, a boy who rarely lost his temper. In stark contrast, the notorious behavior of Qin Yushi, which had already reached the school community as grounds for expulsion, was widely known. Were it not for the influence of his father, a real estate magnate who had donated millions to the school for renovations and the library's refurbishment, he would have been expelled long ago. Qin Yushi was no delicate flower sheltered from the world. This scoundrel always found ways to torment classmates he deemed unsatisfactory, resorting to insults or provocations, or leveraging his meager wealth to ostracize their friends. The only thing missing is a violent incident that could lead to physical conflict. At this moment, Qin Yushi's countenance was ashen, as though she had been struck by a profound shock, casting a fearful gaze upon the youth before her. It was as if she were not gazing at an enraged classmate, but rather at a reaper wielding a bloody scythe, or a malevolent spirit, a blood-soaked demon, crawling with maggots, grotesquely emerging from the depths of hell. At this moment, within her heart, Qin Yushi sneered coldly. How absurd! Can this scoundrel's imposing presence truly intimidate me? Am I truly afraid? That how laughable! Meanwhile, Chen Ming slowly tugged at his sleeve, concealing the bloodied state of his left hand. Fortunately, it seemed that no one had noticed the anomaly of his left arm. Otherwise, the boy would likely be branded as an aberration or a monster. It appeared that the malevolent spirit within him thrived on devouring the darker aspects of humanity, such as violence and anger. Chen Ming incessantly berated himself inwardly. Stay calm, stay calm. Do not allow that anger and madness to shatter your reason. Chapter 9. Hollow-gazed Chen Ming would not succumb to reckless physical impulses merely due to the provocations in the other's words. When confronted with matters that incited his ire, he typically opted to avoid confrontation, choosing to sidestep or dismiss the incident entirely to evade distress. However, the vengeful spirit within his left arm was no gentle entity. On the contrary, it relished consuming the vile emotions inherent in humanity. Upon sensing a flicker of annoyance and fury within Chen Ming, it erupted in a moment of unrestrained rage. Ultimately, during Li Chuanwan's departure, it lost control, and had Chen Ming not forcefully suppressed it, he would have been compelled to annihilate the distorted malevolence that symbolized humanity. Before Chen Ming could ascertain whether slaying the malevolent spirit would lead to its repentance or any adverse repercussions, he would not readily wield such power against others, even if they were unrepentant societal detritus threatening his daily life. Yet, from the restlessness within his arm, he sensed a disquieting revelation. This terrifying specter seemed to have developed an affinity for Qin Yushi. Unwilling to relinquish what it deemed the most delectable morsel at this moment, Chen Ming understood that in the eyes of observers, it was he who appeared to be the one losing his temper and causing a scene. As the tremor in his arm gradually subsided, and the blood was concealed by his sleeve, he forced a weary smile and remarked, "My sincerest apologies. It seems I momentarily lost control of my emotions. I hope I have not disturbed your midday respite too much." Even as Chen Ming promptly offered his apologies, the fragmented cacophony of murmurs persisted, with unkind discussions rising and falling. That fellow seems to be Chen Ming, the one who has garnered accolades in competitions. This promises to be entertaining. Will he face disciplinary action for causing a ruckus in the Student Council CAF? The individual who appends tables in the CAF could find their name enshrined on the school's honor wall. If I were to overturn a table today, would my name also appear tomorrow? Fortunately, a counselor was present, and since the CAF patrons were all students, the counselor swiftly restored order at this moment. He found himself standing between Chen Ming and Qin Yushi. She gazed at Qin Yushi, whose face bore a sardonic smile, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes, though she chose not to reveal it. The counselor, adept at mediating disputes, swiftly resolved the conflict between the two students. Chen Ming exhaled softly and approached the cashier's counter, determined to compensate for the items he had accidentally broken before leaving. After all, the school's policy dictated that damages would incur a tripling of the cost. He hoped that the student-run CAF would not adhere to such a harsh rule. As he lifted his gaze, he was greeted by the familiar mischievous grin of a girl who exclaimed, "Oh my, you haven't changed a bit. Still causing trouble just like in our childhood." Upon encountering this girl, who relished in the chaos, Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Mingda, you look utterly ridiculous in that maid outfit." Ouyang Mengda's expression darkened immediately. It was evident that Chen Ming was indeed the kind of friend who had grown up teasing her. Their banter flowed effortlessly, whether it was about the peculiar name Mengda or the maid costume she wore. Both subjects eliciting a sense of embarrassment from Ouyang Mengda. At that moment, Chen Ming's attention shifted to the girl before him. Mengda working as a waitress was certainly not a means to earn pocket money. Considering her family's affluence, it was likely that her frequent outings with friends to beauty salons, jewelry stores, or various shopping malls had led to numerous missed classes and insufficient credits, compelling her to resort to entrepreneurial ventures to earn some academic credits. This approach was undoubtedly more comfortable than volunteering and holding a sign on the street urging people not to litter. As he reached for his phone to scan and pay, he inquired about the compensation amount. However, Ouyang Mingda interrupted him, stating, "It's just a few broken cups. It won't cost much. Besides, I used my allowance to open this CAF, so as both the owner and the waitress, I can earn credits in two ways." The concept of pocket money for her and for him was clearly not the same. With her insistence not to require compensation from him, the counselor had already mediated the situation between Chen Ming and Qin Yushi, imparting some wisdom before assuring Chen Ming that she would take responsibility and prevent any rumors from affecting his chances of receiving the prestigious school scholarship. With a resigned sigh, Chen Ming exited the CAF. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Qin Yushi's icy smirk, seemingly dissatisfied with this resolution. He then approached Zhou Yakin like an eager puppy, probably starting to speak ill of Chen Ming. Zhou Yakin remained as frosty as ever, indifferent to the remarks, treating them as mere background noise. Chen Ming, however, could not shake off his concern for the girl wandering aimlessly around campus, for she was entangled with a malevolent spirit that foretold bullying incidents, and he feared for her safety at any moment. At this juncture, Chen Ming followed the remnants of pink tassels that flitted through the air, feeling a strange restlessness in his left arm as he moved. Crimson fluid seeped from his fingertips, prompting him to retrieve a strip of gauze and tend to his wound. With a resigned smile, he mused, "It's all because of this heart's affliction. I must rid myself of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I fear I might truly end up in a mental institution," just as Qin Yushi said. At this moment, he and Li Chanjun have exchanged positions. The one who sits there in melancholy, gazing vacantly into the distance, has become Li Chanjun. Meanwhile, the person beside her, staring blankly at her, has transformed into Chen Ming himself. Yet, the weight of emotion now bears down more heavily and oppressively than before. The young man lingers at a distance, hesitant to approach, for he cannot conjure any words of solace. At this moment, Chen Ming retrieves 2 loaves of bread purchased from a street-side shop from his backpack. After all, in the commotion just now, neither of them had eaten. Chen Ming extends the bread towards her and takes a seat beside her, but just as he settles down, he notices the corners of the girl's eyes, slightly flushed, are now glistening with tears. It is uncertain whether they are raindrops or tears. Perhaps only a touch could reveal if their temperature is cold or warm. When Chen Ming offers the bread, she does not accept it, instead remaining lost in thought as she gazes into the distance. The girl, with a hint of a bitter smile, inquires, "Honestly, my photography is terrible, isn't it? You have never truly looked at it." Perhaps just as he said, just as she is about to utter this disheartening sentiment, Chen Ming interrupts her with a shout. He then begins to gather his words. Did I not say before? Having your own passion is a splendid thing. Living under the scrutiny of others will only lead to the loss of oneself. Li Changjun lets out a soft hum, offering no reply, but she accepts the bread, tearing open the packaging. Thus, the two of them sit there, gazing blankly at the playground, silently consuming the bread. However, their thoughts drift elsewhere. After a moment, Li Changjun takes a deep breath and feigns indifference as she asks, earlier, you mentioned wanting to join a club. Do you still feel that way? Upon hearing this, Chen Ming instinctively replies with unwavering certainty, of course, I wish to observe the world through the eyes of those who discover beauty. Given Chen Ming's abilities, such flamboyant and pretentious words are all he can muster. The utterance sounds so absurdly insincere that it elicits a bitter laugh from Li Changjun, though the statement is indeed ludicrously false. At this moment, Chen Ming has developed a genuine interest in photography. The young man, initially devoid of much passion for the art, is now curious to glimpse the world of photography through the girl's eyes. What is it that captivates and immerses her so deeply? Just as Chen Ming contemplates, Li Changjun suddenly lifts her head. Her disheveled hair falls carelessly over her somewhat pale and seemingly frail visage. A subtle flush tinged the corners of her eyes, and within her ebony and ivory gaze, it seemed as though only the visage of the youth, Chen Ming, was reflected, with his essence occupying her thoughts entirely. Her lips were delicately pressed together, exuding an exquisite fragility that was utterly enchanting, leaving Chen Ming feeling as if his very soul had been pierced. At that moment, Li Chuanwan broke into a gentle laugh, remarking, after all this commotion, it is nearly time. The club activities should commence now. Let us proceed. Chen Ming slowly rose, suddenly overwhelmed by a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions. This profoundly disconcerting state of mind began to dissipate only when he stepped outside the activity room, where the cacophony from within gradually reached his ears. Li Chuanwan, walking ahead, discerned an unmistakable sense of unease. She hurried to the entrance of the activity room and was met with a barrage of raucous noise. Just as she neared the doorway, a chair was violently hurled out, accompanied by a girl's shrill cry. The photography club is merely a superfluous entity. What use do you have for the activity room? Using it for a bit longer won't cost us any flesh. At that moment, another voice, tinged with a hint of timidity, interjected, under the mediation of the student council, we have already made concessions, allocating half a day and a reasonable space for your rehearsals and the storage of props. Chapter 10. The trouble with clubs. In an effort to secure ample space for the theatrical rehearsals, she reached for another chair, intending to cast it aside. Just then, Li Chuanwan burst in with a fervent shout. Go ahead, throw another one if you dare. The previously chaotic clamor abruptly fell into a profound silence, heavy with tension. At this moment, numerous students from the Drama Academy, who had been meticulously arranging their costumes and adorning themselves with vibrant makeup, resembling ethereal phoenixes amidst the clouds, turned their heads in unison. Their cheeks were painted with rouge, and the corners of their eyes, highlighted with dramatic eyeliner, betrayed a flicker of ire. The girl who had been the most vociferous suddenly approached, confronting Li Chuanwan with a mockingly fearful tone. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Yet, in a corner, a girl engrossed in watching a drama seemed entirely out of place, as if she were not a member of either club, merely an individual seeking to partake in the theatrical performance for a few credits. The role of a waitress at the CF appeared to be nothing more than a fade. After the student council members and the advisor departed, she had come to the drama club's activity room to idly watch the proceedings. Ouyang Mingda, irritated by the clamor, found himself unable to concentrate on the romantic period drama. He lifted his gaze and immediately recognized Li Chuanwan. Her face somewhat familiar, perhaps from their encounter earlier that day. It was not until Chen Ming's profile slowly emerged from the edge of the doorframe that he recalled Li Chuanwan was indeed the girl who had accompanied Chen Ming to the CAF. Chen Ming was reluctant to involve himself in the disputes between the clubs, given he still bore an unresolved disciplinary action in the hands of the advisor. Any further trouble might jeopardize his chances of securing the prestigious scholarship. Meanwhile, Mengda, relishing in Chen Ming's discomfort, chuckled, "Do not bully her." Behind her followed a man. Witnessing Mengda intentionally deflect the blame onto himself, Chen Ming found himself compelled to act as a mediator as he stepped into the activity room. The girl who had previously been vociferously challenging suddenly took a step back. After all, like Ouyang Mengda, he possessed no genuine professional experience or literary talent in either the student council's entrepreneurial CAF or the theatrical performances. He was merely there to accumulate credits and observe the spectacle. She had witnessed Chen Ming's notorious temper in the CAF, though she was certain he would not resort to violence against a girl. In any altercation, she felt she would always be in the right. As the tension in the air thickened, Ouyang Mengde appeared somewhat exasperated. If the situation escalated further, her aim of obtaining credits would likely be thwarted. She was well aware that it was her own side that had initially violated the student council's arrangements. Thus, she coughed twice and declared, "Hello everyone, let's take a break today and skip the rehearsal. How about we go shopping? I'll cover all expenses." Hearing the affluent Ouyang's sister offered to treat them, the girls, who were already weary from rehearsing from morning until evening, eagerly began to remove their makeup. At that moment, Chen Ming had intended to explain something, but he noticed Ouyang Mengde approaching him. The girl chuckled lightly and said with a touch of resignation, "You owe me a favor. Do think carefully about how you'll repay it." Chen Ming could not evade the topic, as she had indeed stepped in to resolve his conflict moments earlier. Moreover, to prevent the drama club from persistently bothering him in the future, the student council's mediation might not suffice. Such disputes within club activities cannot be resolved in a moment. Furthermore, for the student council and the teachers who prioritize the school's reputation, a drama club with development potential that could bring honor to the institution would undoubtedly be deemed far superior to a photography club of little consequence. Gradually, they would find themselves favoring the drama club. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Ouyang Mengde, reminiscent of their childhood days, they awaited the drama club members to remove their makeup before changing into casual attire and leaving. At this moment, Chen Ming observed the photography club members seated around the table, each bearing a more sullen expression than the last. He slowly approached and took a seat on an old wooden chair beside the table. "I've just discussed this with Mengde. Such incidents shouldn't occur here again today. You all should be a bit more cheerful." Yet, the atmosphere remained thick with an odd sense of oppression. Chen Ming scanned their faces and noticed each one resembled someone who had bitten into a bitter melon. Their expressions utterly dismal. At that moment, Li Chanwan, with an unusual glint in her eyes, clapped her hands against her cheeks and forced a smile. Unbeknownst to him, she retrieved a stack of documents, resembling a folder for club activity records, and began sifting through a dusty pile within, searching for staff and club application forms. For a university that cherished the arts, the sharp decline in membership and lack of fresh blood was indeed disconcerting. It is tantamount to directly strangling their existence. At this moment, many of the members, witnessing this scene, displayed a hint of astonishment. Originally, Chen Ming believed that after enduring such conflicts, their spirits should be quite weary. He thought it prudent to grant the club members the freedom to engage in activities, as he did not wish to encroach upon their space with his own matters. Yet, to his surprise, the previously somber faces of the crowd suddenly brightened, as if the arrival of a new member felt akin to welcoming a new life into their midst, revitalizing their sense of home. At that moment, Chen Ming found himself being attended to with great care. The once dust-laden kettle in the activity room was brought forth. After boiling water, a cup of tea, albeit with a hint of dust, was prepared for him. As he gazed into the delicate cup, the contents appeared to symbolize the essence of dark culinary art, yet it was a token of goodwill from the members. He took a gentle sip, and amidst the bitterness, a subtle fragrance of tea spread across his palate. Subsequently, after inscribing his name on the application form, he turned to the others and inquired, "What activities does the club engage in? Are we to explore the art of photography next?" Chen Ming had scarcely participated in any clubs and was utterly oblivious to the renowned activities within the university's clubs. However, as he broached the subject of club activities, the previously joyful members exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly shifting to one of awkwardness. At that moment, Li Chuanwan leaned closer to him and whispered, "The photography club was ousted by the school editorial department, and now our works are no longer published in the school magazine, that we have lost our sole economic source. So let us refrain from discussing this matter for the time being." Chen Ming could only respond with an awkward chuckle. In this university, clubs resembled burgeoning enterprises, each possessing its own unique operations, and collaborations existed among various clubs. For instance, the drama club, which had previously occupied the photography club's activity room, boasted many members recognized by professional actors and had acquired relevant qualifications. They had participated in work and on-site choreography arrangements at prestigious art galleries. Naturally, this situation was primarily dictated by the school's arrangements. After all, clubs received no financial support. Their survival depended on the collective efforts of their members to develop this club. Akin to a company within the university, Even the rental of the activity room necessitated payment, and every commercial performance or product marketing event required a certain share to be paid in exchange for the school's assistance. Thus, the student council, governed by the academic administration, held the authority to allocate resources for these club activities. At this juncture, Li Chuanwan, before the members and Chen Ming, clearly shed any semblance of shyness. Aware of her position as the president of a declining club, she understood the necessity of presenting a strong front, at least not to appear despondent. With a playful tone, she remarked, "It has been ages since we held a welcome gathering for new members. Let us liven things up today." However, upon mentioning this, the faces of those seated around her remained grim. After all, even with the arrival of a newcomer, the club lacked any business or financial resources, and it seemed unlikely they could continue renting their sole activity room. The atmosphere was stifling to the utmost degree, as if the melancholy aura exuded by Li Chuanwan enveloped everything in her vicinity, plunging the surrounding environment into a profound silence and oppressive gloom. This left Chen Ming feeling quite vexed. At that moment, one of the girls, engrossed in her phone as she browsed the school forum, suddenly sighed softly. Recently, the student union's practical department has been organizing activities for a civilized school. Such formal undertakings have no appeal to freelance photographers. If only we could take charge. Indeed, photographs serve as a vital means of documenting school events. Yet within the school itself, few photographers, possessing any modicum of skill and lacking interest in this disheveled, insignificant club, would pursue the amusing happenings of the institution, capturing content related to entertainment, such as the basketball team clinching a championship or the school's dance gala. Not only could they garner attention for themselves, but they could also earn compensation for covering renowned performances. In contrast, school-organized events seldom attracted any attention. After all, they lacked financial incentives and were fraught with complications. Nevertheless, there was at least some remuneration available to sustain the normal operations of the club. At that moment, Li Chuanan unexpectedly interjected, letting out a disdainful hum, stating that such undesirable tasks would not fall upon them. For the student union sought photographers of so-called superior quality, and they had been relegated to the status of a mere, trivial club. Chapter 11. Old Flames. Li Chuanwan's words carried a distinct and biting irony. The photographers present were all individuals with a profound passion for photography, and in terms of skill, they were among the most notable in the entire school. They were true eccentrics, devoted to the art of photography and willing to sacrifice everything for it. However, unlike those ordinary photographers who chase trends like paparazzi, incessantly exploiting sensational images and fabricated stories to build their own notoriety in personal columns, each member of the photography club, camera in hand, bore the stigma of being technically inept or utterly incompetent. Consequently, the opportunities that came their way dwindled, and even their attempts to propose photographic projects to the student union were temporarily suppressed. At that moment, Chen Ming suddenly recalled the events he had encountered in the dormitory earlier that day. Could it possibly be related to the stringent crackdown on unauthorized electrical appliances and the efforts to rectify the school's ethos? He recognized the connection between these two occurrences and slowly began to articulate, "I believe I might have a solution. It shouldn't pose a problem." As Chen Ming's words left his lips, they drew the immediate attention of the photography club members. Yet, Li Chuanwan, with a decisive slap of the table, firmly declared, "You have already assisted us immensely today. We cannot continually burden you." Chen Ming chuckled lightly, then sighed, shaking his head, having just filled out the forms. "You are treating me as an outsider already. Now that I am also considered a member of the club, it is only right for me to contribute, especially since it is not particularly troublesome." After all, for him, this was indeed a rather cumbersome matter. Resolving the issue of being rejected as a photographer was quite simple. All he needed to do was reach out to the relevant person in charge, and it would likely be settled. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that among the student council members he was acquainted with, there was only one, Minister Zhou Yakin, that if the other party were to agree to this matter, it would merely require a single utterance, not a particularly daunting task. The responsibility for rectifying the school's violations concerning electrical appliances and the overall school conduct rested solely with Zhou Yakin. To alleviate any worries that these club members might harbor, he chuckled softly a few times, masking his hesitation and conjectures with a faint smile. He then gradually rose to his feet and strolled towards the school balcony. At the moment he grasped his phone, a wave of unease crept over him. Clinging to his body like a persistent parasite, he exhaled softly, then opened his phone, rummaging through the contacts folder of long-forgotten acquaintances until he located Zhou Yakin's name. His finger lingered over the illuminated screen for a few seconds before Chen Ming let out a resigned sigh and pressed down. To his astonishment, the call was swiftly connected. This made Chen Ming question whether he had indeed been relegated to a blacklist, for he still seemed to occupy a special position on her call list. He placed the phone to his ear, and Zhou Yakin's voice came through with remarkable calmness, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Chen Ming, do you need something?" The distance created by the phone's communication seemed to ease the awkwardness that typically accompanied their gaze, allowing a brief respite. As Chen Ming gazed out at the rain falling softly outside, he realized that when one seeks assistance, it is seldom possible to directly articulate their requests. There are always a few pleasantries exchanged first, after a pause of nearly 2 to 3 seconds. He suddenly found himself observing the rain outside. It felt as though he could hear a symphony of raindrops, with the sound from the window entering his left ear, while a similar gentle patter resonated in his right. Zhou Yakin appeared to be walking slowly with an umbrella, navigating through the light rain. The delicate sound of the rain heightened Chen Ming's sense of annoyance, prompting him to gently massage his temples. After exhaling slowly, the brief silence only served to render this call more awkward and irrelevant. At that moment, as Zhou Yakin prepared to end the call with a light sigh, she heard the boy hesitantly utter a seemingly inconsequential remark. "The wind is rather boisterous today. Is it raining over there?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yakin's brows furrowed slightly. She understood Chen Ming's character. He was not one to seek out trouble unnecessarily. Furthermore, they had only parted ways a few hours ago. Unless he had already boarded a high-speed train and left the city, it was implausible that the area would not be experiencing rain. Zhou Yakin realized that Chen Ming undoubtedly had something to discuss. Yet as she rifled through her mind, recalling various matters she had recently taken on, she found nothing that pertained to the young man. At that moment, she watched a plume of warm breath escape her lips, floating in the chilly autumn rain. She then questioned the boy on the other end of the line. "My preparatory party meeting begins in half an hour. If you have something to say, please do so promptly." This straightforward and to-the-point approach was, as always, remarkably effective. Since the moment Chen Ming became acquainted with her, Zhou Yakin has consistently embodied independence, characterized by a rich personalism and captivating charm. At this juncture, Chen Ming promptly remarked, "It seems that the student union's practical department is in need of a few photographers to document and report events. I have several students from the journalism department who possess commendable skills." Prior to calling Zhou Yakin, Chen Ming had already inquired about the members of the club. After all, if he wished to enlist Zhou Yakin's assistance, he needed to clarify his conditions on the other end of the line. Chen Ming's modest reputation certainly could not compel Zhou Yakin to acquiesce to his requests unconditionally, especially since they were still merely acquaintances. Naturally, Zhou Yakin was not oblivious to the information regarding Chen Ming. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "They must be members of the photography club. I will give this matter due consideration. In the coming days, I will arrange for them to interview with the student union's practical department." Zhou Yakin had previously learned about the conflict involving Qin Yuxi and Chen Ming from her advisor, and she was aware that another individual, the president of the photography club, was also entangled in the situation. It was only natural for her to connect the two, even though she remained unaware of the exact nature of the relationship between the girl and Chen Ming. However, Zhou Yakin found little inclination to ponder such matters. Her heart should have found tranquility by now, yet at this moment, she felt a certain discomfort akin to vexation. She turned her head to observe Qin Yuxi, who was surrounded by a few more girls. This dandy always seemed to attract a throng of admirers, leaving one to wonder what charm he possessed. Perhaps it was his innate gracefulness and affability, or his aristocratic demeanor, that sparked intrigue and curiosity among the girls. Yet for Zhou Yakin, this was merely a frivolous and tiresome spectacle. At that moment, she tilted her head and said, "Regarding the matter of coordinating the photography and documentation personnel that I previously entrusted to you, I shall handle it for now." Zhou Yakin had initially assigned this task to Qin Yuxi primarily because he had experience as a print model for several magazines. He was surrounded by several beautiful photographers whose professional skills were undoubtedly exceptional, and crafting a few complimentary phrases about the nation and the school would be a trivial task for them. However, now that Chen Ming sought her favor, she considered it an opportunity to repay him a kindness. She gently shook her head, stating that the photography members needed to work alongside the student union staff, and that his collection of flamboyant photographers would be somewhat distracting. In truth, Zhou Yakin had long contemplated bringing this up, as she found the makeup and style of the photographers who favored modeling to be excessively bold and garish, which clashed significantly with the student union's formal approach. This was the perfect opportunity to replace that group. At this point, Chen Yushi, displaying a hint of childishness, exclaimed, "Director, that was something I invested considerable effort into preparing. Your remarks seem rather unjust." This statement from Chen Yushi was utterly misguided. For this dandy would rather engage with various types of girls than devote much time to fulfilling the director's arrangements. It was likely that the photographers he had gathered were hastily chosen without much thought. As he turned away, the members of the club appeared to be casually engrossed in their phones. However, their gazes were, in reality, fixated on him. The peripheral glances were easily noticed by Chen Ming, who immediately broke into a smile. He then feigned nonchalance and remarked, "There's no need for concern. The matter regarding the student council has been resolved, and you should soon receive interview invitations." The budding romance between Chen Ming and the student council president, along with various rumors, were certainly familiar to the members of the photography club and those engaged in campus culture. A select few among them had already surmised that the number Chen Ming had just dialed was likely associated with Zhou Yakin, and thus, they had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the matter. In that moment, as one student called out exuberantly, laughter erupted among them, transforming the earlier silence into a lively atmosphere. Li Chanjun, resting her chin on her hand, observed the vibrant club environment and the rejuvenated members who were no longer facing the specter of unemployment. Turning to the young man, she remarked, "I truly owe you a significant favor. As the president, whatever you desire, I shall endeavor to fulfill." Chapter 12. Unwelcome visitors. Chen Ming felt a wave of discomfort. After all, the progression of events felt surreal to him, akin to a dream. Even joining the photography club seemed like a twist of fate. He truly could not fathom what requests he might make. Yet he managed a slight smile and said, "What requests could I possibly have? I merely hope for your perpetual happiness, at least as much as today." Such absurdly disingenuous words elicited a bittersweet smile from Li Chanjun, who exclaimed, "I can't handle you." Ha ha ha. The atmosphere seemed to radiate a warm, ambiguous sentiment, but suddenly Li Chanjun hesitated, biting her lips slightly. In a voice barely above a whisper, perhaps lacking confidence, she inquired, "Zhou Yakin, was she the one you spoke with just now?" A knowledgeable, gentle, and competent woman. The club members were just singing her praises, though Chen Ming suspected that the club members had discussed his phone call during the conversation. He was taken aback by how quickly they had exchanged details about the caller. With a light chuckle, he brushed it off, only to notice Li Chanjun delicately touching the ends of her hair, still damp with raindrops, as she curled them softly. She seemed hesitant, reflecting on how splendid it must be to be a mature girl like her. Indeed, it seemed he was, as that scoundrel man, Chen Yushi, had said, merely an unsophisticated rural girl. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. It appeared that Chen Yushi's seemingly casual insult was merely a trivial remark to the perpetrator. Yet it subtly influenced Li Chanjun. Just as he was preparing to soothe her emotions, another club member suddenly yanked Li Chanjun towards the center of the gathering, where they began dancing to the latest trending. At that moment, the club members erupted in cheers, chanting, "President, President, President, you are the best." Oh, however, Li Chuanwan, inherently an exceedingly uncoordinated girl, could only clumsily mimic the movements displayed on the screen, awkwardly adjusting her poses. She resembled a rusted, antiquated robot, struggling to turn its mechanical gears. Yet, the few members of the club below cheered with exuberance, their cries akin to a public execution. A wave of awkward laughter flickered across Li Chuanwan's face. At that moment, Chen Ming edged closer to a quieter spot within the crowd, carving out a space for their merriment. For Chen Ming, who generally preferred tranquility, the instant he shifted his chair backward was a turning point. Suddenly, the student who had been clinging to the minister reappeared, playfully tossing him into the fray. As the screen transitioned, the dance area video morphed into a duet featuring the two of them. Chen Ming could only internally mock himself, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems I am also destined for public execution." Following that, a new wave of participants showcased their limited talents, striving to entertain the club members. Many even dug into their own pockets to procure snacks and beverages or items necessary for games, lending the party a semblance of grandeur. With a hint of amusement, Chen Ming mused, "Perhaps this is what they call youth. I wonder what circle I had been trapped in before." Although Chen Ming was a person who cherished solitude and quiet, he began to realize that this lively atmosphere, where everyone gathered to revel, was not so disagreeable after all. Yet, Just as he was acclimatizing to and savoring this ambience, he caught a glimpse of a flickering crimson shadow that it dawned on him that the haunting specter still lingered around Li Chuanwan. Turning his head, he discovered the girl nestled in a corner near the windowsill, perusing messages on her phone, her expression tinged with seriousness. The ghostly purple aura surrounding her grew increasingly luminous and peculiar, seemingly issuing a warning of danger. Recalling the pressing matters he needed to address, Chen Ming set aside the still cool bubble tea in his hand and approached her with measured steps, a smile gracing his lips. Feigning casualness as he inquired, "You seem preoccupied. It's rare for the club to be so lively. What are you up to?" At that moment, the ethereal spirit enveloping Li Chuanwan shimmered even more brilliantly in response to his question. A halo of iridescent colors surrounded them, and Chen Ming was certain that the information she was browsing was related to the very individuals he sought. The girl appeared hesitant, yet she seemed to yearn for someone to confide in. As she replied to Chen Ming, "I have a bit of family trouble. I have a rather unruly younger brother. He used to be quite good, but for some reason, he has recently become infatuated with that sort of thing. In that rare moment, she poured forth her tangled emotions, sharing with Chen Ming a glimpse of her inner turmoil, as if he were a sounding board to alleviate her worries. Chen Ming keenly discerned amidst the chaotic messages that his younger brother seemed to be ensnared in some form of illicit gambling scheme. He persistently solicited what he termed pocket money from Li Chuanwan. Considering that his sister held a position within the organization and often engaged in various part-time jobs, thus possessing a degree of financial independence, their family was not affluent by any means. And since the younger brother had already entered society, their parents had severed his financial support. Consequently, he could only extract some value from his seemingly easy-to-bully sister. Upon hearing of these matters, Chen Ming felt a surge of anger. Yet, despite his sister's incessant lamentations about her brother's reprehensible behavior, he recognized that she was, after all, family. While it was acceptable for family to voice such grievances, external criticisms would likely provoke Li Chuanwan's ire. Unable to resort to direct insults, Chen Ming merely sighed and gazed out at the gentle rain, remarking, "There is no necessity for you to cater to his demands. That he is not a child anymore. He is already of age and should be capable of securing a respectable job in society, even without a high level of education." However, Chen Ming was acutely aware that his words were nothing but platitudes. Such motivational sentiments had likely been expressed by Li Chuanwan to her younger brother countless times before. Their parents had probably attempted to counsel him as well, yet it was the inescapable grip of that illegal underground gambling that had ultimately led him down this path of degradation. The sound of the light switch clicking broke the slightly subdued atmosphere. As the two engaged in conversation in the corner by the window, time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was nearly closing time for the activity room. After a lively afternoon, the members of the organization had their own evening plans and began to depart. At that moment, the girl who had been the most cheerful earlier, coaxing the two onto the dance floor, teasingly remarked, "Don't get too cozy now. Minister, I just received word from the student council that we have interviews for our club tomorrow. You should rest early." Chen Ming glanced at the electronic watch on his right wrist. It was around 5 in the afternoon, indeed the time of dusk. Naturally, he had his own evening commitments, and he could not afford to delay the tasks entrusted to him by the madam. It was likely that he would commence his investigation into that underground casino that very night. That he had previously heard rumors about that establishment, known for its exorbitant stakes, and shockingly, they even welcomed a portion of students to partake in such activities, an utterly unforgivable affair. Even students from relatively well-off families would find themselves wagering sums equivalent to several months' worth of living expenses in a single night. Chen Ming felt an unsettling tension and a peculiar threat gradually encroaching upon him. Li Chuanwan intended to refuse, yet the sound of the pattering rain outside reached her ears. They were the last to leave. The umbrellas provided for free in the activity room had long been taken. Moreover, the only umbrella remaining was the treasured heirloom that Chen Ming had inherited from Wang Datsai. With no valid reason to decline, she found herself strolling through the rain alongside Chen Ming. The atmosphere between the two individuals had shifted, no longer as rigid as it once was, rendering conversation nearly impossible. After exchanging trivial anecdotes about their school, they swiftly arrived at the female dormitory, only to discover an unwelcome guest lurking within. From a distance, Chen Ming sensed a wave of unease wash over him. He perceived an unsettling alteration in the vibrant pink shadow, while Li Chuanwan's expression bore an added weight of seriousness. The young man managed to force a smile and inquired, "How is the ambience in your dorm? What kind of individuals are your roommates?" However, Chen Ming initially believed that her inner turmoil might stem from the pressures exerted by her roommates. After all, cohabiting in a confined space with roommates of differing temperaments could inevitably lead to conflicts or dissatisfaction. Yet, as the ruffian approached through the rain, a sinister smile plastered on his face. Chen Ming recognized the source of Li Chuanjuan's disquiet. The intruder was her brother. Before him stood a young man with a buzz cut, his face marred by several menacing scars, exuding the essence of a societal misfit. His emaciated frame slouched as he moved, wearing a pair of shoes caked in yellowed dirt, complemented by tight-fitting pants and a cheap imitation designer belt. His discolored teeth gnawed on betel nut, and a soggy cigarette dangled from his lips. As he emerged from his shelter, the cigarette extinguished. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, sending the embers of the tobacco spiraling into the puddle, where they were promptly doused. The water reflected the youthful face, tinged with a sense of repression. At that moment, the young thug barked, "You filthy woman, I've been waiting for ages. You actually blocked me, huh? And this idiot beside you, who the hell is he?" Chapter 13. The alluring streets. This ruffian lunged forward, throwing a punch that seemed intended to bring Chen Ming crashing to the ground, a release for his pent-up rage over being blocked by his sister and deprived of money. Just then, a cold chuckle echoed as Chen Ming stepped forward, leaning in to shield Li Chuanjuan. With his left hand, he firmly grasped the assailant's fist, while his right hand maintained a steady grip on the umbrella, ensuring Li Chuanjuan remained sheltered beneath it. He then gently pushed the umbrella toward her. At that moment, a chilling and sanguine aura enveloped the young man, as the sleeves of his attire slid downward, revealing a blood-stained cuff. Beneath the bandage, a single eye suddenly opened wide, pulsating with a potent blend of madness and irrationality that surged through him. The cold rain exacerbated his increasingly warped psyche. And in that instant, Chen Ming felt an inner voice erupt as his eyelids lifted. An aged, raspy tone, reminiscent of a demon's laughter, sneered. "What purpose does this trash serve? Come on, you merely wish to deal with Li Chuanjuan's disobedient brother, right? It seems he is unwilling to take action in the realm of illusion, opting instead to harness the power of flesh and malevolent spirits to rend his adversary into shreds in the tangible world." A crimson aura was drawn forth from the nape of his neck, suggesting that the spirit was consuming the malice festering within him. The two figures nestled closely together. Chen Ming cast a gaze imbued with a hint of detachment upon the young man, who was utterly terrified by the murderous intent radiating from the boy moments ago, nearly soiling himself in fear. The young man, too frightened to even draw a breath, stumbled and fell directly into a puddle, landing squarely upon the phlegm that Chen Ming had extinguished his cigarette upon. At that moment, he ostentatiously cursed, "Damn it, you scoundrel, you've deliberately sent a man to teach me a lesson, haven to you." From the words and demeanor of his opponent, Chen Ming instantly discerned that he was nothing more than a soft target, one who feared the strong and preyed upon the weak. Without having truly engaged, he merely allowed a sliver of powerful killing intent and uncontrollable malice to emanate from the malevolent spirit within his left arm. The young man appeared utterly cowed, as if he had beheld a demon, lacking even the courage to retaliate against Chen Ming. After uttering a few empty threats, he fled in a state of disarray, and Chen Ming observed the figure scurry away like a rat fleeing from a street, vanishing behind the curtain of rain. In that instant, he felt a sensation of warmth against his back, as the young woman pressed her forehead against him, softly uttering a self-deprecating remark. "Here I am, the elder sister, reduced to a vile harlot." Chen Ming found himself at a loss for words of consolation. After all, it is difficult for a just man to resolve familial disputes. He noticed the flicker of disappointment upon Li Chuanjuan's face, realizing that the earlier joy shared within their group had been entirely dissipated by this troubling incident. With a gentle exhale, Chen Ming proceeded to update and share his personal information within the photography club's social group, including his phone number and other contact details. He endeavored to muster a reassuring smile, stating, "I have shared my contact information in the group chat. Should you encounter any distressing matters, feel free to confide in me." At that moment, Li Chuanjuan gently shook her head, revealing a smile tinged with unspoken concerns, replying, "There's no need to worry about me. I've grown accustomed to it. I'm truly sorry for the trouble my brother caused you earlier." As he watched her silhouette gradually retreat into the dormitory building, a flicker of coldness glinted in Chen Ming's eyes. He began to ponder the origins of the voice that had echoed in his mind moments ago. He gazed incredulously at his own arm, slowly pulling back his sleeve to reveal the source of the itch. There, around the eye, blood-red threads were entwined, pulsating within the engorged veins, their vibrant hue both alluring and devoid of clear color. Only the central eye, surrounded by crimson tendrils, was suffused with a sense of lifelessness and oppression. If the young man's conjecture held any truth, those voices were likely emanating from the insidious spirit lurking within his arm. Chen Ming scoffed inwardly, realizing the dire predicament. The spirit's encroachment had transcended mere physical control, seeming to invade his very soul. It was precisely the direction from which the rogue had departed. It seemed that the purple, ghostly spirit had ensnared him, accompanying him into the obscure depths. Chen Ming anxiously followed the flowing purple tendrils in the air, groping towards the unknown that he let out a soft hum. Pondering that had it not been for that spirit siphoning away the malice from within me, I might have spiraled out of control. It is best to remain tethered to that purple apparition. This was indeed the back street of the school, a potential location for the haunt of the infamous nightclub run by Mama-San. In the rear alleys of this university, various entertainment establishments congregated, including numerous adult love hotels, pachinko parlors, and gambling tables, venues decidedly unsuitable for students. Although these establishments feigned a policy of not serving students, it was merely a facade of deceit. Much like the initial target demographic of e-cigarettes was not the youth. If they were truly closed off to students, who would situate such venues in the bustling back streets of a college town? While Chen Ming could hardly be classified as a model student, he certainly was not one to squander his time frivolously. At the very least, he would not venture into this back street as dusk descended, the thoroughfare rife with adult temptations and sophisticated indulgences. Chen Ming chuckled wryly, finding the situation rather troublesome. Is this what they call engaging with society? Is the world of adulthood inherently so debauched? The back street had shaken off the constraints of academia, allowing one to shed their student identity simply by avoiding attire associated with students, such as uniforms or department garb, thus fully entering the realm of adulthood. In other words, students could immerse themselves in the vibrant chaos of adult life within this thoroughfare, a breeding ground for many unsavory gray industries. The moment Chen Ming set foot on this back street, he spotted a girl clad in a miniskirt, even in the autumn chill, donning red stilettos and glittering black stockings. She appeared somewhat naive, yet was deliberately presenting herself as mature. The youthful aura about her suggested she was likely a fresh university entrant. Yet, she seemed entirely at ease, conversing with a man who appeared to be a member of the working class. Their shoulders brushing, seemingly ready to indulge in some form of entertainment. Then he realized how starkly out of place his attire was, resembling that of a typical engineering student, utterly disconnected from the vibrant nightlife of the city. Ironically, it was this very appearance that caught the attention of a woman lingering near a storefront, exhaling wisps of delicate smoke. With her scarlet lips and softly applied maple leaf eyeshadow, she was a mature woman. Her complexion rosy, whether from blush or the flush of alcohol, it was unclear. She exuded an air of seduction and flirtation, standing at the entrance of an adult bar, smiling at Chen Ming as she beckoned. "Hey there, young man. How about a drink on me? Come over and let me have a look at you." Engaging with this alluring lady would likely ensnare him for a considerable time. Chen Ming chuckled softly, quickening his pace to escape her gaze. At that moment, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sensing that this night would not unfold peacefully. The peculiar establishment run by Mama Sang appears to materialize in a certain alley of this street come nightfall. However, Chen Ming is not yet in a position to report back to Mama Sang, as the task at hand remains unfinished. Whispers of illicit drug transactions faintly echo in the air, and a warm breath escapes his lips, mingling with the chill of the autumn wind, which bites at his already pale complexion, lending it a hint of color. With a resigned smile, he mutters, "May the Buddha bless me. Is it still timely for me to place my faith in you? Venerable one, please, let nothing untoward occur tonight." In such a cacophonous environment, Chen Ming finds himself feeling a sense of unease as a medley of discordant sounds assails his ears, drawing upon his considerable patience. He resolutely tunes them out. Gradually, he strides deeper into the dimness, where the vibrant neon lights around him seem to dim. The swaying streetlights above reveal an air of antiquity. Yet, it is within such shadowy enclaves that the roots of mischief often take hold. At this moment, Chen Ming exhales slowly, a growing sense of apprehension gnawing at him. It appears that his trial is imminent. Just as he is on high alert, he suddenly feels a hand clap upon his shoulder, causing him to tense instinctively. He whirls around, acutely aware that in such a murky setting, rife with dubious dealings, any individual could pose a threat, potentially harboring contraband or ill intent towards him. To his surprise, he finds himself face to face with Wang Datsai, sporting a shock of messy hair and clad in a leather jacket, who waves his hands in a gesture of reassurance, chuckling, "Why so tense? Is it that you've been caught engaging in unsavory activities?" Chen Ming observes the rosy hue on Wang Dazai's face, which is permeated by the strong scent of alcohol. That it seems this fellow has been indulging in revelry since the conclusion of his afternoon classes. However, it is rather unusual for someone from a well-off background, like him, to be holed up in the dormitory studying rather than gallivanting about. As Chen Ming relaxes, the previously exposed, bloodied hand, now shrouded in bandages, gradually calms down. He then releases a cold snort, casting a reproachful glance at the individual who startled him. It's nothing. I merely dropped something here this morning and came to see if I could find it. The boy's talent for deceit remains as abysmal as ever. Wang Dazai scoffs, leaning in closer and draping an arm around Chen Ming's shoulders. "You rascal, I called you several times this afternoon. But you didn't answer. Were you off with a girl?" The girl had indeed been preoccupied with a myriad of trivial matters all afternoon, and had been urged to perform on stage within her club, leaving her no time to check her phone for missed messages. Chapter 14. The best bad influence. Chen Ming is unconcerned that the mathematics teacher would penalize him for missing class. His primary aim is to divert the focus of scrutiny away from his presence in the backstreet to other matters. After concocting a few excuses to send Wang Dazai on his way, he prepares to venture into that perilous territory. Chen Ming is certain that a confrontation will likely ensue in that domain. In accordance with the earlier hallucinations or the combat within the distorted realms of illusion, the repercussions on reality are profound. It is anticipated that a group of malevolent spirits, once eradicated from this realm, will exhibit extreme aberrations. Some individuals may suddenly collapse, frothing at the mouth, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Such bizarre occurrences are hardly a boon for the average person, inevitably leaving a lasting psychological scar. At this moment, Wang Dazai seized him, exclaiming, "Oh dear, where do you think you're off to? It's a rare occasion for you to visit the back street. Previously, when I called you, you wouldn't come out for a stroll. Let me show you a good time." Yet, this is not a time for frivolity. For Chen Ming, the threat of having both his body and soul devoured by the so-called heart's demons looms large. As time progresses, both his life and spirit hang precariously in the balance. He resolved to push Wang Dazai aside and flee into obscurity. However, as he prepared to escape, a sharp pain pierced his neck, causing his breath to quicken and become labored. He felt a grotesque lump crawling across his body, and at that instant, an eye suddenly opened at the nape of his neck. A sanguine hue gushed forth, and it seemed as though Chen Ming's neck had snapped, spewing forth a torrent of crimson filth. At that moment, Chen Ming slowly turned his head, the eye sprouting from his nape, gazing towards the direction of his focus. He was assailed by the stench of blood and the ominous aura of slaughter, the scenes of a hellish purgatory and the accompanying oppressive atmosphere compelling him to curse inwardly. "Goodness, am I truly destined to be tormented in such a wretched place? I might end up as nothing more than a mangled corpse." In Chen Ming's line of sight, a pink tassel and a captivating, enchanting hue pointed towards a locale reminiscent of a prison. A colossal tower loomed beside the prison, its immense light piercing the darkness, while the black gold eyes atop the tower flickered slightly. Those eyes were stained with crimson, and on either side of the prison, massive walls rose, constructed from blood-red flesh that resembled bricks, each brick seemingly housing a distorted soul writhing in agony. They protruded grotesque visages, uttering phrases associated with gambling, urging others to continue placing bets. "I shall undoubtedly amass a fortune today. All of this belongs to me. This fellow is cheating." Cut off his hands. The faces pressed against the walls exhibited expressions of joy, rage, and sorrow, utterly devoid of humanity. While atop the mound of flesh stood a monstrous figure resembling a prison guard, wielding a sledgehammer. His visage was repugnant, adorned with currency from various nations, as if inscribed with ghastly symbols upon his body. Like a shroud, the currency clung to him from neck to toe, resembling a corpse that had clawed its way out of a coffin. His eyes writhed, reflecting images of coins as he scoured for prey, seeking to drag passers-by into this prison of inescapable torment. At this juncture, Wang Dazai turned his head, only to notice Chen Ming tilting his, oblivious to the droplets of blood emerging from his nape. He questioned suspiciously, "Do you wish to go to that place? When did you develop an affinity for such things?" Among the trifecta of malevolent entities associated with vice, to ruin a person, one must at least become ensnared by one of them. Wang Dazai found himself inadvertently entangled in the vices of gambling and debauchery, yet he possessed an innate aversion to both. By nature, he was not a man of lust. Even the most alluring streetwalkers, upon drawing near, would send shivers cascading down his spine, much less the prospect of gambling. Although he had ventured into the realm of chance on several occasions, all he had gleaned from the experience was the complete depletion of his savings. Devoid of any semblance of the thrill or excitement that others often spoke of at that moment, with a hint of admonition in his tone, he remarked to Chen Ming, "That wretched place, shrouded in foul air, is nothing but a den for bare-chested brutes hurling curses at their mothers." Wang Datsai's words jolted Chen Ming from the horrifying visions that plagued his mind in the blink of an eye. He could feel the blood clots erupting from his neck begin to trickle downward, concealed beneath his collar, thus evading detection. Chen Ming took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within his heart. It was as if he could perceive the phantoms crawling out from the wall of flesh, resembling a host of slimy creatures clinging to him, despite having encountered many malevolent spirits spurred by this ghastly essence before. He had never witnessed such a place, rife with malevolence and twisted insanity. At that moment, his countenance paled, stripped of all color, and he weakly uttered, "You speak the truth, but alas, I fear I must go there." In his state of shock, Chen Ming inadvertently divulged his intentions. Wang Datsai furrowed his brows, donning an expression akin to that of a bitter melon, seemingly baffled by the youth's audacity. As Chen Ming turned, he found Wang Datsai's face uncomfortably close, the pungent stench of alcohol wafting from him, causing Chen Ming to instinctively retreat a step. He exhaled softly, striving to suppress the earlier panic, and resignedly addressed his steadfast companion. "That place is indeed perilous. Therefore, I ought to go alone." However, upon hearing this, Wang Datsai let out a derisive snort, his brows arching high, as if he had finally gained the upper hand over Chen Ming. A trace of pride flickered across his features, no longer the target of ridicule from this otherworldly youth. With a teasing lilt, he replied, "That cursed locale operates on a membership basis. A neophyte like you, who has never even graced the gambling table, would likely find it impossible to gain entry. Yet, I am a distinguished VIP there." As Wang Datsai spoke, a clear sense of self-satisfaction emanated from him. In truth, the so-called VIP membership merely served to identify the unsuspecting sheep ripe for slaughter, assessing the wealth of their coffers. The more one lost, the more frequently they returned, and their VIP status would inevitably rise. The stakes they encountered would grow larger, for only by casting a long line could one reel in the big fish, allowing the casino to amass substantial profits. Yet, Wang Datsai, the scoundrel, not only lacked the skill of his peers but was also cursed with an abysmal fortune. In one evening, he lost what would take others weeks to squander, forsaking even his undergarments, thus rendering him a favored guest at their table, for such a plump morsel was irresistible, even to a stray dog lurking on the street. Chen Ming exhibited a palpable hesitation, for it was undoubtedly unwise to lead his defenseless companion into such perilous territory. Yet, it seemed that no alternative presented itself, compelling them to infiltrate the illicit casino. Just as he lingered in uncertainty, Wang Datsai unexpectedly clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What are you pondering? My dear brother, let me take you for a bit of fun." Wang Datsai and Chen Ming were neighbors, their families enjoying a close-knit relationship. Since childhood, they had been subjects of parental scrutiny. Despite Wang Datsai's flamboyant demeanor and his air of a ruffian, his academic performance was commendable, though not particularly astute. He excelled in rote learning, ranking among the top echelon of students, easily gaining admission to the city's finest university, which was among the top 50 nationally. In contrast, when compared to Chen Ming, a prodigy in academic pursuits, Wang Datsai felt like an infant just beginning to babble. From a young age, Chen Ming had been a standout in provincial and even national competitions, bypassing the conventional college entrance examinations, often being directly recommended to prestigious institutions. Every school vied for his presence, and had it not been for Chen Ming's laid-back nature, which dissuaded him from joining any gifted programs, he might have already been representing the national team in academic contests by his teenage years. At this moment, Wang Datsai, often scorned by parents in comparison to Chen Ming, finally found a sliver of pride in his accomplishments. He was eager to drag Chen Ming along, grinning as he urged, "Come on, let us put on a show of gambling prowess today." Chen Ming internally scoffed at the notion of being a gambling sage, muttering to himself, "A gambling sage, more like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered." However, as Wang Datsai clasped his shoulder, Chen Ming found himself unable to resist the pull, stumbling forward under the force of his friend's enthusiasm. Despite Wang Datsai's lack of intellect, his physical strength was formidable, and a sudden shove nearly sent Chen Ming sprawling to the ground. As they hurried along, before Chen Ming could disentangle himself, a sharply dressed man brushed past them, exuding an air of predatory sophistication. His bespectacled visage reminiscent of a refined beast. The briefcase he carried bore the logo of a company, Chen Yushi's family enterprise, which primarily dealt in real estate, but had diversified into various shadowy ventures. Chen Ming's gaze sharpened, tinged with an unsettling awareness. As in a fleeting moment, he perceived the briefcase contorting, revealing grotesque masses within, each emblazoned with the likenesses of various national leaders on their currency. At that instant, a sinister aura emanated from the man, and Chen Ming deduced that the briefcase likely contained large denominations, all procured from the hard-earned money of desperate gamblers. The man cast a fleeting glance at Chen Ming before abruptly moving on. Internally scoffing, another pair of naive lambs to the slaughter. It is precisely due to these inexperienced students that our usury business flourishes. At that moment, the young man pondered whether this underground gambling operation was somehow linked to Chen Yushi's family conglomerate. Indeed, after all, to replicate such endeavors in this wretched backstreet, it is likely that the proprietor of the underground gambling operation has some connections to real estate. The entire stretch of the backstreet, where the school is located, is owned and developed by the real estate company of Chen Yushi's family. As Chen Ming's mind wandered aimlessly, contemplating various thoughts, he was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of smoke that was expelled right before him. At that moment, as Wang Ducai, in a dazed state, urged Chen Ming to run forward, a man clad in a leather jacket with a corpulent flat-top haircut, cigarette dangling from his mouth, obstructed their path. The eye behind his sunglasses glinted with a predatory ferocity, reminiscent of a wolf. It is only such fierce visages that can command respect from these audacious students. Unafraid of any danger, he cast a glance at Chen Ming, a stranger in his midst, preparing to shoo them away to avert any trouble. After all, the illegal gambling and transactions in this area primarily target unsuspecting sheep to be slaughtered, and among the affluent youth. The news of 2 fat pigs arriving today had not circulated. However, he suddenly recognized another individual nearby, one whose visage was all too familiar, the most unfortunate of the fat pigs from that fateful night. Instantly, the menacing man's demeanor softened into a semblance of a smile. Young Master Wang, I've been waiting for you, like a child yearning for the stars and the moon. Chapter 15. The lavish underground casino. What surprised Chen Ming was that this seemingly fierce individual spoke with a voice imbued with a warmth akin to that of a benevolent grandfather. Yet, it was clear that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a treacherous figure who maintained a facade of friendliness while harboring malevolence behind the scenes. The faint whiff of bloodlust emanated from him, his entire being exuding an aura of brutality, as if centipedes and maggots were crawling upon him. Just a glance from Chen Ming was enough to incite a wave of nausea. It was likely that this scoundrel bore numerous criminal offenses in his past. Facing such a character, Chen Ming felt somewhat naive and inexperienced that he could distinctly feel his heart racing, the tension and anxiety clinging to him like a parasite. Goosebumps prickled his skin, yet at that moment, Wang Ducai, acting rather foolishly, shouted at the man, "What nonsense, young master. I'm not falling for that. Take me and my brother to the private room inside." This rotund man with a vicious countenance, yet a seemingly gentle voice, dared not offend this generous patron in this world, who would dare to antagonize wealth. It would be ill-advised to offend anyone, especially someone devoid of anything but money. Thus, he acquiesced repeatedly, leading the two into the establishment. Although Chen Ming yearned to resist, he had already made eye contact with the doorman, and he surmised that next time he ventured into this establishment, it would not be as effortless, with no other choice at hand. Chen Ming steeled his expression and followed him inside. As the door swung open, he was met with a scene devoid of any gambling chips or related paraphernalia. Instead, only a collection of game tokens lay haphazardly piled in barrels, the heavy scent of smoke saturating the air to the point of inducing nausea. Chen Ming surveyed the interior. Apart from a handful of youthful faces engaged in arcade games like Contra or Street Fighter, the place felt devoid of life. Most of the individuals present bore the countenances of adults, their faces rugged and unkempt, with fierce glints flickering in their eyes as they occasionally cast their scrutinizing gazes upon Chen Ming. It appeared that they, along with the grinning tiger lurking behind them, were cut from the same mold, serving as the enforcers of this domain. Amidst the multitude of predatory stares, Chen Ming's woeful expression was promptly noticed by the smiling tiger beside him. With a grin, he remarked, "Ah, this young brother must be visiting for the first time, a distinguished guest alongside young Master Wang. Our arcade is where the true treasures lie." As the conversation shifted towards him, Chen Ming pondered how to respond, yet before he could gather his thoughts, Wang Datsai interjected with a jovial reprimand. What business is it of yours? This fellow here is inexperienced. Today, I shall show him around. At that moment, the words that had lodged in Chen Ming's throat were hastily swallowed. Rather than engage in discourse with this loathsome individual, he deemed it wiser to play the role of Wang Datsai's subordinate. By aligning himself with this unknown student, he could conveniently mask his identity while observing the unfolding circumstances, thereby circumventing any unforeseen predicaments. With a reluctant smile and a nod, Chen Ming extricated himself from beneath Wang Datsai's arm and followed the smiling tiger and Wang Datsai towards the inner private room. As he turned his head, he inadvertently locked eyes with a certain thug, whose fierce gaze suggested he was no mere amateur at this juncture. Chen Ming had already reconsidered his course of action. If he were alone, he could relinquish his body to the malevolent spirit residing within his left arm, transforming into a frenzied demon. Even if he inadvertently harmed a few miscreants, they appeared to be ne'er-do-wells, likely deserving of their fate. The worst that could happen would be a reckoning in the future when various thugs might come knocking, a challenge he felt he could manage. However, he feared that any ensuing scuffle might inadvertently entangle Wang Datsai, and that would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, at this moment, fortified by his wits and the remnants of his rationality, the three of them traversed a narrow corridor illuminated by dim lights. The doors lining either side, reminiscent of living quarters, were imbued with rust and the scent of antiquity. A faint, musty odor lingered in the air, particularly pungent. Suddenly, the smiling tiger halted at one of the private room doors. Deftly unlocking the electronic mechanism, the door swung open. A wave of sanguine energy emanated from within, hinting that it might indeed be a genuine slaughterhouse. Through the tightly shut door, the dim light barely penetrated the moldy walls, revealing rusted railings that appeared both aged and coarse, while the staircase descending into the depth seemed to lead to an abyss of unfathomable darkness. After ushering the two men to the staircase, the smiling tiger turned, gesturing dismissively towards the room before slowly shutting the door. He was merely a gatekeeper, indifferent to the scenes unfolding beyond. At this juncture, Wang Datsai descended the staircase with the ease of someone well-versed in such surroundings. One could only speculate whether this oppressive atmosphere served as a torment for him. However, his peculiar nerve, which solely belonged to a fool, likely remained oblivious to such tense emotions. After taking a deep breath, Chen Ming proceeded downwards at a measured pace, feeling a slight chill as a cold breeze brushed against his cheek, like a spectral presence slithering past him. As he cast his gaze around, Chen Ming discerned the absence of any surveillance cameras or listening devices. He then turned to Wang Datsai and remarked, "It seems perilous here. Perhaps we should avoid drawing too much attention." Having already ventured into the den of thieves, Wang Datsai paid no heed to Chen Ming's words. They soon arrived at the bottom of the stairs, at a half-open door. Through the faint illumination, Chen Ming observed the opulent adornments of the door, resplendent with golden silk edges and flanked by stone-carved piccio, exuding an aura of power and affluence. Whether it was a trick of the mind, Chen Ming felt as if the piccio's eyes had suddenly shifted. A glimmer of divine light drawing near him. Startled, he looked closer, only to find everything as it should be. That moment, Wang Datsai patted one of the piccio's heads, and this creature, acutely sensitive to wealth, immediately sensed a scent akin to that of a plump pig emanating from him. The piccio's lips parted, producing a man's voice that reverberated as if from a radio, accompanied by a touch of mechanical static. "Welcome, welcome! Another esteemed guest has arrived." At this juncture, the grand double doors, crafted from what appeared to be exquisite and expensive timber, slowly revealed a narrow gap. A beguiling fragrance and blinding golden light surged forth. As the doors swung open, Chen Ming glimpsed an odd mask materializing before him. A boldly dressed bunny girl, clad in minimal attire, thong panties and sheer black stockings, nearly naked, stood behind the door's crevice. Her soft black rabbit ears gently rose above her sleek, long black hair on the side of her mask. A peculiar red heart-shaped sticker adorned the tear mole. The slightly ajar mask revealed a single pink eye, shimmering with glitter, captivating like a siren. Her lips, tinted a vibrant crimson, curled into a playful smile. Every inch of her radiated seduction, maturity, and an eccentric allure. Wang Datsai, devoid of any inclination towards lust, bluntly inquired, "Are there any more masks?" Those ostentatious trinkets. At once, two masks were presented. Chen Ming instinctively felt a resistance, yet he accepted a mask and donned it upon his face. After all, it was prudent to adhere to the customs of such gatherings. As he affixed the mask, he cast another glance at the bunny girl, searching for hidden secrets within her, apprehensive that she could, like Miss Fox, be a practitioner of some supernatural arts. As she turned. The tail at her rear, reminiscent of a peculiar toy, suddenly flicked a few times. The pointed end of the spade-shaped tail twisted. In the next moment, a standing female demon appeared, her skin a shade of purple. Veins protruding ominously. As she tilted her head, blood-red tears streamed from beneath her heart-shaped eyes. She languidly extended her tongue, upon which several blood-red needles were embedded, piercing it through. As her tongue moved, the needles grazed her face, leaving a trail of crimson marks. In a moment of astonishment, her form contorted into that of a grotesque female demon. Chen Ming feigned a fleeting glance of mere lust before swiftly averting his gaze, remaining unfazed as he stepped into the slowly opening hall. Upon merely casting his eyes around, Chen Ming was taken aback by the opulent grandeur that enveloped him. A magnificent chandelier of yellow crystal hung overhead. Its swaying, dim light casting an atmosphere of ambiguity and relaxation. Enormous tables were arranged around the hall and at its center, with vibrant chips and various peculiar objects being exchanged back and forth, resembling contraband substances. Well-dressed gentlemen and ladies in lavish robes huddled together, chuckling at the sight of the rolling dice and dark-hued chalices atop the grand gaming table. Surrounding each table were similarly adorned bunny girls or those attired to cater to the unique preferences of the patrons. Among them, a servant clad in women's attire, possessing distinctly masculine features, nestled closely against another man, embodying the allure of the adult world. They either cozied up to solitary men who ventured here alone or took their places at the dealer's table. The dealer, slipping a gold-trimmed playing card into the area tucked beneath her bosom, leaned forward towards one of the players. Subsequently, the man gradually lifted his mask, leaning in to capture the card between his lips and teeth, their noses brushing against one another in an all-too-natural manner. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. It appeared that this place was not merely a gambling den but also a haven for various illicit services of a more salacious nature. However, these were not the targets of his pursuit. It seemed that the task entrusted to him by the madam was not merely to eliminate a few guests, but rather to confront a more formidable figure, most likely the very kingpin who controlled this casino. Gazing along the tables towards the inner sanctum, he observed several impeccably dressed men in red bow-tie suits, resembling male attendants. These attendants carried briefcases, flanked by women in distinctive attire, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, they strode towards an elevator adorned with a massive golden toad decoration. They boarded the lift, ascending to heights where the notorious kingpin likely resided, a location that had previously appeared as a lighthouse within the twisted realm. That elevator presumably led to a veritable hell. Yet Chen Ming found himself without choice. He sensed his gaze fixate upon the elevator, causing the malevolent spirit within his arm to twitch once more. The crimson substance seemed on the verge of spilling forth, prompting Chen Ming to hastily tug his sleeve down to conceal the blood-stained bandage. Casting a glance to his side, he noticed Wang Datsai slowly making his way toward a nearby VIP room, where chips could be exchanged. Chen Ming sighed internally, realizing that the forthcoming events might prove troublesome. How, he wondered, could he ascend to that elevator and confront the kingpin? Chapter 16. The slot machine. As Chen Ming's thoughts began to wander, a bunny girl suddenly approached him. Above the silver tray she held, there rested a high-stemmed glass filled with an alluring and ethereal alcoholic beverage, under the soft illumination of the slightly warm light. Its hues presented a semblance of blood, hinting at a subtle menace and danger. After nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Ming pinched the base of the glass with 2 fingers and brought it closer. Weighing it in his hand, the liquid swayed, colliding against the glass, while droplets clung to its surface, cascading downward like the cold sweat trickling from behind Chen Ming's mask, each droplet falling from his forehead. As he scrutinized the bunny girl before him, he sensed a gaze emanating from her eyes, sweeping over his entire being. Assessing his demeanor and behavior, it appeared that these individuals possessed an instinctive inclination to observe and scrutinize their guests. Chen Ming's actions had likely aroused their suspicions. A man of simple attire, standing in the aisle with seemingly little interest in the gaming tables, yet surveying the surroundings, was particularly conspicuous. The multitude of piercing stares sent a shiver down Chen Ming's spine, making him acutely aware of the scrutiny he was under. Just as unease began to envelop him, Wang Datsai approached, carrying a small bag that jingled with the sound of numerous chips colliding within. With a sigh, he expressed his astonishment at discovering that the initial exchange of chips at this establishment was a staggering 100,000. Such a sum was not insignificant, while it may not be a trivial amount for Wang Dazai. For a landowner emerging from a family steeped in wealth, it seemed hardly unacceptable that it was evident that this institution was saturated with what one might term elite aristocracy. This also elucidated why this underground casino could operate with such opulence. The patrons were not merely students enrolled in this academy, but rather heirs of prominent families, and a glance around revealed that these young gentlemen were akin to a half-formed elite circle. However, such affluent offspring were but a minority. At the base of the societal pyramid, those who monopolized wealth were likewise few. Yet, Chen Ming was convinced that the casino's proprietor would not relinquish the opportunity to exploit and oppress children from other middle-class families. It was likely that usury served as the catalyst, prompting these youths to squander their fortunes here. Observing the tempestuous young gamblers at the tables, Chen Ming worried for Wang Dazai's character, anticipating that this initial stake of 100,000 would soon be entirely depleted. Nevertheless, he understood that he required time to devise a strategy to access the elevator leading to the lair of the true boss. Chen Ming exhaled softly and then inquired of Wang Dazai how long he estimated the 100,000 in chips would last. That very moment, Wang Dazai abruptly raised one of the bags. The chips within clattering together. Turned out he was carrying 2 bags, one of which was naturally intended for Chen Ming. As the youth extended his hand to catch it, a glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes as he weighed the heavy bag in his grasp. Chen Ming inquired, "Just how much did you buy? You rascal, do you truly possess such a substantial amount of liquid assets?" At that moment, Chen Ming surmised that Wang Dazai must be striving to maintain appearances. It was inconceivable that he would purchase only a minimal quantity of the most basic chips. It was likely that this scoundrel had acquired nearly tenfold the initial amount. Wang Dazai shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly conveying a sense of indifference to Chen Ming. The young man, contemplating the chips in his hands, posed another question, tinged with a hint of speculation. "Surely, you haven't misappropriated your uncle's immovable assets as collateral, have you?" The uncle referenced by Chen Ming was, of course, Wang Dazai's father. Although the landowner had humble agricultural origins, it was quite fortuitous that his land harbored precious mineral resources. The phrase "having a mine at home" aptly describes their situation, propelling the Wang family into the upper echelons of society. Nevertheless, the 3 members of the family retained a certain rustic simplicity and roughness, particularly the father. He spent money extravagantly, embarking on numerous business ventures, most of which ended in losses. His son had inherited his father's propensity for reckless spending, and it was likely that Wang Dazai had leveraged a small investment company owned by his father, securing around 1 million through the aforementioned procedures. At this moment, Wang Dazai chuckled lightly, reasoning that the money belonging to his father was not honestly earned through hard work and sweat. There was no sense of guilt in spending it. He scratched his head and tossed the chips in his hand, mused, "My old man has always been careless with money. Helping him shed these tedious burdens is hardly a bad deed." The carefree tone in his words eased Chen Ming's tension considerably. It seemed that the amount lost today would be relatively insignificant. If the casino's watchdog held Wang Dazai in such high regard, it was likely that the losses incurred that night would be substantial. However, as he grasped the chips, amounting to several 100,000, he couldn't shake the oppressive weight of money. Yet, he had little experience at the gambling tables and observed that the bets of the affluent around him likely far exceeded the value of a mere few 100,000. He estimated that several million in chips were flying about the tables, rendering his modest pile nearly inconsequential. Chen Ming resolved to feign interest, observing the various gaming tables before seeking an opportunity to discreetly ascend the elevator. Upon reaching the upper level, he was abruptly tugged by Wang Dazai, who exclaimed, "Come on, let me take you to a fun place." Chen Ming had initially intended to approach a nearby table, only to find himself led to a distant corner by Wang Dazai. As he drew closer, he discovered an array of gambling machines before him. It appeared that Wang Dazai had previously accompanied those at the tables in playing cards, only to suffer considerable losses, not only of his money, but also enduring the scorn and derision of others. At that moment, he could only bring Chen Ming to stand before these colossal gambling machines. The chips cascaded down. Vibrant, shimmering squares danced upon the peculiar surfaces of the machines. As Wang Dazai pressed the oval button in his hand, 3 frames instantly materialized, yet they bore no resemblance to one another. Consequently, the chips that had just been wagered were rendered void. Wang Datsai cursed under his breath, exclaiming in frustration, "How vexing! Has this contraption secretly altered its speed?" Chen Ming, gazing at the gambling machine before him, found himself confronted with a solitary red button. Upon pressing it, one of the three squares would halt, and he would need to press it 3 times. If the 3 patterns aligned, a doubling of his winnings awaited him. Conversely, should even one differ, all wagered chips would be forfeited. At that moment, Chen Ming's thoughts were entirely detached from the machine. He incessantly scoured the surroundings, discreetly observing the security forces stationed at various casinos. In his mind, Chen Ming mused, to enter the realm of malevolent spirits, I must personally witness an assault or a frenzied scene from the other side. A catalyst is essential. Am I to plunge directly into the world of evil spirits? He worried that in the corporeal realm, before even ascending that elevator, he would be subdued by those armed attendants. After all, in this reality, having lost the chaotic distortion of Shaozhua, he was merely an ordinary university student on the cusp of adulthood. Chen Ming seemed resolute, preparing to unleash his own distortion in a furious assault. However, his concentration shattered as a series of astonished exclamations erupted from Wang Datsai. "Ah! How can it double so much?" Turning his head, Chen Ming beheld the astonishment etched upon Wang Datsai's face. As he glanced over, he was struck by the sight of a mountain of chips that had accumulated, obscuring his shoes. At that moment, his left hand seemed to act of its own accord, manipulating the machine, while a torrent of chips cascaded into the machine with each gentle tap of his palm. Each time this left arm pressed the button, it flawlessly landed on the 3 patterns with the highest odds, yielding the most substantial rewards. In a mere quarter of an hour, Chen Ming's original sum of several 100,000 chips had surged to nearly 10 million. Rolling on the ground like a tide, while Wang Datsai marveled at Chen Ming's extraordinary luck and precision in controlling the patterns, Chen Ming himself broke into a cold sweat. He was taken aback to discover that his arm could move autonomously, bypassing the control of his cerebral faculties. As the final maximum multiplier appeared on the gambling machine, another vast pile of chips erupted forth, nearly submerging Chen Ming up to his knee. He took a step back. The commotion he stirred immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. Chen Ming noticed a bloodstain lingering above the machine and extended his right hand to wipe it clean with his sleeve. However, as he regarded his now bloodied arm, beads of cold sweat began to layer upon his forehead. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly alerted by the sight of a familiar figure approaching, adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Ah, this esteemed guest is indeed fortunate. How may I be of service to you?" In that instant, Chen Ming discerned that the man bore traces of some spectral residue. He must have had dealings with the spirit dispatched by the matron. Perhaps he was indeed the brother of Li Chanwan. At this moment, he had shed his previous disheveled appearance, donning a suit and the attire of a male attendant that was relatively respectable. Despite the underlying air of a rogue and his stooped back that made him resemble a loathsome minion, he suddenly approached with a grin, leaning closer to the young man and saying, "My lord, why didn't you mention sooner that you are a young master? How could I dare to challenge you? What is it about my sister that piqued your interest? Perhaps another day, at this juncture." Chen Ming promptly interrupted him. Although he wore a mask that concealed his features, the young man's attire remained unchanged. The other party should have recognized him. The current demeanor of the individual was in stark contrast to the arrogant swagger he had displayed upon first encountering Chen Ming. Indeed, he was nothing more than a pure opportunist, having previously told Chen Ming to vacate the space beside his sister. Now, he was chatting casually about her, seemingly intent on treating her as a mere commodity to be sold to Chen Ming. Chen Ming felt a wave of irritation wash over him, and from behind the mask, a pair of eyes as sharp as blades glared back. He then asked in a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Could you assist me in exchanging these chips for ones of greater value?" The opportunist stood there, dazed and bewildered, as if he had not heard the young man's request, his gaze fixated on Chen Ming. The youth let out a breath, then grasped a handful of chips from the ground and tossed them before him. The man extended his hands, resembling a beggar, to catch them, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "My lord, please take a moment to rest that I shall take care of this promptly." Chapter 17. The gambler's deceit upon witnessing Chen Ming's chips. Wang Datsai experienced a moment of astonishment as they multiplied several-fold in mere moments. He continuously cast his own chips into the fray, only to find himself utterly impoverished shortly thereafter. With a hint of worry etched on his face, he leaned closer to Chen Ming. The casino staff required a certain amount of time to tally the mountains of chips. At this juncture, Chen Ming retreated to a private booth for a brief respite, followed closely by Wang Datsai. They reclined on the plush crimson sofa, and just as they settled in, a knock echoed from outside the room. Chen Ming's gaze swept towards the imposing steel pole in front of the sofa as the flamboyant bunny girl gracefully entered. Approaching the pole, Chen Ming glanced at Wang Datsai, who, appearing somewhat impatient, barked at the approaching girl. "There's no need for such lowly antics here. Do take your leave." Though Wang Datsai hailed from a crude, newly wealthy background, he was straightforward and easygoing, getting along well with Chen Ming, devoid of pretentiousness. He had become the young man's finest mouthpiece. With just a glance, Wang Datsai could grasp Chen Ming's intentions. However, his recent actions had likely drawn the attention of the casino owner. While other patrons at the gambling tables began to cast their eyes in their direction, Chen Ming was certain that the casino owner, driven by the allure of money, would not allow him to escape with such a substantial sum without a fight. It appeared that Chen Ming was waiting for something. Meanwhile, Wang Datsai chuckled heartily, seemingly contemplating how to spend the share of the considerable winnings he anticipated receiving from Chen Ming. However, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a face full of anguish. "When that sum is exchanged for cash later, could I perhaps first use it to settle the accounts of my father's several companies?" Although Wang Datsai was utterly unconcerned about spending his father's money, he knew well that the familial discipline his father imposed would not spare him either. Now an adult, he still could not escape the meticulously enforced family rules that loomed over him. He sought to avoid the reprimands of his father, a man of peasant origin with strength akin to that of a raging bull at this moment. Wang Datsai was slowly counting the myriad mischiefs he had indulged in with his father's funds. Meanwhile, Chen Ming took a deep breath, sensing a figure gradually approaching. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of a well-dressed middle-aged man, unmasked, entering the room. That a faint scent of blood lingered about him as he slowly removed his black velvet gloves. Revealing a hand marred by scars, the man extended his hand, and Chen Ming rose to shake it. With a smile, the man seated himself across from Chen Ming, who, upon looking up, recognized the familiar face he had seen outside the casino. The suave rogue, with a hint of mirth, remarked, "You truly are remarkable. I never imagined you could empty one of our gambling machines in just a few breaths." Chen Ming was uncertain of the man's background. Yet he sensed an ominous intent. The memory of that monstrous briefcase, filled with blood-soaked tendrils and cash, flashed vividly in his mind. At this moment, Wang Datsai glanced at the impeccably dressed man, seemingly oblivious to his presence, treating him as merely a tedious staff member, and leaned back into the sofa, lost in his thoughts. Chen Ming could feel the man's gaze settling upon him. More specifically, it seemed to drift toward his left arm. As if he had noticed something. In an effort to divert his attention, Chen Ming smiled and said, "My luck has merely improved a bit. I happened to press a few buttons and got the 3 highest payout symbols." A peculiar smile broke across the man's unmasked, scruffy face. Although it appeared to be nothing more than a professional facade, it seemed to convey a hint of disdain for Chen Ming. Clearly, the youth's somewhat immature deception skills warranted refinement. Nevertheless, given that Chen Ming possessed nearly 10 million in chips, having effectively emptied an entire machine, this man, who resembled a casino official, would naturally refrain from inciting displeasure in such a valuable patron. Observing the man's demeanor and speech, as well as his evident discomfort in the casino environment, it was apparent that the youth was not a seasoned gambler familiar with such machines. The suave rogue, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, now sought to probe Chen Ming further. The man chuckled and said, "This indicates that your luck is indeed quite favorable. Would you be interested in playing a few rounds with me?" The suave rogue, aware that the machines in his family's casino had been tampered with, recognized that patrons might inadvertently miss the opportunity to hit the optimal patterns. Yet, before him sat a young man who, while appearing distracted and surveying his surroundings, had flawlessly unraveled the scheme behind the gambling machine. Either he was a prodigy well-versed in the intricacies of gambling machines, or he had colluded with the staff behind the scenes. Regardless of the circumstances, for the genteel rogue known as the bespectacled man, his singular objective was to extract the winnings from his opponent. Chen Ming initially contemplated a refusal. However, he was acutely aware that denying the demands of the refined man before him would undoubtedly result in a plethora of obstructions. Excuses could arise, such as the inability to exchange chips or the unavailability of sufficient liquid cash. The man might retort, "What? You see cash on the table, but the rest belongs to other patrons who have pledged it here. We have no authority to reallocate it." Such evasive responses would render it impossible for Chen Ming to reclaim his entire winnings. It was not Chen Ming's intention to leave with the substantial sum. His true aim was to engage with the formidable figure at this establishment. In that moment, he appeared devoid of trepidation or concern, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a light chuckle, the youthful voice declared, "Of course, I am curious to see if tonight's fortune can extend a bit longer." The man seated opposite Chen Ming let out a hearty laugh, a glimmer of barely perceptible disdain flickering in his gaze. Props, staff, machines, or serving attendants. Upon hearing the term fortune, he immediately envisioned a particular card game. With his leg crossed, the genteel rogue inquired, "Speaking of good fortune, what do you think of the game Donyo?" Having previously observed the youth, the bespectacled man surmised that Chen Ming was likely unaware of the intricate rules governing certain gambling games. To ensnare him, he proposed Donyo, a game requiring merely 5 cards to form a hand. With stakes and odds that were exceedingly high, this would not only entice Chen Ming, but also facilitate the swift resolution of the substantial losses incurred by the casino at the hands of this formidable opponent. Chen Ming exhaled inwardly. While he possessed scant knowledge of the rules at the card table, he was somewhat acquainted with games like Texas Hold'em, Pao Huzi, and Wu Shike. Although he had heard of them, he was utterly unversed in practical play. Donyo was among the more widely recognized card games, akin to Do Di Zhu. From his father and those boisterous acquaintances, he had gleaned a modicum of understanding. His limited experiences had been merely casual rounds with a few relatives, devoid of any substantial financial stakes, serving merely as entertainment. At the very least, he was familiar with the rules, ensuring he would not flounder blindly and expose his hand. Yet, even now, Chen Ming felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly given that the previous gambling machine had been manipulated by a malevolent spirit with extraordinary observational prowess and speed. Extracting wealth from that machine had been a trivial endeavor. However, the genteel rogue before him and the hand of 5 Donyo cards in his possession were enigmas, shrouded in uncertainty, instilling a sense of unease within Chen Ming. The bespectacled rogue adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled heartily, remarking, "Your readiness to agree so readily suggests that today will indeed yield great profits." Ha ha ha. In that moment, an aluminum table coated in gold began to rise slowly from the ground, above the gambling table. Positioned to the side, a square grid was formed, from which a pile of playing cards was protruding. At this moment, as Chen Ming gazed at the unfolding scene before him, a strikingly bold and flamboyant croupier was half-squatting nearby. Chen Ming shifted slightly to the side and took a seat opposite the man with gold-rimmed glasses. At that instant, another dealer bowed to the 2 players, placing her hands at her abdomen, standing before them with the poise of a ceremonial attendant. As the door to the private room slowly closed, a tense and oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the air, accompanied by a scent that seemed to soothe frayed nerves. The aroma carried a peculiar and intoxicating hint of perfume. Chen Ming was certain that among these fragrances, there lingered traces of certain chemical substances designed to relax the gamblers' minds and bodies, or to incite an irrational frenzy, compelling them to squander their fortunes under the influence of the drugs wafting through the air. In an effort to shield himself from such intoxicating distractions, Chen Ming felt a tremor in his left arm, a peculiar surge of vitality coursing through his blood and flesh, granting him a momentary defensive strength. The faint scent of blood and an unusual resistance seemed to emanate from him, casting an enigmatic aura that elicited a sense of unease in the man with the gold-rimmed glasses before him. If he had previously perceived Chen Ming as a naive youth unafraid of the tiger, ready to engage in his gambling game, now he confronted a different entity altogether, one that exuded the maturity and shrewdness of a seasoned man, subtly radiating the oppressive presence unique to those in positions of power and reverence. That it felt as though a different soul had taken residence within, infusing the atmosphere with a chilling aura. However, being a veteran accustomed to various high-stakes scenarios, he had seen many titans of politics and business lose everything before him. Faced with this suddenly imposing young man, he merely felt a fleeting discomfort before a smile returned to his face. With a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, he directed his gaze towards the croupier, who was dutifully attending to the game, and said, "Deal the cards. I believe our esteemed guest can hardly wait." In the casino, the rules dictate that in order to maintain the illusion of fairness, dealers are generally not permitted to touch the cards directly. At that moment, the croupier unexpectedly produced a long, sleek rod, its surface glossy and black, from her position at the side. She then stepped back slightly, resting the magnetized tip against the stack of cards crafted from pure financial materials. Subsequently, she pushed the cards toward Chen Ming and the bespectacled man, who, with a hint of a smile, remarked, "Let us consider this round a warm-up, With an initial stake of 10,000, shall we escalate the stakes from here? The multiplier is twofold. Chapter 18. The pricey wager. Chen Ming understood this method of play. The dealer would distribute the playing cards to the gamblers, pushing each card forward. With every card dealt, they could double their original chips. That is, they pushed more chips into the pot. The stakes would multiply exponentially, resulting in a potential explosion of their initial wager by several times. However, with each subsequent wager, the cards dealt to oneself present yet another enigma. Various casinos strategically distribute several cards to gamblers, enabling them to form desirable points or achieve whole numbers, thereby cultivating an illusion of exceptional luck. Then, when the opponent raises the stakes to the maximum chips, covert manipulations ensue, introducing undesirable cards to compel the adversary to forfeit all their chips. After taking a deep breath, the lingering essence of the soul within the youth began to influence Chen Ming's demeanor and actions. Chen Ming exhibited not a trace of trepidation, on the contrary. He wore a hint of arrogant amusement as he remarked, "Warm up. This is no child's play. The initial stake should be at least 1 million for it to be worthwhile." Wang Datsai's gambling funds had long been depleted at that gambling machine, rendering him unable to participate in the current game. Meanwhile, Wang Datsai, utterly disinterested, reclined languidly, resembling Guyu in his ease and boredom. Yet, he was instantly startled into an upright position by Chen Ming's bold proclamation. His lips twitched as he gazed at his suddenly audacious companion, exclaiming, "Wow! With just 100,000, one could purchase an unrenovated apartment in the city's second ring. When did you become so brazen?" The bespectacled gentleman with golden-rimmed glasses furrowed his brow upon hearing the youth's words. He recalled previously instructing the staff backstage to disperse a calming powder and mist into the air. After all, the youth before him was merely a novice at the gambling table, and the intent was to alleviate his anxiety. Additionally, it was to prevent the youth from becoming irate over potential losses, thereby disinclining him to continue the game. However, the situation appeared to be quite the opposite. The youth seemed to have suddenly imbibed a stimulant, brimming with enthusiasm, as he escalated his proposed initial stake by a staggering hundredfold. The refined gentleman contemplated two possibilities. Either the youth truly possessed remarkable skills, adept at reading the game and the cards, or he was a naive neophyte seeking mere amusement without a shred of experience. Given his prior observations, the gentleman leaned toward the latter. He burst into hearty laughter, extending his arms wide as if to warmly welcome Chen Ming, exclaiming, "This young master wishes to play. How could I not extend the hospitality of the house? Of course, I must ensure you enjoy your experience to the fullest." Subsequently, the man clapped his hands once more, and several elegantly adorned ladies approached, bearing silver trays laden with meticulously arranged stacks of chips resembling towering heaps. They half-squatted beside the two men, remaining motionless like human tables. The gentleman, with a slow and deliberate motion, reached toward the silver tray of chips, grasping a handful and placing them directly onto the table. The chips scattered chaotically across its surface. At that moment, Wang Dots cast a glance and noticed the chips bore the number 1, followed by numerous zeros, estimating this small chip is equivalent to a sum of 100,000 in cash. These dozen or so chips are carelessly scattered across the table, and if exchanged for banknotes of 100 denomination, they would amount to a considerable bundle, a vivid display of crimson. At this moment, the suave yet unscrupulous man spread his hand, gesturing toward another lady who remained half-crouched nearby. "Please, my dear, a small stack represents 1,000,000 in chips. Your tray has been meticulously calculated. Precisely 10 stacks, a total of 10 million. Chen Ming's gaze swept over, yet the weight of the chips on the silver tray felt heavier than mountains. However, with the soul's control and stimulation coursing through his left arm, Chen Ming too extended his hand, allowing a handful of chips to tumble down. He then casually spread them across the table, as if he were grasping not chips convertible into bundles of cash, but rather a few weightless children's toys. At that moment, Chen Ming felt a slight discomfort in his nerves, a fleeting pang of pain. Yet, to withstand the effects of the sleep-inducing dust and mist in the air, he could not allow this soul to escape his corporeal form. The voice of the youth still carried a trace of innocence and youthful intonation, yet it subtly revealed an unexpected shrewdness that left the suave, bespectacled man momentarily taken aback. "What are you waiting for? Deal the cards." The suave rogue still believed that Chen Ming was merely posturing. Perhaps the latter was simply enjoying a stroke of luck today, having won a few rounds at the gambling machine, leading to his current state of irrational exuberance. With a hint of amusement, the suave man watched as the dark metallic rod was slowly pushed forward. The card beneath, framed in pure gold, possessed a peculiar resilience. At this moment, the suave rogue pressed down on the card with a single hand, slightly bending one edge, then glanced at the card before chuckling softly. Pass. Chen Ming too muttered a quiet pass. Yet what struck the bespectacled man as odd was that throughout the game, Chen Ming maintained a relaxed posture, legs crossed, eyes closed. Currently, 3 cards lay on his table, yet the opponent had not even glanced at the numbers on them. The 3 cards remained flat on the table, showing no sign of curvature at this moment. The suave man internally scoffed, thinking, truly a young man with audacious bravery. However, even if you were to see the cards, in the end, you would still lose everything. It would make no difference. Slowly, the suave rogue allowed his fingers to brush against the gilded card before him, aiming to mislead Chen Ming into believing his luck was terribly poor. Although indeed, these 3 cards did not form a whole number, indicating that the next 2 cards held risk. If luck were not on his side, he might end up with no points at all. Essentially a bust. In the game of Donyo, 3 cards must combine to form a total of 10, with J, Q, and K representing 10 points. Thus, combinations of 127, 145, or 28J are required, as these 3 sets of numbers sum to 10. The other 2 cards are combined to assess the value based on the unit's digit, determining the rank of the hand. For instance, 23 equates to a rank of 5, and similarly, 78 also represents a rank of 5. In contrast, 2J signifies a rank of 2, while JK denotes the highest rank, often referred to as Nyo or Nyo10.at. This moment, the refined but morally dubious bespectacled man holds a hand of 1J6, comprising 3 cards that cannot form a complete 10. This implies that should the next 2 cards fail to yield a whole number, the man would possess no rank and must rely solely on the highest card in hand. Despite the evident inadequacy of his hand, the hesitation and speculation displayed by the refined bespectacled man are merely superficial, a facade to deceive his opponent. After all, the subsequent cards dealt, whether from the dealer or a machine at the table, would facilitate his underhanded tactics. At this juncture, the refined rogue, as if summoning great resolve, extended a hand decisively, grasping 2 stacks of chips and placing them upon his table. With a soft chuckle, he doubled the bet. The stakes soared to 3 million. Would you call, or choose to fold? Should the youth opt to fold at this moment, he would merely forfeit 1 million in chips to his opponent. However, should he choose to call, he must contribute an additional 2 million. A loss in this wager would result in his opponent claiming a total of 6 million in chips from the table. Yet, at this moment, Chen Ming radiated an unsettling intensity. As if transformed into another being, he forcefully placed his hand upon the silver tray, causing the bunny girl supporting it to stagger, almost losing her grip. Subsequently, the youth seized a handful of chips, scattering them before him, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he called. The cards were to be dealt. Witnessing the youth's audacity, the refined bespectacled man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, unable to suppress a grin as he exclaimed, "This young master truly possesses audacity. Ha ha ha. I relish this." However, with a countenance darkened by an ominous shadow and a hint of malice, Chen Ming took a step forward, resting one hand on his knee, and barked, "Silence. Your voice is becoming rather bothersome." Faced with Chen Ming's sudden transformation, the refined rogue visibly stiffened, yet the veneer of his professional smile remained plastered on his face. Nevertheless, even as his expression hardened, he continued to apologize profusely. "You are absolutely right. I shall remain silent. I shall remain silent." As the ebony command stick pushed forth another card adorned with gold trim, the refined rogue unfolded it. Glancing at its face, to his surprise, it was a 3, thus rendering his 4 cards as 1J63, which conveniently formed a total of 10. Now, all he needed was any one of the J, Q, or K to secure the highest hand, ensuring victory. Furthermore, the bespectacled man was well aware that his next card would undoubtedly be a K. Moreover, he had gleaned insight into his opponent's cards through a hidden wireless earpiece concealed beneath his hair. Relayed discreetly by the dealer, the 4 cards are Q451.at. This moment, the cultured rogue, smirking inwardly, had originally anticipated that you would discern the cards and prepared to offer you a glimmer of hope for victory. However, your demeanor was nothing short of nonchalant. Damn. On the table before Chen Ming, the 4 cards could similarly be combined with 145 to form a perfect 10, accompanied by AQ. Naturally, the next card from the opponent was also within the cunning calculations of the bespectacled gentleman. It would be a 9. Although a 9 is indeed a formidable number, it pales in comparison to a pair of bulls. As the gilded cards were laid once more before the 2, The 5 cards were now complete. Suddenly, Chen Ming reached out, pinching the silver tray between 2 fingers, and abruptly dumped all 10 million chips onto his table. The chips scattered chaotically, obscuring the 5 cards beneath. With a hint of mischief in his smile, the young man rasped, "All in, a total of 10 million. The cultured rogue, initially intending to reveal his final card to ascertain whether it was AK, let out a cold laugh upon witnessing the other's audacity. He gestured nonchalantly, prompting the maid to place an entire silver tray upon the table. Just as he began to find this gambling endeavor somewhat tedious, a sudden chill swept across his face. The man was taken aback, his eyes widening as an unsettling emotion surged within him, prompting him to dismiss any thoughts of boredom. That he then chuckled wryly. Youngsters are ultimately too naive. The saying "a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers" seems to apply to you. My apologies. A pair of bulls. Before him, the youth emitted a mocking, chilling laugh, realizing that something might be amiss. The cultured rogue unveiled his cards, revealing a 9. Had the cards been swapped? Chapter 19. The disgraced man. The bespectacled gentleman's gaze betrayed a hint of disbelief as he fixedly stared at his final card. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the dealer, who, upon seeing the 9, appeared equally startled, her face registering a flicker of terror. The girl, who bore a hint of fear upon her countenance, understood the severe consequences of disregarding the orders of the officials and secretly swapping cards. The fate that awaited her was likely to be sold into some nefarious establishment as a tool for the gratification of men, or to vanish into some valley after losing her utility. After all, they were merely pawns, captured and exploited, devoid of family and support. Yet, this revelation provided the cultured rogue with crucial information. The dealer was undoubtedly following his directives and distributing the playing cards. Had the opponent resorted to underhanded tactics? Had they, in some fleeting moment, exchanged 2 cards? However, observing the pile of chips strewn across the playing cards, there was no indication of any movement. The opponent's 5 cards had shown no signs of being tampered with. Furthermore, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to cheat so swiftly under one's very nose. Perhaps it was merely a minor malfunction of the machine, resulting in an erroneous card being dealt. Just as the bespectacled gentleman pondered his course of action, Wang Dazai, seated nearby, noticed the 9 and the cultured rogue slowly revealing his 4 cards. His eyes widened, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Ming. Goodness, that's an astonishingly large stake, worth 10 million. Are we really going to let it slip away just like that? Chen Ming, seemingly unimpressed by the exaggerated outburst of Wang Dazai, displayed a hint of displeasure. Nonchalantly, he swept all the chips off the 5 cards. As he flipped over the first card, the bespectacled gentleman adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. As he had anticipated, the first 4 cards of his opponent matched precisely with the information he had received through his earpiece. Q451. However, just as the youth's hand hovered over the last card, it suddenly halted. At that moment, the refined gentleman raised his gaze, fixating on the still smirking boy before him, and snorted coldly. "Do you know what this card is? Do I really need to reveal it to you?" The boy's words sent a jolt through the gentleman's heart. Could it be that this young man had already grasped the unspoken rules of the gaming table? No, that was impossible. He was merely an inexperienced novice, a foolish boy putting on airs. He was supposed to be a mere plaything for the gentleman's amusement. Yet now he felt an unexpected tension. Nevertheless, the man's face betrayed no signs of anxiety. He merely chuckled softly and shook his head, even though he suspected that the card in question might be the K that had been switched. He continued to feign ignorance, saying, 10 million is no small sum, my dear fellow. Your chances of winning are rather slim. Chen Ming scoffed lightly. The gentleman's pretentious act might deceive others, but within the depths of the boy's soul lay a shrewd and ruthless essence. This youthful spirit relished witnessing the opponent's hubris crumble into abject defeat. With a flick of his fingers, the final card was revealed, a king of spades. Leaning back, Chen Ming snapped his fingers towards the bunny girl on his left. She, understanding the cue, stood up gracefully, bending slightly to gather all the chips and place them onto Chen Ming's silver tray. The bespectacled gentleman, his brow slightly furrowed and a flicker of irritation on his face, awaited the voice from his earpiece. He noticed no unusual actions from the boy, rendering him unable to catch any hint of cheating. That it felt as if the previous incident had merely been a mechanical error or a dealer's mishap. At this moment, the gentleman realized the first round had concluded and exhaled a sigh of resignation, muttering with a trace of annoyance, "Your luck at the table is truly remarkable. I never expected to lose such a substantial hand. Perhaps tonight, the goddess of victory is favoring you." Shall we play another round? Meanwhile, Wang Datsai had become increasingly restless, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement as he observed the pile of chips being transferred towards Chen Ming. Stunned, he rushed over and seized Chen Ming's sleeve, exuberantly shouting, "This is a whopping 20 million. My father's mining operation took a month to earn this much. We've hit the jackpot. Cease your actions." At this moment, the refined gentleman with glasses observed Wang Datsai's maneuver, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. The other party had already extracted a substantial sum of 10 million from him. And if he were to let them escape now, the casino would undoubtedly incur a significant loss. The youth, exuding an air of hostility, let out a light chuckle, questioning the urgency to leave. "Let us deal the cards." Another round, the gentleman, a slight smile gracing his lips, had encountered numerous gamblers who, having tasted a modicum of success, would audaciously demand more. The earlier win was merely a stroke of luck or perhaps a malfunction of the machine. In the next round, such fortune would not favor him again. With an enigmatic smile playing on his lips, the gentleman proclaimed, "True men possess both courage and cunning." An initial stake of 1 million. At this moment, several million chips were gradually pushed through the door's crack. The bunny girl beside him swiftly caught them, just as the gentleman prepared to place the 1 million chips before him. Chen Ming directly tossed 5 bundles onto the table, declaring an initial stake of 5 million. As a cadre of a casino, are you so timid as to shy away from such a wager? Provoked and ridiculed by Chen Ming, the gentleman's temples throbbed with visible veins, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, anger clouding his judgment. Yet, he still wore a smile befitting a refined scoundrel. What nonsense. Of course, we must play to our heart's content that I call. Wang Datsai gazed at the table, where the initial stake of 10 million loomed large, feeling his head spin. Fortunately, the chips were merely round, plastic tokens resembling coins. Had they been real money, even a mere glance would induce a sense of vertigo. As the gold-trimmed playing cards were continually pushed forward, the gentleman seemed to be in a standoff, not even bothering to glance at the 3 cards laid out before him. However, the voice in his earpiece had already informed him that his cards were 2J8, forming a total of 10. In an effort to avoid the infinitesimal chance of a card error, he resolved not to afford Chen Ming the opportunity to reach an integer, thereby leaving him with no advantageous hand. As the 3 cards were dealt, and he awaited Chen Ming's response, the youth let out a soft sigh, expressing his boredom as he declared, "I raised 3 times. All in." At that moment, 15 million chips piled up before the youth, and the stack of 20 million chips loomed like a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. The gentleman, witnessing the youth's nonchalant demeanor and bored expression, felt his anger bubbling within, akin to a volcano erupting from the depths of the sea. With magma bubbles rising one after another, he ground his teeth in silent fury, cursing inwardly, "Lucky little bastard. Don't get too carried away." At this juncture, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his facade of refinement, erupting with an expletive, "Damn it. Call. Today, I shall uncover the tricks this little brat is playing." Observing the increasingly agitated individual before him, the gentleman initially intended to treat the youth as a fat pig to be slaughtered. Now, however, he found himself in the role of the prey, with a hint of a smug grin reappearing on his face. Chen Ming lifted his leg, and subsequently seized the high-stemmed glass filled with alcohol that rested beside him. He took a hearty gulp, only to immediately expel it with a loud retch, spraying the face of the nearby bunny girl. Was such cheap industrial alcohol really suitable for entertaining guests? Yet, the bunny girl, subjected to this humiliation, displayed no sign of dissatisfaction on her countenance. Nor did she dare to use her arms or a towel to wipe away the mixture of spit and alcohol from her face. Observing Chen Ming, who resembled a lunatic, Wang Datsai felt that the youth seemed somewhat unhinged. The dust and aerosol he had inhaled began to take effect, leaving him with a hazy mind and an undercurrent of unease. Gritting his teeth, Wang Datsai gazed at the mountain of chips and addressed Chen Ming, saying, "You seem unwell. It is my fault. I should not have dragged you to this dreadful place. We shall forfeit this money. Let us leave." However, just as Wang Datsai rose to his feet, the 2 adversaries shouted in unison, "Sit down." Thus, the 2 lunatics continued to stare at each other with wide eyes, both adorned with a semblance of manic laughter. Yet, unlike Chen Ming's composed demeanor, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the bespectacled gentleman. His feigned composure appeared on the verge of collapse, while the voices in his earpiece persistently confirmed the cards held by both parties. At that moment, the dealer slowly pushed 2 more playing cards towards them, yet neither side dared to glance at their own cards. Not a single crease marred the surface above. Suddenly, the youth thrust his pinky into his nostril, dislodging a clump of green, viscous substance that, propelled by his finger's movement, splattered onto the rim of the bespectacled gentleman's glasses. The young man chuckled and inquired, "This amount of money is utterly insufficient. I assent it, though I no longer possess any capital that you do offer lending services here, correct? What is the maximum I may borrow?" Upon hearing the youth's remarks, the bespectacled gentleman felt no thrill of having caught a fish on the line. Instead, he was filled with a sense of trepidation that he proceeded to explain the usury business, stating that they would assess the borrower's financial situation, allowing for loans up to 10 times the principal. As he prepared to elaborate on the repayment terms and various stipulations, the industrial alcohol lodged in Chen Ming's throat caused him to cough violently, abruptly interrupting the man's discourse. "So, I can borrow a full 200 million. Correct?" Upon hearing this figure, the bespectacled gentleman stood frozen in astonishment. 200 million was enough to purchase a substantial portion of the casino. Gradually, he removed his outer coat, revealing a thoroughly soaked white shirt. As he loosened his tie, a sense of agitation and oppression brewed within him. At that moment, the bunny girl, perceiving the bespectacled gentleman's impulsive demeanor, slowly rose from her half-squatting position and leaned in to whisper, "The funds and chips you can access have already reached their limit." Before she could finish her sentence, the bespectacled gentleman slapped her across the face. Blood trickled from her nostrils, staining her visage crimson. A refined yet sinister-looking man, adorned with a cold, menacing smile, mockingly exclaimed, "You've certainly got some guts. I'm in. If you lose this wager at the casino, prepare to be a lifelong slave. I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons." Chapter 20. The Devil's Welcoming Ceremony. At that moment, the man's earpiece crackled with the shouts and curses of other staff members. In a fit of rage, he yanked out his entire head of hair, along with the earpiece, and hurled it towards the drowsy Wang Dazai, striking him squarely on the forehead and creating a comical red envelope. Wang Dazai collapsed into unconsciousness, sprawled upon the crimson sofa. Just as the man lost all semblance of reason, a chilling gust of wind swept across his face that he paused, momentarily stunned. Yet he was acutely aware that the final 2 cards revealed his hand as a 74, perfectly forming a bull 1. In contrast, Chen Ming held a K3, and with his previous 3 cards totaling 185, he could not possibly form a bull. Victory was undeniably his. He laughed maniacally, though a twinge of unease gnawed at him as he turned over his last card, which indeed confirmed his expectation of a 4. Had his opponent exchanged this 4, Chen Ming would have been able to form a bull. Even with the card exchange, he would still emerge as the bull. Securing his triumph, the outcome of this match was beyond doubt. The man, consumed by madness, exhaled in relief. Reclining on the sofa, he derided, "Your luck has run out, you little brat." Yet, as he taunted, Chen Ming remained inscrutable, an eerie smile playing on his lips, as if he were mocking the man like a fool. The refined man, sensing something amiss, trembled as he reached for his 4 cards, slowly unveiling them one by one, his heart sinking with each revelation. 185K. The opponent's initial 4 cards had been exchanged for his own, and disbelief seeped from his lips as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible." His gaze gradually shifted toward Chen Ming, who was revealing his cards. One by one, the 5 cards unfolded. The final card remained unchanged, yet the initial 4 had been exchanged. Chen Ming seemed to be intentionally provoking the refined man, toying with him. Now, Chen Ming's hand showcased a 2J873, able bull, a grand slam. The man had lost, utterly and completely. At that moment, the glasses, speckled with remnants of nasal mucus, trembled slightly, his eyes wide with horror, fixated on Chen Ming. The next instant, he reached toward the bulging area on his right side, retrieving a pistol. The matte black muzzle was aimed squarely at Chen Ming's forehead. In the following heartbeat, a crisp gunshot rang out, and a man collapsed into a pool of blood. Chen Ming wore a faint, resigned smile as he regarded the man, whose temple had been pierced. With unblinking eyes staring blankly ahead, he sighed. Engaging with such an individual is dreadfully tedious. Subsequently, the youth's gaze drifted toward a nearby bunny girl. The gun-wielding girl bore 2 crimson streaks beneath her nose. In that moment, her visage shifted eerily, momentarily adopting the countenance of a seductive demoness before swiftly fading away. The bunny girl, serving like a slave beside him, appeared to hold a higher status in this gambling den than the refined yet twisted man before her, possessing the authority to eliminate him without hesitation. She was, in truth, the individual with the most influence concealed within this room. A faint smile grazed her blood-stained cheek as she turned to the man who had just won his wager, saying, "Sir, our esteemed boss wishes to meet you." Before the youth stood a creature whose visage was marred with blood, its skin a shade of deep purple, exuding an eerie, seductive aura along with a chilling murderous intent akin to that of a demon. The attire of the bunny girl began to contort and shift, revealing blood-red veins that slowly emerged from her discolored flesh. Above, the writhing, sanguine tendrils flailed freely in the air, leaving behind moist, crimson streaks. Yet, at this moment, the bloodthirsty enchantress's gaze radiated a fierce intent to kill, as she lunged forward like a blood-sucking reptile. With a cold, mocking laughter, she taunted, "But did the boss not say just one head? Or perhaps a leg?" The young man deftly sidestepped, causing the mass of flesh to crash into the wall, resembling a meat pie as it extricated itself from the fractured surface. Slowly, the youth began to roll up his sleeves. Layers of damp, blood-red gauze cascading down his arms. His eyes, now veined with blood, pulsed with fiery patterns across his body. A singular, large eye emerged from his chest as he tore open his upper garments. A hoarse, guttural roar, reminiscent of a demon, escaped his throat, exclaiming, "Finally, it is becoming somewhat interesting. At least let life be tinged with a hint of blood." The cramped space became even more constricted as the previously evaded enchantress charged forth once more. Her writhing tendrils ensnared the young man, binding him as if he were caught in the clutches of an octopus. The gelatinous mass slowly split apart, revealing a fully naked succubus, maintaining the form of a youthful maiden. Her face, smeared with dark, purplish blood, twisted as she emerged from the fleshy amalgamation. Her bare body undulated, drawn towards the tendrils, as though two beings were on the verge of embracing within a grotesque entanglement. The alluring figure smiled, saying, "I long to be loved. Shall we reach our climax together?" However, at that moment, as the demon's face flushed with excitement and madness, a bloodied left hand reached out to grasp her head. Yanking fiercely, the spine contorted, transforming into a chainsaw-like apparatus, slicing through the writhing mass before him with a cacophony of cracking bones. The skeletal structure shattered. The makeshift chainsaw malfunctioned, discarded amidst the sanguine mist and remnants of flesh. The head, still dangling from his left arm, writhed and licked the young man's fingers, savoring the essence of the strong one to whom it belonged. Yet, annoyance washed over Chen Ming as he swiftly crushed the skull in his grasp. The metallic scent of blood flooding his nostrils. At this moment, the surrounding scene was a surreal kaleidoscope of shifting images. Chen Ming sat beside a table piled high with chips, while before him lay a gentleman of dubious character, unconscious and frothing at the mouth, seemingly unfazed by the gunshot. He resembled a lump of decaying flesh, sprawled upon the crimson sofa. Chen Ming shifted his gaze to the side, where he beheld the dealer and two attendants, similarly collapsed on the ground, the air now imbued with a slightly dulled essence of somnolent dust that he could sense faint, fragmented sounds stirring within this chaotic space. That instant, he noticed a pair of headphones scattered on the floor. Bearing signs of damage, the youth approached slowly, grasping them and lifting them to his ear. Within, he discerned a voice tinged with a hint of elation. "How intriguing! A most unexpected guest indeed. Come forth. For someone awaits you outside." This moment, his consciousness began to regain clarity, gradually returning to normalcy after having been ensnared in a hallucination. In confronting the succubus, he had wielded his power to distort her form into a weapon of his own. He had tapped into the residual energies of his soul within his arm, maintaining dominion over his consciousness and spirit at the gambling table. Now, he slowly succumbed to a state of slumber. Gently massaging his temples, a vague throbbing sensation resonated deep within his mind, and he exhaled softly. His memories were a chaotic tangle. They all appeared to be in a stupor. Surely, Wang Datsai was safe for the moment. Although Chen Ming's identity and strength had been fully unveiled to all the casino staff and the looming figure of the great boss behind them, he had conveyed a message. He was no mere pest or pathetic ruffian seeking trouble, but a harbinger of doom come to claim his due. Yet, the fact that the boss still dared to admit him spoke volumes. Perhaps the boss had alternative strategies at play. As Chen Ming gently opened the tightly shut door to the private room, he beheld a gruesome tableau outside and chuckled softly. "I had thought that I had escaped the illusion, yet I remain ensnared in this twisted realm." Before him stood three figures clad in black iron masks, wielding clubs woven from flesh and iron nails. As he peered into the distance, he observed countless chunks of flesh that comprised the walls, writhing grotesquely, their visages contorted into a grotesque mass, crawling across the table like maggots. This individual had undoubtedly received instructions and commands long ago, and thus he advanced forward, dragging the colossal rod formed by countless heads that were locked in a gruesome embrace. He took several strides. He swung the massive mace, crashing it into the space before him. In that instant, the blood-red chunks of flesh, mingled with fragments of the golden table, were forcefully compacted into a grotesque mass. He continued his deliberate walk in a straight line towards the elevator. Chen Ming observed the remnants of flesh strewn across the ground, where faces twitched in a macabre display. At this moment, Chen Ming was no longer the deranged individual he once was. After casting a brief glance, he stepped cautiously toward the elevator, moving along the blood-stained marble floor. Just as he arrived at the slowly opening crimson elevator, a figure clad in an iron mask barked, "I've carved out a bloody path for you. Why do you hesitate? The boss will grant you a chance at life. Make your choice wisely." He stood before the iron lattice of the elevator. The Iron Maiden mask bore the visage of a weeping angel, its hands slowly parting to reveal blood-red tears cascading down, dripping onto the threshold of the elevator door. It resembled a sacrificial altar, gradually shifting, while Chen Ming gazed into the elevator, where the blood-red iron thorns writhed incessantly. It was akin to a trap meticulously designed for a youth, replete with the scent of slaughter. Meanwhile, the figure beside him, wielding a giant hammer crowned with a skull, stepped back a few paces. Chen Ming blinked, noticing a pink tassel that slithered along the wall like a serpent, gathering towards the ceiling. It seemed that the wraith had finally tracked down its prey, leaving Chen Ming with no means of escape from this thorny path of death. Exhaling slowly, a crimson mist escaped from his nostrils. Was there truly no way out? Once this ordeal is over, may Mama-sen help me sever this sanguine curse. Chapter 21. Welcome to the asylum. Chen Ming stood at the center of the elevator. Engulfed in a thick miasma of blood, he perceived a series of low, chilling chuckles emanating from behind the iron mask. Feeling the elevator accelerate upwards, he noticed layers of blood-red traces emerging from the walls. He scanned his surroundings and discovered countless iron masks creeping out from either side of the deathly elevator. Yet, the moment Chen Ming's gaze fell upon these masks, their movements came to an abrupt halt. However, as soon as his gaze shifted away, the sinister black iron spears would advance, compressing the already limited space for survival. A 360-degree field of vision was a mere illusion. The youth could faintly sense an ever-present threat looming behind him. Akin to the gaze of death itself, Chen Ming exhaled slowly, realizing, indeed, the casino owner had no genuine intention of treating me as an esteemed guest. To him, that a lifeless body would likely be far more to his liking. At that moment, Chen Ming, who had been actively avoiding the gaze of the Iron Maidens to halt their slow advance with their spears, suddenly closed his eyes as he took his final breath. The Iron Maidens, now devoid of his attention, let out sharp, cold laughter before lunging forward with a fierce thrust. Bloodied filth oozed from the crevice of the elevator, saturating the gory corridor where throngs of attendants stood. Dutifully serving their formidable master, they slowly averted their gazes, witnessing the ascending elevator, which incessantly exhaled crimson mists. As the doors of the elevator gradually parted, countless Iron Maidens, interlaced and intertwined, dangled from the iron bars above. The moment these Iron Maidens made contact with the youth's body, the power of his left hand surged forth once more, twisting the numerous Iron Maidens he touched, transforming them into spears of his own making. They pierced through several aggressors approaching him. In this world, all was weaponized, and anything that came into contact became his blade. At this moment, the youth walked with measured steps, and with each stride, bloody footprints materialized upon the pristine white carpet. He then approached two attendants, and in the blink of an eye, the previously courteous individual distorted into a frenzied assault. In an instant, the scene shifted once more. The corridor, once illuminated by warm sunlight and exuding opulence, became blurred. Either side of the youth lay attendants, slowly foaming at the mouth as they collapsed. Before him stood a boy bearing a fruit platter, his impeccably tailored tailcoat now showing slight creases. He bowed at a 30-degree angle and leaned closer to Chen Ming, uttering, "I apologize, sir. Ahead lies the boss's office. You cannot enter unless you wish to become a lifeless corpse. Die." As the final syllable escaped his lips, the once grand and dignified corridor, akin to that of a five-star hotel, transformed into a dark and narrow passage, with sanguine substances seeping from the moldy walls. The male attendant who had approached him moments ago contorted grotesquely, an iron-black mask compressing his face, tearing it asunder. The skull burst forth, expelling the scalp, yet, When confronted by this deranged figure, the youth thrust his hand back, overturning the fruit platter and seizing the blood-stained dagger within. With a sharp crack, he cleaved the attendant's head from his shoulders. At this juncture, the youth turned his gaze and beheld the shambling corpses rising in the corridor, with 2 fingers of his left hand delicately gripping the fruit knife. He smirked disdainfully. To deal with you lot, I need not a fruit knife. A mere nail clipper would suffice. The attendants Chen Ming had observed in the hotel corridor had grotesquely twisted into zombie-like entities. Their flesh rotting, they advanced with lumbering steps, their gaping maws dripping with viscous entrails, spewing forth hot, acrid liquid, reeking of decay. Yet, as they closed in, a silver glint suddenly sprang forth. The lower part of one's chest cavity fell away, cleaved open with precision. At this moment, the youth's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Zombies, iron-masked jailers, skeletons, what a motley crew of pathetic weaklings, as he derided his opponents. They crumbled as easily as a cluster of ants crushed beneath his heel, leaving only a few remnants of corpses in their wake. The sound of bones cracking and blood splattering formed a sinister symphony in his ears. The melody of death was woven from countless wails of despair. They writhed in anguish, collapsing slowly on either side of the youth, their shattered remains forming a blood-red path. Only the fruit knife, gleaming from the removal of grime, reflected the boy's lips, which curled into a faint, cold smile as he proclaimed, "I found you, a rather capable little wretch." At that moment, a clearing emerged amidst the throng of zombies and death's minions. The demon, clad in provocative attire of glossy black leather, flaunted a tail that twisted like the suit of spades. The blood-black whip, resembling a silver serpent thrashing upon the ground, coiled into a tight knot, slowly constricting. 2 devilish horns, sinister and ghastly, protruded from a rough, blackened visage. Crimson veins coursed across its body, while a tongue, impaled by nails, brazenly scraped against its face. As the tongue writhed, a stream of blood gushed forth from its maw, splattering onto the ground and igniting a shower of sanguine sparks. The flailing tongue scraped against each zombie, transforming everything in its vicinity into a mere pulp, akin to a meat grinder. The tongue twisted, dangling beside the exquisite cheek of the enchantress whom Chen Ming had observed upon entering the shop. With a contemptuous snort, the demon flirtatiously inquired, "Shall we indulge in a sweet French kiss, dear sister? I shall plunge my tongue into your stomach, bestowing upon you the exquisite agony and ecstasy of a distorted world." No sooner had the words left her lips than the blood-red, nail-pierced tongue struck several times, while another whip, resembling thorns, danced in the air. A vast expanse was swept clean, leaving only dismembered, blood-red corpses drifting through the void. At this moment, Chen Ming approached with deliberate steps, casually twirling the fruit knife in his hand, as if it were a mere and it seemed as though the youth were not bracing himself for the slaughter and fury of a demon, but rather preparing for a rendezvous with the dead, embarking on a romance with darkness. With a hint of a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the boy chuckled. "Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Was that merely a doppelganger?" I recall her twisted visage upon death being rather charming. As the youth uttered these words, he suddenly crouched down, narrowly evading a bloodied whip that whipped past his head. He then dove forward, crawling along the ground like a crocodile. In the next instant, he surged toward the woman, his silver blade slicing through the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the demon's tongue swelled fiercely before retracting. Instantly, the boy halted, pivoted, and leapt lightly. He landed upon the tongue, springing into the skies, and as the tongue lunged towards him, it dragged a corpse along with it. In that instant, the boy reached into the cadaver. Extracting a severed bone, with a sudden flick of his wrist, he hurled it downward. After skillfully maneuvering his arm, the bone shot forth like a piercing spear, fierce and unyielding. At that moment, the woman narrowly evaded. Yet the sharp end of the fractured bone grazed her side, slicing through her flesh. A chunk of skin, along with the protrusion from her right breast, was cleaved away, leaving a gory red patch in its wake. The searing pain compelled the blood-red, blackened demon to retreat. She concealed the location of her right breast, her icy gaze and ferocious words spilling forth from her lips. "Do you have any idea how much effort I exert daily to make it grow, even a little? And yet, you had the audacity to sever it outright. Villain, let it be buried alongside you." Subsequently, the demon lashed its whip with a flick of its right hand, sending it hurtling towards her. In that moment, Chen Ming evaded the strike and, with a swift kick, sent the fruit knife on the ground soaring into the air. Like a spinning top, it sliced through the taut whip, spraying crimson liquid across the ground. The whip suddenly twisted and contorted, resembling a snail. Chen Ming then hurled it away like a frisbee, and in midair, the frisbee disintegrated. Several thorny tendrils surged forth, ensnaring the demon's head like venomous serpents. The bloodied thorns scraped against its eyes, momentarily blinding the fiend. In the next instant, the demon heard a crisp crack reverberate, accompanied by a chilling breeze brushing against its body. The scornful laughter of the man echoed in its ears, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. Even if the little white rabbit is gone, it can be reborn, but a life lost will leave no trace behind. Following the glimmer of the surgical knife, the demon's head was abruptly severed. Its body collapsed as if losing all control, the inertia causing its head to momentarily linger in the air. Its eyes radiating a fierce light. Two blood-red tears streamed down. A low, hoarse laughter resonated from deep within the throat. Yet at the very least, it allowed me to unleash the prowess of my fruit knife. This moment, the soul of the youth intertwined ever more closely with the malevolent spirit dwelling within his arm. In this distorted realm, the two became a singular entity, indistinguishable from one another, utterly devolving into the deranged denizens of a warped world. Chapter 22. The Phantom in the Safe. The blood-red path of thorns continued to spread, staining the milky white carpet with a crimson filth, extending toward the horizon of vision. At this juncture, Chen Ming slightly lifted his gaze, beholding a massive iron door, reminiscent of a bank vault's secure entrance. The ship's wheel-shaped chain above twisted clockwise, before swiftly rotating counterclockwise. In that instant, a shadowy figure with an indistinct form emerged from outside, unlocking the heavy shackles. The iron vault door gradually creaked open, releasing a foul stench that assaulted Chen Ming's senses. That he approached cautiously, eyes fixed upon the elusive shadow, which in a blink revealed itself in this warped reality. Her visage manifested an uncanny, enchanting hue, akin to a beguiling purple sprite. Twisting in an otherworldly manner, the white fox mask emerged upon her purplish-red countenance, startling Chen Ming to his astonishment. This was the very mask he had glimpsed earlier in the nightclub owned by Mama San. However, the figure flickered and vanished almost instantly, leaving behind a lingering phrase. You may prove to be exceptional, or perhaps utterly dreadful. At the very least, I hold great expectations for you. A sudden sting pierced through Chen Ming as he gazed at the now open vault door. Revealed by the white fox mask, the boy exhaled slowly, tilting his head to survey the bizarre scene before him, which was utterly repulsive. Was this the entity confined within the vault? Before him lay an enormous blood-red sofa, upon which reclined a man of considerable girth, his flesh spilling over the sides, resembling a deceased pig. Every capillary within his skin seemed to exude the scent of copper. Each strand of hair sprouting from his flesh appeared as tightly bound bundles of high-denomination banknotes. At that moment, this grotesque figure yawned widely, akin to a vault being unlatched. Vomit, accompanied by a few coins and blood-stained bills, fell to the floor. A small mass of blackish-gray sludge, reminiscent of a crude oil mixture, oozed forth, exuding a putrid aroma. This grotesque creature, composed entirely of various monetary trinkets, let out a derisive chuckle. Subsequently, he extracted a gaudy pink object from within his own flesh, and an alluring, spectral essence danced within his palm. Yet Chen Ming immediately discerned a few strands of false energy emanating from above the soul. That it was far from the malevolent spirit that trailed him. It seemed that this entity merely possessed a counterfeit. At that moment, the corpulent creature, with its head like a swollen pig, laughed boastfully. I advise you against making any audacious moves. I am well aware of your origins. The youth's indifferent gaze fell upon the grotesque, tumor-like hand of the creature. As he observed this swollen, pig-like being, he shifted his body slightly. Subsequently, his palm reached out towards another leg of the table, and with a slight tremor of the tabletop, the rice porridge contained within the basin spilled forth, cascading onto his pudgy form, creating a small lake upon his flesh. That he gazed at the porridge strewn across his body, reflecting, a good child must not waste food. If I eat it all, perhaps Daddy will still favor me. In that moment, the rotund head of the pig suddenly twisted, and the entire neck began to undulate downward, with a few gluttonous gulps. He consumed the porridge, though remnants of filth still clung to his greasy skin. Like body hair, several bills sprouted forth from his pores. That it seemed that this individual was no ordinary foe. Being confined within this vault suggested he was a true genius, capable of devouring the imperceptible riches of the casino, subsequently allowing currency and ancient coins to burgeon within his guise at that moment. Chen Ming's gaze roamed over the corpulent creature before him. Observing the multitude of flesh lumps protruding from beneath the folds of fat, upon slight separation, the grotesque tumors revealed what appeared to be embedded objects. Chen Ming surmised they might be ancient copper coins or pure jewels of gold and silver. However, having just secured a small fortune from the gambling house, Chen Ming turned with a hint of amusement regarding the entity before him. I had presumed you regarded me as an esteemed guest, preparing to pay the gambling stakes, yet those who greeted me along the way seemed rather discourteous. At this moment, the hefty pig shifted, its gargantuan head resembling that of a swine, within its hollow, pale eye sockets. The black pupils twisted to observe the individuals collapsing outside the vault. Its lips, still smeared with porridge, quivered as a whole roasted piglet was suddenly thrust into its maw. The oval, crispy-skinned piglet, measuring a meter in length, rested in the palm of its hand like an egg. Strange sounds emanated from its throat. The blood and entrails were swallowed down the gullet. It revealed a row of blood-stained teeth, letting out a chilling chuckle, lamenting, "Alas, they do not wholly heed my commands." Much like the companion you brought to gamble today, Chen Ming stood like a wooden statue, hands buried in his pockets, observing this morbid creature, which did not seem inclined to launch an immediate attack. As a rational being in a twisted world, Chen Ming, along with the likes of Mama San, adhered to an unspoken code, refraining from initiating hostilities. This was akin to the distinction between premeditated harm and justifiable defense in a lawful society. Only by abiding by this rule could one avoid being consumed by their own darkness. Yet, at this moment, Chen Ming appeared somewhat impatient as he regarded the gluttonous pig, incessantly chewing its various morsels. He chided with a smirk, "You, a corpulent swine raised in a sty, you might as well descend into hell." "So be it." The piglet erupted into hearty laughter, and as the sound reverberated, the layers of fat upon its body rippled like waves upon water. The space itself seemed to tremble, yet it remained unfazed by the youth's provocation. The corpulent swine appeared utterly devoid of any irritation. Instead, it leisurely reached towards another plate. "What harm is there in being confined? I could confine you as well, conveniently substituting you for that cadre whose soul was extinguished." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chen Ming's gaze, suggesting that the other party was undoubtedly aware of certain rules. Alternatively, they might understand the rational demeanor typical of the youth, knowing he would not act impulsively. At that moment, the corpulent swine, noticing Chen Ming's grim expression, fidgeted with a swirling fruit salad and a viscous white yogurt in its hands. Subsequently, it devoured the entire plate, the tangy and sweet dressing concealed within evoking a look of satisfaction upon its face. The swine inquired once more about the youth's opinion, declaring, "I am well aware of your group's modus operandi. As long as I refrain from making the first move, you are at my mercy." Upon hearing these words, the youth let out a resigned sigh. He then observed a simple sofa opposite him, where Chen Ming sat, legs crossed, engaging in a standoff. Both parties were thus ensnared in a stalemate. The swine, sensing its territory encroached upon, scoffed, "Oh dear, prolonging the standoff is hardly beneficial for either of us. Who is your benefactor? What incentives do they provide? If it is monetary support, I could offer you double. Considering I have my father backing me." The term father surfaced in the swine's speech 2 or 3 times, implying that its very existence was a gift from this paternal figure, relegating it to merely a servant executing its father's bidding. The direction indicated by the father pertained to the location of its violent pursuits. Chen Ming, probing the subject, inquired, "What do you mean by father?" Upon hearing the youth's curious tone regarding the paternal figure, the swine's mind began to conjure an image of that supreme being. It envisioned a colossal throne, an altar crafted from gold, adorned with blood-red offerings. Dark, murky blood coursed like crimson veins within a human body, spreading outward from the vicinity of the heart. Its gaze drifted towards the seemingly infinite distance of the altar. It beheld 22 thrones shrouded in swirling mist. Atop the highest peak stood a magnificent golden throne, occupied by a man exuding the gravitas of an ancient emperor, embodying wealth, desire, and absolute power. He lifted his gaze, his silhouette obscured by the gray haze, yet emanating an oppressive aura. In that moment, the youth's soul resonated with the strange sense of suffocation shared with the swine. Chen Ming slightly raised his gaze, contemplating the 22 seats before him. Gradually, he observed the towering peak shatter, a throne hurtling towards him. As it approached, Chen Ming nearly faltered, only to see the throne vanish into nothingness. Unlike the matron who would regard the youth, rather, It treated him as an adversary or a foreign intruder, choosing instead to disdain him. In that instant of shifting phantasms, a massive toad materialized before him. Resembling a grotesque tumor, the skin of this monetary toad was riddled with flesh-like lumps, within which lay crimson coins and banknotes. Like adolescent acne, it sprouted upon his flesh, while his visage resembled that of a corpulent swine. As it drooped, it contorted into the form of a toad, from whose maw emerged a golden copper coin. As the coin pried open the upper lip, a sanguine-hued cranium was revealed, its tongue unfurling and adhering to the appendage. It was indeed that plump face, reminiscent of a lifeless porker, whose lips quivered slightly as it addressed the youth. I am the 9th golden toad seated beneath the emperor. It seems dear father is reluctant to meet you. Have you perhaps caught the favor of some esteemed entity before this shape-shifting, decaying toad? The youth's countenance darkened. At that moment, he felt the oppressive darkness of the surrounding space closing in, akin to the murky void before Panga cleaved the heavens and the earth. Exuding an odious aura, after a slight gasp, the scent of iron filled his nostrils, and the eye within his left arm fluttered open slightly. The peculiar essence of soul coiled around his being. At this juncture, the youth's voice bore a husky, somber tone as he chuckled. Father, merely a beggar who has acquired a treasure trove, and you are nothing more than the dog of that beggar. In that instant, the grotesque creature seated upon the golden throne began to writhe in response to the insult. His humiliation was inconsequential. After all, he was but a dog serving his master. Yet the youth's affront to the emperor's honor ignited his fury. It is evident that the lovers' faction has discerned the provocation directed at them. However, those individuals have audaciously dispatched a mere novice, devoid of any standing, to meddle in their affairs. It appears they seek to inflict damage upon their power without contravening the agreement among the esteemed ones, thereby avoiding direct conflict, allowing such an outsider to stir the waters. Yet, the money toad is no fool. Occupying the 9th seat beneath the emperor, one cannot be a simpleton who carelessly invites trouble. At this moment, he endeavored to win over the youth. The money toad, perched in his seat, flicking his tongue in amusement, exclaimed, "Ah, the one you were instructed to deal with. It must be a character adorned with a white fox mask. You've been made a fool of. That scoundrel merely seeks to evade repaying her debts by sending an outsider to eliminate me." Although Chen Ming harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the toad's words, he was equally perplexed by the seemingly sinister figure of the madam, as well as the disreputable den of iniquity known as the Kabukicho nightclub, where the inhabitants appeared far from benign. Rather than rashly engaging in conflict, it would be prudent to ascertain what further revelations the money toad might divulge. Sensing the youth's scathing retort, the toad erupted into a cacophony of laughter. A cold smile gracing his visage. I have already stated, if my subordinates refuse to heed my commands, I cannot be held accountable. What compensation do you desire? Money, women, or perhaps power? The dark, blood-red veins bulged upon the toad's grotesquely swollen head. In a fit of rage, he huffed, expelling dark, sanguine sludge from his mouth. That a large head emerged from his throat, seemingly the true form of this monstrous being, or perhaps a visage resembling that of a man. At this moment, as Chen Ming beheld the ghastly entity slithering forth from the toad's maw, its mocking countenance appeared laced with crimson threads, the blood-black sludge smeared across the man's cheek, tainting him with a sooty hue, akin to a corpse clawing its way out of a mire. Yet, the aura of oppression emanating from him felt as though one were atop a snow-capped peak thousands of meters high. The thin air rendered it difficult for the youth to breathe. Yet Chen Ming continued to provoke, inquiring, "I truly apologize. If I were to defy the madam's orders, the repercussions would be grave. She is a revered one. Moreover, she has promised to rid me of my curse." The youth keenly sensed the formidable pressure symbolized by the 22 esteemed one's tokens. The sinister toad before him might very well have a formidable progenitor behind it. One must always seek diverse avenues. The adage "all roads lead to Rome" aptly encapsulates this notion. Upon hearing the term evil spirit, the money toad scrutinized the youth with newfound intensity. Previously, through surveillance, he had failed to discern the nature of the soul entwined with the boy. Now, the impending sense of danger enveloping Chen Ming compelled a deeper fusion between his essence and that of the malevolent entity. A subtle aura was detected by the golden toad at the very moment it inhaled. Before the youth lay a colossal toad, its mouth agape, expelling blood-black coins that shot forth like bullets from a Gatling gun. Propelled by its corrosive saliva, the boy let out a cold snort. It appeared that this toad had sensed the peculiarity of his soul, frightened by the monster residing within his left arm. There was no room for negotiation. Only confrontation remained. Perhaps, as the malevolent spirit within him had proclaimed, in this twisted world, only bloodshed, slaughter, and violence could eradicate all obstacles. The youth endeavored to evade the onslaught. Yet, amidst the hail of gunfire, his figure flickered like a ghost. Soon, a series of wounds erupted, dark blood seeping down from his neck, nearly cleaving his torso in two. Beneath the exposed flesh and gaping wounds lay an indomitable spirit, wreaking havoc. With a sudden kick forward, he overturned the table before him, hurling the rectangular piece of furniture ahead. The once corpulent man, akin to a lifeless pig, was torn asunder, a foul soul escaping from within. Much like a chick hatching from an egg, the table's impact was stymied by the thick layers of fat and flesh. After the blood-black toad retreated, it leaped away, launching a fresh barrage of ashen coins. However, at that moment, Chen Ming swiftly sought refuge in the shadows cast by the table. He then witnessed the toad, having expelled its corrosive liquid and golden coins, mockingly remark, "What a pitiable sight, scurrying like a rat." Yet, barely had the derisive words left its mouth when a surge of intense pain gripped its abdomen. It beheld dark shadows darting through the air, as coins stained with black blood hurtled towards it. The belly of the coin toad shattered into fragments, splintered wood and broken coins embedding themselves in its flesh. Instantly, a gaping wound appeared on its inky underbelly, its disordered innards and blood spilling forth. The toad let out a wretched cry, rolling over before struggling to rise. From its mangled belly, crimson-black liquid dripped slowly, mingled with soft, delicate entrails, its stomach torn open. The undigested flesh oozing out. And the murky liquid formed grotesque shapes. One half of its head still shrieking in agony. "Please, do not consume me." "No." At that moment, the youth emerged from the wreckage of the table, his enormous eye embedded at the center of his chest. Utilizing the ancient coins atop the table, he transformed them into blades for his assault. As that eye gazed forth, it beheld the heads writhing and the blood pooling on the ground. It seemed that the plump carcass he had just witnessed devouring in this illusory realm was not a roasted suckling pig, but rather a multitude of vibrant lives. For this malevolent creature before him, aside from his father, whom he considered a living being, all other lives were likely mere refuse to be shredded and devoured on the dining table. The snow-white fat of its exterior gradually began to heal, peculiar coins appearing one after another. With the emergence of these strange coins, the blood-black notes transformed into fine threads, mending the gaping wounds. Like talismans affixed to a zombie, each bill bore the distorted and maniacal grins of various national leaders. At this moment, the toad let out a vehement croak, exclaiming, "You dare to inflict harm upon me? Ha ha ha. This indicates that you are indeed worthy of my daily consumption." The youth slammed his left hand upon the table, instantly reducing it to a fine powder. He then approached with a deliberate gait, reminiscent of a devil slowly emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of despair and malice. At that moment, Chen Ming let out a cold laugh, remarking, You bloated swine, would do well to consume less. It would certainly benefit your cardiovascular health." The money toad sneered in response, promptly spewing another mouthful of corrosive liquid. Chen Ming immediately lunged forward, deftly evading several acidic projectiles before closing the distance. However, as he raised his gaze, he was met with emptiness. The once massive toad, akin to a small mountain, had vanished without a trace. Standing there in bewilderment, Chen Ming felt a tingling sensation at the tip of his nose, accompanied by a dizzying haze. Instinctively, he rolled to the side just as a small mountain descended upon him. The colossal toad, having leapt into the air, now plummeted downwards like a force of nature, crushing the very ground where he had just stood. The walls collapsed, creating a vast chasm. As the toad leaped once more, a shadowy figure loomed above, its sinister grin proclaiming, "Though I intended to leave you with a complete corpse, mashing you into a meat pancake while aloe above each layer of muscle, several pieces of flesh are torn into a tangled mass. It seems that this arm is a devil's claw, constructed from the blood, flesh, and bones of countless lives." Yet, the youth shows no signs of retreat, gripping tightly the bloodstained bone blade in his hand, and with a sudden, fierce slash forward. In that instant, the sharp tip of the bone collides with the bloody claws. With a crack, the bone blade shatters instantly, and Chen Ming is swiftly captured by a hand, pressed against the wall. Each finger resembles a nail, embedding itself into the wall, forming a cage or net that binds the youth. At this moment, the toad's mouth twitches slightly, opening that as the youth finds himself ensnared. A grotesque, human-like figure writhes out from within, clinging to the tongue. However, As this writhing apparition draws near, it senses a ghostly aura, akin to the scythe of a devil or death, slicing at its throat. In that moment, it perceives a blood-red line, pulsating at the base of its neck. The body, emerging from the tongue, slowly writhes. In the next instant, the neck falls away, rolling as its final gaze captures the back of the toad. There, another figure resembling a youth appears, like a person who has shed their skin, with a ghastly visage, every inch of its body devoid of intact flesh. Only blood-soaked sinew clings to a skeletal frame, a faceless skull seemingly sketching a sinister grin. Bloodthirsty eyes peer from their sockets. At this moment, the lips, curling into a faint smile, reveal a row of sharp teeth. The youth resembles a skinned specter, reckless and careless, which is hardly a good omen. A mere moment of distraction could prove fatal. However, as the severed head rolls to the ground, in the instant its wide eyes catch sight of another youth's silhouette. A wicked grin spreads across its face. Indeed, which malevolent leader would ever reveal their weaknesses upon first encounter? As the words of that head resonate, the headless body suddenly convulses. Then, the pallid flesh twists and writhes, coiling like tree roots into a braided shape. It contorts into a blood-red serpent, its blackened jaws lined with interlaced fangs. The vertebrae from its throat expel outward, lunging towards the figure like a grotesque creature covered in spikes. The youth, caught off guard, is immediately ensnared. At this moment, the flayed young man's body snaps with a crack as the writhing tongue pierces the youth's abdomen. Suddenly, a cacophonous sound erupts from another direction. Another body, wielding a blackened bone blade, slices through the fingers that bind it. As 5 fingers break apart, the youth swiftly dodges to the side. The golden toad, with its slimy fingers, seizes the head lying on the ground, stuffing it into its mouth. In the next moment, a dark figure crawls out once more from the toad's maw. Its lips, torn and bloodied, spew forth a curse laced with a hint of vicious anger. 2 souls. You say? I never anticipated that a malevolent spirit and a youth could forge such a wondrous synergy. Truly remarkable. Akin to 2 rats, the air is permeated by a hushed and hoarse sensation, akin to the faint presence of death lurking in the shadowy corners. Breathing slowly, 2 masses of flesh cling together. However, after enveloping itself in a murky and indistinct gray fog, it is pushed away. In that moment, the throne recedes further and further, as if descending into another realm. He subtly raises his gaze, only to find no throne floating before him. Yet, a hand, shrouded in black and gray, emerges from the ground, brandishing a collection of skulls and flesh, collectively constructing a throne of death and carnage. Immediately, the throne tears apart, and bloody figures crawl out from the heap of corpses. Their forms are similarly tainted by a layer of murky darkness. With oval heads connected to slender necks, the elongated specter before him lacks discernible features. Its face, shrouded in darkness, reveals only a mouth with sharp, protruding teeth hanging beneath its oval cranium. At this moment, its pointed ears stretch outwards, as if attempting to tear apart its very visage. It then extends 2 fingers, lightly tapping the youth's forehead. In that instant, the slender specter gazes at the dazed young man, exclaiming, "Hey, if this continues, we shall both be devoured by that wretched toad. Your demise is of no concern to me, so do not drag me down with you." The elongated specter had not sought the youth's consent. It directly tore apart both body and soul, initially intending to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. Yet, it was thwarted, leaving both in a state of extreme weakness, particularly Chen Ming. He appeared utterly disoriented, a mere shadow of his former self, as if he had been thoroughly undone. At this moment, slender streaks of blood flowed from his eye sockets, as if his flesh remained in a state of disintegration. Clumps of decayed flesh clung to his skin, while his face bore numerous wrinkles and sprawling crimson veins. He resembled a pitiful creature, pieced together from disjointed masses of flesh, akin to an incomplete construction of building blocks. With a soft grunt, the youth mused, "Are you the devil and evil spirit that lingers within me? This is the first time I've truly seen your form, and it is rather unique." Upon witnessing various grotesque and blood-red entities, Chen Ming had initially surmised that the malevolent spirit residing in his left arm would manifest as a more twisted and indescribable dark shape. Yet, it now appeared as a faceless figure, akin to a shadow. The specter's silhouette and its lightly smiling lips possessed a certain bizarre aesthetic charm. At least, it was not a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, entrails, and bones. However, this did little to assuage the youth's trepidation towards the creature before him. The slender specter scratched its head and chuckled lightly. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. As time passes, the likelihood of our discovery increases." If you do not wish to become a rotting morsel within that toad-esque gullet, then relinquish your body entirely to me." The words of the black-gray specter filled Chen Ming with a sense of apprehension and unease. After all, this was a distorted entity that sought to occupy his body, invade his soul, and consume his will at every moment, should he truly lose all capacity for resistance. Then there would be no need for a maternal figure to resolve the dilemma of the malevolent spirit-esque possession. Upon finally encountering Mama Sang, I had already transformed into a pitiful wretch, a mere vessel for a soul that had been usurped, burdened with the remnants of a ghostly existence lingering in this world. At this moment, a glimmer of wariness flickered in Chen Ming's eyes, immediately perceived by the elongated specter before him. It seemed that the specter had anticipated Chen Ming's disbelief, with a disdainful snort. The specter mused, "Well, to me, you are nothing more than a corpse, whether a living being or not is of no consequence." Chen Ming found himself unable to fathom the true intentions of the slender apparition before him. However, in the current circumstances, the entity had not overtly displayed any malicious intent, apart from occasionally merging its soul with his without consent to manipulate his movements. It appeared that no egregious acts had been committed. Yet the specter was undeniably a malevolent presence trapped within a corporeal form. Breaking down the towering wall of distrust that stood between them would prove to be a formidable challenge. As the youth blinked, the dim, ashen world began to shatter, revealing a throne constructed of blood-red bones and obsidian flesh, collapsing into two halves. Softly, it gradually engulfed the elongated specter, leaving only a gravestone before him. The chilling essence of death materialized where the throne had once stood. Chen Ming gazed impassively at the gravestone that now loomed before him, where several dark characters were inscribed upon its blood-stained surface. He yearned to draw closer and discern the inscription, to uncover the identity of the slender specter, but before he could fully comprehend the markings, the gravestone suddenly crumbled in the next instant, a bloodied ebony coin surged towards him. Instinctively, Chen Ming turned his head, the coin slicing through the air with a chilling gust, grazing his cheek. A crimson streak marred his visage, as darkened teeth were exposed through the gash on his right cheek. Chen Ming rolled his body, his lips parting slightly as he expelled a vile mixture of blood and bile from his throat. The amalgamation of dismembered flesh and viscera spilled forth from his mouth. And the youth's form regained its lightness. Becoming more agile once again, he observed the grotesque entity, with its massive hand protruding from its twisted abdomen, emerging from the maw of a toad. With his left hand, he gently brushed his cheek, feeling the decaying flesh. Chapter 25. The madness continues. The young boy's entire being trembled in an odd manner, as crimson threads of blood began to seep from his body. Once entwined, his figure contorted into a grotesque, blood-red state that he appeared as if infested with countless maggots, exuding a viscous and repulsive aura. In that moment, the giant hand of the toad lunged forth once more, its writhing palm slapping against the ground, producing a resounding echo. After a few thunderous crashes, the toad suddenly loomed before him. He found himself grasping the boy's hand, feeling a tremendous force surge forth from the remnants at the center of the palm. The boy, ensnared by the blood-red filth that clung to him, gradually lifted the toad's outstretched hand. Countless hands and demonic claws writhed upon his form. At that instant, the toad recognized that the blood-red filth crawling over the boy was the remnant of another soul, a suit of armor forged from flesh and corpses. With its mouth agape, the toad unleashed a shadowy figure, black as blood, tearing through everything in its path, like a saw cutting through bone. Yet, the boy's form swayed, a scornful sneer crossing his lips. Indeed, in a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, one must tread upon the remains and suffering to comprehend the gift of power, which, in itself, is a curse. As the crimson blade twisted, the spiral sword swept outward. Suddenly, the boy lunged forward, seemingly intent on ripping out the fragmented tongue entirely. Sensing that the fragile soul of the toad quivered before him. At that moment, a portion of the boy's decaying flesh revealed a small head, mocking, "Oh dear, to you. My most vulnerable point. Is indeed this protruding tongue. But I regret to inform you, as long as this gambling den remains unscathed, countless twisted souls will continue to emerge from my tongue." As the taunting words left his lips, Chen Ming felt a rush of scarlet energy assault his face. His eyes widened, and in the reflection within his gaze, a man clawed through the skin once more. The boy, having seized the fragmented tongue, suddenly recoiled, transforming into several ghostly figures that leapt from his mouth. Chen Ming immediately retreated, as the bloody shadows withdrew, leaving a trail of crimson filth in the air. When the figure lunged forth, the sanguine muck interwove into fine threads, sweeping across like a grand net. Following the surge of blood-red waves, the toad's tongue was once again shattered, The crimson tide rolled over, and another specter emerged from the toad's maw. Before the toad stood the blood-red figure, standing tall. Beneath a visage stained with blood, a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips, revealing a peculiar arc of mirth. In that moment, the crimson blade twisted, reflecting the toad's distorted face upon the blood-colored mirror. The next instant, the previously severed snow-white corpse, lying on the ground as a mass of crimson, suddenly erupted. The bloody shockwave struck the toad's abdomen, piercing through with shattered bones and chunks of flesh. On its skin, dark, pitch-like lumps emerged one after another, as if twisted faces within them screamed in agony. The gaping wound in the viscera oozed forth a crimson substance, cascading onto the ground like a fiery spring. The back, as rigid as iron, bore several gaping fissures, through which blood-red bones pierced the shell of flesh. That moment, the toad, struggling to right itself, cast its gaze upon the writhing crimson remnants on the ground, as well as the blood-soaked specter that had vanished before it. With a sneer, the toad scoffed, "A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Is everything related to flesh and blood your weapon?" In the next instant, the toad's skin tore open further, giving way to 3 colossal demonic claws that emerged from its body, piercing through its own flesh. These 3 massive claws lunged toward an empty void. At that moment, the young boy seemed to be drawn by some unseen force. As dark matter flowed around him, he was abruptly pulled into that realm. Surrounded by swirling murky shadows, he felt an intangible pressure that hindered his movements. As he slowly lifted his gaze, he beheld the 3 enormous claws hurtling toward him. Grasping the blood-red blade with both hands, he thrust it into the void, sending forth a wave of crimson energy that repelled the incoming claws. He quickly retreated, only to discover that the once stable marble floor beneath him had disintegrated into a writhing mass. The solid sensation of the ground transformed into an unbearable softness, akin to treading upon cotton candy. Stumbling, he lost his footing and fell, only to feel a sudden decay and obstruction enveloping his body. The blood-soaked filth upon him began to corrode his protective armor. Before him, the grotesque toad, flailing its strange arms, approached like a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss. The fiend mocked him with disdain. "How foolish of you! Have you not realized where you stand? The moment you stepped into this vault, you walked straight into a trap of death." The young man surveyed his surroundings, instantly perceiving the pulsating walls of flesh that surrounded him, quivering in a grotesque dance. Layers upon layers of yellowing, acidic liquid oozed forth from these flesh barriers. Glimmering droplets of sanguine hue advanced toward him, and as they flowed over his skin, they began to erode the blood-stained armor that clung to him, eliciting a flicker of agony in his expression. It felt as though some vile insects were gnawing at his flesh, burrowing into his very marrow. That he glimpsed the writhing microorganisms and soft maggots skimming through the putrid, crystalline liquid. The walls, reminiscent of intestinal linings, emitted an intensely pungent aroma that lingered around the bizarre figure at the center. In that moment, the young man comprehended the dire predicament he faced. That a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, infused with an indescribable mockery and amusement. "So, I have been ensnared from the very beginning. Is this the meaning? This place is your stomach. No, wait. At that moment, Chen Ming discerned that the toad before him was not its true form. To be precise, it was a creature known as the Money Toad, a monster that held the title of Emperor's 9th seat. That I fear that the entire vault, or perhaps something even more magnificent, resembles a colossal prison, a twisted manifestation of the opponent's distorted image. At this moment, a peculiar emotion flickers in Chen Ming's eyes. Just then, he breaks free from the weariness and excruciating pain, releasing a breath of sanguine essence. Standing before this monstrous entity, it is said that the soul is the window to one's being. As the youth's gaze meets the creature, his blood-red eyes slowly drip with crimson taint, staining his flesh-toned cheeks anew. At this juncture, the golden toad chuckles softly, drawing closer with a hint of provocation in its voice. Your eye is rather distinctive, yet it seems you cannot discern traps and cursed phantoms." The boy slowly turns his head, only to find the vault's door firmly shut. The viscous, sanguine mud seeps from the heavy door, solidifying into a dark wall. It appears that any chance of escape has vanished. Taking a deep breath, the youth stands atop the rotting, acidic liquid and writhing flesh barrier, surrounded by an overwhelming sense of despair, as if death itself were his constant companion. However, after exhaling softly, a fierce glint flickers in his eyes, illuminating the darkness within. He chuckles at his own naivety, determined to battle this malevolent force. "Surely, I am still too inexperienced, yet It cannot be said that I am devoid of any chance of victory. Outside, the cacophony of slaughter and collision seeps through the cracks of the door. Meanwhile, Wang Datsai gently presses his somewhat foggy head, akin to the disorientation felt after a night of heavy drinking. As he slowly rises, a strange dryness lingers at the corners of his lips. An overwhelming urge to vomit compels him to expel the barbecued delicacies he had consumed that very night. In that moment, he detects the acrid scent of burning tobacco in the air. Turning his head, he discovers a thin veil of smoke obscuring a man's visage. The bespectacled rogue, with a prominent hollow on his forehead, bears a bloodied skull from which crimson fluid oozes. Yet, he remains unfazed, leisurely smoking a handmade cigarette devoid of a filter. The noxious tar and harmful tobacco waft from his nostrils, mingling with a hint of iron in the air. This man slowly rolls the blood-stained cigarette towards the youth, chuckling as he remarks, "For a young man like you to find himself in such a purgatory is hardly a wise choice." Though Wang Datsai's mind is clouded, he instantly recognizes the bespectacled rogue as the very individual who had gambled with the youth earlier. Yet, the aura emanating from this man tightens Wang Datsai's brow. Instilling a sense of unease, he searches for any trace of the boy, only to find his friend absent from the room. Instead, two crimson puddles on the ground distort into a grotesque amalgamation of demon and flesh. Just as Wang Datsai feels the urge to retch at this repugnant sight, he notices the man beside him sneering softly. At that moment, the tip of the blood-stained cigarette ignites, revealing signs of rekindling. At that moment, a plume of crimson and milky smoke was exhaled, and he slowly smiled, saying, "This is a world twisted by the mind. The most putrid aspect hidden within human nature is not reality." Yet, the visceral shock of flesh and corpses overwhelmed Wang Datsai, leaving him with an uncontrollable wave of nausea. He could scarcely accept that the alluring bunny girl before him had transformed into two grotesque masses of decaying flesh, grotesquely assembled. As Wang Datsai gradually lifted his gaze, he beheld the man upon whom his eyes were fixed. A blood-red orifice pierced through the top of his head, resembling not a living being exhaling smoke rings, but rather a lifeless corpse, cold to the touch. To be precise, it appeared more like a body that had returned from the dead. In that moment, Wang Datsai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the terror within, and after a soft sigh, inquired, "What are you? Where is Chen Ming?" At that instant, the suave yet sinister man slowly twisted his neck at a 90-degree angle, a sharp crack echoing from his throat. As his head contorted unnaturally, the strands of black hair that had partially obscured his visage fell away, revealing a white mask resembling that of a white fox, which bore a hint of fleshiness. The fox mask then chuckled mischievously, saying, "I am the one bound by a pact with Chen Ming, but I cannot explain it clearly for now. After all, you wouldn't wish for your friend to perish, would you?" Chapter 26. The Crimson Curse. In that moment, Wang Datsai found himself utterly unable to discern whether the words of this enigmatic figure contained any truth or deception. Nevertheless, the sinister man before him, alongside the unnatural phenomena and the cacophony of noise outside, only served to heighten Wang Datsai's exhilaration. He was inherently a seeker of the extraordinary, a curious soul drawn towards the peculiar. He propped himself against the table and stood up. A peculiar and exuberant smile graced his lips. Under normal circumstances, a rational individual thrust into such a distorted world would prioritize thoughts of escape or devise means to extricate themselves from the impending chaos. Yet, this fool suddenly leaned in, grasping the man's sleeve, his smile now imbued with a hint of arrogance as he declared, "So, what you're saying is, I am the chosen one. Is that what you mean?" As such juvenile phrases escaped the lips of this naive youth, the soft, fleshy fox mask responded with a gentle laugh, stating, "I don't quite understand the lingo of you young folks, but it's somewhat correct. At least in certain aspects, you are indeed chosen." At that moment, Wang Datsai appeared entranced with excitement. Turning to gaze at the man who was leisurely placing a snow-rolled cigarette upon the table, the smile upon his face remained unfaltering. He then lightly snapped his fingers, causing the bloodied and fleshy mound before him to be shrouded in a veil of dark mist. As the swirling haze dissipated, a hint of crimson light seeped through the slightly ajar door of the booth, revealing a continuous stream of blood and flesh drifting in from outside, as if the world beyond had morphed into a hell of slaughter and carnage. With the door fully opened, the liquefied flesh surged in like a tidal wave, inundating the space within. This moment, Wang Datsai let out a cold snort and raised his hand to shield himself, only to discover that the flesh and blood assaults directed at him transformed into crimson vapor. Beneath the burning cigarette but protruding from the fox mask, they were reduced to ashes, leaving only a scent of charred remains lingering in the air. Wang Datsai gazed at the fiery glow emanating from the woman's fingertips. Then inquired, "Is this the extraordinary power? How can I make flames erupt from my hands?" At this moment, the cultured bespectacled man, nursing a gaping hole in his temple, slowly rose to his feet. The white fox mask showed no interest in the young man before him. To him, it was sufficient to awaken this fellow. Whether the remaining two would survive seemed to bear little direct consequence to him. After exhaling a sigh, he collided with the mound of crimson flesh. The weighty mass of meat immediately crushed the man beneath it as the alluring shadow of the bespectacled man shifted aside. It clung to the wall like a dark specter, making its departure. At this juncture, from within the blood-red mound that had just suffocated the bespectacled man, a vertical entity was forced out. A grotesque creature emerged, its skin adorned with a series of blood-red visages. In that moment, it ripped the facial skin off the bespectacled man and affixed it onto its own flesh. With a faint smile gracing its lips, the faceless man's body began to writhe, as if the faces on it were seeking new prey. Each visage uttered chilling words. "Is there anyone left? Is there any vibrant life remaining?" In the next instant, a colossal arm was abruptly torn from the flesh, gradually gaining self-awareness as it relied on its fingers to burrow into the ground. Crawling forth, the faces upon it quivered as the hand with its skin slowly advanced, and the eyes above scanned the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a viscous, blood-black substance oozed from the skin. The dark, congealed blood flowed across the floor, resembling shadowy insects scuttling about in search of something. But it seemed to be pursuing the scent of survivors. Yet when another shadow slipped through the crack of the door, Wang Datsai seized the opportunity to escape. However, he immediately drew the attention of the arm. The torn skin of the reversing arm split open, launching itself toward the door in an arc, forcing it wide open. At this moment, Wang Datsai cursed under his breath. "This is not what I anticipated. Why am I the one being hunted?" Yet, as he sprinted a mile away, a sharp pain surged through his body. In the next moment, a shadowy creature, akin to an insect, crept up to the base of his thigh, scaling his calf bone. The blood-black tendrils burrowed into his flesh, causing his entire foot to turn black and purple, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Wang Datsai glared furiously as he watched the creature inch toward his chest, targeting his heart. It seemed to recognize the most vulnerable organ in a human being. Gradually, he raised his hand, cursing, "Take this, you wretched creature." As the pitch-black muzzle of the gun was pressed against the slender body of the creature, the next moment reverberated with the sound of gunfire. The shell ejected from Wang Datsai's hand, causing a jolt of pain from the splatter of gunpowder and debris. As he trembled, his hand once again grasped the gun, its barrel now marred by dark crimson stains, with a trickle of fresh blood seeping from its surface. Wang Datsai's hand had been injured by the force of the recoil, the black-gray powder clinging to his mangled wound. The pain from the gash on his arm felt akin to the sting of industrial alcohol, causing a bead of cold sweat to form upon his brow. Yet, what instilled greater terror within him was the grotesque creature, which had previously loitered nearby without approaching, now slowly slithering closer. A layer of grotesque lumps erupted from its skin, a blood-black visage protruding with countless heads, assembling into a small mountain. That moment, each head bore a mocking grin, inching towards Wang Datsai, as the creature cackled with sinister mirth. "Not bad. Your struggles make you one of us. At least you may find happiness." Yet, in the presence of this abomination, he felt utterly powerless. As the bullets were discharged, the gun barrel overheated, warping slightly, causing his hand to tremble, amidst a haze of blood and flesh. Wang Datsai slowly lowered the weapon. Though he had dispatched 2 or 3 heads, the creature continued its relentless advance. More heads emerged from the writhing mass, as if it were a grotesque entity solely composed of a multitude of heads. The prospect of victory seemed utterly elusive, and at that moment, Wang Datsai let out a quiet grunt, longing to perish heroically, only to find himself facing such a humiliating demise. Damn it. Just as the crawling shadows and the central mass of heads drew near, the ceiling above suddenly collapsed, marble bricks plummeting downward. As an entire section of the wall tumbled, Wang Datsai, in a moment of desperate survival, unleashed a surge of strength. He deftly maneuvered his body to evade the devastation wrought by the falling debris. Witnessing a swarm of shadowy creatures writhing from beneath the rubble, their skin appeared dark and wrinkled, a miasma of blood-black mist enveloping the area, instantly staining the collapsed wall with a gruesome, blood-soaked hue. Countless crimson veins spread across the surface, and at that moment, the black-gray creatures immediately began to assimilate the wall into their thrall. As the blood-black wall giant rose, it drew closer to the young man, signaling that the crisis had not yet abated. From this towering mass of flesh, a voice emerged, cold and laden with malevolence. Hehehe. Was that an earthquake? No matter. As long as I possess extraordinary power, I can contend even against natural disasters, for I am invincible. Just as this dark, shadowy mass of flesh uttered the word invincible, a massive black sphere suddenly plummeted from above, crushing it to pieces. In the next instant, a bizarre toad, its body marred by injuries and adorned with multiple arms, descended. The dark hide bore fine black lines, as if they were needles injecting into the wall. Instantly, the ancient creatures clinging to the heads and bodies shattered, layer upon layer cascading to the ground. All vitality was consumed by this toad, which opened its maw wide. A shadow, dark as blood, surged forth, revealing the visage of Chen Ming. Wang Dazai caught a fleeting glimpse, and in an instant he was rendered speechless. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Chen Ming, how have you transformed into such a ghastly form?" Yet, the toad before him appeared to be in a state of extreme weakness. A consequence of the recent struggle, an intense fire coursed through its body, and then a copper coin flew forth. Wang Dazai felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and suddenly, half of his skull shattered and fell to the ground. The blood-dark coin splattered from his brow to the back of his head, cleaving it open. Crimson gore spilled forth, and the youth collapsed amidst a pool of blood. At that moment, Chen Ming exhaled a mouthful of blood. Extricating himself from the writhing walls, he then pursued the direction in which the toad had fled, witnessing the entire undulating space of flesh engulfed in spreading flames. With a cold chuckle, he mused, "Is this all it takes to overwhelm you? Ha ha ha. Truly pathetic." Within this writhing mass of entrails, Chen Ming felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, unable to move, however, for the two creatures trapped within. This was sheer torment. At that moment, Chen Ming ignited a fire, burning through the entire gastrointestinal tract, transforming the area into a realm suffused with corrosive acid and putrid gas. While this was a hellish ordeal for the youth, the thermal assault was disproportionately devastating for the larger toad, which resembled a pitiful creature threatened by death and curses within this inferno. Seizing the advantage, the young man swiftly extricated himself from that hellish domain. Chen Ming gently wiped the charred skin on his forehead and dashed toward the shattered opening. In an instant, he beheld the youth whose skull had split into two. Chen Ming roared, "Dazai." "Why?" Without hesitation, the young man lunged downward, landing atop the toad, and his hands began to rain blows upon it. The blood-red blade in his grasp twisted, and as the flames surged forth, they obliterated everything in their path. In that moment, as the black flames roiled, the toad collapsed to the side. Gradually, its flesh began to mend, the searing fat crackling and bubbling. The mass of dark, ashen flesh nourished the toad, allowing its body to regain some vitality. At this juncture, the toad writhed, expelling a stream of blood from its folds. Inside, the faces of the youth and Wang Dazai became entwined in a grotesque amalgamation, having consumed a soul essence. It grew stronger, sneering, "This is my hunting ground. I shall only grow more powerful, and you will inevitably fall. I offer you one last chance to submit to me." Chapter 27. The Threat of Death. However, as the youth swung his blade, crimson flames erupted like waves, dispersing the foe. Chen Ming strode purposefully to the side of the fallen Wang Dazai, reaching down with his hand. Gently, he brushed against his friend's cheek. But the mangled mass that remained could scarcely be called a face. It resembled a putrid mass of fermented vegetables languishing within a jar. At that moment, Chen Ming struck the ground with a fierce blow, creating a deep indentation. However, the pain radiating from his arm awakened the demon nestled within. Suddenly, a pair of dark, gray eyes emerged, writhing and leaping forth from his arm. As the eyes crawled up, they reached the youth's left shoulder, where they leaned in close and chuckled mischievously. I possess a method that may summon unnecessary troubles, yet it could also save his life." After a soft exhale, the youth discerned the nature of the creature's proposed method. To combat the curse and death, one must embody the very essence of curse and death, becoming a part of the distorted world. Chen Ming could envision the grotesque form that Wang Dazai would assume, twisted into a mass of flesh or metamorphosed into a monster. Yet, the choice before the youth was not merely between life and distortion, but rather between death and existence in a peculiar state. Rather than allowing Wang Dazai to meet his demise so readily, it was wiser to gamble and see if he could survive in this warped reality. The youth let out a self-deprecating chuckle, thinking, "How foolish. Indeed, I should not have brought him along. I've merely dragged him into a pit of flames. Yet, it seemed there were no alternatives at this juncture, as he felt his flesh spasm violently. At that moment, the blood-black eyes were thoroughly inundated with crimson veins, and a weight of oppression filled much of his chest. Waves of sanguine energy radiated from him, and he let out a light, mocking laugh. At this instant, his soul was entirely surrendered to the control of the slender spectre. He slightly lifted his palm, and a small mass of flesh began to spread within it as ancient markings shifted upon his palm. They resembled an ancient war chariot. More precisely, it was a chariot of fury and slaughter. As the palm moved subtly, the blood-red filth and flesh converged upon the fragmented head before him, just as the palm pressed down completely. The golden hair that had lingered atop the decaying flesh suddenly twitched. In the next moment, the hair transformed into serrated, chainsaw-like teeth, continuously whirling. Just as the palm reached forth, it became a blur of blood and flesh. The previously shattered head morphed into a semi-elliptical shape, then pieced together into a singular mass. Only the center of the forehead still emitted a slow, protruding rise. This moment, Chen Ming remarked, I never expected my old friend would grant me a semblance of respect, bestowing the power of the war chariot upon him. Whether he can endure this trial depends on his own abilities. After transferring the mark and strength of the war chariot to the boy before him, Chen Ming abruptly crouched down, evading the flailing arm. Bloody blades burst forth from the crevices of bone, weaving marrow and crimson blood into a spear that pierced the opponent's arm. With a forceful heave, he struck down from a height. The toxic fumes emanating from the toad's outer skin clouded the youth's vision. Amidst the gray haze, a punch descended, only to collide with the marble floor, sending a spray of bones and sanguine matter soaring. The splattered remnants fell upon the youth's flesh, rendering him akin to a survivor crawling from the ruins. Not a single piece of clothing remained intact upon his body, which was marred by wounds that were slowly healing. Chen Ming stood amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a glimmer of spirit emanating from his brow. In this moment, he grasped some bones protruding from his left hand, the bones twisting in a sanguine display. As the young man's body trembled and writhed, he let out a soft grunt, invoking a secret art, a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a tide of crimson waves, with a downward slash of his blade. A form resembling a winged angel emerged behind the youth, vast and composed of bloody feathers, manifesting a colossal divine figure. As the blood-red waves surged, they enveloped the immense form. Suddenly, heaps of scarlet flesh began to rise and fall beside Chen Ming, protecting him even as his own body began to disintegrate. In an instant, a tremendous tide of blood materialized out of thin air, rushing forth like a tsunami, filling the entire space. This moment, the toad sensed a wave of oppressive force approaching and slightly lifted its gaze. Observing the rolling waves and the gigantic blood sea surging like a tidal wave, it smirked disdainfully, recognizing the invocation of secret arts. Oh, not too shabby. It seems I must get serious. Secret art. Ancient bronze summons the thunder. In response, the toad's outstretched arms joined together in a prayerful gesture. Blood-red lightning erupted from their palms, intertwining tightly. At this moment, the toad appeared to be casting a spell, akin to a Taoist from Maoshan or a spirit concealed within the mountains, summoning the heavenly retribution of thunder to descend upon the world. Dark crimson coins slowly emerged from its skin, cascading onto the ground. Like metallic objects beckoning the heavenly thunder, they awakened the latent power hidden within the flesh and blood. In an instant, the toad's great hand suddenly opened wide. Its arms, once clasped in prayer to the deities, thrust forward with vigor. That moment, the heavens above, previously shrouded by dark, gray walls, shattered, revealing an ancient, hoarse voice. Little fat pig, you could compel me to summon my power. It seems you've landed in trouble. At this moment, it appeared that the entity whom the toad referred to as Daddy was covertly assisting. From the thick, dark smoke above, bloody arms emerged, and immediately, the raging thunder descended. In an instant, the ancient coins that had been leaping upon the ground sprang up, hovering momentarily in the air, before converging forward. A peculiar staff of copper coins manifested in the toad's palm. Formed by the interconnection of countless coins, its numerous hands grasped the rod that guided the thunder. It swung the staff, causing the heavenly thunder to coalesce at the end of the ancient coin. Where a blood-red gem resided, an irregular, oval sphere was flung forward, instantly sending forth fiery arcs of electricity that surged ahead, like a swimming dragon. It exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was as though an ancient emperor, resembling a true dragon or a thunderous beast, stood before him. Amidst the rolling waves of crimson, the boy, perched atop what resembled a surfboard, gazed into the distance and snorted coldly. Damn it, an adversary has arrived that one be easily dealt with. At this moment, Chen Ming did not believe that these waves could hinder the advance of a thunderous dragon. Consequently, he gradually submerged himself in the blood sea and swiftly fled from the scene. Yet blood is conductive. At that moment, two formidable forces collided into a singular mass. The thunderbolts scattered into various sizes, akin to apex predators of the ocean, swimming through the blood, swiftly locating the youth who had just escaped. As his skin blackened, a hoarse crackling sound echoed through the blood-red waves. The predators, transformed from thunder, shattered one half of Chen Ming's body, contorting his visage into a grimace, with fierce eyes glaring at the approaching bolts. A wave of sanguine fury surged forth. The boy let out a cold snort, realizing that this body was destined to be forsaken once more. At that moment, the toad sensed an overwhelming fatigue gradually enveloping its being. It seemed that channeling the divine-like power had indeed drained a considerable amount of its mental energy. Just as exhaustion washed over it, the toad lifted its gaze, only to behold the blood-red thunder charging towards it, unleashed by the torrential waters. Although this thunder dragon had carved a hollow in the gigantic wall of water, it had not been entirely vanquished. The blood continued to surge and crash forward. The toad widened its eyes and cursed, "Damn." However, after uttering that final curse, it was instantly engulfed by the blood-soaked thunder. Its dark, blood-like skin cracked open, as the thunder's crushing force compelled it to roll helplessly. Subsequently, it was torn into fragments, merging with the blood. After a considerable time, amidst the tranquility, it seemed that no sound lingered. All living beings had succumbed to decay and death, but a writhing mass of flesh gradually emerged from the crevice of the earth. The toad shed its outer skin, revealing a blood-black silhouette burrowing into the soil for refuge. As the writhing mass of flesh emerged, its skin gradually shrank and darkened, transforming into an inflated toad form. Only the blood-black figure, lodged within its mouth, cautiously lifted its gaze, scanning the surroundings with a wary glint in its eyes. Although it could not discern Chen Ming's presence, it was certain that the scoundrel was still alive. He was not one to perish so easily. That boy was a true pure demon. His existence radiated an aura of strength, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe hanging around one's neck, causing the grand toad before him to expel several breaths of foul air. However, the toad's menacing presence failed to stir any ripples in the atmosphere. The boy's shadow remained elusive, and a series of faint, sinister breezes swept past the golden, coin-like toad. The flesh lumps on its visage quivered slowly, and the tender skin still clinging to its face dripped crimson streams. These droplets trickled onto the ground, gradually spreading a scarlet hue towards a man in the distance who still bore a faint breath of life. Yet, faced with the desperate yearning for fresh, vital energy to replenish its ravaged form, the toad felt an unsettling sense of caution and apprehension. The soft-bodied toad, although his garments were torn and flesh was rolling, his condition was already dire, seemingly under the dominion and scrutiny of some malevolent spirit. Consequently, his body was marred with deep fissures, layers of decaying skin cascading downwards. At that moment, the toad appeared to be irresistibly drawn to a potent, seductive life force. As it approached slowly, its palm pressed lightly above, attempting to devour the creature entirely. Then, it cast a glance around, searching for the boy's whereabouts, and with a menacing chuckle, it taunted, "If you do not show yourself, your friend shall become a part of my being. Since you are unwilling, let your friend serve as a substitute." Chapter 28. The golden chainsaw. The toad immediately extended its hand, its sanguine claws poised to touch Wang Datsai's form. Suddenly, a shadow of black and gray leapt forth from within, a bright smile above radiating an aura of fear that unsettled the toad. Fortunately, it had anticipated that the process of devouring would be anything but flawless, and its palm curled, transforming the bones within into blades. With a violent gust, the blood-red visage collided with a mass. At this juncture, the youth nimbly leapt and landed upon the massive toad's arm. Then, beneath the swirling palm, he thrust forth a blood-red spear. The toad gaped wide, expelling a torrent of sanguine essence, accompanied by the remnants of lightning, the surging blood energy. After the crimson spear was deflected, the toad's gaze was met with the specter of the youth. As the excess flesh hanging from him was wiped away, the boy's bare form emerged before it. The smile gracing his face was a testament to his vitality. He chuckled lightly. Perhaps our battle is far from over." Ashen spots erupted from the boy's body, his life force exhibiting peculiar traits. Groups of grayish-blue viral colonies proliferated around him, as dark, viscous fluids seeped across the ground. At that moment, the boy detected, through a veiled essence, that all threats emanated from the lifeless, gray toad. After ferrying the golden coins, he had fully transformed into a warped entity, his form bearing the mottled marks and zombie virus from the ancient coins. His body flowed slowly, becoming eerie and grotesque. The sanguine smile twisted upon his visage as he sneered. I hope you strive to survive. Do not let me down. After all, during my tempestuous transformation into thunderous wrath, few have managed to endure. Yet, in the face of the toad's vicious words and provocation, the youth merely rubbed his neck, then extracted a small tuft of golden fuzz from above. The iron-gray hair pierced through his neck like silver needles. To be precise, Chen Ming was now riddled with countless sharp, golden spikes penetrating his flesh, as if he had been skewered by some golden underground thorn, manifesting a bizarre distortion. The youth grinned widely. And as layers of gloom and cold mirth enveloped his countenance, his figure dissipated, only to reassemble instantaneously before the toad. The blood-red claws swelled, responding to the toad's skin's pulsations, expanding in an instant. The colossal hand lunged forward, and upon witnessing the sudden approach of Chen Ming, the toad cursed, "You possess courage. I relish this type of reckless foolhardiness. If I were to teach you the art of skinning and slaughtering, dear father would undoubtedly commend my efforts." Subsequently, with a sweeping motion, the toad's hand grasped the ethereal copper coin staff, which immediately materialized within its palm. The blood-black copper coin embedded itself into flesh, eliciting a torrent of blood to spurt forth. The crimson filth cascaded downward. The massive copper staff descended with force, accompanied by a rumble akin to thunder. The blood-black coin stirred into action, raising a cloud of dust from the ground before in a moment of fluid motion. The toad struck downwards with a thundering clap. Instantly, the space before it became devoid of Chen Ming's presence, while several enormous hands, gliding across its body, swiped downwards. Yet, they only grasped a few indistinct, bloody remnants, none of which belonged to Chen Ming himself. The next instant, just as the toad prepared to unleash another strike, a sharp agony surged through its abdomen. Slowly, it lowered its gaze, only to find a blood-black blade protruding from its belly. That a shadowy figure emerged from within, crawling forth with a sneer that taunted. "What are you looking at, you clumsy oaf?" The blood-soaked silhouette then fully emerged from the toad's abdomen, revealing that Chen Ming had, against all odds, harnessed the power of the corpse mountain and blood sea after breaking free from his restraints. Merging entirely with the surrounding flesh, including living entities, now part of his parasitic existence. However, the toad abruptly slammed its hand against its belly and clawed at the gaping wound. A large chunk of flesh erupted forth, the blood-black palm pushing both the entrails and the youth ahead, forcefully pressing them into the ground. The toad leapt once more, akin to a falling meteor. It created ripples of crimson and crashing waves. In an instant, the boy found himself trapped beneath the immense copper coin and the pressure of thunderous might. At this moment, the toad remained stationary, clutching the colossal copper staff, its gaze deep and laced with a hint of menace and vigilance. "This is no mere wall of flesh. I doubt it can withstand my onslaught." The golden toad finally perceived the unique attributes of the youth. He was a natural prodigy within this twisted realm. Were it not for the malevolent spirit residing within Chen Ming's being, such a talent could have served as a formidable ally in mastering the dark world and its distorted powers, becoming its right-hand man. Yet, at this moment, the toad gripped the iron-gray copper hammer, as a writhing figure emerged from its maw, snorting disdainfully. "I advise you to rid yourself of that malevolent spirit within, lest it lead you down the path of annihilation. Of course, I could have accepted your arrogance and audacity, but the spirit compels me to seek vengeance upon you." Yet, the boy's soul was now intricately intertwined with the malevolent spirit, and such taunts only incited a sense of ennui within Chen Ming. The toad's numerous arms gripped the enormous copper staff, while the copper coin slowly detached itself from the skeletal remains. Supported by electromagnetic levitation, it floated in the void above. The sprawling crimson lightning, as thick as blood, coursed through the spaces between the coins, adhering to the massive bloodbone staff, while the blood-black demon hovered beside the toad, transform it into a grotesque form devoid of any semblance of normalcy, resembling a mass of writhing entities that twist unabashedly in the This moment, the colossal staff of thunder exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, and the surging tempest of lightning suddenly descends like divine retribution. Before me, the toad bursts into a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Let us engage in a fierce battle." Enigmatic incantations, the ancient bronze rod channels the might of thunder. Subsequently, the shadowy figures swirling beside it are utterly torn apart, transforming into a vivid crimson as they surge forward. The immense staff propels the toad, flashing past like a swift bolt of lightning, causing a series of colossal explosions to reverberate through the space. It is as if, at his side, countless bombs have detonated, driving him inexorably closer. Then, the massive metallic rod descends with force, accompanied by an onslaught of blood-red lightning surging forth. The divine thunder, concentrated in a singular point, appears poised to obliterate this fleshy mass before me completely. Yet, in the next moment, a derisive chuckle reverberates, and a cool voice declares, "Okay, leave it to me. I feel invigorated." The visage of a youth is utterly torn apart, a blood-red spike protruding from his brow. A golden chainsaw cleaves the head in twain, with the center of the split skull revealing the golden chainsaw emerging forth. At that instant, as the golden coin-like rod strikes down, a sharp crack resounds. The rod fractures at the fleshy junction, and the previously coalesced thunder disperses into racing thunderbirds, like fragments of a bomb bursting apart. They scatter in all directions, tearing open the blood-black toad's skin, its crimson innards wrenched out by the relentless thunder. Beneath the blackish-gray exterior of the toad's skin lies a visage of terror. Gazing at the chainsaw-wielding figure that has suddenly emerged, one can barely discern through the golden sheen of the chainsaw and the blood-black filth the distinct facial features belonging to Wang Datsai. At this moment, the toad sneers derisively, exclaiming, "I've siphoned away a portion of your vitality, yet you still cling to life. It seems you are not so simple after all." At this juncture, Wang Datsai's flesh gradually heals, the shattered bones reassembling into a complete form. Previously ravaged by the psychic will of a war chariot and besieged by peculiar mystical symbols, he had become a grotesquely twisted mass. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, he was suddenly ensnared by an enigmatic force, specifically an assault of thunder. The remnants of the war chariot's mark upon him were dispersed by this power, only to be reconstituted when the soul of the youth tore and parasitized him. This bizarre fusion compelled him to survive the threshold of death, metamorphosing into the golden war chariot known as the Chainsaw Man. This moment, he embodies a monstrous vehicle charging into battle. Wielding a steel saw, his form has expanded significantly, rendering Chen Ming's ordinary stature beside him to appear diminished, akin to a toddler just mastering the art of walking. The massive war chariot's body swells ominously. At this moment, Wang Datsai emits a cold chuckle, his voice gravelly and mechanical, as if exuded from some electronic apparatus. Amidst the cacophony of the chainsaw's whirring, his voice becomes almost indistinct, yet it resonates with magnetism and authority. "He, Chen Ming. I now feel an excruciating pain in my head. It feels as if my brain has been directly excavated." The piercing sensation of pain was akin to countless knives incessantly stabbing at the scalp of Wang Datsai's brain. This excruciating agony rendered him increasingly alert, ensnared in a twisted madness. The flicker of a smile emerged upon his face, marred by the gash inflicted by the copper coins. That moment, he slowly turned his head, the steel chainsaw nearly slicing into Chen Ming. The youth sidestepped just in time, yet still sustained a graze. The chainsaw merely brushed against him, but that formidable instrument effortlessly mangled half of his visage. Wang Datsai, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "My apologies. It seems I failed to control it properly. I forgot this contraption was affixed to my head." The flesh on Chen Ming's face swiftly healed, and he exhaled gently, his features restoring to a complete form. Before the blood-black toad, two almost naked monstrosities stood poised. The surging vitality emanating from them elicited an unexpected thrill within the toad. Moments ago, amidst a sea of corpses and blood, summoned by the tumultuous tides of carnage, all the distorted souls in the arena had been obliterated, leaving only decaying flesh oozing upon the ground. In this vast expanse of silence, only 3 lives remained. Locked in a mutual gaze, Wang Datsai stepped forward slightly, his arm tearing as bizarre golden fibers took root between his fingers. A darkened chainsaw pierced through his palm, and the chainsaw man howled in agony. After all, the pain of severed fingers was achingly vivid to him. Chen Ming slowly reached for the area of his heart, the most vibrant locus of blood. He gently tugged outward, extracting the blood near his heart, which then twisted within the bloody blade of his palm. The edge of the blade was fixed firmly against the filth-covered toad. The two youths had transformed into foul and grotesque demons. Yet the toad faced such a menace with increasing exhilaration. A massive club crashed into the ground, sending a cloud of flying debris that obscured the creature's visage. Amidst the swirling dust, the toad chuckled mischievously, welcoming yet another troublesome adversary, albeit merely an additional morsel to savor. Chapter 29. the youth's resistance as the toad uttered its words of sin and punishment, accompanied by a sneering roar. It raised the colossal lightning staff high. Suddenly, the sky rumbled, flickering ominously, and the blood-black thunder roared as the enormous iron pole trembled in its grasp. It drew forth a semblance of thunder dragons, which swiftly collided with the golden chainsaw vehicle. However, the golden cutting blade, upon reversal, effortlessly cleaved the thunder asunder. The steel-like wave of the blade redirected the lightning towards its own form. Flesh turned blackened and charred. The massive figure resembled a lump of ash, emanating a distinct burnt odor. That moment, Wang Dazai did not collapse to the ground. Instead, a layer of bumps erupted from his skin, pushing away the deadened flesh beneath. His body swelled once more, and a ring of black blades emerged from his palm. In the next instant, Wang Dazai's form flickered and lunged towards the toad. The youth mockingly taunted, "Can a toad truly wield electricity? How exceedingly amusing." In an instant, the scene is cut through with three chainsaws intersecting as they advance forward. Golden-hued coins scatter through the air, and a dark crimson thunder reverberates around, generating a tremendous shockwave that astonishingly sends the chainsaw man reeling, his massive form collapsing to the ground. The blood-black blades of the chainsaw scrape against the earth, and as he desperately attempts to rise, the chainsaw surges forward once more, with a mighty downward strike. The formidable, lethal force of the steel saw descends. Yet, from the belly of the toad, a colossal hand emerges, spewing forth a torrent of blood. This enormous hand seizes the sanguine essence, crushing it into a clump before casting it aside. Within the dark mass, several visages materialize. They are none other than the ashen arms and shadowy crawlers previously devoured by the toad. Appears he is another twisted soul from the casino. Or more accurately, he embodies the distorted humanity and psyche of a former cadre. Like a specter of alluring dread, he represents one of the more formidable entities within the casino. The combined might of these two now converges within the toad's form, as both flesh and soul are consumed by the casino's overlord. Subsequently, a frenzied grin emerges upon the visage affixed to the sanguine mass, exuding an extraordinary power that I should have long since devoured them entirely, incorporating them as part of my being, so that we might together embark upon a grand and glorious journey. As this grotesque entity before me consumes ever more souls, he gradually assumes the imposing stature and presence akin to the Emperor Tarot card he venerates. It seems both soul and body are slowly contorting, yet the steel chainsaw man before me emits a cacophony of cracking sounds. The chainsaw's mechanisms writhe within his bones, causing them to snap and crackle. The excruciating agony, reminiscent of being ground to dust, sharpens Wang Dazai's awareness. From the blood-black lips emerges the scornful laughter of the steel chainsaw man. "You wretched toad, do you dare to feast upon me?" One can only wonder who shall be the first to be plunged into the hot pot later. The toad, immense in stature, moves with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a series of sonic booms. Following an explosion, the toad leaps into the air, its chilling voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell throughout the space. "You impudent little brat, your time to be arrogant is but a mere quarter of an hour." The toad's colossal form descends with the force of a mountain, sending a cloud of dust swirling around. Amidst the blood-black debris, a chainsaw man emerges, his sanguine body torn by the tempestuous onslaught of coins. Gory scars bloom forth from his flesh, his body resembling the vast and cracked earth, deep and sanguinary, yet imbued with a sense of grandeur and oppression. This moment, the chainsaw man charges once more. The immense steel saw aimed forward, in response. The bizarre, bloodied golden cudgel rises to meet it, the two metallic entities colliding with a resounding crash. A shower of sparks ignites, accompanied by the roar of bloodied thunder, revealing that the toad's overwhelming force prevails. As the thunder upon that cudgel flickers in and out, a tremendous explosion ensues, sending the chainsaw man tumbling backward. Wang Dazai rolled like a ball, reaching the opposite side. This moment, chainsaw man slowly straightened his body, his flesh healing at an astonishing rate. His once torn massive form, reminiscent of a slender ghostly silhouette, now appeared even more robust. The sinister smirk adorned his countenance as he sneered. "It hardly hurts at all. Can it not excite me a little more?" However, Chainsaw Man was merely awakening to his powers, unlike the grotesque creature before him, a toad that had devoured countless souls and roamed through the twisted realms for ages. Just as he raised his head, a tremendous force struck him, and the bizarre black-gray copper mace came crashing down upon his face, stained with blood. In an instant, the steel-skinned chainsaw man had no time to react before the colossal mace struck him again. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of blood-black blade glimmered, and the toad felt a sharp pain pulsating through its chest. Gradually shifting its attention downward, it beheld the sneering figure of Chen Ming, who mockingly declared, "My apologies. I seized the moment to inflict a round of torment upon this beast." With that, the blood-black blade twisted, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that erupted from within the toad's body. In an instant, half of its flesh was severed away, including the arm that clutched the massive copper mace. Clinging to life, the toad swiftly rolled away, writhing like a meaty ball before fleeing into the distance. At this juncture, as the bloody thunder descended with a violent force, it relentlessly struck upon the flesh of the toad. That moment, it seemed to abandon all rational thought and roared, "Father, ancient emperor, entrust your noble will unto me." Chen Ming was unwilling to permit the toad before him to undergo any form of ascension at this juncture. The blade in his hand twirled and thrust forward, the sanguine light of the knife igniting into a wave of crimson fury. Yet, as it surged forward, it was immediately intercepted by the toad, whose massive, dark gray paw reached out and shattered the bloody tide. With a slight tremor in its palm, a writhing mass oozed forth, dripping with blood. In the blink of an eye, the youth found himself perilously close to his adversary, once again ensnared by an inescapable darkness. He sensed that he was being restrained by some unseen force. Noticing the blackish-green coins emitting arcs of electricity on the toad's body, he suddenly grasped certain truths, just as he was about to strike the toad. An immense force slammed into him, compelling him to release his fist and sending him staggering backward. At that moment, Chen Ming beheld the massive form of Wang Datsai, who had caught him. The roaring chainsaw grazed his cheek, nearly piercing him through. However, the youth slowly placed a hand on Wang Datsai's shoulder, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he admonished, "Be careful. This creature not only wields the power of thunder, but also employs the thrust and repulsion generated by electromagnetic effects to attack. It's becoming increasingly troublesome. If the opponent merely summoned the power of thunder, it would be manageable. Despite the rapidity of the electric arc assaults, with enhanced vision and bodily functions, he could evade them to some extent. However, facing this intangible thrust and repulsion was undoubtedly akin to battling invisible foes. These unseen enemies would use their blades to slice open his throat, while their blood-black claws would eviscerate his innards. At this moment, Chen Ming felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his abdomen were being torn apart, with dark, sanguine filth seeping from his torso. As he slowly raised his gaze, he beheld the colossal toad in the distance, lifting its arm pierced by copper coins, unleashing a pull intended to rip open Chen Ming's belly and extract his entrails. Yet, at that instant, Wang Datsai intervened, his body rattling with the sound of the chainsaw. The attraction, a multitude of fragments, both large and small, flowed across the ground, with only the bloodied half of a cheek still screaming in agony. His neck writhed slowly, the bones scraping against the earth, producing a disconcerting crackling sound. A significant portion of his skull had been wrenched away by the adversary. At this moment, Chen Ming lifted his gaze, attempting to grasp something, only to be met with an overwhelming force colliding against him. He was forcefully pinned against the wall, while a grotesque toad extended its palm, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. Its mouth gaped wide. It seemed poised to crush the golden chainsaw that had been violently torn away. Ready to rend the bloodied cheek into fragments and swallow them whole, the toad chuckled mockingly, exclaiming that such futile struggles of weak ants merely prolonged their demise. Chapter 30. The collapsing fat pig from the gaping maw of the toad. A torrent of blood spewed forth. At the very instant the toad opened its mouth wide, Chen Ming suddenly felt a piercing pain radiating from his head. The coins that had previously emitted a magnetic allure began to fall away from his flesh. To be precise, the entire arm of the toad was reduced to a pulpy mess. At that moment, he beheld the remnants of shattered battle chariots and flesh adorned with a chainsaw, astonishingly retaining some semblance of survival. Above, the deathly chainsaw continued to crackle ominously, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, exuding its final threats. In that instant, the toad sensed imminent danger and attempted to unleash its force to disperse the encroaching entities. Yet, the chainsaw corpses lunged forward, slicing through flesh, resulting in a gruesome spray of blood and entrails. As the force was finally released, the toad's skin was utterly obliterated, reduced to a mass of putrid flesh writhing on the ground. In that moment, the once separated chunks of flesh coalesced, transforming into an enormous shadow of a monster. Amidst this chaos, Wang Datsai, tilting his head with a grin, remarked, "I am truly grateful to this mishmash. It has awakened within me a remarkable power." Although this time he was not influenced by any suction, Wang Datsai directly drove the chainsaw into his own body, After flipping his arms, he severed them with a decisive motion, subsequently wielding a chainsaw as an arm. He moved across the ground with a wild, serpentine grace reminiscent of a golden snake. As he dashed forward, the toad, upon glancing up, witnessed a bloody substance once more spewing forth. The flailing arm sliced through the remaining skin, tearing it apart. With a forceful push, the toad scattered everything around it. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. The malevolent shadows lurked in the darkness. This moment, Wang Dazai stood like a pillar in the center of the blood-black abyss. He let out a cold chuckle, astonished that he could sever his limbs to use as weapons. Next, he turned his attention to his left foot. Then, the chainsaw within his left leg surged forth, severing his thigh bone before being flung away. At this point, only a torso and half a head remained of Wang Dazai, collapsing onto the ground, where he was caught by Chen Ming, as a steel chainsaw gradually emerged from above his blood-black head. Chen Ming tilted his head to evade, and at that moment, a hint of pain flickered across his visage, a subtle expression that did not escape Chen Ming's keen observation. A peculiar glint manifested in the boy's eyes, followed by a soft snort. Was this self-inflicted agony offered as a sacrifice to the Dominator in exchange for power truly our only path? The toad scanned its surroundings, its perceptive abilities woefully limited. If it had previously relied on arrangement and repulsion to effortlessly contend with the two humanoid youths, now it faced a lurking wolf of malevolence, poised to strike from the shadows. After all, should it fail to capture that elusive target, it would be forced to expend considerable energy in a futile attempt to scatter its foes. Moreover, if time were insufficient, the chainsaw would cleave through its flesh, brutally unveiling its very skin. Despite the peculiar toad's hide being adorned with countless gold and copper coins, akin to armor or a funerary shroud, designed to withstand certain threats, it would prove ineffective against the relentless onslaught of the chainsaw. Yet, the toad's lips curled in arrogant defiance, cursing, "Impossible! You two wretched brats, how could you possibly pose a threat to me? I am but a servant of the Emperor." At that moment, the toad realized that rather than contend with the lurking monstrosity in the shadows, it was more prudent to fix its focus upon the two youths. With a swift motion, the toad wielded a colossal golden rod, striking the ground with a resounding tremor that propelled it skyward. Using its own weight, it descended with formidable force. Just as Chen Ming raised his blade, he was abruptly seized by an overwhelming pull, drawing him closer. His body stumbled forward, akin to a brick launched through the air, crashing towards the peculiar toad. Summoning all his strength, the boy twisted his body, fracturing bones as he rotated his arm 180 degrees to align the blade with the strange toad. However, the toad merely scoffed. "Useless. Your obstinate resistance is of no consequence." In the next moment, the toad's arm, pierced by golden coins, swatted away the boy's blade, sending him reeling. Following this, the toad descended with a fist aimed to pulverize the boy's form, preparing to feast upon his blood, as a shadowy figure emerged from its tongue, with jagged bone-like teeth resembling a meat grinder, advancing towards the youth. Yet, just as the toad, high in the air, was about to descend and consume the boy, an excruciating pain erupted from its nape, crimson rain cascading downwards. The entirety of the toad's spinal column was cleaved asunder, flesh and blood splattering in all directions. The golden chainsaw, having stealthily approached, sliced deep into its interior. At that moment, Wang Dazai on the ground chuckled softly. Having succeeded, all that remained was to reduce it to mere fragments. However, the golden toad could scarcely have anticipated that while it launched its assault, an unseen entity lurking in the shadows would retaliate. In a desperate bid, it slammed its massive hand against its chest, where copper coins embedded within its fatty layers coalesced into a formidable armor. Thunder roared above, surging forth violently from his back, just as the golden chainsaw was about to sever his innards and vital organs. The copper coin armor embedded within his flesh shattered the assault, and in that moment, the toad seized the opportunity to lunge at the youth. However, Chen Ming, having caught his breath, regained a modicum of strength, his blood-black eyes flaring as he thrust his palms forward. Instantly, the crimson garb adorning him coalesced into a bloody spear point. Two spears surged forth, pinning the toad firmly on either side of its body. With a swift kick, the youth sent the toad flying. Chen Ming fell to the ground, creating a pool of blood beneath him. Rising from the crimson remnants, he bore a sinister smile that hinted at his narrow escape. He had nearly become a meal for wild dogs. Through this fierce encounter, Chen Ming realized that his strength could not inflict substantial harm upon the toad. Despite the sharpness of the crimson blade, it was easily deflected. At this moment, he sought a weapon of greater destructive power. Feeling an invisible force tugging at him, slowly, he turned his head, noticing a chilling smile creep across Wang Datsai's face. Let our powers converge, transform into a more twisted demon at this juncture. The youth could not foresee the direction in which events would unfold. It seemed that the malevolent spirit within his left arm had already decided everything for him. As blood black eyes roamed across his arm, a peculiar pull emerged, compelling Wang Datsai to sever his own neck. The blood-black spine crawled across the ground like a centipede, grotesque and distorted, much like the world itself. In an instant, as Chen Ming pivoted his fingers, the spine that had been slithering on the ground entwined around him like a serpent. Draping itself over his left arm, a heavy sense of oppression washed over him, causing a flicker of fear to flicker in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful stench of blood filled his nostrils. Wang Datsai's bloodied head, along with the chainsaw protruding from his brow, hung from Chen Ming's arm, transforming his left hand into a mere vessel for Wang Datsai's parasitism. Together, they morphed into a horrific being whose exact shape and significance defied description, revealing only the vague aesthetic of fused creatures and the absurdity of a distorted world above. At that moment, Wang Datsai's severed head twitched slightly before inching closer to the youth's fist. With a derisive laugh, he mocked, "Look at your panicked demeanor. Do not act like a novice. At least the weapon you have forged from your friend, harbor no complaints." Chen Ming was reluctant to allow this weapon, born of his friendship, to become the means of his destruction of foes. Even though Wang Datsai showed no hint of reluctance in his expression, the anxiety, fear, and absurdity of their bond permeated from the chainsaw embedded in his arm. After a soft exhale, Chen Ming had no choice but to comply. Under the urging of Wang Datsai and the malevolent spirit within his arm, Chen Ming transformed into a more twisted demon, unleashing an uncontrollable murderous intent and a surge of lethal purpose. Dark, viscous blood-like sludge oozed from the boy's eyes and brow, obscuring his cheeks. At that moment, the blood coursing through his veins began to turn a murky black-gray. A writhing mass of serpentine creatures poured forth from the spine of Wang Datsai. In that instant, Chen Ming sensed an unsettling foreboding, as if a shadowy soul was slowly encroaching upon the two youths. Meanwhile, in the distance, the toad's body twisted as the dark, gray shadows of the creeping creatures coalesced into a grotesque embodiment of the remnants of the bespectacled man's soul, which, after several tremors and dissipations, once again gathered the distorted crawlers. These creatures scurried within the toad's flesh, mending the sinewy tissue. The toad, sensing an oddity, let out a sinister chuckle, realizing that the shadowy crawlers it had previously unleashed were finally proving their worth. Soon, the boys would be rendered immobile. However, at that very moment, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, as a chainsaw materialized directly before them. The two boys, now fused, exhibited enhanced agility, speed, and destructive power. The chainsaw sliced forward, prompting the toad to raise its golden copper-armored appendage in defense. Yet, the gleaming armor shattered as if it were mere glass, disintegrating amidst the carnage. The toad swiftly dodged to the side, sacrificing a substantial portion of its form, narrowly escaping. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of threat persisted, compelling it to turn its head away. One side of its cheek was severed, torn asunder by the chainsaw's ferocity. The chainsaw then flipped and landed upon Chen Ming's right arm, merging once more into a singular entity. At this juncture, several erratic forms surged forth, reducing the toad to mere fragments. Meanwhile, the creatures and vampiric entities clinging to the boys intensified, becoming increasingly spectral and sinister. Chen Ming advanced with a serpentine grace, drawing the scattered remnants of the Golden War chariot closer to himself. This transformation rendered him into a new chainsaw monstrosity. With a sudden lunge, the boy propelled himself forward. 5 chainsaws simultaneously tore into the golden toad's flesh, obliterating it and leaving no trace of life behind. In that moment, a fragmented visage, suspended from its tongue, spat venomous curses. How could I possibly be vanquished by such insignificant wretches? Impossible. I am the 9th seat beneath the emperor. Yet, the toad's final breath caught in its throat. The chainsaw gradually fell away, and beside Chen Ming, Wang Datsai's form began to heal, piecing itself back together. However, both figures bore dark gray marks and peculiar black spots. The shadowy crawlers did not lose their vigor with the toad's demise. At this moment, Wang Datsai chuckled softly. "Good buddy. It appears our victory has been secured." Chapter 31. Devouring shadow worms. Yet, Chen Ming could faintly perceive that the threat encroaching upon his soul and life had not receded. It felt as though he remained suspended like a spider hanging from a branch. Trembling with every quiver of its silk, life seemed as fragile as that of the spider, precariously dangling by a thread. As he gazed at the increasingly pronounced black-gray marks upon his body, he anticipated that these entities were poised to consume his very essence. As they gradually crawled out, a small mass of flesh and blood was severed from their bodies. In that moment, the young man felt a wave of lightness envelop him, and he beheld a colossal, writhing arm meandering in the vicinity, as if in search of some prey. Chen Ming slowly raised the bloodied blade in his hand, seemingly poised to slice the peculiar appendage when it took action. Yet, he soon realized that the arm appeared to fix its gaze upon the squirming monstrosity. With a gentle exhalation, Chen Ming mused that the ghastly entity had already detached itself from their bodies. The crawling creature posed no immediate threat, at least for now. The two youths possessed a certain instinct for danger, acutely aware that the menace emanating from this creature was not as overwhelming as that of the toad they had encountered earlier. It seemed that the dark gray arm presented no genuine peril, especially as it did not exhibit any overt malice. Chen Ming extended a hand to steady Wang Datsai beside him, both standing upright. At that moment, a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of Wang Datsai's mouth. That a blood-red scar on his forehead was gradually healing, and as the jagged remnants of his former self disintegrated, they transformed into golden-hued skin that draped over his brow, rendering him all the more distorted and strange. Yet, at least for now, Wang Datsai retained a semblance of humanity, avoiding the fate of becoming a grotesque individual obsessed with mutilating his own limbs. With a chuckle, Wang Datsai exclaimed, "I've been of assistance, Haven Ti. I can consider myself quite formidable." Huh? Meanwhile, several black-gray creatures on the ground began to intertwine, their jaws gnashing at the remnants of flesh, gradually merging into one another. In the next moment, large protrusions erupted from their skins, tearing them apart and expanding outward. The entire mass of creatures transformed into writhing clusters of flesh, piecing together into small heaps of corpses. As the sanguine hue dripped downward, familiar faces emerged upon their shadowy skin. Chen Ming immediately recognized those visages, individuals he had previously encountered in the gambling den. Whether it was the blood-red cheeks or the refined yet deranged bespectacled man, or the guard wielding a hammer, their facial features left distinct imprints upon the arm. With a disdainful huff, Chen Ming muttered, "It seems there's yet another rather troublesome character. Something is amiss." Just as the young man detected the anomaly of the arm, a strand of golden hair suddenly emerged above, intertwining into a chainsaw that swiftly tore away half of a facial mask, leaving it hanging on the ground as it rapidly advanced toward Wang Datsai. The two young men, who had nearly exhausted all their energy and spirit from the previous battle, were caught completely off guard. However, Chen Ming, having sensed the oddity earlier, leapt into action with all his might. He seized a hefty chunk of rubble and hurled it forward, smashing the mass of flesh apart. Yet, the golden chainsaw came perilously close to his heart, severing half of an arm and a substantial portion of his left chest. Quaking momentarily on the ground before falling still, as Chen Ming's wound began to heal, the excruciating pain caused his blood-stained lips to twitch involuntarily. Chen Ming chuckled derisively, exclaiming, "What a remarkably formidable adversary. There is an elusive essence about him, something I cannot foresee, that seems to be creeping upon him." Just moments ago, Wang Datsai, who had been ambushed, felt a throbbing vein bulging on his forehead. That instant, a trickle of yellowish-black blood oozed from the center of his brow, as if his skull were on the verge of being cleaved once more. A massive chainsaw threatened to burst forth from his head. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, rendering him immobile, as though his entire being had been infused with quicksilver. In that moment, Chen Ming lightly rested his hand upon Wang Datsai's shoulder and remarked with a gentle smile, "Do not overexert yourself. Your body is exceedingly weak now. Allow me to take charge for the time being." Due to the malevolent spirit dwelling within him, the young man possessed an acute awareness of certain peculiar soul pulls in the passage of life. He had long anticipated the abnormalities afflicting Wang Datsai. Discerning the connection between him and the bizarre creeping creature through the shadows, it became evident to him that Wang Datsai had perhaps already fallen prey to the parasitic grip of that strange insect. Should this creature not be utterly vanquished here, Wang Datsai would inevitably become either its next meal or a new host. As the youth approached, he heard a deep, guttural roar echoing in his ear. Wang Datsai's exhausted body collapsed onto the ground, and after casting a glance, The young man slowly drew forth a crimson thread from the region of his heart, as the blade of the corpse-laden sea reversed. It gently manifested in the palm of his hand. With a slight elevation of his left hand, he pointed the blade directly at a mound formed by countless faces and heads. The shadowy creature writhed like a pulsating mass, navigating through the flesh and dark, grimy blood. In that moment, the monster sneered, its visage resembling Wang.'s eyes, producing an uncanny sound. You two little brats do possess some skill. In this twisted realm, new formidable forces are a rare occurrence. After the dark insect uttered its words, it swiftly vanished from the young man's view, dispersing into a swarm of black bugs, taking with it fragments of faces and a small mass of flesh. Chen Ming had not anticipated that the foe would so readily disintegrate its form to evade his gaze. With a cold huff, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I cannot allow any of them to escape. Otherwise, it will spell trouble for Wang.'s eye." With light steps, the young man ascended to great heights. Then, with a decisive kick, crushed one of the dark insects beneath his foot, the charcoal-gray remnants of its corpse. Along with the viscous, ebony blood, sprayed onto him. Splotches of dark, bluish-black flesh swirled upon his skin, yet Chen Ming forcefully yanked at a piece of the bloody mass, tearing it away. At that moment, the malevolent spirit within him stirred once more. And amidst the entanglement of souls, a slender ghostly silhouette lunged forward. A colossal arm, woven from flesh and blood, struck forth. In the wake of this, a void of blood red appeared before him, swirling like a vortex or a toilet bowl. Creating a suction that drew the dark insects inward, they were compelled to converge towards the center, compressing into a mushy amalgamation of flesh and blood, ultimately obliterating both bones and flesh. At this juncture, the chilling and eerie black soul loomed ominously in the entire expanse above the spine. A slender specter looms, brandishing a vicious blade of malevolence. Perched upon the throne of flesh and blood, an eye upon its chest tears open a gory wound. At this moment, the young man lets out a soft chuckle, invoking secret arts. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surge forth, as the colossal shadow behind him transforms once more into a thick torrent of blood. It rushes forward. A titanic tsunami crashes down, engulfing all those wretched insects within the sanguine depths. Within the putrid blood, myriad obscure creatures abound, where only the most formidable demons can endure in such a hellish realm. In an instant, the youth's figure swirls rapidly through the blood, akin to a splashing crimson shadow. Searching within the liquid for dark, crawling horrors, countless vermin find themselves ensnared by the crimson tide, some floating helplessly, others being swept away by the crashing waves. The youth's silhouette swiftly shifts, appearing beside one of the crawling creatures. As the blood swells, innumerable shadows of these vermin coalesce into a mass of putrescence. The entire being seems to lose its senses, slowly lifting its gaze to where all attention converges. A peculiar golden hue flows, as the surrounding world melts into a golden liquid. The pure and immaculate golden fluid gathers into a towering throne at the center. As the throne ascends, the flesh and bone beneath it weave into a deathly seat, constructed from gold and various instruments of torture. The surrounding space shifts in a surreal manner, devoid of any discernible scenes or rules. Yet, the one unwavering element is the emperor seated at the pinnacle, his form obscured by a shroud of gray mist. With a trace of authority and disdain, the emperor chuckles. Do feeble ants dare defy the majesty of the revered sovereign? I harbor no disdain for the defiant. I admire your pitiful demise. Subsequently, the youth appears to truly confront an emperor, standing before him as a decree of death is issued. As the youth's body rises and falls, he slowly raises his head, only to witness his flesh being rent asunder. Layer upon layer of blood-red scars reveal the black-gray insects that had previously infested Wang.'s form. These shadows emerge from the flesh, quivering gently in the blood-soaked lake below, then glide toward the distant horizon, their tails flicking, rendering the black-gray of the skin ever darker and more sorrowful. Above those ashen, curtain-like skins, countless souls stand, attempting to claw their way out. At this moment, the struggling vermin converge upon another throne of flesh. The slender specter suddenly materializes before the youth, seizing Chen Ming by the throat, with a vicious grip upon one of the boy's most vulnerable organs. The sensation of suffocation surges through his throat, rousing Chen Ming to a semblance of awareness. The immense threat of death and the agony of asphyxiation compel him to shake off his previous days. Lacking the ability to move, the youth takes a deep breath, biting through his tongue as he struggles desperately. Breaking free from that bizarre and disorienting scene, he steps back, standing amidst the blood, softly murmuring, I never expected to truly gaze upon that elusive sovereign, that I must flee at once. Yet, just as the thought of escape flickered in Chen Ming's mind, he caught sight of himself lifting his gaze. A shadowy grayish-black insect darted past him, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure collided with his face. Half of his skull caved in, his body stiffened, and he tumbled to the ground, rolling amidst the thin pool of blood. At this moment, the tumultuous sea of blood gradually subsided. The earlier disorienting chaos, with its mountains of corpses and waves of blood, was utterly suppressed by the ancient creature, rendering any attempt at resistance futile. The blood-black currents quivered slightly beneath the enormous hand, devoid of any signs of revival. With a sudden, forceful press from the grayish-black insect's claw, the turbulent sea of blood awakened the power of the blood blade, woven from the heart's essence, only to be crushed into a small heap upon impact with the ARM.AT that moment. The shadowy insect resembled a writhing tree, slowly emerging from the carcass of the toad. It then began to emit a peculiar laughter, tauntingly declaring that the useless being was merely a waste in the eyes of the emperor, and that I would inherit his esteemed name. Chapter 32. The attempt to escape. Following its provocative utterances, the maggot-like creature writhed slightly once more. Countless remnants of flesh and blood erupted from beneath it, the sanguine-hued worm flesh surging upward and enveloping the maggot. It was consuming the toad, as golden coins gradually transformed into a flowing stream of gold, coalescing over the enormous body of the writhing worm, crawling and lingering as if obeying the will of some ancient emperor. Inching closer to an unnatural manifestation of existence, radiating an uncontrollable, formidable power, as the last golden coin melted away, it morphed into a small, golden-hued, linear worm that fused into the writhing maggot's body. At that moment, the maggot sprouted centipede-like appendages on either side, several in number, stretching out like folded curved blades, embedding themselves into the ground, and stirring up a cloud of dust and stones. Its flesh began to spread into the walls, crimson veins growing directly within the structure, as if it were gradually transforming its form into an integral part of the colossal edifice. Chen Ming struggled to rise. Wang Dazai came to support his shoulder, helping the youth to his feet. Together, they faced the impending collapse of the wall. The surrounding space reverberated with waves of chaos and tremors, as if the entire world were shaking, causing the youth's heart to race. At this juncture, Wang Dazai surveyed the scene, directing his gaze toward the immense blood-red pillar connecting the ceiling and the floor. Countless faces and skulls writhed and squirmed within it, while the upper section bore dark grayish-black stains, symbolizing desolation and death, yet simultaneously nurturing new life and the dignity akin to that of an emperor. At this moment, Chen Ming seemed to grasp some insight. The grayish-black creature had devoured the emperor's gift within the toad, transforming into the new ninth seat. The complexity of the situation surpassed Chen Ming's wildest imagination. Just as one wave had barely settled, another arose. The original toad had not yet met its end, and now a devouring creature stood before him. It is as though the emperor's dignity is not to be defied. At the mere utterance of his command, those doomed insects shall rush forth, akin to moths drawn to a flame, expending every ounce of their vitality, yearning only to drag Chen Ming into the depths of suffering and hell. As the youth rises, dark gray stains emerge upon his flesh. Chen Ming swiftly realizes that his life force is waning at an alarming rate. In that fleeting moment, he comprehends the distinction between the devouring shadow insects before him and the peculiar toad. If the toad harnesses the power of thunder, manipulating golden coins that emit both repulsive and attractive forces, then the writhing mass in front of him seems to possess the ability to directly consume vitality. In a heartbeat, as Chen Ming stands in a daze, he observes a dark gray figure scaling the colossal pillar above, bellowing at the heavens and earth. I am the ninth servant of the emperor, the devouring shadow insect, who dares to infringe upon the emperor's dignity. For you, death shall be your only choice. The grotesque creature, suspended from the immense crimson pillar, gazes downward, its multitude of eyes converging upon Chen Ming's form. It appears to have discerned Chen Ming's presence and is poised to unleash a cataclysmic assault upon the youth. At this moment, Chen Ming gives a slight snort and addresses Wang Dazai. That fellow seems far beyond our capacity to confront. We must flee post-haste. Though Wang Dazai is but a simpleton, he recognizes the gravity of their predicament. This is not a time for a head-on confrontation. Both are utterly exhausted, having depleted their immense strength, finding even the act of lifting their limbs a formidable task. In stark contrast, their adversary is a towering beast, connected to the very eaves and ground. Resembling a colossal pillar, the disparity between them is insurmountable. The foe could crush them like ants beneath a mountain, as effortlessly as a vast mountain would bury two burrowing moles. Yet, to think of escaping easily is utterly fanciful. At this moment, blood-red veins spread across the walls of the casino, resembling man-eating flowers that bloom with crimson petals. As they unfurl, numerous spiny creatures emerge, their large, spiral teeth tearing into bone, forming a crescent-shaped maw. It appears as if they would rend any creature entering their domain into fragments, while the unfortunate youth would be reduced to mere dust. With a light chuckle, Chen Ming muses, "It seems we are left with no avenues of escape. Must we truly surrender our lives here?" Just then, the youth feels a tingling sensation upon his skin, as blood-black lightning slowly crawls up his arm. To his astonishment, 1 or 2 copper coins materialize at the center of his palm. Emerging through fissures that have torn open in his flesh, his arm, much like that of the earlier toad, becomes adorned with an array of bizarre entities. At this moment, Chen Ming's eyes widen in shock at that moment. Within his blood-soaked gaze, he could only perceive the murky expanse around him. Amidst the grotesque pile of corpses woven into a sanguinary throne, the elongated specter, with a delicate grip on its jaw, seemed to scrutinize the youth, as if appraising both the boy and the entirety of existence itself. This slender wraith gradually straightened its form at the very next instant. A blackish-gray toad materialized in the spot where the specter had lingered. It, too, began to circle around Chen Ming, mirroring the celestial dance of stars and cosmic bodies. Amidst this bizarre sacrificial ritual, as the youth lifted his gaze, he was overwhelmed by an extraordinary pressure that compelled him to slowly crouch down. Ultimately kneeling beside the slender specter. At this juncture, the ghostly figure extended a hand and gently pressed it upon the youth's shoulder, revealing a secret right within the twisted laws of this world. "I shall now tear apart the power of that golden toad and bestow it upon you. Remember, not kneel. You must rise." At this moment, the young newcomer to this enigmatic realm found himself under the sway of some unseen force, kneeling directly before the specter. It seemed that even in the presence of a corporeal form, this slender wraith exuded a divine aura, a formidable presence. Undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings. Akin to an emperor, radiating an undeniable air of authority and oppression. Yet Chen Ming had only just shared the same sentiments with the toads seated at the 9th seat and the devouring shadow worms. As he summoned all for the supreme being, he was instantly awakened. It appeared that the inner turmoil within him despised such sycophantic adulation. In that instant, Chen Ming slowly raised his arm, and the space before him erupted with a deafening roar. As he smiled lightly, declaring, "Secret art, universal celestial attraction," with the youth as the focal point of an arc, all the crimson areas within his reach fractured, the points where their tails connected to the ground crumbled, blood splattering as it coalesced before him. With another push, a tremendous repulsive force erupted, shattering the encroaching worms into mere remnants that scattered in all directions. At that moment, the once tightly sealed black-gray portal gradually unveiled a fissure. Chen Ming pushed once more, forcefully smashing the door open. Gazing at the expanse before him, now devoid of all obstacles, the ashen-gray coins embedded within his flesh swiftly receded. A bead of cold sweat broke upon Chen Ming's forehead. It was evident that attempting to wield this power was not a prudent choice. His body remained weary, and he struggled to maintain control over his actions. However, just as Wang Datsai's nonsensical words left his lips, Chen Ming unleashed the repulsion of the golden toad once again, casting aside the advancing crawlers as the two surged forward. In that moment, Chen Ming sensed a vague yet palpable threat, akin to the gaze of death itself. Crashing against him, he had been marked. He could not allow Wang Datsai to remain near him. Suddenly, the youth spun around, slapping at the void. Instantly, the repulsive force within his arm surged forth, obliterating an entire tentacle. Yet, the ghostly figure abruptly loomed before him, and Chen Ming's left hand clenched into a fist. At that moment, he beheld the figure before him chuckling softly. "You are already at the end of your tether. Do not struggle. At least die with some semblance of ease." However, as the shadow, akin to a wretched insect, materialized before him, Chen Ming's fist swung forth, the tremendous force of repulsion shattering it into mere fragments. Utilizing the recoil, he immediately retreated. A hand once again seized Wang Datsai, propelling him skyward. Another strike sent Wang Datsai crashing towards the entrance. Yet, as a shroud of darkness began to creep up his body, Chen Ming felt an overwhelming fatigue, rendering him unable to rise again. His legs trembled, while a dark, Ashen ichor coursed through his veins that moment. A glimmer of weariness flickered in his eyes, and he beheld the blood-red veins sprawling across the wall beneath him. These crimson tendrils forced the wall apart, revealing a spectral figure within, its body adorned with grotesque nodules. Countless floral tendrils surged forth, coiling like serpents as they converged. The man then chuckled ominously, grasping you tightly. In such a dire predicament, how could you still concern yourself with others? You deserve to perish at my hands, but he shall not escape either. From the flesh of the flower-like man, writhing worms emerged, sinking their mandibles into Chen Ming's form that he attempted to unleash another wave of repulsion. However, his arm shattered instead. His limbs were pierced by the burrowing worms, a portion embedding itself within his flesh, traversing along veins and fractured bones towards his core. It seemed that in the next instant, these writhing creatures would invade his very organs. Yet, suddenly, Wang Datsai's voice erupted from the depths of the youth's chest. "Stop pretending to be a hero in front of me, you scoundrel. Don't expect me to be a coward." Instantly, a thunderous roar emanated from the youth's chest, as if an ancient machine was awakening its engine. In the next moment, as the dark, ashen flesh parted, a golden chainsaw burst forth from within. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Datsai's head had long been embedded within the youth's flesh. To be precise, it had burrowed into the youth's torso the instant Chen Ming had struck. At this moment, Chen Ming slightly raised his gaze, only to find that Wang Datsai's silhouette had vanished. What remained was a headless corpse, or more accurately, that a chainsaw gradually taking form, like a pack of wild dogs exuding a palpable menace. It began to shred the surrounding dark walls and the blood-red tendrils within. The chainsaw, thrumming with agitation in the youth's torso, mercilessly dismantled the writhing creatures entwined within the flesh. The flower-like specter stood perplexed. The youth, leveraging the force of gravity, crashed down upon the slender, worm-like specter, obliterating it into oblivion. Chen Ming then rolled over, his gaze fixed upon the monstrosity at his chest. "It seems we share many similarities. At least after entering this twisted realm, we are both utterly mad. True lunatics." Chapter 33. Miss Foxed at this moment, as Chen Ming's chest erupted, several strands of crimson entities surged forth, propelling the severed limbs of Wang Datsai's chainsaw into action. In that moment, the lifeless body of Wang Da surged forth, propelled by the blood-red threads that intertwined with it. Reunited with the form of the youth, as the previously shattered hands and feet healed into a chainsaw-like state. After a desperate struggle, they instantaneously broke free from this hellish, twisted realm. The gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. A colossal door swung open, followed by the piercing advance of a golden war chariot. At this juncture, Chen Ming felt a flicker of hope for survival, yet it remained perilously close to oblivion. It was as if the grip of death had constricted his throat, rendering him immobile. He blinked, and before him flickered a shadowy figure, dimming and brightening intermittently. Then, that apparition faded into the murky shadows. The sky bore no trace of brightness. The external scene was ensnared by the moonlight, the stars, and the blood-red walls. Chen Ming raised his gaze, only to behold the towering edifice. As his eyes descended, he perceived a gaping mouth from which laughter emanated. "I have become one with this entire prison. You cannot escape, nor is there any need to. Relinquish yourselves to become mere prisoners and corpses within." As Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that the blood-black bricks were slowly descending. The surface of each brick quivered, and a thread of soul-like energy spread above, resembling steel reinforcements that intertwined through countless bricks, forming a chain-like structure. These then morphed into bizarre, amorphous masses that plummeted downward, coalescing into human shapes that gradually approached. Each of these forms writhed and donned the uniforms of guards. Those malevolent specters that had previously crouched upon the walls had long been annihilated amidst the chaos of the earlier gambling den. However, this did not signify a reduction in the demons present. Rather, under the influence of the blood-red threads and the devouring shadow insects, the lurking threats multiplied in obscurity. At that moment, Wang Dakai's head slowly emerged from the youth's chest. And as the two merged, Wang Dakai felt an incessant itch throughout his body, yet the circumstances before him dispersed that sensation with an overwhelming dread. This fear stemmed from Chen Ming. As their fusion magnified the mental strain, presently, a peculiar ethereal figure flickered, accompanied by a white fox mask, dragging a small halo of pink light. The slender silhouette, revealing only bare feet, was swiftly cloaked by a voluminous kimono. The lady in the fox fur mask turned to regard the two youths, stating, "You have done remarkably well. When it comes to dealing with such monsters, allow me to take charge." Despite the rules of this distorted world prohibiting direct conflict between the attendants of different tarot card patrons, The terrifying entity woven by the towering structure before them had only just entered the Emperor's ninth seat, thus not yet integrated into the tarot card sequence. There was ample justification to eradicate this malevolence. At that moment, the lady in the white fox mask conjured a cloud of entrancing gray dust, which enveloped the fused forms of the two youths that a wave of somnolence washed over them. And Chen Ming gently closed his eyes, succumbing to an endless slumber, murmuring, "You are that white fox." However, as soon as the youth's words escaped his lips, they were abruptly stifled. A heavy drowsiness enveloped him, rendering him speechless. Subsequently, both consciousness and body entered a concealed realm of soft pink hues, where drifting gray mist obscured his form. It pulled him into an abyss, or perhaps some other bizarre world. One that could neither be perceived nor allow perception of anything, leaving him utterly lost and directionless. In this moment of disorientation, their bodies began to mend slowly, though the two youths were ensnared in an unresisting slumber. The white fox's mask posed no threat to them. In fact, within this obscure space, their injuries would gradually heal, liberating them from the clutches of death. Sensing the two boys slowly escaping peril, the white fox subtly twirled its finger, its dainty digits adorned with pink polish, and with a gentle flick, a pink mist began to coalesce in its palm, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, a stunning oil painting depicting mountains and waters unfolded. It revealed fearsome beasts and phantoms above that moment. The white fox, its mask sporting delicate white whiskers that quivered, pressed its pale lips together in a smile and proclaimed, "Secret art, the countenance of beasts." Instantly, the white fox's mask, along with its flowing kimono, billowed gracefully, leaving behind a trail of vibrant shadows. With the flutter of a folding fan, a small halo danced around its form, as if the white mask were intertwined with the remnants of countless spirits. As the fan twirled, it served as a medium to disperse the beasts depicted in the upper illustrations of phantasmagorical creatures. These were wild spirits captured and tamed by the white fox. A group enveloped in a layer of ethereal pink dust. The white fox mask, controlling the monstrous entities beyond the clouds, was none other than the seventh seat of the lover's card, the white fox. However, the enormous eye perched atop the towering structure, along with the gaping maw below, conjured grotesque figures and human faces, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying entity it faced. From the gaping, bloodied mouth, obscene and scornful words spewed forth, another fool seeking death. After all, the sacrifices required by its father were not limited to just one. Soon, the myriad of dust-laden beasts began to flee in all directions. One colossal tortoise suddenly had its shell ruptured, from which several writhing snakes erupted, scattering like a shotgun blast. The serpents swiftly coiled around the dismembered remains of those creatures, which were merely grotesque conglomerations of flesh. In mere moments, the once terrifying beasts lay scattered, reduced to a chaotic few around the vicinity. The white fox, still twirling its fan, remained vigilant, not allowing the favorable situation to lull it into complacency. After all, it had been patiently waiting for the opportune moment, allowing those two young men to grapple with the boundaries of death in the clutches of a wicked woman. That moment, it gently fanned the air, a cloud of pink dust swirling about, shrouding its form and momentarily evading the gaze of that immense in the next instant. From the very spot where the dust had settled, a massive blood-red spike surged upward, aiming to pierce the woman. But it only met with empty air. Yet, beneath the taint of dust, that mass of flesh vanished into thin air, severed abruptly. It seemed as if it had been drawn into the same realm as the youth. A colossal eye above suddenly widened, revealing a golden, bloodshot gaze that incredulously scanned its surroundings, attempting to locate the fleeing figure, yet finding no trace whatsoever. In that moment, the gaping, blood-red maw opened wide, spewing forth a torrent of sanguine vapor, accompanied by a furious exclamation. "Where on earth has it vanished to? Cursed be it! This fellow proves more troublesome than the previous two brash youths. Just as this I sought its target." A plume of pink flames obscured all vision before the dust swirled and danced. A creature akin to a phoenix unfurled its wings, crashing into view. Adorning its forehead were several vivid strokes of color, beneath which lay the head of a shark. This was scarcely more than the fantastical beings described in the Shanhai Jing, a veritable figment of imagination. Yet, the eye sensed an overwhelming threat approaching. As the gaping maw below opened wide, a jet of blood-black vapor erupted forth, accompanied by tendrils of viscous flesh that unfurled above, reaching out with blood-black appendages, attempting to engulf the phoenix wrapped in pink flames. Simultaneously, the shark's massive jaws gaped wide. Remarkably, The entire shark leaped directly from the fiery inferno, the spreading crimson haze concealing its form. The shark's mouth opened, lunging forward with intent, the blood-red vapor before it became a chaotic whirlwind. The shark was poised to collide with the eye, intending to pierce it and extinguish the life of the shadow worm hidden within the flesh wall. However, the walls of the towering structure suddenly crumbled, as a massive, blood-red claw reached forth. With astonishing speed and formidable destructive power, it obliterated the shark into mere fragments. Consequently, the entire wall collapsed, revealing a creature resembling a gecko, with a gaping maw torn open and black-gray eyes. It crawled forth, several writhing tails extended from its severed limbs, clinging to the fragmented wall as it descended. At that moment, from within the eye, beams of black-gray light shot forth, where the gaze rested. Black flames ignited, consuming the shadow worms, even devouring the night itself, transforming it into a weapon of its own. The conflagration of black fire within the darkness spread ever wider, engulfing the entire expanse of night. Just then, a figure clad in black, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, extracted its bones, morphing them into a curved scythe. These black-cloaked specters, harboring souls beneath their hoods, seemed to howl, having glimpsed my true form. What awaits you is naught but death. Those peculiar creatures ensnared in the black flames surged forth with remarkable velocity. Yet, they suddenly halted, as a small, oval-shaped cluster of pink light materialized around them. Beneath the folding fan, several bells were retrieved. As the graceful figure slowly raised her jade-like hand, her delicate fingers pinching the bells between her thumb and forefinger, she gently shook them. The sound was melodious, yet possessed astonishing destructive power. In an instant, a circle of pink dust expanded outward, shattering the once converging figures of black flames. These phantoms, emblematic of the Grim Reaper, were effortlessly crushed like mere lowly vermin. Yet, the lizard on the ground, undeterred by fate, sprang back into action, once again scaling the ethereal wall. Its form fled in all directions, confronted by such a colossal creature. The white fox, perched atop the phoenix, momentarily flickered, and in an instant, the writhing, massive piercing object penetrated the phoenix, but failed to ensnare the white fox's silhouette. At that moment, the lizard felt an itch and pain beneath its eyelids. There, the white fox, adorned with a mask, lightly tread upon its eyes with ethereal steps. In this instant, the masked figure exhaled softly. The intoxicating scent surrounding her was masked by the stench of blood. A trace of blood marred the woman's gown, eliciting a sense of dissatisfaction. With a gentle voice, she sighed with resignation. Merely a creature fashioned from the accumulation of flesh and blood. A reptile, no matter how bloated, is no different from a gluttonous pig. I am weary of this. You may either become my pet or meet your demise. Chapter 34. The Bound Beast. At this moment, the lizard was entirely subdued, fervently struggling as its limbs sought to escape their constraints. Yet, it discovered that a creature, twisted like an earth dragon, had emerged from the depths below. These monsters, tainted with a hint of dust, viciously pierced through the lizard's arm. After rending this creature, they pinned it to the ground, their scales scraping into the vast lizard's chest cavity, piercing its innards and momentarily halting its heartbeat and blood supply. In less than a quarter of an hour, the venom concealed within the earth dragoness scales would fully permeate its bodily tissues. At that juncture, the choices would not merely be to obey or be slain, but rather the lamentable question of whether the soul could ever be salvaged post-mortem. This recently appointed ninth seat lizard, after all, was merely a cowardly pest clinging to life. The scent of blood filled the air. Its lips curled in a snarl, the ferocity in its gaze instantly dulled. Faced with the threat to its existence, it could only erupt into maniacal laughter, declaring, "You shall not succeed. My loyalty to the Emperor shall never waver." The colossal lizard's struggles grew increasingly frantic, even as its flesh was torn asunder. Enduring immense pain, it sought to break free from the woman's grasp, yearning to retreat into the shadows. In that fleeting moment, as it prepared to completely tear away a portion of its own flesh to escape through its slight frame, it realized that all the blood and flesh it could command had been obliterated, reduced to a mere mass of putrid meat sprawled amidst crimson dust, all orchestrated by the capricious pink demons. These pink-hued creatures had obliterated the lizard's subordinates and the scattered flesh intended as vessels for escape. A wave of despair washed over the colossal lizard. Yet, at this moment, the creature before it suddenly roared, then coldly huffed with a regal tone, "Beasts shall never be enslaved, unless provided with food and shelter. Do you offer 3 meals a day? The metallic scent of blood lingered at the tip of her nose, causing the white fox mask to feel a surge of irritation. Subsequently, she stirred a delicate cloud of dust that settled upon her voluptuous mask. Once the sanguine odor dissipated, she let out a faint sigh tinged with ennui. With a hint of resignation, she quipped, "For every creature laboring under my command, I shall provide 3 meals a day, along with weekends off, allowing you to frolic in the realm of reality, as long as it poses no threat to the human world." Upon hearing the remarkably advantageous terms proposed by the white fox mask, it was akin to a dream job tailored for demons, far superior to the drudgery of factories run by certain capitalists or the relentless grind of a 996-work culture. The creature, feigning contemplation for a brief moment, then instantaneously transformed into a quivering mass, contorting into a small cluster. From above, a crimson figure emerged, revealing the nefarious bespectacled man. This subservient fellow, with his head bowed low, half-kneeled before the white fox mask, inching closer to her feet, his tongue nearly extending in a display of obsequiousness. However, he was promptly kicked aside by the white fox mask, leaving a crimson mark upon the man's cheek. The fox lady delicately treaded forward, her bare feet gliding silently, as she gently obscured her mask with her folding fan. With another graceful flick of the fan, the surrounding scenery transformed into a haze of pink smoke. Observing the chaos around her, the fox mask chuckled softly. "This is perfect. It gives our tamed companion a chance to tidy up this mess." Though there were some unexpected variables, overall, it was still a satisfactory outcome. At that moment, as she twirled her fan, a layer of milky, billowy mist enveloped her form. The young girl swiftly vanished, dissipating into the dust. As the ethereal haze settled, it revealed 2 clusters, surrounded by a tuft of grayish-white hair. The white fox masked girl knelt slowly, her fingers brushing against the scattered strands of a silken web. With a deft motion, she shifted the threads aside, instantly unraveling their form into a state of dissolution. At that moment, with a graceful sweep of her gossamer-like kimono, a veil of mist dispersed, revealing a youth previously cocooned within an aura of celestial energy, akin to silkworm or insect eggs, who slightly lifted his gaze. The first to awaken was Chen Ming, while the other, the bumbling Wang Datsai, remained in a deep slumber, emitting a series of sonorous snores, seemingly still ensconced in the embrace of sleep. The gentle warmth of breath stirred within Wang Datsai's nostrils, indicating that, at least for now, he was no longer teetering on the brink of death, and both youths had significantly healed from their injuries. The young man, eyes shut, blinked in surprise, realizing that the white fox mask had not dissipated like smoke before him. After taking a steadying breath, he feigned calmness and inquired, "Has the colossal pillar of flesh been dealt with? My task should have been executed flawlessly, right?" The white fox, gently manipulating her fan adorned with bizarre beasts, summoned a small orb of luminous mist that coalesced and then vanished. That moment, the familiar visage of the sinister bespectacled man emerged, scratching his head as he crawled forth, adopting a peculiar posture that vividly conveyed a canine demeanor. Positioned closely beside the white fox mask, Miss Fox delivered another swift kick, sending the repugnant and sycophantic dog sprawling. With a bemused smile, the fox-masked figure remarked, "You are but refuse, inferior even to a mere dog. Why waste your concern on it?" With a deft flick of her folding fan, adorned with an intricate illustration of myriad beasts, she revealed a peculiar creature resembling a gecko, its tail branching into multiple twisted forms. The fan then gently closed, and the fox-masked lady lifted it slightly to rest against her chin. With a subtle pursing of her lips, she unveiled a hint of a youthful, blossoming smile, her gaze tentatively settling on Chen Ming. In her enchanting eyes lingered an otherworldly allure, reminiscent of a white fox ensnaring souls, instilling within him a palpable sense of trepidation. Chen Ming felt as if her gaze conveyed a message, perhaps a hesitance, or the expression of some unspoken emotion. Swallowing hard, he nervously inquired, "I suppose I have somewhat fulfilled Mama-san's task, haven't I? I can hardly wait to escape this bizarre world." As if already anticipating the youth's words, the fox-masked figure chuckled softly. She then slowly tucked the fan away, her gaze drifting thoughtfully into the distance. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, she quipped, "I would not advise you to withdraw from the stage of this twisted realm. Once a person becomes entwined in fate, extricating oneself may not be as simple as you imagined it. In the meantime," her eyes, sparkling with a delicate pink sheen, observed the misty surroundings. There lingered a slender, ghostly figure, seemingly unconcerned about its imminent removal, leisurely toying with the heads of several creatures, those depicted in the myriad beasts illustration. Astonishingly, within the blink of an eye, this slender specter had been ensnared by the malevolent spirit residing within Chen Ming. Gradually, the specter raised its faceless visage, attempting to approach, only to be met with Chen Ming's sharp rebuke. "What do you intend to do?" He pondered aloud. "If this malevolent spirit is expelled from my body, will it perish?" Though Chen Ming held no emotional ties to this spirit, neither familial nor amicable, perceiving it merely as an entity that had aided him in this distorted world, he could not dismiss the fact that without the spirit's assistance, he and Wang Dacai would have long since been reduced to undigested bones within the belly of a toad or become mere visages floating within a colossal crimson column. While reluctant to acknowledge any debt to this sanguine pillar, Chen Ming prided himself on not being ungrateful or treacherous. He awaited a response from the fox-masked figure, who, upon lightly nodding, exhibited an oddly enticing expression beneath her mask. However, she promptly interrupted his thoughts. Dispelling his musings of desire, with a playful grin, she exclaimed, "How could I possibly know such things?" Why not inquire of that creature beside you? It seems capable of conversing with you now." Chen Ming slowly turned his head, only to behold the slender ghostly figure that had just been obscured by fog and repel. It seemed that the white fox mask, though unable to directly perceive the presence of this elongated specter, could nonetheless sense its indistinct position, as well as the lingering aura of intimidation it exuded. Be it from the golden toad or the white fox mask before him, they shared a strikingly similar trait, a reluctance to engage directly with this slender phantom. It was as if he were a parasitic entity carrying a formidable virus, or a malevolent spirit wielding a blade poised to sever the throats of others. Chen Ming let out a soft sigh. No matter how many times he inquired, it was unlikely to yield any results. Yet, the slender ghost maintained an air of indifference even though it seemed to have already surmised that Chen Ming would excise it from his being upon completing his task. Suddenly, the slender ghost placed several ashen, dark fingers upon Chen Ming's shoulder, like whispers from the abyss. Words emerged in the young man's ear. "You cannot escape me. I am certain that you will not willingly relinquish this power. After all, power itself is an addictive poison." At that moment, the malevolent spirit's words pierced through the depths of the boy's soul. Although Chen Ming did not yearn for the ability to distort others' minds, to rend opponents into pieces with flesh and pure violence, he feared he could not temporarily discard this power. After all, Wang Dacai was now consumed by darkness, embraced by a warped world, despite their desire to flee. Wang Dacai remained an unavoidable nuisance, unless Mama Sang was willing to assist Wang Dacai in extricating himself from the entanglements of this distorted realm. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch. It was likely he would have to aid Mama Sang in fulfilling a commission that in the end, it would be akin to predatory lending, accumulating interest until he found himself ensnared in a quagmire. Conversely, even if he helped Wang Dacai, as well as himself, escape the warped world, he was acutely aware that this world was profoundly flawed. The madness of humanity and the ferocity of beasts lurked perilously close. Perhaps, with the slightest lapse in vigilance, he would become a target for these beasts to consume and shred. With no chance of escape, every particle of soil he had breathed in was steeped in dust and the stench of blood. Death and terror loomed before him. When Chen Ming raised his gaze to the heavens and the earth beneath his feet, he found himself entrenched in the abyss, perpetually staring into its depths. While the abyss relentlessly bore down upon him, those abyssal eyes scrutinized him. To exist in such a hellish realm, yearning to escape was an utterly impractical endeavor. Chen Ming lifted his eyes, as if resolutely affirming something, and with a resigned smile, he murmured, "Truly, it appears I am like a lamb ensnared in a swamp. Unable to extricate myself, the more I struggle, the faster I sink." Chapter 35. Chen Ming's hesitation as the youth uttered these words. The white fox mask let out a gentle chuckle. Her figure transformed into a nebulous white mist before swiftly dissipating. At that moment, Chen Ming witnessed the world collapse around him, devoid of color, all morphing into a soft pink haze that dispersed into the ether. In an instant, after Chen Ming blinked, he found himself once again at the outermost edge of the casino. In that pitch-black environment devoid of any light. At this moment, Chen Ming directed his gaze towards the vacant space before him. Contrary to his expectations of the casino collapsing, he discovered a man, nearly dozing off, still standing at the periphery of the casino. It was none other than the smiling tiger who had previously welcomed them into the casino, yet his mental state seemed rather abnormal. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of manic laughter, only to abruptly collapse onto the ground. Falling asleep, His demeanor resembled that of a lunatic recently deprived of his brain or an infant just past its first month. At this time, the smiling tiger could be heard giggling, "I want to drink milk." Chen Ming was uncertain whether this condition was normal or something amiss. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. At that moment, he felt a heavy sensation on his shoulder. His body slumped down. Unexpectedly, Wang Dazai, having escaped the foggy space conjured by Miss Fox just moments later, landed directly on him, pinning Chen Ming to the ground. Despite feeling utterly drained, Chen Ming managed to push aside the snoring Wang Dazai. Suddenly, he found the smiling tiger appearing before him. Blood-red veins twisted grotesquely across his face, resembling a monstrous demon. His eyes, stained a dark hue, were shrouded in a layer of ashen white, reflecting the depth and emptiness of his soul. This sensation was akin to a lifeless corpse standing before him. The smiling tiger then chuckled, "Greetings, esteemed sirs. Miss Fox has already instructed me. I shall handle the remaining matters." Chen Ming was oblivious to the ulterior motives of that Miss Fox. At least for now, the situation bore no direct relation to him. There was no need for him to intervene, which was precisely what he desired. After all, the lingering spirits within this casino were vividly etched in his memory. It was far more terrifying than watching a live stream of a VR horror game. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, Wang Dazai suddenly awoke. As the last bubble of mucus burst. The youth, with an innocent and unblemished smile, looked up at the dim stars above, chuckling. "Although I'm not sure what just happened, it seems we've escaped." "Ha ha," Chen Ming sighed softly, turning his head as if he wished to convey something to Wang Dazai. However, the words got caught in his throat and refused to come out upon seeing the hesitance etched on his friend's face. That moment, Wang Dazai chuckled lightly and stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Although the two had contended with dismemberment and heart-wrenching horrors in the twisted world, they appeared relatively unscathed in reality. Their faces bore a hint of pallor, resembling exhaustion and presenting an unhealthy complexion, yet their spirits remained high, and their bodies seemed intact. Wang Dazai rubbed his shoulder and declared, "All right, I feel good. What are the plans moving forward?" At this moment, Wang Dazai's gaze focused intently on Chen Ming, sensing that his friend was concealing something significant yet to be revealed. There were many secrets hidden within Chen Ming. At this moment, he had no desire to deliberately explore or scrutinize. After all, it is the man shrouded in secrets and enigma who exudes the most allure. Such a greasy fantasy is undoubtedly a peculiar gift bestowed upon himself by Wang Dazai. Of course, this was merely Wang Dazai's personal conjecture. Chen Ming could only feel the veins on his forehead pulse ominously, a solemn killing intent flickering across his visage. The malevolent spirit within him continued to wreak havoc. Yet Chen Ming could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that the strength they possessed was a blessing from certain tarot cards reigning above, which were both a gift and a curse. The youth's words were shrouded in ambiguity, prompting Wang Dazai to rub his arm, his brow furrowing in concern, not to mention within this distorted world, the so-called kings or revered figures. He had only a rudimentary understanding of what tarot cards entailed. He knew they were primarily used for divination or represented symbolic meanings. Whether they could distort his reality was beyond his comprehension, and he was disinclined to delve deeper. Subsequently, he spread his hands, indicating his utter indifference, followed by a light huff. "It seems I have also been ensnared in some trouble." Chen Ming nodded, yet refrained from divulging more regarding his forthcoming actions. After all, he had just completed Mama Sang's commission, and with the night still casting its shadows, it was the opportune moment to report back to her. However, bringing Wang Dazai along might be somewhat inappropriate. After all, previously, Miss Fox had deliberately concealed her form within the mist and desolation to prevent Wang Dazai from directly witnessing her true self. Moreover, the last appearance was during Wang Dazai's slumber, indicating that Miss Fox did not wish to entangle him in the influence and faction of the Hunter's card. After all, the blood coursing through Wang Dazai's veins was that of the Chariot, an ancient tarot card associated with connotations of slaughter and violence, presiding over a formidable force. Chen Ming had little understanding of the rules and various orders involved. He could not recklessly lead Wang Dazai into the fire pit without any preparation. Furthermore, as Wang Dazai belonged to another faction, entering Mama Sang's territory would subject him to certain constraints or repercussions, unless the situation arose where the esteemed Mama Sang welcomed or tacitly approved, which was evidently not the case at present. Wang Dazai discerned the hesitation etched upon Chen Ming's face. Chen Ming was not adept at concealing his emotions. At that moment, Wang Dazai shook his head and sighed. "All right, It seems you have quite a bit to attend to. I'll be waiting in the dormitory for your call. As Chen Ming slowly lifted his gaze, he beheld a youth clad in leather, with tousled hair and yellow locks, making his way toward the distant glow of lights. After a considerable time, his figure swayed and faded into the shadows, as if stepping directly into the abyss. This distorted second world was, for the two young men, a pure purgatory, oppressive with a deathly silence. It offered no benefits. Yet perhaps there existed a multitude of demons relishing in slaughter, violence, and bloodshed. They would not permit the two young lives to escape their grasp. Chen Ming gently pressed his temples, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle, urging himself to remain alert. Having entered the fray, one can only become stronger to prevent the distorted elements from endangering one's existence. Yet, in the midst of youthful reverie, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. As he slowly raised the device before him, a message from a friend appeared above the glowing screen. "Are you there? Are you all right? I saw you rushing down the back street from the balcony." However, when Chen Ming received this text, he had already ventured into the back street. About an hour later, a flurry of messages arrived once more. "How strange. Little brother has transformed into a different person, and he mentioned your name. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" Upon reading this message, a glimmer of confusion and heaviness flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. He realized that as long as the root of the affliction was eradicated within this distorted world, those corrupted by some perverse aspect of humanity would attain a so-called redemption. While this notion was theoretically plausible, the aftermath always harbored uncontrollable variables. Chen Ming surmised that at the moment the toad was slain, all souls affected by it gradually escaped the state of disorientation and demonization. Perhaps it was because that little sidekick had not encroached upon the core regions of the interest groups, thus suffering less from contamination and erosion. After the root was removed, he did not descend into madness like a smiling tiger. Instead, he seemed to possess a certain clarity of thought, beginning to reflect. Could this be considered a positive development? "Chen Ming, I usually work in the back street. The night shift pays quite well." "Chen Ming, it's getting late. You should rest early. There's a club interview tomorrow." The other party was typing. "Li Chuanwan. Oh, your nightlife is rather unique, Li Chuanwan." "Okay, Chen Ming, I suppose so." Beneath this vague discourse, Chen Ming temporarily concealed the matter. As for the suspicions that Li Chuanwan might harbor, that was not a concern he needed to ponder at this moment. Presently, another ghostly entity, or perhaps a being of divine stature, awaited his audience. The youth took a deep breath and walked slowly along the dimly lit street. Numerous young people continued to come and go. A group of boys huddled together, their faces slightly flushed, resembling the rosy glow of inebriation. Each stood there like the legendary Guan Yu, criticizing the character of their instructor. In contrast, Chen Ming, dressed as an ordinary student in simple jeans and a thin top, felt quite out of place. It did not take long for him to arrive at the entrance of his mother's nightclub. No longer adorned with mere ghostly symbols, it now featured an open roll-up door. A waft of ethereal mist drifted outside, with peculiar masks floating atop each misty formation. It appeared that the lover's card utilized masks as symbols of power, just as emperors once bestowed strength through gold. Whether in the form of blood-red liquid gold coursing through crimson pillars, or the greenish coins concealed beneath the bizarre skin of toads, they all represented a bestowal of power, a reflection of some formidable royal might. Chen Ming had a somewhat nebulous understanding of the embodiments of these distorted forces. However, it is undeniable that the consequences of being influenced by such power extend far beyond mere madness and entrapment in a warped reality. There exists a deeper, insidious force that gnaws at their very souls. Much like a hallucinogenic drug, it incessantly erodes one's mind and spirit. At this moment, Chen Ming scrutinized Mama Sang with a peculiar mindset. Perhaps she was not a benevolent figure. At least in Chen Ming's eyes, Mama Sang was equally formidable. As an ephemeral play of light and shadow enveloped him, Chen Ming respectfully addressed her. "Mama Sang, I have completed the task." Chapter 36. Reporting to Mama Sang yet. As his gaze drifted into the distance, he beheld a vast lake emerging before him. Cascading waterfalls tumbled from the heights, and from the misty clouds on the other side flowed a stream of dark, blood-like liquid that resembled wine, exuding a hazy, fruity aroma. At this moment, flanking the wine and meat pool were numerous delightful children, swinging or playing with an array of ancient toys, such as kuju and bamboo dragonflies. The innocent children and the central, blood-red pool of wine presented two starkly contrasting scenes. The immense, crimson pool was tainted with a hint of sanguine essence. A large, corpulent cat demon emerged slowly from the pool, surrounded by a throng of ethereal maidens draped in flowing sleeves. She carried with her a faint, fruity fragrance and an intoxicating aroma of alcohol. The air around them was tinged with a sweet, bloody scent, causing Chen Ming to furrow his brow slightly. Mama sang. Chen Ming gradually lowered his head, reluctant to gaze directly at the scene of Mama Sang emerging from her bath. However, the plump fur of the cat demon brushed against him, splattering a few drops of the dark, sanguine liquid upon his face. Indifferently, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to witness the massive cat demon shake her body, showering him with a deluge of liquid that enveloped him in a cloak of alcohol. The liquid cascaded over Chen Ming, filling his orifices with the blood-red concoction. Just as he began to feel a sense of embarrassment, a small towel woven from vibrant pink fur was offered to him. Chen Ming accepted it and dried his hair, which had become soaked in the wine. Nearby, Miss Fox chuckled lightly, her tone laced with playful mockery. Isn't Mama Sang's bathwater delightful? How many yearn to taste even a drop? Yet you are fortunate enough to immerse yourself in it. Chen Ming's countenance darkened, his dissatisfaction plainly evident. Slowly, he raised his gaze, only to hear the laughter of various beasts echoing from the jungle. As they transformed, they converged behind Mama Sang, forming a grand chair made of embracing wild creatures. At that moment, Chen Ming shifted his focus to the side, observing Miss Fox as she gently opened and closed her folding fan. The peculiar and exquisite patterns above mirrored the silhouettes of the beasts within the forest. As Chen Ming lifted his gaze, he beheld the horizon shrouded in swirling mist, reminiscent of the place where he was recuperating from his injuries. It appeared that this was not the palace of a matron, for a being of divine stature would never deign to kneel before the mortal realm. This space might merely be the handiwork of Miss Fox. This creature, a mere tanuki, was but an embodiment of the matron. The true lover, the lass, is likely an unfathomable terror whose form cannot be depicted. Miss Fox, evidently, had already discerned Chen Ming's myriad thoughts and the peculiar emotions reflected in his eyes. With a smile gracing her lips, she gently reassured him. Do not be afraid. We are not of the same ilk as those who glorify violence, and I shall not consume you. Chen Ming's gaze ascended, tracing the delicate fingers with orchid-like grace, their rosy nails resting against her alluring lips, belonging to the stunning white fox. Her countenance still bore significant traces of savagery, not the traditional guise of a cat-eared maiden, but rather the direct adornment of a sensuous white fox mask. Upon her visage, one could only vaguely discern human features. It was those with an ultimate obsession for fortune who might find themselves drawn to such an appearance and form. She had entirely cast aside the pursuit of human beauty, seeking instead the vivacity of the beast. Chen Ming recognized that his thoughts were profoundly influenced by the inadvertent allure radiating from her. It was likely that Miss Fox's ability to command these creatures stemmed from her formidable magnetism and enchanting prowess. After exhaling a breath, he chuckled lightly. If you truly intend to consume me, I am powerless to stop you. At that moment, a wave of warmth enveloped him, accompanied by the toasty scent of roasted nuts. A rush of heat dried the liquor clinging to his skin. The aroma of charred fruits gradually became more pronounced, intertwining with his fur. Yet, the matron's subtly blinking gaze seemed to probe into the depths of the young man's thoughts. Chen Ming appeared to attempt to gradually shift his gaze, evading direct eye contact, lest he be entranced or have his spirit and thoughts manipulated. However, the matron sighed lightly, her tone imbued with the allure of a captivating young woman as she inquired, "What is it that you truly fear? Me or your lover?" As the matron directly uncovered, Chen Ming's current demeanor was not one of deliberate caution or resistance, but rather a manifestation of instinctive dread, a fear of the unknown potency before him, a fear of this being, emblematic of the supreme tarot card matron. This entity transcended his understanding accumulated over the years, an existence beyond the realms of science and nature, a terrifying presence he could neither fathom nor comprehend. As the father of Cthulhu lore articulated, the most ancient and profound emotion of humanity is fear, and the most primordial and intense fear is that of the unknown. When the matron commanded matters of significance, she preferred not to be accompanied by any idle onlookers. At that moment, her golden slit-like eyes, reminiscent of a feline, turned towards Miss Fox, the white fox mask intertwined with the hands beneath the kimono, bowing respectfully before vanishing into the pink-hued dust. In an instant, Miss Fox's form dissipated like scattered particles, leaving no trace of her presence. Surrounding the once attentive maidservants of the matron, they gradually transformed into a void of ethereal light. Dissipating into the dust, the scene instantaneously reduced to a colossal, beastly chair, and the imposing figure of the 8-foot lady. The swelling cat first slowly contracted, revealing the 8-foot lady's original form. A figure imbued with voluptuousness and an alluring grace, reminiscent of the matron. A faint smile crept upon her blood-red lips as she inquired, "Speak. Let matters be as they are. What is it that you desire?" In the mere span of a breath, the overwhelming presence of a formidable force emanating from her rendered Chen Ming breathless. It felt as though each inhalation expanded his lungs like a balloon on the verge of bursting. However, having clawed his way out of the hellish mountain of corpses and seas of blood, he would not succumb to a paralyzing fear simply due to an inquiry from a revered figure. At that moment, he refrained from articulating his earlier thoughts of not wishing to abandon his heart's demon, wishing instead to wield its power to protect those who mattered. As Chen Ming attempted to verbalize his thoughts, he felt as if a tumor had grown in his throat. With the slightest movement of his lips, a sharp pain surged through him, akin to the agony of a severed throat. In that moment, he could faintly discern a tinge of dissatisfaction flickering in the matron's gaze. It suddenly dawned on him that during their first encounter, she had cautioned him against making promises lightly. The promises of youth, if left unfulfilled, would be the gravest sin. It seemed the matron had already surmised his inner conflict, and the youth chose to remain silent. Gradually, the tension in his throat eased, and the suffocating sensation dissipated significantly. At least, he was not teetering on the brink of death. Raising his gaze, he observed the earlier discontent in the matron's eyes fading away. The matron then gently caressed her palm, at which point a peculiar toad-like head appeared beside it. Swaying like an inconspicuous ornament on a string of beads, the matron chuckled. "Indeed, he is quite the troublesome fellow. To eliminate him, that would certainly attest to your prowess. I have a task for you." "What say you?" This was a test from her, for in the treacherous realm of twisted truths and varying factions, if one was not of the same camp or alliance, the only recourse would be to eliminate the other. Much like the law of the dark jungle, only those who strike first stand a greater chance of survival. Chen Ming understood that the matron had discerned his unwillingness to relinquish his heart's demon. Now, the weighty aura of the Supreme Being bore down upon him, presenting a choice: to live or to submit. This was the dilemma confronting the youth, as chaotic thoughts coalesced into words within his mind. He endeavored to craft the perfect response using all the Chinese vocabulary he had learned, hoping to please this being beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Exhaling softly, he composed himself and asked, "Do you offer 5 insurances and 1 fund? Surely, there won't be a situation where Saturdays are guaranteed as non-working days while Sundays are not assured." The madam's eyes revealed a hint of perplexity, suggesting that this ancient sorceress was not privy to every matter. Perhaps she had never encountered the term 5 insurances and 1 fund. As confusion enveloped her. That moment, a pink apparition flitted by, its vivid crimson form dissipating into dust. It seemed that the madam gradually began to grasp the meaning of the term, and with a light chuckle, she remarked, "Is life security truly guaranteed? Ah, ha ha. We do have a service dedicated to collecting corpses, complete with a full suite of concierge services." As her words faded into silence, a large coffin suddenly emerged from the ground to her astonishment. It bore the auspicious double happiness character traditionally associated with weddings. Subsequently, from the seam of the coffin, a black liquid oozed forth, parting to reveal 2 figures dressed in simple garments, each emerging from either side. Their movements were somewhat stiff, as if they had long lain in repose within the coffin. One was clad in black robes, the other in white, both adorned with tall hats and garb reminiscent of scholarly attire. Yet their faces were pale, with deep, enigmatic blue eyes that occasionally shifted to a blood-red hue. There was a hint of youthful innocence about their features, resembling 2 little girls of perhaps 5 or 6 years, who wore expressions of bewilderment. The girl in white spoke. "Madam, how may we serve you?" The girl in black added, "What business do you have for us, esteemed one?" Chen Ming could discern a distinct array of emotions emanating from the 2 little girls. The one in white displayed utmost reverence towards the madam, while the girl in black, though bowing respectfully, bore an undercurrent of indignation, appearing as though she were particularly temperamental and proud. As the madam's gaze shifted towards Chen Ming, the 2 girls, who had previously regarded him as inconsequential, turned their heads in unison, their movements synchronized like programmed automatons, for eyes locking onto him. Chen Ming felt as if he were under the scrutiny of death itself or the king of hell, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. The girl in white remarked, "Esteemed guest, would you care to order a coffin from us? We are currently offering a grand promotional event in celebration of our decades of service." The girl in black retorted, "This fellow is beyond saving. Best to save the coffin money and simply find a hole in the ground." At that moment, the girl in white cast a resentful glance at the girl in black, thinking, "We haven't received any business in days and are practically destitute. This individual is brimming with grievances, with corpses dropping around him. What a tremendous opportunity." The girl in black responded, "Indeed, but how tiresome. Why can't today as customers simply find peace in their own transcendence and lie quietly in their coffins?" Chapter 37. A return to the casino. As Chen Ming reported to the madam, a gentleman with several fiery lipstick marks adorning his face appeared outside the casino, but he slowly extracted a small packet of tissues from the cuff of his suit, meticulously cleaning the kiss marks from his neck and face. Exuding a semblance of maturity akin to that of his father, the flicker of discontent glimmered in Qin Yushi's eyes. Beside him, in this distorted realm, various spectral souls writhed and crawled, lingering around the man clad in tailored attire. His gray-brown suit bore traces of an antiquated, vintage charm, still retaining the faint scent of alcohol. In truth, Qin Yushi had no desire to become entangled in his father's real estate ventures or the underground gambling industry. After all, such illicit enterprises would only invite a cascade of endless troubles. He would much prefer to spend time in a well-serviced hotel, enjoying the company of several ladies while singing karaoke, rather than sitting among a group of men enveloped in smoke. As Qin Yushi surveyed the seemingly unremarkable casino, a thought began to unfurl in his mind. Could it be that the reports from over there were erroneous? Beneath each esteemed patron's seat lay a unique and clandestine means of communication. Positioned in the back alley, Qin Yushi received intelligence that the money toad had been dealt with. His life signs, in some distant realm, indicated a status of death. Meanwhile, a vaguely restless crimson visage occupied his original seat. That a massive, writhing shadowy creature exuded an aura that instilled a sense of unease within him. After exhaling softly, it felt as if he were wandering through a dimly lit street. Upon raising his gaze, he was met once again by the insidious grin of the smiling tiger, who approached him with a facade of civility. "Qin Yushi," he scoffed, "spare me the pleasantries. Summon your superior." As Qin Yushi entered, he noticed the gaming machines on display continued to operate normally, devoid of any unusual signs. The subordinates clustered around the gambling machines feigned the demeanor of patrons, failing to rise and pay proper respect to this somewhat familiar tycoon. With a swift kick, he forced open the locked door, catching the smiling tiger off guard, who stood dumbfounded outside the now ajar private room. His once black and white eyes now turned a ghastly gray. That moment, a small head emerged from the writhing gray mass upon his chest, and the visage coldly remarked, "It seems we've encountered a troublesome individual. How shall we manage this? We mustn't provoke the lady." As Qin Yushi descended the dilapidated and aged staircase, he soon found himself before an opulently adorned door. The guardian creature merely cast a fleeting glance at him before obligingly swinging the door wide open, preventing this temperamental individual from resorting to another kick. Qin Yushi surveyed his surroundings and found the gilded decor remained unchanged. The guests appeared unperturbed, yet an instinctual sixth sense within him detected something amiss. There was an unsettling feeling that this place harbored an underlying discord. They resembled worker ants and soldier ants within a colony, seemingly under the control of a queen ant, devoid of any autonomous consciousness. Lost in a state of unawareness, Qin Yushi snorted derisively. It appears that the shifting of positions has not adversely affected the casino's business. At that moment, he began to ponder a piece of information. Perhaps the subordinates below were daring to defy their superiors, usurping the money toad's position. He had long harbored a disdain for that rotund and lethargic figure. After all, a person who merely languished in a cell, awaiting inevitable demise, could hardly generate any substantial profit. Under that fool's control, this underground casino had seen little expansion, maintaining its revenues from previous years. The consumer demographic remains predominantly comprised of the scions of the upper middle class and the occasional affluent individuals who indulge in such establishments. When Qin Yushi surveyed the scene, he found not a single individual whom he deemed visually appealing. The crowd consisted mostly of juvenile youths or young adults with modest fortunes. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Yushi mused to himself about their inadequacy. It was truly disappointing that not a single notable figure had graced the venue. Perhaps, in retrospect, this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Upon his entrance into the gambling den, Qin Yushi naturally emanated an aura of authority. He was enveloped in the opulent demeanor of a distinguished young gentleman, starkly contrasting with his usual composed and genteel self. In that moment, he appeared to have donned a different facade altogether, no longer exuding the submissive demeanor he had previously displayed. Instead, he resembled a ferocious wolf, his youthful visage now portraying an air of seasoned maturity. This was in sharp contrast to the young man in the CAF, who had been rendered unconscious by the scent of blood emanating from a boy. This transformation epitomized the distortion of humanity within a warped world. Accurately described as the eighth-seat gentleman of the emperor, he had once attempted to make advances on the alluring courtesans of the Mamasan's nightclub, only to be met with rejection and resistance, igniting a fierce conflict between them. Reflecting upon those events now, Chen Yushi's foremost thought was that the Mamasan might send someone to exact revenge upon him, perhaps even wreak havoc upon his family's establishment. However, after some contemplation, he chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. The Mamasan was certainly no fool. Violating the rules among esteemed individuals was a grave matter indeed. Chen Yushi understood that if the courtesan herself were to instigate a war among the various tarot card seats, it would not merely involve him as the eighth seat. They might very well invoke the powers of the top 3 seats. Such beings were akin to demigods, capable of annihilating an entire city with a mere blink. At that moment, a server approached, his movements somewhat stiff, seemingly oppressed by the unique aura of strength that surrounded Chen Yushi. More specifically, it was the girl beside him, clad in enchanting attire, radiating a shimmer of pink hearts, whose presence ensnared the souls of those around her in this distorted realm. The attendant, with a flicker of chaos in his gaze, respectfully bowed and declared, "My lord, I have ensnared his heart. He will now speak nothing but the truth." Chen Yushi had harnessed the power of allure and the ability to bind souls. For him, manipulating this individual was a trivial task. With a single hand, he grasped the man's head, his fingers nearly sinking into the scalp as he inquired with a scrutinizing tone, "What transpired within the gambling house this evening? Are there any intruders present?" However, the male attendant promptly recounted the fabricated events in detail. After all, these individuals were mere puppets, devoid of any consciousness or soul. They possessed neither heart nor spirit, rendering them incapable of being beguiled. Their current display of confusion and apparent enchantment was nothing more than a simulation, a mere mimicry of the black and gray worms that enveloped them. That grotesque creature, akin to the matron of a nest of insects, has ensnared within its grasp every single individual stripped of their mental faculties. While this may seem somewhat cruel to them, it pales in comparison to the fate of becoming a fool or a madman devoid of reason. At least this way, they manage to retain a semblance of decorum in reality, albeit only until the curtain of night falls, when they become slaves to this dark, grayish aberration. Chen Yushi is no fool. A mere male attendant could hardly possess a comprehensive understanding of the operational dynamics across the various zones of the casino. It is even less likely that he would be privy to the peculiar circumstances surrounding them. It seems that today is indeed a day of favorable winds and gentle rains, yet peril lurks beneath the placid surface of this lake. One shudders to think that beneath the gently rippling waters, there lies a host of great sharks that only emerge from the depths of the ocean. Just as this thought crossed Chen Yushi's mind, he found himself the focal point of all the guests' gazes. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. "Is that so? It appears you all have abandoned your pretense." At this moment, Chen Yushi slowly retrieved a pack of soft paper-wrapped cigarettes from the hem of his impeccably tailored trousers. After extracting one, he delicately placed it at the edge of his lips. In the next instant, a surge of searing waves erupted before him, flames cascading outward in a tumultuous display. The assailants were sent hurtling backward, their attacks rendered futile in an instant. Seizing the momentum provided by the flames, he ignited the cigarette resting on his lips. Exhaling a plume of creamy smoke, he turned his attention to the centaur-like female creature before him, who held her head high. The fiery whip in her grasp lashed out with abandon, reducing the surrounding twisted beings to mere wreckage. At this juncture, Chen Yushi, feeling a tinge of boredom, remarked, "These minions are hardly a challenge." This aura bears the scent of betrayal. He could distinctly sense an unusual yet familiar essence emanating from the pile of corpses. He had encountered that refined yet twisted bespectacled man before, the remnants of soul-devouring, mind-controlling power lingered upon him. The stench of the devouring shadow worms was nauseating, reminiscent of sewer rats, and it was acutely pungent. This naturally led Chen Yushi to a realization. It seems that the recently elevated devouring shadow worm has betrayed the emperor and has become nothing more than a toy or a slave to some other entity. Regardless of the scenario, Chen Yushi was left with but one resolution: to shatter every living being, or rather, every remaining entity in this vicinity into fragments. As he surveyed the encroaching throng, he mused. Fortunately, none of them held significant influence or noble status. Even if they were all to perish in a single night, consumed by the flames, it should not provoke any substantial societal upheaval. The affairs of this distorted world must remain concealed, especially upon the emperor's territory. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly cause distress to that esteemed individual. His only recourse was to ensure that all beings present succumbed to brain death, once they had transformed into living corpses. He could then set the entire casino ablaze. However, prior to this, Qin Yushi needed to ascertain which faction was responsible for the disruption at the casino. After all, subsequently, a natural fire was fabricated. After all, with the Qin family's connections in both the political and business realms, conjuring such a falsehood was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, this real estate project was enveloped by buildings predominantly managed by the Qin group. Deceiving the nearby shops and merchants to present a unified narrative would be a trivial endeavor. Then, a face of ashen gray emerged from a contorted mass of flesh. On that visage lingered traces of venomous rage. Ah, such a prominent figure as yourself, so concerned with trifles that how truly fortunate. Chapter 38. The Casino Inferno. When Qin Yushi stepped into the casino, the shadowy gray specters had resolved not to allow this individual to leave alive. After all, he had defied the emperor's will. Even if he could momentarily shroud the truth, time would inevitably reveal the ruse. His sole objective was to conceal the matter as best as he could, granting Miss Fox and her associates ample time to erase any evidence of the incident. For instance, eliminating the lingering spirits of the casino from the youth, or temporarily detaining Qin Yushi with the shadowy specters, thereby obliterating any traces left by Chen Ming and Wang Dancai within the casino. This would render the emperor's forces unable to trace any information, thwarting any retaliatory actions. This was an overt provocation and assault. Yet if no evidence remained, even the distorted laws of this world dictated that conflicts between factions could not arise. The esteemed ones under the emperor's command could not directly launch a so-called holy war against a lover. However, the disparity in strength between different ranks was stark. Even a mere difference of one rank could be monumental. The ninth ranked, the newly ascended shadowy specter, appeared utterly powerless before this gentleman. Yet, this was a far cry from the pitiful scene of being effortlessly eliminated under the pressure of Miss White Fox. At that moment, countless phantoms began to writhe and rise beside Qin Yushi. Their faces bore an alluring charm, difficult to precisely depict as mere demons or malevolent spirits. Yet, the grotesque mass, controlled by the shadowy specters, resembled a horde of pitiable creatures that relied solely on primitive violence to resolve all troubles, akin to a group of zombies devoid of weapons. In the blink of an eye, as the sanguine hues and spreading pink flames incinerated the space before them, the cigarette at the corner of Qin Yushi's lips was extinguished. He discarded the butt, sighed softly, and gazed at the descending elevator. This place was quite appealing. To abandon it like this was indeed a pity. Qin Yushi then stepped slowly into the elevator. As the surrounding iron maiden attempted to reach out, it was immediately melted away. The centaur girl reappeared before him, her tawny face marred by patches of scorched skin from the sun. Her entire form was cloaked in a layer of ashen gray, as if she had fled from the heart of a blaze. Exuding a potent and resilient beauty, she stood as a white poplar in the yellow sands. Yet the aura of destruction surrounding her cast a shadow of gloom over her. Qin Yushi cast a glance at the centaur girl beside him and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, within the desert of death, treasures abound, and this centaur warrior is but one among them." The golden sands, emblematic of mortality, conceal a pyramid suspended beneath the yellow dunes. Above the sands, ancient indigenous spirits thrive. However, that place lies nearly half a continent away from the city where Qin Yushi resides. It is a distant realm, governed by deities who wield dominion over life and death. Yet to Qin Yushi, their majesty and might pale in comparison to the emperor he serves. He firmly believes that one day, his faction will shatter the delicate balance among the 22 thrones, ascending to become the true sovereign of supremacy. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a whiff of charred aroma wafted through the air. His gaze pierced through the open iron gate, reaching far into the distance. There, he beheld figures sprawled on the ground like dogs, grotesque beings adorned with banknotes. Flames roared upon their forms, indicating that the inferno below had begun to engulf them. These items, hidden within the vault, symbols of currency and toil, were being reduced to ashes. Qin Yushi paid no heed to the trifling money. Instead, he stepped upon the blackened corpse, grinding it into charcoal. The dispersing dust clung to the hem of his gray-brown trousers. In that moment, his eyes reflected the crimson glow of the flames, appearing as if he had emerged from the depths of hell itself. The next instant, he witnessed a torrent of blood surging around him. As the walls shattered like a ruptured artery, gushing forth with sanguine fluid, After extinguishing the flames, amidst the blood, a dark, murky figure began to rise. It was the blood-red gecko, whose head had long since lost its human semblance, morphing instead into a hybrid of beastly form. Its body was shrouded in a gray mist, suggesting that it was not seeking death before this higher-ranked individual. However, this great lizard would not betray its master. Crimson lifeblood surged forth, enveloping it in a veil of scarlet fog. That moment, the gecko writhed and crawled upon the ground, expelling a mouthful of sanguine essence. The blood-red column erupted forth, accompanied by sharp, flesh-piercing spears. Chen Yushi raised his palm slightly, and blood-red droplets began to spread from his hand. Suddenly, a corpulent mermaid, approximately 2 meters long, leapt forth, emerging from the crimson bubble. This mermaid thrashed in the void. Bizarre torrents of blood surged forth. Scales from the mermaid rained down into the blood, transforming into darting entities resembling bullets. Launching forward with precision, the gecko lifted its head. It felt a sudden jolt of pain in its skull. Crimson liquid cascaded down, and its head was sliced and pierced by countless scales. It had lost all semblance of its original form, yet fortunately, its regenerative powers were astounding. In the blink of an eye, its head returned to its former state. Now, the cultured yet twisted bespectacled man, the great gecko, let out a chuckle, taunting. Will these women fight for you? A coward hiding behind the skirts of women. In the face of the provocation from the dark gray reptile at this moment, Chen Yushi displayed no sign of facial agitation. Instead, he pointed 2 fingers in a specific direction, whereupon 2 bizarre figures surged forth. Fire and water intertwined in a purgatory of chaos, with crimson whips swirling through the air. Blood-red bubbles and splattering scales equally swept across every corner of the space. The meridians within the blood-red walls formed a vast net, momentarily obscuring the surroundings from view. The gecko's body had completely vanished into the wall, akin to parasitic creatures writhing within veins, meandering throughout the entire structure, losing its target. Chen Yushi surveyed the debris and the writhing flesh around him, letting out a cold snort as he melded his body entirely into the essence of the building. Without mastering certain spatial secrets, capturing it would be nearly impossible. The dark shadow coalescing into the reptile before him no longer retained any traces of golden blood within its being. Consequently, although it possessed immense strength, it evaded the Emperor's perception and control. In an instant, the black-gray reptile vanished into the wall, leaving no trace behind. It was not adept at direct confrontation, yet its ability to flee was remarkably potent. Capturing it proved utterly futile. Chen Yushi slowly approached the safe, discovering it had already been ignited by a fire. However, as he crouched down, he noticed amidst the charred yellowed pages, several sheets retained a semblance of integrity. He extracted the aged papers, murmuring to himself, "What a grave oversight! A fire has cleansed this place. Yet I cannot verify whether the casino's funds have leaked." Upon realizing that this casino had fallen entirely under the dominion of another faction, he sought to prevent any information from spilling out. After all, a significant portion of the Chen family's business chain dwelled in the gray area, unsightly to the public eye. However, with matters reaching this point, he had no choice but to slowly dial his father's number. Fortunately, the individual who, like him, was daily consumed by carnal desires would not forget this number, designated for communication between a few select positions. "Father, there's a bit of trouble. The dead fat pig who was locked up here has perished, replaced by a traitor." "Understood." Their succinct exchange swiftly exchanged all pertinent information. The big boss of the real estate, Chen Yushi, once adorned with a countenance of cold derision, instantaneously let it fall. The entirety of his being tumbled forth like a drenched dog, escaping from the inferno. Behind him, the fierce flames spread like ravenous hounds in pursuit, until he was left disheveled and coated in soot. He collapsed onto the ground. That moment, a feeble sheen of sweat still beaded upon Chen Yushi's forehead, leaving one to wonder whether it was born from the searing heat of the flames or from sheer terror. Yet, at least for now, his trousers remained dry. Had this been a time gone by, in the presence of death, ever looming, Chen Yushi would have been so frightened as to lose control of his bowels. Just then, a tremulous soul emerged from the side of the youth's visage, cackling in a mocking tone. "How utterly useless! Who would have imagined that you, born of a foul harlot and a mere bastard, would be of my bloodline?" The aged spirit, manifesting upon Chen Yushi's cheek, was none other than the former leader of the Chen clan. A creature of formidable stature, seated high beneath the emperor. Such powerful beings, upon their demise, do not vanish like ordinary souls. Instead, they transform into heart-bound specters, entwined with a semblance of self-awareness. clinging to the corporeal form and imbued with remnants of their living strength. Thus, the souls within Qin Yushi and Chen Ming could be deemed akin to one another, both fallen titans, birthed from the dust post-mortem. However, at least this ancestral figure of Qin Yushi, despite his verbal reproaches and insults, was willing to forego the reformation of his corporeal body due to the inherent bond of lineage, choosing instead to manifest as a guardian spirit, remaining by his grandson's side. Gasping for breath, nearly overcome, Qin Yushi lightly wiped the sweat from his brow, uttering, "I am sorry. I shall gradually grow stronger until I am worthy of your praise." Chapter 39. Unconventional methods in the shadowy recesses. A peculiar creature, akin to a reptile, peered through a fissure, surreptitiously observing the unfolding scene. Gradually, the crevice began to seal, the wall resembling living flesh, pulsating and contracting. As it disappeared into the flames, boiling blood cascaded downward. The lizard-like being, crouched low and traversing the shadows, seamlessly slipped away into the cloak of night, burrowing into the earth, harboring no intention of lingering amidst the fiery turmoil. Instead, it exerted all its might towards the vicinity of Mama Sang. Suddenly, a grimy, disheveled mouse emerged from the soil, tumbling before the oppressive, darkened wall. A hand extended from within, and a cloud of purple mist dispersed. The mouse was drawn into a dreamlike realm. That moment, Miss White Fox sat atop a massive black-skinned dog, its head severed, a headless canine form. The gecko raised its gaze, proclaiming, "I have eradicated all traces of the two youths from that site." Yet the casino's flow of funds remains utterly disarrayed. The casino will undoubtedly be wary of anyone daring to pilfer its funds and resources. Launching a commercial assault or perhaps betrayal from a subordinate could incite chaos within the casino's operations. Long ago, plans were laid to obliterate all evidence, for the authentic accounts could never exist in the form of paper documents, which are susceptible to incrimination. Instead, it is through more clandestine channels, such as the distorted offerings of flesh and blood within this world, that one describes and records. However, Miss Fox harbored no expectations regarding these transactions and accounts, for even if some evidence were procured, it would pose no tangible threat to the major stakeholders lurking behind that shadowy gray industrial chain. They are the behemoths wielding control over public opinion and politics, the true devils who have allowed the roots of corruption to permeate the entire societal framework that opposed them. One can only dismantle them step by step, as they are entrenched in the gray industry and serve as pillars in various decaying sectors. Thus, the aspiration of Miss White Fox is to completely dismantle this monstrous entity. After all, before he was taken in by the madam, he had once been sold into the Emperor's controlled entertainment industry alongside several sisters. Assuming the guise of a geisha, he became a drinking companion in the metropolis, or perhaps even engaged in more sordid professions. This accumulation of resentment has steadily built up, ultimately empowering this formidable Miss Fox to embark upon her quest for vengeance. Yet, this age-old narrative and its unfolding plot are not what Miss Fox desires. Her hollow gaze seems to perceive even deeper shadows, lurking behind the goals she yearns for. With a soft sigh, Miss Fox, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Well done. You may return to your own affairs. Tomorrow is the weekend. It's your turn to rest." Miss Fox is not one to exploit her employees or drain the value from newcomers as a capitalist would. Imposing excessive pressure and restrictions on this freshly initiated individual would only render him uncomfortable. However, at this moment, the gecko turned to gaze at the headless gray dog, the very guardian of the premises outside the casino. Yet, due to the previous corruption of his soul within this distorted realm, he has transformed into a mentally impaired entity, seemingly around the age of 23. Hence, his current state is more akin to one who has severed both soul and mind, acting purely on instinct. This transformation has bestowed upon the gecko a peculiar sense of being out of favor. That moment, a soft-spoken individual exclaimed, "Found it. This is undoubtedly the one." Subsequently, a small mass of soul materialized in a writhing form, leaping from the child's hand. After quivering in the air a few times, it swiftly darted forward, diving into the gecko's corporeal shell. Instantly, a layer of blood-red veins spread across its skin, flaking off like tiles. As the outer layer of its form decayed, it gradually turned its head, only to behold a young girl adorned in a white top hat and scholarly attire. Her youthful and pallid visage revealed a glimmer of curiosity. She scratched her head and shifted her gaze toward Miss Fox. There, the previously relaxed Miss Fox, perched casually upon the black dog, approached with utmost reverence, bowing and smiling. "Granny Bai, what is your command?" The girl referred to as Granny Bai let out a soft sigh. She then tucked her hands into the empty sleeve of her other arm, forming a ball with her hands. It resembled kneading dough as she directly pulled apart the soul essence in her grasp. Several strands fell to the ground, and with a flick, the flying noodles intertwined with the wisps of soul essence, wrapping around the gecko's form. Upon witnessing Miss Fox's deference towards the venerable white grandmother, the gecko dared not exhibit any form of resistance. It allowed the ethereal essence to disintegrate upon its own corporeal form, experiencing a peculiar pain accompanied by the shedding of skin, layers of wounds manifesting upon its being. At that moment, the golden fluid within its body diluted further as the skin opened. The once distorted, animal-like gecko now stood as a bespectacled man. Gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, the bare figure rose. And as white grandmother gazed at the milky substance in her hand, both I and Xiao He utilized our soul-capturing abilities to extract from the diminutive creature something capable of directly removing the ancient elder's a fixed mark. Miss Fox understood the terrifying nature of such power, capable of stripping away even the gifts bestowed by the elder. Undoubtedly, this was a force that could rival the elder's might. It seemed that the entanglement surrounding the youth was far more complex than they had anticipated. It likely involved at least the upper three ranks, remnants of souls from a bygone cataclysmic war, lingering in this world. After the bespectacled man reverted to his human form, he unexpectedly felt a sense of shyness. Standing naked before two members of the opposite sex, he felt somewhat embarrassed. The bespectacled man grimaced and exclaimed, "Could I be given a garment after shedding the beast's skin?" With a soft sigh, the white fox placed her hand upon the back of the large black dog. In that instant, a whole piece of dog skin was torn away from the pelt. The blood-stained dog coat was draped directly over the man. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, however, he heard white grandmother chuckle and remark, "The youth of today truly cannot compare. It seems you are still not as developed." The words uttered by the young girl were laced with playful teasing towards the male physique, leaving the recently clad, bespectacled man in a state of bewilderment. Had his earlier comment been directed at Miss Fox, he observed Miss Fox gently covering her lips with her white cuffs. Stifling a smile, her laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, rang out. "To think you still concern yourself with such matters regarding me, yet your own form appears to be growing ever younger." Although the bespectacled man, freshly divested of beastly skin, could be deemed an aberration and a monster, the two figures before him seemed to embody a different, even more diabolical existence. One was an ageless being, transformed into an eternally youthful child, possessing mastery over life and death alongside soul-capturing powers, akin to a delicate child of celestial origins. The other had cultivated the art of seduction, taking on an alluring and feminine appearance. White grandmother felt a sudden twitch in her nerves, sensing that Xiao He was calling out to her. She had merely come to verify whether this ethereal essence could effectively eliminate the elder's mark and eradicate the emperor's watchful gaze over this place. It now appeared that her verification had proven successful. She transformed her form and vanished into the celestial realm beyond. The black dog lifted its head only to find itself discarded outside amidst dark, oppressive walls. Lying bare upon a heap of refuse, draped in a layer of dog skin, it cursed vehemently. "How infuriating. It seems I am still not worthy." The white-faced scholar-like figure of white grandmother stepped lightly. Emerging from the soil. That moment, she beheld the dark grandmother, reaching out to grasp a blackened, ashen nail, seemingly intent on extracting that wickedness from the youth's being. However, merely her fingertips grazed the dark, grayish nail, releasing an aura of malevolence. Instantly, half of her arm was shattered into oblivion, along with a portion of her cheek, all falling to the ground accompanied by shreds of fabric. A flash of anger swept across the dark grandmother's visage, and she swiftly struck the youth's face, leaving a vivid crimson mark. With a voice tinged with childish indignation, she scolded, "Can't you control that entity within you? Do you have any idea how many times we've failed now?" Chen Ming was bound upon a colossal crucifix, his hands shackled with chains of obsidian, suspended above a massive wooden stake. He found himself utterly immobilized, letting out a cold snort. "Oh dear aunt, this is beyond my control." At that moment, as the dark-clad figure of his aunt became increasingly exasperated and at a loss, a slender ghostly shadow began to slither forth, its ethereal form reclining backward. It leaned against the youth's back, their heads meeting in a peculiar alignment. The slender specter emitted a series of hoarse, chilling chuckles from its throat. Chen Ming shook his head, attempting to dispel the strange thoughts clouding his mind. he discovered that his head only sank deeper into a state of lethargy. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, only to find the pale grandmother's brownish cheek, speckled with traces of blood, drawing near. Her stark black and white eyes possessed a unique vivacity characteristic of a young girl. At this moment, the pale grandmother let out a couple of hums, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it seems ineffective. The weaker the host's body, the feebler the parasite's desire for possession. Let us sever his limbs." Upon hearing the suggestion of torture, Chen Ming shouted, interrupting the other's attempt to extract a steel saw from the earth. Deceived by the soft and endearing appearance of his interlocutors, he realized that these two figures were far from benevolent. In a moment of folly, he agreed to their proposal to temporarily suppress the wickedness within him. After all, the entity residing within him was an ever-present threat. Yet, these two seemingly unkind individuals oscillated between severing limbs and delivering slaps, lacking any semblance of genuine technique. Meanwhile, the perceptive madam, sensing the peculiar situation, chuckled softly, observing, "Even you two, the masters of soul capture and spirit extraction, seem powerless. This wickedness must possess considerable might." Upon hearing the madam's words, the slender ghostly shadow leaning against the youth's head erupted into a derisive laughter, sneering, "What does this woman know? Does she truly believe her petty tricks can affect my soul?" Subsequently, he noticed two modestly dressed young ladies leap backward. Forming a line, the madam, with her hand resting upon a confection before her, tore off a piece of the cream and jam-laden dessert and brought it to her lips, exuding an air not of refined elegance but rather one of lethargy and contentment. With a light chuckle, the madam inquired, "Is the only solution truly to employ the power of the Supreme Being to suppress the malevolent spirit within you?" Upon hearing the madam's statement, the two young ladies furrowed their brows in unison, forming a distinct frowned eye in the midst of an odd appearance marked by a character resembling Chuan. They were acutely aware of its implications, particularly with the vacancy of a ninth seat now looming. Chapter 40. Danger Lurks Like a Shadow. Bai Lao sensed that this matter was somewhat amiss, for Chen Ming harbored within him a terrifying malevolence bestowed by an unknown tarot card. Should he ever succumb to madness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Chen Ming was perpetually entangled in countless causal threads, and those around him would inevitably be subtly influenced by the erosion of such power, gradually descending into a distorted state. Even his originally normal friends, who had accompanied him into the casino, had now become subjects of the chariot's twisted dominion, transforming into dreadful beings that would casually disassemble their own body parts to use as toys. At that moment, Bai Lao turned her head and, after exchanging a glance with He Lao, it seemed they were silently communicating certain information. Bai Lao then stepped forward, her wooden clogs sinking softly into the yielding earth. She shook her head slightly, sensing that this situation was indeed precarious. After all, a revered seat was not something to be gained easily. Although she was uncertain why Mama Sang was particularly invested in this young man, it was conceivable that Chen Ming might be Mama Sang's illegitimate child from outside. Nevertheless, given Mama Sang's age, he would likely be a child from numerous generations past. Yet, there were surely deeper intricacies at play. At this moment, Bai Lao turned her hand, her fingers weaving together in a delicate pattern as she gestured. The starry constellations, shrouded in mist, seemed to tremble within her palm, radiating outward. Bai Lao possessed a modicum of divination skills, enabling her to harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, as well as the celestial bodies. She lifted her gaze only to find Mama Sang chuckling softly. "Indeed, are you not here to send a malevolent spirit to its final rest? A disruptor is needed, and he is quite suitable." Upon hearing this, both Bai Lao and He Lao fell silent. The matter they were currently handling, or rather the area designated for the funeral service, was an ancient underground tomb unearthed in recent times, which, due to its well-preserved condition, had been open to visitors. However, all who entered to explore, or merely wandered around its periphery, including archaeologists and tourists, had, without exception, contracted an incurable form of cancer. Thus, based on the records available and the distorted history of the world, it was likely that within that tomb lay a malevolent spirit, possibly the ancient fifth seed of immortality. Once ensconced beneath the chariot, a lethal instrument wielded by ancient emperors during their conquests, symbolized invasion, violence, and unending warfare. Yet, the chariots, akin to generals galloping across the battlefield, had served the royal lineage since their inception, fortifying the central feudal rule that a select few of these seats were entirely dedicated to serving the emperor, much like the terrifying venerated beings that kept vigil by the emperor's remains within that royal mausoleum. Their flesh, subjected to relentless refinement, had truly achieved a state of undying existence, essentially a complete zombification, retaining certain life characteristics while having lost their sanity. The pathogens they disseminated would infect those unfortunate enough to contract this virus. Initially, the flesh becomes rigid, exhibiting the characteristics of nascent cancer cells, relentlessly proliferating to drain the last vestiges of nourishment from the living being. Subsequently, the body gradually solidifies, transforming into a form akin to the terracotta warriors, an entity that, in a certain sense, achieves a form of immortality. Yet, it has merely descended into servitude for the Emperor's conquests, not to mention the crypt that harbors the buried terracotta figures, of which a few may very well be sentient beings. Moreover, the ubiquitous viral agents are sufficient to ensnare any intruder within its confines. At that moment, it appeared that Mama Sang had lost all hope, turning to Chen Ming and proclaiming, "Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon this individual. They must endure trials that test their spirit, strain their sinews, and starve their flesh. Can you withstand it?" Chen Ming was acutely aware that he had no recourse to decline, and the choice before him was starkly binary: to heed Mama Sang's counsel and venture into the royal tomb in search of what she desired, or to eliminate certain entities that resembled mourners, the white and black grandmothers. Regardless of the path chosen, both presented formidable challenges, at least for the youth at this juncture. It loomed as an inescapable calamity. While Chen Ming remained lost in contemplation, Miss Fox suddenly materialized beside him, gently fanning herself, stirring a shroud of dark gray mist that danced upon her ebony locks. With a melodious laugh, she remarked, "Mama Sang has considered your predicament with great care. That place conceals the secrets of war chariots, which may prove immensely beneficial to your friend." Chen Ming furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that the tomb harbored secrets linked to ancient war chariots, seemingly connected to a venerable figure lost in the annals of history. It seemed that acquiescing to Mama Sang's conditions might not only secure him a place in the heart of his beloved, but also temporarily suppress the encroaching turmoil that gnawed at his heart. Simultaneously, it could assist Wang Dazai in uncovering the mysteries of the war chariots, potentially empowering him to escape the oppressive grasp of this distorted reality. The crease upon Chen Ming's brow gradually unfurled, and he self-deprecatingly chuckled. "It appears I truly did have no other choices. I am willing to serve Mama Sang faithfully." Upon hearing the youth's words, Mama Sang's brow slightly furrowed, and soon after, a crimson shadow re-emerged beside her. As the blood shadow elucidated the meaning of serving faithfully, Mama Sang nodded gently. Satisfied, she smiled, her corpulent figure stretching slightly before she rose from the plush seat woven from the pelts of myriad beasts. She stepped forward, leaving a series of impressions upon the gray-black soil. Gradually, she shed her concealing robe, allowing a fragrant aura to envelop the space. The screen softly closed, transforming the previously vast expanse into a confined chamber. As Chen Ming furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to find a figure identical to himself hovering above the tatami pillow. Chen Ming's gaze fixated intensely, and simultaneously, they uttered, "Who are you?" Yet, this mirrored vision swiftly elongated, the entire space extending infinitely outward, as if he were ensconced within hundreds of mirrors, surrounded solely by his reflection and the elusive screen. Chen Ming abruptly rose, pulling himself up from a half-kneeling position. Yet, as he turned around, he discovered a man wielding a bamboo sword, his head adorned with a samurai topknot, an exquisitely tailored ukiyo-e shirt draped over his chest, which bore the scars of battle. Chen Ming felt a surge of astonishment, only to realize that as he shifted his body, he was enveloped by segments of crimson armor, resembling shards of tiles, that adorned the exterior of his garments. In the blink of an eye, a bloodstained samurai outfit had fully enveloped him. Chen Ming slowly raised his hand, gripping the weighty circular blade of the taidao, its black and gold hilt pointing skyward. Before him, the man with the bamboo sword gradually collapsed to the ground, his light armor allowing for swift movements. Suddenly, with a powerful swing, he unleashed a drawcut from the scabbard. Chen Ming felt a searing gash across his neck, the dark blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He could sense a distinct pain spreading at his throat, and as he pressed his hand against the bloodied wound, he found it futile to stave off the weakening breath. With his throat severed, he collapsed in the training room. In the next moment, several bamboo leaves gently landed on the tip of the boy's nose, jolting Chen Ming awake. "Dead, yet I live again." As the youth's gaze wandered, he discovered that he had transitioned from a once enclosed room to an expansive bamboo grove that a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Suddenly, An elderly woman clad in a straw cloak appeared, gliding toward him from a distant pond on a small boat. A faint scent of blood lingered about her. And as she slowly drew the bamboo sword from her chest, memories of being swiftly attacked without the slightest ability to resist flooded Chen Ming's mind. He gasped in shock, his eyes narrowing with fierce intensity as he fixated on the cloaked figure approaching in the solitary vessel. He bellowed in rage, "Who are you? I bear you no grudge. Why must you?" However, before Chen Ming could finish his words, he felt the dark blade slice through the void before him. Instinctively reacting to the slender, ghostly figure that had controlled his body, he exhibited remarkable perceptiveness and agility, narrowly evading the strike. A light cut grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of crimson. The dark projectile shattered, striking a frog resting atop the puddle nearby. At that moment, a figure clad in black, resembling an assassin, emerged atop the bending bamboo. He tread lightly among the stalks, as if possessing the skill of lightness, gliding silently through the grove, leaving behind mere shadows of bamboo and a fleeting silhouette. In that instant, several bamboo leaves soared past, accompanied by small, black iron blades that whizzed through the air. Chen Ming swiftly dodged, then grasped a tang knife at his waist, deftly maneuvering to deflect the deadly projectiles aimed at him. He was now breathless, realizing that this place differed vastly from the casino. The exertion was accumulating relentlessly, as if he were under some oppressive force, leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. Chen Ming exhaled softly, gazing at the old man before him. Something was amiss. Had his memories become jumbled? Yet, just as confusion enveloped him, his clothing suddenly stretched taut, his muscles swelled, dark, sinewy flesh expanding against his skin. Only the black eyes appeared at the position of his chest. After a slight blink of those dark orbs, a slender specter gradually entwined itself around Chen Ming's shoulder, manifesting beside him. This was indeed the trial of that woman. How exceedingly tedious, an act of sheer foolishness. The slender specter's words instantly jolted Chen Ming into a stark realization that it was likely the command of the madam, instructing the cunning Miss Fox to conjure a space designed to hone his combat skills and crisis discernment. However, he had not anticipated that calamity would strike so swiftly, leaving him utterly unprepared. Perhaps, for the rulers of this twisted realm, the judgment of a lamb's potential to become an ally hinged entirely upon its capacity to survive the tribulations with courage and strength. Gradually, Chen Ming came to a profound understanding. Within their worldview, notions of familial ties and friendship were non-existent. Instead, it was a realm governed by the laws of power that dictated everything, controlling their very thoughts. Yet at this moment, as the black and gray tendrils spread, Chen Ming's exterior darkened and deepened. In the instant his body became engorged with blood, his large eyes subtly shifted, reflecting the visage of an old man. These assailants were likely specters summoned by Miss Fox. Although their strength paled in comparison to those with positions of authority, they were certainly no mere zombies made of flesh, confronted with such dire peril. Chen Ming found himself even more composed, exhaling softly. "To survive?" If that were the sole objective, it seemed quite manageable. Chapter 41. Two literary gentlemen, despite the menacing aura emanating from the old man before him. His movements were remarkably sluggish. Unlike the samurai clad in ukiyo-e fur garments from before, this old man exuded an ethereal, transcendent quality. His tattered robe bore remnants of bloodstains. The old man slowly extended his hand into one of the bamboo baskets. Retrieving a viscous black mud, he began to lightly etch various monstrous patterns into the soil. In the next moment, all manner of apparitions surged forth from the earth. They writhed and rose. They resembled ink paintings, their hues a grim shade of gray-black, charging forth, cloaked in dark brown soil. Their forms were bizarre and varied, reminiscent of the beasts depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. Yet, while their shapes morphed and shifted, one thing remained constant, a glimmer of vacuity in their eyes. Strange weapons entwined with flesh and earth, their eyes hollow and devoid of any luster. Chen Ming swung his blade, cleaving through an oncoming beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. The slender specter chuckled. "Just a few mudmen. Do not be overly concerned with their attacks. Focus on eliminating that old man first." Chen Ming was no fool. The master of these summoned creatures was clearly the elderly figure wielding the bamboo staff and pouring forth black mud. In an instant, Chen Ming moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the clumps of earth, his blade slicing through several mud men. A bit of the dark gray soil fell upon him, just as he was about to reach the old man's throat. His blade suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Chen Ming slowly shifted his body, He discovered that a binding shroud had already ensnared him at that moment. He discovered the dark gray soil, which had taken on a soft, slurry-like consistency, resembling a cloth draped over him. Chen Ming sensed an ominous presence and cursed, "This is utterly disastrous. I never anticipated that this sludge would ensnare me." In the next instant, the youth lost his balance and collapsed directly into the yielding muck. Realizing that lifting his hand was exceedingly arduous, countless strands of black and gray intertwined around his body. Suddenly, he felt a suffocating sensation wash over him, as the sludge morphed into the shape of several hands, akin to the malevolent claws of a specter, intent on dragging him into the abyss. Chen Ming gasped sharply, only to find the black and gray muck surging down his throat. Within it, there seemed to be entities exhibiting signs of life, penetrating into his very being at that moment. The old man displayed no expression, his face, adorned with a grizzled beard, betraying signs of age. Without hesitation, he swung a bamboo pole, striking the youth who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. Chen Ming chuckled lightly. "I never imagined my concealed presence could be detected by you. It seems you truly possess remarkable skills." He extricated himself from the sludge, yet a layer of his skin had been completely torn asunder. He had just severed the layer of skin tainted by the muck, akin to a cicada shedding its shell, escaping his bonds in excruciating agony. Chen Ming let out a soft grunt, as if addressing a distant part of his own soul. "Someone is missing. That cloaked assassin still lurks in the shadows. Be wary. We are not the only ones susceptible to ambush." After their previous encounter at the casino, the fusion between Chen Ming and the Slender Spectre had diminished the resistance significantly. They could even generate a remarkable synergy, merely through a shared glance and synchronized breaths, swiftly determining the necessity to disassemble their bodies. By separating their soul from flesh, they could better navigate the unfolding situation. As it stood, it was a fair 2 against 2. Yet, one individual remained concealed, perpetually exuding a formidable threat. Chen Ming exhaled, detecting the stench of blood mingled with the earthy aroma of the black sludge. Assaulting his nostrils, he thrust his blade downward, twisting the tang knife that he held, and with a swift kick, shattered the mud beneath him, advancing rapidly towards the old man in the distance. The youth's gaze flickered with a trace of coldness. Immediately, they launched a simultaneous assault, encircling their target. Chen Ming cursed, "This old wretch's techniques that are far from simplistic as shaping clay figures." At this moment, within the fragmented memories of the Slender Spectre, he recalled having witnessed such extraordinary power before. The ability to mold earth into humanoid forms, akin to Nuwa's creation of life, was a peculiar technique. It originated from an individual symbolizing the reclusive hermit, a practitioner of celestial arts, a follower of the hermit card. However, it was unexpected that those wielding such arcane abilities would now serve the lover's card. The shifting dynamics of power among various factions had undergone significant alteration. Yet, the ghostly shadow sneered, "The weak merely huddle together for warmth. They are nothing more than a throng of slaves who bow before others." Confronted by the ferocious onslaught of the two young men, the old man remained unhurried, detaching his fishing rod and placing it upon the ground. In the very moment he bent down, he retrieved a gourd bottle from his waist. Lifting the gourd's mouth, a waft of fragrant wine permeated the air. The crystal-clear liquid, devoid of any murkiness, flowed gracefully into the old man's mouth. Akin to a gentle stream at that moment, a pair of feet clad in straw sandals surged forward, repelling the sharp blades crafted from flesh and bone that the youth had hurled. With a light and agile step, the old man ascended into the air, his fingers deftly snapping. The blood-red blade was effortlessly snapped in two, and the old man swiftly delivered a kick. The youth's head tilted unnaturally, and Chen Ming let out a cold snort. Acknowledging the youth's commendable agility, though it resembled mere flamboyant displays of martial arts, another young man immediately stepped forward, charging ahead. His blade lunged once more, but he felt an overwhelming force strike his body. Pain surged from his lower abdomen as a bamboo pole, which had been lying on the ground, seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, flipping over and severing half of Chen Ming's body. The pole erupted from the youth's chest, and in an instant, his head was detached from his neck by the resilient end of the bamboo. Grasped by a mud creature, his head shattered into fragments. At that moment, the old man let out a soft grunt, turning around to deliver another slap, attempting to eliminate the youth beside him as well. However, this time, as he initiated the movement, it felt as though he were met with a tremendous repulsive force. His chest convulsed, collapsing inward in that instant. Several blackened copper coins spread across the arm of the youth with the tilted head, but in the next moment, the elder, displaying a smile, spat out a mouthful of liquid. The viscous, blood-dark stream, mixed with saliva and wine, splashed onto Chen Ming's face. The old man flicked his finger, causing a blackened flint stone to spring forth, igniting sparks at his fingertips. Immediately, the youth's outstretched arm felt an intense heat. The flesh sizzling as the pain surged, causing several veins on Chen Ming's forehead to bulge. The flames compelled Chen Ming to retreat, as several mud creatures surged forward. After a flurry of punches flattened those entities, Chen Ming gradually stood upright. Both parties maintained a cautious distance when suddenly, the old man appeared invigorated. After uttering a few words, he extended 2 fingers, deftly catching the falling gourd bottle. Once secured, he took another sip of wine. Slowly turning his head, his gaze was clouded, shrouded in layers of brownish-white substance akin to dust settled upon his eyes. Yet, his vision seemed remarkably keen, discerning even the minutest movements in the dew upon the bamboo leaves with clarity. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of the old man's prowess lay in his acute observational skills and swift actions. However, a frown etched upon his face, for the last droplet of liquid clung to the gourd's mouth. As the empty gourd flipped over, it reattached to the old man's waist, secured by a belt woven from grass strips. The old man chuckled with a hint of weariness, yet deemed it insufficient. Alas, though capable of enduring pain and conjuring a doppelganger, he could not contain his murderous intent. As the old man succumbed to boredom, a woman clad in black robes, reminiscent of a chivalrous figure, emerging from the shadowy recesses of the tree. Her lithe form gracefully descended beside the old man. Chen Ming, relying on his keen observational skills, discerned that the agile silhouette previously bore subtle feminine traits. With a slight curvature at the chest, moreover, her physique was exceedingly nimble. Yet, upon her arrival, he was startled to find the woman had suddenly transformed into a formidable figure, akin to a robust man. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her broad biceps and chest shoulders stretched the entirety of her nocturnal garb. The veil obscuring her face was swiftly torn away, revealing rugged cheeks reminiscent of bronze metal. The shadowy figure chuckled. It seems there is no longer a need for my intervention. Let us conclude this for today. Prepare yourself for another encounter. Chen Ming yearned for further insights. Yet as he lifted his gaze, the once dense bamboo grove abruptly collapsed like a canvas drenched in black ink. The illusory soil conjured by Miss Fox dissipated in an instant, scattering with the wind. At that moment, doubt clouded Chen Ming's mind regarding the true identities of the 2 individuals. As he hesitated, he abruptly glanced up, only to find himself still seated opposite the screen. Miss Fox chuckled lightly. Those 2 gentlemen are patrons of Mama Sang. The Hermit Card's associates tend to be quite peculiar. However, their experiences are undeniably beneficial at this juncture. Chen Ming felt an oppressive unease rising from within. He raised his gaze, only to find the screen devoid of any voluptuous figures. Instead, it was an empty void. The screen was slightly ajar, revealing Miss Fox seated cross-legged in the very spot where Mama Sang had once reclined. Just as Chen Ming had previously surmised, this was indeed Miss Fox's domain. Mama Sang had merely appeared as a visualized entity before the young man, rather than embodying her true form. This revelation hinted that this enigmatic lover was likely not as benign and straightforward as she seemed. Nevertheless, she had yet to display any malice towards Chen Ming, and despite her grand and nebulous essence, one could not dismiss her willingness to offer assistance. After releasing a breath laden with uncertainty, Chen Ming inquired, "What precisely does the term experience entail? Am I to remain untrusted? Does it pertain to loyalty, or strength?" Chapter 42. The night wind seated behind the screen. Miss Fox appeared to have anticipated Chen Ming's question. She proceeded to succinctly elucidate the circumstances surrounding the 2 individuals. Each distinct tarot card symbolizes a group with its own power dynamics and organizational characteristics. However, the Hermit card stands apart. They detest the idea of a multitude congregating into a terrifying faction akin to warlords, entrenched within a singular territory. Instead, they prefer to establish their own abodes, serving as patrons amidst various influences, or to practice solitude in the world, or even retreat into the wilderness, leading a carefree existence. They are a collection of misfits, each with their own peculiar traits. Upon absorbing this information, Chen Ming suddenly lifted his head, questioning the meaning behind the trials mentioned by the 2. What do they signify? Why am I deemed unworthy? Upon hearing this, Miss Fox halted her tea preparation, momentarily taken aback. She let out a resigned smile. Shaking her head slightly, the first pot of tea was brewed and consumed. The second pot, filled with pristine tea, was wafted towards Chen Ming by Miss Fox, guided by a swirling pink mist. The young man gently lowered his head, instinctively reaching for the cup as it drew near. He beheld the turquoise liquid, its clarity reflecting the pallor of his weary visage, which bore the faint traces of fatigue. After taking a delicate sip of the tea, Miss Fox remarked, "A seat at the table is, in itself, a synonym for danger. Without sufficient strength, occupying a position not rightfully yours only invites death and destruction." Chen Ming nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he had little choice but to adapt to the distorting forces around him, to navigate the delicate balance between his gifts and curses, and to relentlessly pursue the path of strength. Although his current goal appeared clear, it was shrouded in a haze of uncertainty, a chaotic and twisted doorway spiraling like a dark, murky swamp, continuously dragging those who stepped within further down. Shaking his head to clear the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he slowly rose to his feet, exhaling softly. "Time is slipping away. I haven't closed my eyes for several nights now. Perhaps it is time to rest." As he turned, the wall before him abruptly parted, revealing a dazzling night scene illuminated by flickering lights. The neon signs on either side shone brilliantly, yet when Chen Ming turned again, he found himself confronted by a wall of impenetrable darkness. Above, bizarre graffiti showcased an odd beauty, and as the ink-like patterns spread around him, they framed a fleeting silhouette. Miss Fox emerged from the wall, her fingers gently tracing the void. After a few vibrant wisps of color danced around, Chen Ming felt as though a small essence of a soul was swirling within his gaze. In that moment, he blinked and beheld his world through a slate-gray filter. Everything he looked upon underwent peculiar transformations. What was once elusive and uncontrollable now bore consistent traces of its presence. He saw a blood-red vulture soaring high above, its soft head dangling grotesquely. Dripping with blood, he witnessed several worms emerging from a hole in the ground, their tails adorned with identical trinkets. The distorted souls and struggling lives flitted about him. But in the blink of an eye, a gray mist dissipated, taking with it the lingering scent of blood. Chen Ming slowly reached towards his eyes, feeling a crimson droplet descend. Seemingly satisfied, he regarded the youth's gaze. Noting that it was quite remarkable, there was no sign of discomfort. This was a pair of eyes that could be deemed yin-yang eyes, capable of perceiving the faint traces of lingering souls. Then Miss Fox's form dissipated, along with the dark, gray wall, enveloping everything in a shroud of shadowy void. The once closed wall vanished into thin air, transforming into a narrow alleyway that cut through darkness and the unknown. Within, a few rats occasionally scurried out from the heaps of refuse, tumbling and darting away into obscurity. The inky veil of night enveloped the horizon as Chen Ming glanced at the time, which revealed it to be between 2 and 3 o'clock in the early morning. At this hour, a portion of the establishments had extinguished their lights, yet a few remained open, still alive with the echoes of revelry. Chen Ming let out a soft sigh. The night breeze was biting cold, striking his face like a blade. That a sense of heaviness weighed upon him, compounded by his recent exchanges with Miss Fox. He was acutely aware that the two figures he had encountered were the 8th seat assassin and the 6th seat elder of the hermits, temporarily residing within the territory controlled by Mama San. These two individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. If Chen Ming wished to attain the 9th seat, he would need to earn the approval of those two. With a resigned gesture, he pressed his fingers against his taut temples, urging himself to muster some semblance of spirit. This was not a time for capitulation. Despite his desire to rally himself, fatigue and unease persisted, rendering him akin to a marionette adrift in the world. Each step felt laborious, and his eyelids fluttered heavily. Even the act of keeping his eyes open felt like an exhausting endeavor. The whirlwind of events over the past few days had transpired too swiftly for him to acclimatize. Much like a sunfish abruptly cast from the depths of the sea into a boiling cauldron, struggling to adjust. Yet the youth had no choice. He looked up to see the pale moonlight suspended high above the darkened curtain of night. It resembled a lighthouse guiding a solitary vessel through the desolate sea. His only beacon amidst the enveloping darkness, the seemingly benevolent figure of Mama San, appeared to be his solitary source of illumination. Chen Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Once entangled in fate, escape was a distant dream. Walking along the silent path from the raucous backstreet into the school, Chen Ming found the stark contrast of environments disconcerting. Although his physical condition was quite robust, leaping up 10 stories seemed trivial. His heart was tethered by lingering concerns. From his sleeve, he retrieved a small pouch containing a set of house keys. His home was not far from the school, and his sister, as a relentless 996 corporate worker, had managed to purchase an apartment near the university town, a commendable achievement for an ordinary person striving in society. As Chen Ming entered the community and traversed the crossroad, he noticed a dog dozing in the security kiosk. It slowly opened its eyes and regarded him with a glance, preparing to bark but seemingly startled by the aura of the boy, which radiated a sense of the uncanny. It was said that dogs could perceive malevolent spirits. Perhaps the boy before it was more fearsome than a zombie long dead for millennia. Chen Ming shot a fierce glare at the creature, and in that distorted reality, the dog's fur seemed to ripple. Suddenly, a slender ghostly figure emerged, slapping it down to a flattened state, crushing it effortlessly. In the tangible world, the dog collapsed, drowsy and frothing at the mouth. This manifestation of power that was not, strictly speaking, a gift of Miss Fox, but rather a derivative of Mama San's influence. The entities revered as the 22 elders stood atop the pyramid of power. Initially, the purpose was to maintain a balance between the distorted beings under their command, ensuring equilibrium between the two realms. However, over time, the schism and distortion gradually corroded several of the esteemed ones, leading to a complete collapse of the original system. That a small faction of these venerable beings was even endowed with the keys to traverse both worlds, allowing them, albeit briefly, to command their minions to eliminate the dark entities they sought to uncover. Yet, the subsequent directive to eradicate these malevolent spirits was rescinded. Unbeknownst to them, various factions began to coalesce into quasi-groups, each reigning over their respective territories. Although the two still experienced a palpable discord within their souls, a certain invisible barrier hindered their ability to communicate flawlessly and effectively. Their exchanges nonetheless remained relatively unobstructed. The slender specter gazed upon the sorrowful youth, sneering with a cold chuckle. "Suppress me? That position hardly holds such allure. Do not allow that woman to use you as a pawn." Chen Ming shook his head, striving to dismiss such voices. Yet, it felt as though the words were inscribed directly upon his very scalp with a blade, the clarity of the message piercing his mind. "Impossible to forget," the youth scoffed. "I have my own convictions. At the very least, I still possess my concerns. The bonds of humanity are woven from emotions." It was precisely to assist Wang Dazai in unraveling the mysteries of the war chariot that Chen Ming acquiesced to Mama Sang's demands. The accolades Chen Ming garnered through countless competitions and academic pursuits were all aimed at instilling a sense of pride in his parents. It seemed as though he had never lived for himself. Resembling a mere cog within the machinery of societal order, the young man sighed. "How pitiable it is that I should care for the words of a malevolent spirit." Ascending in the elevator, Chen Ming arrived at the floor of his home. As he entered, he worried whether a bloodied Iron Maiden might leap forth brandishing a sharp spear. Thankfully, tranquility prevailed. Yet, upon looking up, he was met with the sight of a blood-red visage hanging from the ceiling. It vanished the moment he blinked, as life was filled with various fragmented souls. After all, those embodiments of twisted thoughts and the remnants of the deceased were omnipresent. They congregated in groups, residing within diverse objects. However, most bore no genuine malice, leading them to refrain from actively attacking the youth. Instead, they persisted in a residual manner, lingering in the world without demanding undue attention. Chen Ming walked down the corridor illuminated by incandescent lights. Approaching his front door, yet hesitating to retrieve his keys, the sound of his footsteps caught his sister's attention just as his hand brushed against the keys. Suddenly, their home's door swung open, revealing a woman with deep dark circles under her eyes and disheveled hair streaked with blackish hues. His sister, displaying signs of fatigue, bore remnants of dark brown coffee at the corners of her lips. Inquiring, "Who are you?" Chapter 43. The empty room. As Chen Ming stepped forward, the light cascaded upon his youthful face. His own somewhat pallid visage appeared before Chen Ming. That moment, her weary and slightly bleary eyes finally recognized him. She gently massaged her temples, the taut nerves making her feel somewhat anxious. It was already late at night, and the footsteps echoing in the corridor were particularly jarring. Although this area was near the university town and not exactly inexpensive, the real estate tycoon, the Chen family, led the charge in cutting corners. Incidents of insufficient steel reinforcements and inadequate cement were commonplace in the construction of the entire building. The soundproofing was atrociously poor. Even the faintest meow of a cat named Ago in the hallway could rouse all the residents nearby. Chen Mei turned her body, and after Chen Ming nodded, He entered the living room where the sofa was located. He plopped down onto the sofa, collapsing onto it like a limp fish, devoid of any energy. "Sister, are there any chilled drinks in the fridge?" Her sister let out a soft sigh and then walked over. Her furry slippers padding quietly on the white ceramic tiles as she opened the refrigerator door. She retrieved a box of orange juice from the middle and poured a full glass. She placed it before Chen Ming, who mustered the last of his strength to grasp the slightly chilled cup. He brought the orange juice to his lips. The cool beverage helped to slightly clear his muddled consciousness. Chen Ming gently pressed on the bridge of his nose, forcing himself to muster some spirit. He then glanced at his sister, who looked equally weary, seated in a grand armchair. The square computer screen illuminated the space in front of her, and the young man chuckled softly, observing, "It seems you've been quite busy at work lately. Still awake at this hour?" Chen Mei offered no explanation, casually venting about her company and the newly appointed boss and supervisor, along with a few choice words for the chief editor of the publishing house. However, listening to his sister vent about her work environment was nothing new. At this moment, Chen Ming was zoning out, absorbing her emotional outpouring as if he were a sounding board. He had long suspected that his sister might be home. But given that she had the next day off, he thought she should have retired for the night by now. That he wasn't quite prepared with a set of excuses. Every boy harbored secrets or burdens he was reluctant to share. Chen Mei was not the type of parent who pried too deeply, gently shaking her head. She took a sip of the now lukewarm coffee that lay on the table, reflecting on the numerous frustrations within the school. It was unrealistic to expect everything to be smooth sailing. As for the troubles weighing on him, Chen Ming found it impossible to articulate clearly in his sister's current understanding. She believed he was merely facing some difficulties in his studies or in social interactions with classmates. In reality, he was ensnared in a quagmire of despair and destruction, burdened with guilt, punishment, and the weight of curses as he pressed on. The roads on either side were lined with unfathomable abysses. With a single misstep or a slight error, he could shatter into pieces, entombed in the endless void. A weary smile flickered across Chen Ming's face as he acknowledged the truth. The path must ultimately be forged by oneself, and one must bear the consequences of their actions. Slowly, he rose to his feet, needing to conceal some of his experiences. It was not yet time to share them with his family. After all, such confessions would sound as if they belonged to someone deranged, utterly implausible. Yet, just as he began to stand, a hand suddenly wrapped around him. Present, Chen Ming felt his legs grow weak, and he suddenly collapsed into his sister's embrace. Her legs, pleasantly plump, provided a soft cushion beneath his head. As he blinked, he caught sight of a few strands of long, dark hair cascading gently over his face. His sister, radiating an aura of gentle wisdom, tenderly brushed her pink fingertips across his forehead. This soothing touch stirred an unusual emotion within Chen Ming, igniting a restless turmoil in his heart. Instinctively, he wished to resist, yet he soon realized that his body was no longer under his control. In that moment, he heard her soft voice, which flowed into his ears in tandem with her gentle caress, whispering, "Good boy. Good be. Oh, why do not burden yourself with everything? Bottling it up will only lead to illness in due time." Chen Ming's face twitched involuntarily as he found himself unexpectedly affected by this comforting sentiment. As he instinctively yearned to disclose his experiences, the last vestige of rationality restrained him, preventing the full revelation of his troubles. In his mind, he hastily pieced together a plausible excuse using the Chinese characters he had learned, hoping to divert attention. However, he soon noticed a fluffy, oval-shaped cotton swab nestled in his sister's palm. Turning his head slightly, he felt an itch in his ear, prompting his sister to smile and say, "Shall I clean your ears? It's a new skill I've learned." Indeed, Chen Ming's sister was fond of pursuing novel experiences, whether in culinary arts or literature, striving to maintain a youthful spirit. Yet, this ear-cleaning ritual was a first for him. After a brief, tingling sensation in his ear, akin to a mild electric shock, the discomfort gradually subsided, transforming into a sense of calm and comfort. As he blinked again, he found himself enveloped in a hazy fog. As his consciousness began to waver, a soft melody emerged from his sister's delicate lips, echoing like a lullaby, soothing the loneliness and inner turmoil he bore. His eyelids gently closed, and he succumbed to a more stable slumber. The cotton swab was carefully extracted from his ear and placed into a stylish bag. His sister tenderly caressed the sleeping boy's cheek, and then Chen Mei lifted her gaze, a strange glint of cold light flickering in her eyes. It seemed she could effortlessly perceive the slender, ghostly figure lounging on the opposite sofa, legs crossed atop the television cabinet. That faceless visage tilted its head, and a voice emanated from its neck. "Oh, you can see me? Yet, in his memories, I was never aware of your presence." Chen Ming chuckled softly, turning her head to gaze at the tranquil night outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The city's vibrant lights had dimmed considerably, yet many within their homes still wrestled with sleeplessness. The slender ghost, observing her nonchalant demeanor, appeared to regard her as mere air, indifferent to her presence. It too harbored a curiosity about its own origins, unable to fathom how it had become a manifestation of torment. Concealed within the BOY.AT present, it seemed that the answer was beginning to take shape, perhaps linked to the woman before it. This individual, who resembled an overworked corporate drone, likely concealed a depth far beyond her ordinary facade. A slender specter, advancing with deliberate steps, leaves dark gray footprints upon the pristine white tiles that a fierce aura of malevolence envelopes the air, and a chilling question arises. Do you recognize me? No, you created me. That cannot be. Fragmented memories seem to linger in your grasp. As the slender specter attempts to draw closer, reaching out to touch Chen Ming, it finds itself repelled instantaneously by an unseen force. Tumbling back and crashing into the recess of the wall, when it lifts its gaze, it discovers that the once familiar room has warped into a hellish realm of azura. Endless riches melt in the searing heat. A throne forged of gold and jewels encircling a woman seated near the volcano's mouth. Beside her, soft streams of liquid gold and peculiar agate and gemstones coalesce into several clustered forms. The oppressive aura of the queen descends upon the slender specter, evoking for the first time a sense of direct confrontation with a formidable power that lets out a peculiar cackle, contorting its body and extricating itself from a vast banner resembling a picture frame. Turning its head, it witnesses the black-gray walls crumbling downward, molten lava cascading beneath, blood-red roses unfurl, blossoming in the lap of gold and opulence. These enchanting flowers thriving amidst the wealth. This moment, clarity dawns upon the specter regarding the woman's identity. Shards of memory flicker to life within its mind. The slender specter scoffs, declaring, "You are indeed a remarkable entity. But it matters not. Tonight, another will perish before me." Chen Ming is acutely aware that the slender specter, despite its fragmented existence, poses a challenge beyond her current capabilities. It is an ancient being, a soul that has lingered since the dawn of creation. However, the intricacies of this origin remain elusive. Exhaling softly, Chen Ming murmurs, "Forgive my intrusion. Sir, please safeguard him. What you seek will surely arrive at the end of days, on the day the death knell tolls." This juncture, the slender specter observes the world, once vibrant with fiery roses and flames, gradually collapsing as it succumbs to fatigue following Chen Ming's descent into slumber. A light chuckle escapes its lips. It appears I am beginning to recall certain matters. Yet why does this newfound knowledge leave me more perplexed? When Chen Ming awakens, it is already 10 o'clock a.m. on the second day, and the source of his disturbance is not an alarm clock, but a barrage of incessant phone calls. Fortunately, he had slept soundly. Grabbing his phone, he notices a multitude of missed calls from an account belonging to Wang Dacai. Simultaneously, his private communication line has been inundated with spam messages, all from Wang Dacai. As for that individual, Chen Ming finds no inclination to peruse the messages. He resolves to return the call after breakfast and his morning routine, for that person seldom brings forth anything of grave importance. Chen Ming feels as though he has forgotten something, perhaps related to the ancient war chariot mark upon him. He then makes his way to the living room, casting his gaze toward the balcony, where withered flower petals lay in disarray, now yellowed and desiccated. It seems that even the last remnant of concern will ultimately be swallowed by the dust of oblivion. The youth averted his gaze, only to behold the family portrait hanging on one side of the living room, where his sister's smile remained as radiant as ever. In a photograph shared with her, he appeared somewhat juvenile, seemingly just having turned 10 years old. The girl with dark blue-black hair in that image was of the same age as Chen Ming. After a soft sigh, he rehung the sole remaining photograph of his sister on the wall. Turning around, he caught sight of Chen Ming in the kitchen, her fatigued eyes bearing the marks of exhaustion, as if she had stayed up all night. Once again, that a coffee cup on the table bore remnants of a dark brown stain. At that moment, a slender shadow leaned against the wall, gazing at the girl imprisoned at the age of 18. The portrait of Chen Ming hung in a corner of another photo wall. The slender shadow turned to observe the empty kitchen, letting out a sinister cackle, as if pondering whether a corpse had been awaiting them at home last night. What exactly was now present in Chen Ming's eyes? It seemed this family was quite intriguing. Chapter 44. Memories imprisoned in the mind. The slender shadow slowly glided along the wall, having noticed Chen Ming's inadvertent glance drifting in his direction. However, she seemed wary of the location where her portrait resided. As long as the slender shadow remained close to the wall, he could evade the entanglement of some blood-red roses. At this moment, the shadow lowered his head, observing the crimson tendrils sprawling across the ground, each blossom of rose bursting forth in vibrant hues. The bright red, reminiscent of a rose, scattered its vivid pollen outward, only to dissipate swiftly. Around the volcanic crater, molten lava bubbled forth, surging out from the circular opening and flowing across the ground, extending into the infinite distance. The slender shadow gradually leaned closer. A hand rested upon Chen Ming's shoulder, as if attempting to rouse the youth from slumber, mockingly inquiring, "What exactly is before you? Have you truly comprehended it?" Yet Chen Ming disregarded the spectral whispers at his ear, leaning forward to sit at the dining table in the living room. Before him lay whipped cream and toast, accompanied by an assortment of nuts and dried fruits. The youth scooped some dried fruit with a spoon, sprinkling it atop the dry slice of bread. He then spread a layer of his favored whipped cream, sandwiching it between two slices of bread, still warm from the air fryer. The soft toast, combined with the sweet amalgamation of dried fruits and cream, erupted in flavor upon his tongue. The fierce gaze of the slender shadow collided with Chen Ming's eyes, suddenly recalling the previous night's words. The shadow smirked coldly. "How amusing. If I were to take his life right now, how would you resist?" With that, the slender shadow plunged his hand downward, attempting to shatter the youth entirely. Under the influence of the slender shadow, Chen Ming's spirit suffered a moment of trauma. However, in the next instant, the shadow discovered blood-black thorns erupting from the youth's form. The crimson spread. It entwined around the slender shadow's arm, forcefully dragging him backward. In an instant, the spectral figure lost all semblance of control, retreating 3 steps before tumbling near the wall. As it cackled unnervingly, the positions of Chen Ming and the youth inexplicably swapped. To be precise, Chen Ming had vanished entirely. Meanwhile, the fiery rose emblem emblazoned on the youth's palm radiated with an intense and untamed heat. At that moment, a fierce glint emerged in Chen Ming's eyes, as if something lurking within the shadows of the youth's psyche was on the verge of breaking free. The elongated specter extended its claws, aiming directly at its own heart. The morning bell tolled once more. The youth strolled forward, stifling a yawn. He then ambled into the living room, casting his gaze towards the balcony, where he was met with the sight of wilting, yellowed petals. Turning his head, he greeted his sister in the dining room with a cheerful, "Good morning, sis." At this juncture, the elongated specter found itself perplexed by the current situation. The one referred to as sis appeared intermittently, materializing and vanishing like Schrodinger's cat, exuding an air of unreality. Nevertheless, the specter felt no trepidation. That sister, whether concealed in darkness or merely existing within the youth's conscious realm, posed no threat to Chen Ming. Although she resided within his mental landscape, capable of exerting peculiar influences, her presence merely sought to eradicate the virus and microorganisms that clung to his soul, akin to white blood cells and firewalls protecting against external assaults. However, such reactions would only manifest when Chen Ming encountered remnants of his sister's belongings or the environments she had inhabited. At this moment, the elongated specter reached out to touch a picture frame, deliberately stirring it to produce a faint sound. The photograph materialized before the youth's eyes, and the once indistinct image of his sister sharpened into clarity. It seemed that in Chen Ming's perception, he believed his sister was still alive. Thus, the powerful obsession birthed a lingering spirit that remained by his side. Yet, the specter was taken aback to discover traces of an ancient throne upon that sister. Was it possible that this family bore some lingering curse? With a cold smirk, the specter mused, "Thus, one must strive to survive. Only then can countless intriguing events unfold." Chen Ming felt a sense of unease this morning, as a restless irritation burrowed into his mind like a parasitic worm. For him, this was perhaps merely a potent after-effect of awakening in a distorted world. Yet, Chen Ming had no choice. He must embrace the trajectory of his own fate. Subsequently, he scrolled through his phone and dialed Wang Datsai's number, chuckling, "What kind of trouble have you stirred up this time?" Wang Datsai replied, "It's a chaotic morning. My place outside seems shrouded in darkness." Chen Ming responded, "Is that so? It appears we are ultimately unable to escape the quagmire of our fate." Wang Datsai, unable to comprehend the youth's cryptic words, sensed a profound change in his friend. who now seemed remarkably eccentric. "What are you talking about? I'm waiting for you on Shenyang Street." "Where are you?" Chen Ming replied. "All right, I'll be there." Chen Ming hung up the phone, placing it gently upon the table. It was not out of a desire to ignore Wang Datsai, but rather an effort to fully savor this warm, tender morning, unspoiled by any unwelcome intrusions. After all, he was currently enveloped in a certain softness. Fearing that if he were to blink, this enchanting scene would vanish in an instant, that a myriad of emotions flickered in Chen Ming's eyes as he collected the soiled dishes and set them in the kitchen sink. A single droplet of water cascaded from the faucet, yet the youth refrained from further explanations. He shouldered his backpack, crammed with several guidebooks pertaining to mathematical competitions and robotics innovation contests. However, in recent days, he had scarcely perused those volumes, for they concealed something else entirely. As the zipper of the backpack slowly parted, a slender shadow slithered out, carrying with it a few tattered, yellowed flower petals. The apparition approached him, chuckling mischievously. "I thought you had succumbed to hallucinations, but it seems you can still discern reality. She is merely a figment." After all, Chen Ming chose to disregard the lingering voice and the spectral presence. Fully aware that his sister had long departed due to the tragic accident, the haunting melodies that played at her funeral, coupled with the impeccably tailored black suit he wore and his ill-fitting tie, remained etched in his memory. Yet another recollection surfaced, his sister meticulously arranging his attire and inviting him to her own farewell. These two nebulous memories clashed, leaving Chen Ming adrift between reality and illusion. Seeking solace he could not find. Instead, the young man gradually embraced the warmth that lingered at his fingertips. However, he soon realized that the sister who haunted his thoughts was eternally frozen in that age. That disposition, unchanged and unyielding. She existed merely as a puppet in the recesses of his mind, and countless times he contemplated discarding the pot of flowers and the trinkets that symbolized her. Chen Ming arrived at the community's refuse site, where a sanitation worker clad in a yellow-green striped uniform slowly donned his mask and approached a heavy-duty garbage truck. Turning his head, he noticed the youthful figure of Chen Ming. Then, Chen Ming unzipped his backpack, gripping a handful of air, and flung it away in a fit of madness, as if attempting to unveil its contents. Through Chen Ming's gaze, he observed the flower pot being engulfed by refuse, while the remnants of soil and petals from his backpack tumbled to the ground, sinking into the stinking mire of the landfill. The slender shadow observed this with a mocking tone, exclaiming, "What a pitiable creature you are! Ensnared in the clutches of bygone memories, unable to escape, are you?" At that moment, Chen Ming zipped his backpack shut. Turning away as if he could glimpse the fragmented outline of the shadow, he shot a fierce glare at the elongated specter. The faceless figure recoiled a few steps, then extended its hands, as two flickering flames danced in its palms. One flame morphed into a rose, while the other transformed into the visage of Chen Mei. Suddenly, he thrust that faceless, ghastly visage closer, a mirthful laughter emanating from his throat. With a hint of mockery and amusement, he addressed Chen Ming. "Your sister shares a peculiar connection with this rose. You truly wish to deny that her death was of natural causes, do you not?" Naturally, Chen Ming was no fool. The accident had been exceedingly unnatural. Moreover, as he found himself ensnared in this distorted realm, he became acutely aware of the peculiarities he had previously sensed. This included the absence of his sister's spirit, neither lingering nor dissipating, but a state both nebulous and clear. Perhaps it was the blood-red rose that had inexplicably sprouted from her essence, alongside the melting jewels and wealth akin to a volcanic eruption. All signs pointed to the enigmatic burdens his sister bore in her wake, shrouded in mystery. Yet, at this moment, Chen Ming longed to clear his mind and retorted to the specter, "Indeed, I carry numerous burdens. Thus, I must possess the courage to forge ahead and rescue that daft fellow." Just as articulated in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, stand users are drawn to one another, so too are spirits drawn together, becoming the rulers of the twisted world, like Wang Datsai, who, with the ancient markings of his chariot, naturally attracted the countless souls that roamed the vicinity of his budget apartment complex. Though Wang Datsai often squandered money with reckless abandon, he remained frugal in certain matters, particularly in compensating for his father's company's dubious accounts. Even in the realm of socializing or entertainment, he would lavishly spend, while several expensive rental luxury cars lay parked in the basement of his inexpensive dwelling. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he was only willing to pay a mere few hundred yuan in rent each month. Wang Datsai's understanding and application of wealth exemplified his philosophy of spending wisely where necessary and indulging where appropriate. Of course, Chen Ming frequently encountered an array of limited edition virtual idol merchandise and various anime culture collectibles within his residence, including signed apparel from voice actors and personal items belonging to idols. It must be said, compared to the bizarre thoughts swirling in Chen Ming's mind, it was likely that other demons resided within Wang Datsai's consciousness. Chen Ming exhaled, reflecting. Truly, one wave has yet to settle before another arises. I wonder what awaits me next. Chapter 45. The handsome youth. The youth sauntered away from his residential complex, arriving at the nearby bus stop just outside the entrance, beneath the rusted, tawny sign. He awaited, observing the eclectic array of passers-by, their attire somewhat peculiar. Their garments appeared far removed from contemporary fashion, lacking the traditional simplicity and convenience. One donned a samurai outfit, another a raincoat that a few resembled a funeral procession. Huddled together, with four burly men hoisting a glossy black coffin, the BGM of the African-American pallbearers echoed in his mind. At that moment, as Chen Ming blinked, he beheld the coffin's lid slowly creaking open. A skeletal head emerged, and when he blinked again, the bus had astonishingly materialized before him. Simultaneously, the driver behind the barrier turned to gaze at him, standing at the bus door. The youth, seemingly reluctant to step into the fray, pondered whether the next stop, towards the eastern side of the university town, was occupied by students. As he boarded the bus and settled into a solitary seat, a fleeting vision dissipated from his mind. Vague memories of a coffin resurfaced, suggesting that for those who occupied the bus, it undoubtedly resembled a half-coffin or grave. Those who entered were consumed by the relentless grind of the 996 corporate rat race or the oppressive regime of schools that resembled prisons. All in pursuit of the elusive goal of attending prestigious institutions, they endured a life more arduous than that of the mortal realm. Where would this bus lead? It appeared that both its starting and ending points were predetermined. Meanwhile, the passengers busily engaged in the lamentable routine of morning commutes. Lost in his reverie, the youth suddenly heard another voice beside him, as if it were beckoning him to recognize the place and the visions he had just witnessed. Startled by the unexpected address from a man, Chen Ming swiftly turned around to find a fair-skinned lad with a ponytail, gazing out of the window. In the next instant, a dark, blood-red hand appeared above the window, and a peculiar toad unexpectedly squeezed through, climbing onto the arm of the striking youth. Chen Ming immediately noted the boy's striking beauty, reminiscent of a girl, though the slight masculine timbre in his voice would have muddled Chen Ming's perception of his gender. At that moment, the bespectacled boy, with his long hair tied back, gently squeezed the toad in his hand. He felt some concealed essence linger in his palm. He then turned to scrutinize Chen Ming, inquiring if he recognized the toad. It was said that like attracts like, and that even the supernatural beings congregate in groups. The large toad had perished, while these smaller creatures scurried about chaotically. Upon hearing the mention of the large toad, Chen Ming's brow furrowed deeply, a vein throbbing at his temple, indicating an impending surge of hostility. The handsome man, observing the youth's reaction, chuckled softly. The lollipop he had been holding slipped from his lips. But in the blink of an eye, he pinched his fingers, causing a small bird to dart forth and snatch the lollipop, as if it were an arrow shot from a bow. The young man then approached Chen Ming's seat, tilting his head to the side. His striking profile bore a faint, charming smile. Do not regard me with such animosity. That I was merely following orders to eliminate that toad. It appears someone has beaten me to it. I am simply intrigued. It seems to be you. Gradually, the handsome man raised his hand and crushed the toad in his grasp. He then presented the small, darkened object to his chest, retrieving a piece of talisman paper, which he affixed to the yellow-brown papered AS. If subduing an evil spirit, he temporarily confined the malevolent entity to the crumpled yellow paper. Chen Ming caught sight of the toad, its remaining eye still clinging to the edge of the talisman, exuding an aura of lethal intent, for the eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. Had it not been for the intervention of the dashing gentleman just moments ago, this toad would likely have launched an assault the instant Chen Ming boarded the bus. It appears that ever since Chen Ming vanquished the malevolent forces within the casino, he has remained beset by lingering specters, not merely a handful of benign entities, but rather a multitude seemingly intent on claiming the young man's life. Chen Ming gazed at the yellow talisman, his tone unruffled as he remarked, "Thank you. Were I to be ensnared by such ghastly apparitions, I would surely have my fill of troubles." The handsome man exhaled a soft sigh, subsequently incinerating the yellowed talisman until it turned to a SH in the palm of his hand. He was left with a gleaming golden coin. He then raised the coin before the youth, as if to capture his attention and rouse his dormant memories. Above the coin, Peculiar inscriptions were etched with clarity. Despite its diminutive size, akin to a fingernail, the characters appeared remarkably vivid, as if inscribed directly onto Chen Ming's retina. As Chen Ming leaned closer, he discerned the inscription, "I am Mo Jiaqianji," a practitioner devoted to capturing all manner of ghosts and malevolent spirits, specializing in the eradication of evils and disasters. The first service is offered at a 50% discount. Should I fail and the client perish at the hands of malevolence, I provide a comprehensive posthumous service, including self-purification and grave excavation, additional fees for funerary performances. In the next life, one shall remain a hero. For inquiries, please contact the following. As Chen Ming beheld the darkened coin, several lines of contact information materialized. In the blink of an eye, these details were indelibly etched into his mind. Merely a fleeting glance sufficed for him to commit the contact information to memory. Just then, the golden coin began to pulsate at his fingertips before vanishing from his line of sight. Chen Ming was suddenly jolted awake, only to find that the handsome gentleman had entirely disappeared. Yet, a portion of the yellow talisman remained, reduced to a few ashen fragments scattered across the bench. As he reached out to touch them, the bus came to a halt. He chose not to linger on whether the yellow talisman still harbored any remnants of dark energy. He muttered to himself, "What a strange man. Could his parting words merely be a commercial advertisement?" Though Chen Ming regarded the fellow as no more reliable than a charlatan, he soon recognized that the bus had reached its destination. The familiar name of the locale echoed in his mind. Before him lay a vast wasteland of refuse, a landfill emanating a nauseating stench. The repugnant odor of decomposing kitchen waste mingled with the acrid scent of toxic chemicals. Assaulting his senses, the pungent aroma of ammonia lingered in the air. Residing in such a neighborhood felt akin to being surrounded by stray cats and dogs relieving themselves indiscriminately. Yet, in the distance, he noticed the entrance to a dilapidated, abandoned complex, marked by a sign that read, "May Lucam, your paradise of happiness." Whether this paradise was indeed a source of joy remained uncertain, for nearby, two dogs frolicked amidst the refuse, their antics seemingly a source of amusement in their grim surroundings. Perhaps for these beasts, this desolate, traffic-less outskirt truly was a haven. Chen Ming disregarded the repulsiveness of the landfill before him and proceeded towards the relatively cleaner road beside it. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential community, Chen Ming noticed the security kiosk, where the guards slumbered idly amidst the few tenants that inhabited the area. Surprisingly, there existed a property management company composed of several residents, overseeing the daily cleaning and significant community renovations. At that moment, Chen Ming turned his head, glancing at the elderly man dozing beside the heavy iron gate. "Excuse me, sir. I am here to visit a friend." "Wang Datsai," he called out. The old man, startled awake from his slumber, croaked in response, "What Datsai?" "Wang Datsai." With considerable effort, Chen Ming finally managed to rouse the somewhat hard of hearing, visually impaired old man to allow him entry. Moreover, within this community, there were hardly any valuables to be found. The security's role had become almost obsolete, prompting Chen Ming to scoff. Living in such a secluded neighborhood was indeed peculiar. Yet, he pondered why he felt no immediate sense of unease. The surrounding atmosphere felt thick with a palpable sense of menace, emanating like a spectral mist, yet it did not manifest in Chen Ming's perception. Perhaps his previous experiences in the casino had been so dramatically perilous that he had come to associate all dangerous locales with grotesque scenes of carnage and chaos. However, what struck Chen Ming as peculiar was the lurking crisis seemingly concealed beneath the placid surface of the reflective lake. Malevolent spirits revealed themselves. Gazing into the distance, he observed a few withered leaves obscuring the dead branches, upon which black birds flitted about. Their species remained indiscernible, as they perched upon the somber gray of a traditional Chinese tomb. The small mounds of earth, flanked by odd, colorful paper offerings, indicated that this was a suburban area with scant human traffic. Yet, a highway stretched adjacent to it, leading straight into the city, making it illogical for graves to be situated in such a desolate place. Nonetheless, Chen Ming distinctly saw a procession of individuals dragging various colored papers and carrying a paper effigy towards that direction. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the paper effigy appeared to harbor something that stirred within it. A gentle breeze swept by. The floral curtain fluttered, revealing a pale, flower-adorned face that was the visage of a paper figure, its eyes gazing into the void. Chen Ming found the face rather pleasing, reminiscent of an overly adorned movie star. common yet conforming to the public's aesthetic at that moment. He believed the earlier scene of a funeral to still be an illusion, only to realize it was indeed a reality. There were indeed people honoring a well-preserved grave amidst the distant solitary tomb or cemetery. Due to years of insufficient cleaning efforts, the fallen leaves crunched underfoot like brittle potato chips, while a few insects lay buried beneath the fragments. Chen Ming sensed a putrid odor wafting towards his nostrils, revealing a landscape littered with debris and decaying matter concealed among the foliage. He reached for his phone once more, noting that since his call that morning, Wang Datsai had failed to message him back. A sense of dread washed over him, worrying that this unreliable fellow might have already succumbed to the shadows of a murky world. After all, danger lurks ever present, and those ensnared within its grasp can only feel a surge of anger and revulsion, including Chen Ming at this moment, who, upon glancing at a small writhing mass of flesh approaching from the side, displays not fear upon his face, but rather disdain. He places his unreachable phone into his pocket as dark blood seeps from his palm, but on his left arm, half an eye protrudes, and Chen Ming slowly raises his blade, directing it towards the grotesque creature fashioned from fallen leaves and flesh. Am I to assert my dominance upon my arrival at this place? Ridiculous. Chapter 46. The Curse of the Withered Leaves. Chen Ming unleashed a wave of sword energy, a crimson tide surging outward, stirring countless fallen leaves. The fluttering leaves scattered upon the youth, obscured beneath the spreading scarlet gleam of his blade. The blood-red veins coursed along the sword's edge. They revealed several ancient coins of a bronzed hue. One by one, semicircular coins emerged from the blade. With another strike, a resounding crash echoed. The immense wave of the sword collided with the surroundings, instantly unveiling a circular area around the youth. Beneath the upturned leaves, countless specters and creeping creatures sprang forth. Corpses of various dogs, rats, heaps of refuse, and twisted beings like centipedes joined in a fray. Using their primal claws to tear into each other's remains, they amalgamated into a blood-red monstrosity. His cheeks gradually healed, and the torment that had torn apart his body and soul also found solace. With an expression devoid of emotion, yet laced with a hint of scrutiny and intimidation, he inquired, "Who instructed you to act in such a manner? Surely, even a guard dog must have an owner." However, such a guard dog, akin to a wild beast, was merely a puppet clad in flesh. It possessed neither the capacity for independent thought nor the vitality of life, existing as nothing more than the void of air. Engaging in conversation with such a creature would yield nothing but a cacophony of incoherent ramblings. After all, their very existence and essence were entirely subjugated by the figure lurking in the shadows. Before him, the ghastly visage convulsed before fracturing into several pieces, putrid flesh tumbling to the ground. In the boy's left hand, Meridian swelled as he absorbed that wisp of blood essence and lingering soul into his arm. A raspy voice, stirred from the depths of his throat, emerged as his crimson eyes flickered. Utilizing the boy's form, it chuckled mischievously at the remaining essence, declaring, "Regardless of your origins, you are doomed. This street shall be left in utter devastation." Chen Ming slowly reached for his neck, where the wound gradually mended. The jagged tear sealed itself without leaving a trace. Indeed, as the madam had foretold, with the continuous exertion of power, the adversary's ability to usurp and dominate his body would only intensify, potentially transforming him into another puppet entirely. Although Chen Ming could sense this body's gradual loss of control, he felt no hint of peril emanating from the elongated specter. It was as if both existed in a paradoxical coexistence. Casting aside his swirling thoughts, Chen Ming scoffed. "Why provoke them? We are merely here to retrieve Wang Datsai. It is unnecessary to disturb this den of specters." A chilling laughter echoed from the depths of his chest, the restless soul within his gaze responding. Blood vessels spread across his eyes, seemingly enraged by the boy's words. Was that crimson hue not delightfully intoxicating? He had assumed the boy would succumb to its allure. Yet here he stood, merely a fool incapable of savoring the exquisite curse of power. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, not because of the illogicality of the voice emanating from his chest, but rather because he found a peculiar resonance in its words. An inclination towards violence and madness began to seep into his very being. It appeared that his persona was undergoing a strange transformation. Nevertheless, Chen Ming shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. With a footfall upon the crisp leaves, he inhaled deeply, feeling the peculiar healing of his arm. The blood-red sinew burrowed into his corporeal form like a parasitic worm. The boy gazed into the murky depths of the forest. Sensing the presence of new specters awaiting his arrival, he abhorred the thought of trudging forward burdened by the anguished wails of dying creatures. Furthermore, he detested the sensation of being torn apart. Wang Dazai had moved to this affordable neighborhood on the outskirts of the city approximately 34 months ago. Chen Ming had visited a few times before. Aware that the building where Wang Dazai resided was the most dilapidated and uninhabited structure within the budget-friendly complex, Chen Ming's sneakers became ensnared among the yellowed leaves that towered half a foot high beneath him. Within the depths, a myriad of creeping entities remains restless, yet at this moment, a faint pressure emanating from Chen Ming instills a sense of trepidation among those wandering souls, rendering them hesitant to approach. It appears that the very nature of this isolated residential area, perched on the periphery of a graveyard, allows for a peculiar attraction among the specters, resulting in a lingering presence akin to the countless homeless toads left in the wake of a colossal amphibian's demise. Chen Ming's gaze fell upon a blood-red mass that trembled before swiftly vanishing, as the devil residing in his chest taunted, "Indeed, there are countless little delights within this realm. Are you hungry? Perhaps we should capture a few for a barbecue to satiate our appetite." A slight frown creased Chen Ming's brow, his eyes betraying a glimmer of cold disdain. "That I have some bread in my backpack. But tell me, can you truly experience hunger?" "Ha!" The chilling laughter sent shivers down Chen Ming's spine, raising goosebumps along his back. Each hair on his body stood on end as he reflected, "Since the moment I awoke, I have been tormented by hunger and pain, but what angers me more is being constrained by a wretched creature like you." A smirk, laced with contempt, curled at the corner of Chen Ming's lips. "If I had a choice, I would rather not become entangled with a malevolent spirit." As the two continued their journey beneath the dim and seemingly endless old tree, they delved deeper into the encroaching darkness, crushing remnants of flesh and various clusters of decayed leaves beneath their feet while engaging in animated conversation and quarrels. However, when Chen Ming uttered these words, he noticed the shadow within his chest paused momentarily. Soon after, the youth felt an odd sensation, intertwined with the resonance of ancient war chariots, conveyed to him by the malevolent spirit. The familiar aura began to swirl in the air, one he seemed to recognize. The spirit residing in his chest then spoke with a mocking tone, "It appears that my previous memories have forged a subtle connection with your current reality. As I suspected, the malevolent spirit does not merely reside within you." An invisible weight pressed heavily upon Chen Ming, akin to a hammer's strike. The implication of the spirit's words was singular, prompting Chen Ming to cautiously inquire, "Are you suggesting that there exists a malevolent entity within Wang Dazai as well? Could it be that our prior actions that awakened the dark side of that spirit?" The soul within his chest scoffed derisively, retorting, "That aura resembles the remnants of the past, repulsive and feeble. It is certainly not a formidable entity, but rather a pitiful creature destined to be subjugated." Hearing the spirit's words provided Chen Ming with a modicum of reassurance. Based on the judgment of the malevolence residing in his chest, the specter lingering within Wang Dazai was not one capable of seizing control over another's body or directly inhabiting it. It seemed more akin to a lingering minor spirit, and as long as no harm befell Wang Dazai, eradicating it in the future would not pose a significant challenge. He certainly did not wish for Wang Dazai to bear such a heavy burden, akin to a debt, as he himself did. Chen Ming's gaze drifted toward the distant echoes emitted by the residual aura, confirming the spirit's suspicions. This rather tedious sense of humor proved to be a considerable torment for the malevolent entity within his chest. Then, in the next moment, the blood-red threads within his chest rapidly spread across his torso. His entire being became increasingly murky and ashen, akin to a pitch-black mass of coagulated blood, radiating crimson veins. At that moment, countless scarlet veins emerged from his back, the flesh violently bursting open, directly impaling the creature behind him. But a flicker of shadow passed through the boy's chest cavity, and the skin gradually began to heal. Those elongated, sinewy pillars of flesh were concealed once more beneath the surface. Chen Ming turned to gaze at himself, his shirt riddled with numerous gaping holes. He cursed the malevolent spirit before him, exclaiming, "This is a shirt I just bought this month. Could you perhaps show a modicum of restraint?" At that moment, Chen Ming had not entirely ventured into the unknown, twisted realm, but rather treaded upon the relatively safe path of reality. Unless provoked by a handful of malevolent spirits, he would not find himself in direct peril. He had no desire to close his eyes and awaken next to a graveyard teeming with distorted, struggling apparitions, or in a rundown apartment. However, this situation bore a rather unfortunate consequence. Everything that transpired in the twisted world would reverberate back into reality. In other words, he was in the realm of the living, contorting his body into a grotesque, bloodied monstrosity. Should he lose limbs, reattachment would likely prove impossible. Yet for the malevolent spirits, this was an uninteresting and mundane dilemma. Chen Ming felt a flicker of annoyance as the spirit within his chest cavity began, much like other common malevolent entities, to weave various temptations akin to a devil. The boy raised his foot and violently crushed a skull that had just emerged from the soil and dark, bloody mass. With another kick, he sent a protruding arm flying. Chen Ming let out a soft huff, asserting, "I have no interest in such things. I merely wish to relish the present cherish all that I possess and could potentially possess." Chapter 47. Traces. Although there was an abundance of detritus obstructing his path, ultimately, they were merely unsightly creatures, akin to street rats. Chen Ming exerted some effort, his pant legs now splattered with blood. Fragments of shattered bones and a mysterious liquid, the remnants of an exploded organ, adorned the hems. However, at this moment, Chen Ming slowly removed his sneakers, turned them inside out, and discarded the clotted blood and various debris that had lodged within. He then donned his shoes once more, lifting his gaze to the peculiar building before him. Chen Ming glanced at his phone, seeing several unread messages and calls that had gone unanswered. It appeared that, for the time being, unless he personally located Wang Dai's whereabouts, direct communication would be a formidable challenge. He scrutinized the structure and subsequently inquired of the boy and the remnants of the soul within the corporeal shell. "Can you sense any danger? Surely we are not entering a den of thieves." A chilling laughter echoed once more. "Who knows? Perhaps a few worthless souls are indeed hiding within. But what is there to fear from such inconsequential beings?" Regardless of the building in question, there were no malevolent entities present. Or the spirits that lingered therein posed no significant threat to the malevolent spirit's awareness. At least under certain circumstances, there was no danger to be found. Chen Ming tread lightly, making his way up the staircase illuminated by the dim, yellow-white light. The steps bore no tiles, and dark, ashen footprints meandered across their surface. At this moment, Chen Ming slowly raised his head. Catching sight of a hazy figure, with a smile, he inquired, "Are you here to obstruct my path as well? You do not seem to resemble those fellows from before." Although Chen Ming perceived no malice emanating from the wandering or perplexed shadow before him, he nevertheless lifted the short dagger, woven from flesh and bone, and grasped it firmly in his palm. The cold bones had been sharpened to a blade-like edge, reflecting a chilling light that danced upon the youthful contours of his face. Tinged with a hint of murderous intent, his icy gaze shot forward, akin to a blade capable of piercing through the shadow's heart. Yet, as the shadow wavered, it collided against the wall like a mass of blood, instantly staining the entire surface crimson. Chen Ming swiftly dodged, observing as the ghastly shadow's impact gradually faded, leaving behind several large, blood-red Chinese characters inscribed upon the wall. "Save sister, save us." Eventually, the wall regained its original appearance. The dusty, gray-brown surface marred by several dark gray scars, the air heavy with dampness and a musty odor. Chen Ming exhaled through his nose. Rising from his crouched position to advance forward, he reached out to touch the wall, attempting to sense the lingering aura of the malevolent spirit or specter. However, despite the message it had conveyed to him moments earlier, its true form or essence was not present here. It had been transported elsewhere. The ability to leave behind a message was the extent of its power. Chen Ming seemed to surmise something, wondering if the earlier figure was indeed the one he had sensed on Wang Dai. Blood-red eyes flickered from his chest, while blood vessels coalesced into an ARMAS. He touched the wall. The remnants of the shadow gathered into a few droplets of blood, merging into a part of the malevolent entity's corporeal form. Chen Ming momentarily concealed the eye upon his chest, attempting to mask the emergence of that entity, striving to appear as an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the creature nestled within his chest cackled mockingly. "Ah, this is the scent." "Indeed. Yet, it is nothing but a waste. Merely leaving behind a fragment of information has depleted most of its vitality." Chen Ming was baffled by the term vitality. What could that possibly mean? He felt a wave of tedium as the malevolent spirit scoffed. "All malevolent beings existing in this world rely on something as a vessel, continuously plundering similar entities to mend their own deficiencies, such as souls, blood, and flesh." Following a convulsion from the spirit, fragments of memories and knowledge flooded into Chen Ming's mind like shards. A sharp pain pierced through the cortex of his brain, causing him to furrow his brow tightly. As his gaze ventured into the profound darkness, he beheld inscriptions flowing down the shadowy, blood-black walls. Resembling remnants of an ancient civilization, the words etched upon the walls, along with the vestiges of that civilization, subtly revealed the embryonic form of the entire world. The tales recorded by those inscriptions transformed into abstract entities, weaving a mesmerizing spectacle that manifested ancient imagery before him. Chen Ming could not decipher their meanings, yet he could vaguely discern that all life transitioned from the formless void to completeness. In the present moment, a grand statue stands tall amidst the landscape of civilization. The youth immediately discerned that it represented a being known as human, or perhaps it symbolized the world and the rare collective found upon the entire planet. Yet, as this being crumbled, its blood, flesh, bones, and the very essence of life itself began to dissipate, transforming into various symbolic imprints etched within countless life forms. At that moment, Chen Ming began to surmise certain meanings from this. Pondering, with the collapse of a life form, does it not become increasingly fragmented, leaving only a fraction to linger as the dark expanse around him slowly morphed into a wavering gray mist? It was subsequently absorbed by blood-red apparitions. Chen Ming beheld a spirit that exhaled blood, which in turn addressed him. It seems you too require the consumption of blood. It appears you are but a remnant of a life form. A vestige of blood. Above its eyes, crimson threads swelled and constricted as it laughed. Ah, humans are omnivores, are they not? Flesh, vegetables, fruits, what you consume is composed of flesh and bones. Is there truly a distinction? Such fallacious reasoning and evasive metaphors elicited a derisive snort from Chen Ming. He offered no reply, cognizant that the spirit within his mind would not divulge the entirety of its knowledge, opting instead to withhold certain truths. The dissonance between them was not merely Chen Ming's effort to prevent this entity from encroaching upon his corporeal form. The malevolent spirit was likewise intent on concealing fragments of its memories, wary of revealing its full nature. Furthermore, Chen Ming had a maternal figure supporting him. One could not discount the potential threat posed by that loathsome woman. Perhaps she possessed some means to jeopardize his existence. With a furrowed brow, Chen Ming conceded, "Fine, consider it my indiscretion. What do you believe will remain of me upon my demise?" A pulsating, bluish vein erupted from his chest, scratching at the layer of skin above his eyes. Chen Ming sensed that the flesh at his chest was no longer his own. An itch, a pain, and even the very essence of existence felt intangible and elusive. As the young man rubbed his chest, he suddenly felt the blood-red mass push him away, its arm-like tendrils woven from sinewy flesh admonishing him. Each individual is unique, yet I urge you not to speculate on the form you may take after death. Chen Ming recognized that there were many taboos surrounding this topic, and thus refrained from further inquiry. After all, he was still in the prime of his youth. Why hasten toward death? Although the adolescent was indeed walking a perilous path, teetering on the edge of danger, the specter of death loomed closely, as if a curse etched sharply upon his flesh. Exhaling a sigh of exasperation, he gazed upon the building number that materialized before him. 503. It seemed this was the place that an acute sense of unease stirred within his chest, causing the blood-red eyes to shift slightly, followed by the sanguine tendrils. Chen Ming extended his right hand. They coiled around his left arm. Taking a deep breath, he launched his left fist forward, striking with the force of an overwhelming 10 tons, akin to a small car colliding with the doorframe, which shattered into a myriad of fragments. The dark, gray debris scattered across the sky fell upon the youthful boy's nose, prompting Chen Ming to sneeze. Damn it! Why am I so reckless? The young man could vaguely sense a growing irritability within himself. However, Chen Ming could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Since Wang Datsai was not in his home, it was highly likely that he had been taken away. Alternatively, his remains might be mingled with the very group he had just trampled. Regardless of the scenario, locating his friend was far more pressing than addressing his own personality shifts. As Chen Ming approached, he witnessed the boy lifting a large fragment, casting aside the remnants of the doorframe, revealing a cloud of dust that concealed a suitcase. Observing the nearby combination lock, he grasped it firmly, exerting immense strength to flatten the metal before tearing it off. When the suitcase swung open, the boy was taken aback. It contained not Wang Datsai's personal belongings, such as clothing or travel essentials, but rather an array of vibrant and charming items, including feminine undergarments and short skirts adorned with delightful pastel patterns. Chen Ming held in his palm a piece of intimate apparel featuring a bear motif. The distinct creases suggested it had been worn before. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his thoughts. Could it be that Wang Datsai, that troublesome rascal, harbored a penchant for cross-dressing? How utterly vexing. But then, as he dismissed the notion, a crimson thread within his chest suddenly surged forth. Blood trickled from beneath his eyes, coiling around the undergarment. In a swift motion, he grasped it, and as his tongue twisted around it, an odd flavor infused his senses. Overcome with nausea, he slapped the fabric away, discarding it along with the bloodied clothing. Previously, in the corridor, the boy had failed to clearly discern the shadow's gender or precise features. The malevolent spirit residing in his chest found the boy's musings rather amusing, uttering a sharp retort. Enough? Whether they're male or female. If they are preparing clothing and packing a suitcase, they must be plotting an escape or hiding from something. Let us seek out further traces. Chapter 48. A matter of priority. Chen Ming rose from his crouch position. Tugging at the garments beside him, he used his shirt to shield his chest, only to discover numerous holes of varying sizes. After being pierced by the crimson threads, not a single piece of clothing remained intact. With a cold snort, he shed his outer jacket, revealing a robust torso that belied the appearance of a mere bookish figure clad in denim. He resembled a modern-day Confucius, traversing the land and persuading bandits not with lofty ideals, but with his imposing physique, nearly 2 meters tall. Gazing toward the adjacent room, Chen Ming noted a circle of blood-red traces surrounding it. His chest's eyes turned in that direction, and his soul trembled as he sensed a powerful aura emanating from it. Taking measured steps, he advanced slowly, his feet pressing against the tiles with deliberate caution. As his palms slowly extended forward, it grasped the aluminum doorknob. Both clockwise and counterclockwise turns met with a stubborn resistance. Chen Ming then heeded the counsel of his left arm, attempting to extract some answers from the malevolent spirit. Internally, Chen Ming pondered, should I force the door open? Would there be any peril? His concern was not that a ghoul might suddenly leap out from the confines of the small room to strike him in the face. Rather, he feared that prying the door open would shatter it into fragments, causing the dust and the entire structure to collapse. After all, his previous punch had not only demolished the entire door frame but had also taken down a supporting pillar nearby. A few more strikes, and he surmised that the house would surely fracture in the middle. That moment, the malevolent spirit within his chest scolded him. You fool! Without me, what difference is there between you and a mere wretch? As the flesh and blood of his arm transformed into fine lines, they protruded from his skin. Gradually, they coalesced before him, forming a small, mud-like entity that surged forward. It slithered through the keyhole, embedding itself within the entire oval-shaped aperture. With a gentle twist, the key, woven from bone and sinew, unlocked the door. As it creaked open, a blaze of radiant crimson light, tinged with a warm, soft yellow hue, floated before him. Before Chen Ming, a candle flickered and swayed, ascending towards the ceiling. A grand candlestick retreated, revealing dark little spirits flanking the tiled floor. They dragged the candlestick towards the corner, and Chen Ming recalled legends of nurturing small spirits. It was said that some female celebrities kept such spirits as peculiar charms or for other purposes. Yet the entire room before him was dedicated to the veneration of certain specters. With a soft sigh, Chen Ming mused, perhaps unexpectedly, Wang Dazai has been nurturing ghosts, but why did I not sense anything before? Just as the young man felt a wave of confusion, he noticed a pool of blood forming before him. From within, a shadowy spirit emerged, its claws scraping against the ground as its large head and brain surfaced. Its porcelain-like face, unnaturally pale as if sculpted from fine china, revealed no trace of flesh. Slowly, it lifted its head, and from its hollow eyes rolled 2 marbles. It then spoke. Go save Mama, she was taken away by the bad man, and also save the big brother. The one with golden hair. As the little spirit finished speaking, its body began to crumble, with fragments of its porcelain visage cascading downwards. Chen Ming half-crouched, extending his hand to touch the porcelain shards, his fingers brushing over them. The residual essence upon the porcelain fragments felt exceedingly faint. It appeared that these spirits were all tethered to the entity referred to as Mama. Wang Dazai likely harbored not just 1 or 2 spirits, but had nurtured an entire household. What did these sinister entities feed upon? Chen Ming discarded the porcelain piece in his hand, neglecting the disintegrating little spirit. That moment, the malevolent spirit within his chest reached out, forcefully pressing down upon the porcelain shard before abruptly pulling away. A wisp of somber black mist lingered in the air, and upon witnessing this ominous flow, the malevolent spirit scoffed derisively, dispersing it with a wave of its hand, declaring it to be nothing but pure impurities. Only the souls of the living, once departed, could serve as sustenance. This was merely a grotesque amalgamation of earthly filth, manifesting as evil specters. Chen Ming remained oblivious to the distinction between the ghastly apparitions coalesced from the essence of the world and the remnants of souls belonging to living beings. He had little desire to comprehend such matters. Instead, he concentrated all his attention on the crimson candlestick before him. A delicate film of powdery hue, reminiscent of red gauze, enveloped the sides of the candlestick, trickling down like blood, staining the entire fixture a deep scarlet. Suddenly, a human bone protruded from within. Chen Ming grasped the bone and effortlessly wrenched it from the fiery candlestick, playing with it in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the blood-brown bone was adorned with a wedding ring, crafted from blood-red agate. The ruby glimmered with a richness and vibrancy akin to fresh blood. At that moment, Chen Ming held it close to his chest, exclaiming, "Look, is this fiery ruby not that of the ghostly mother?" The malevolent spirit's eyes flickered slightly, as crimson tendrils of blood emerged from within, akin to sensory appendages exploring the ruby crystal. After a brief examination, it sensed no trace of lingering essence. Cursing under its breath, "This is nothing but a lifeless stone, devoid of any soul remnants. Merely refuse. Yet this bone, it must bear significant ties to the ghostly mother." However, Chen Ming felt an inexplicable uniqueness about the gemstone. Gradually, he raised his palm to his face, extending 2 fingers to touch the fiery jewel. In a sudden motion, he yanked, inadvertently snapping his ring finger as the ring fell into the palm of his hand. As he lifted it under the dim light, he immediately recognized the gemstone, a themed trinket from a wedding collection, a limited edition from the realm of anime, a token of love gifted by the male protagonist to the female lead in a pure love story. An eternal vow. Its underside bore the inscription "Made in China." A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Ming's features. This item must belong to Wang Dazai, of considerable significance and value to him. Could it be that he truly regarded the ghostly mother as a romantic partner? Recalling the intimate garments and daily skincare products discovered earlier in the suitcase, the youth speculated that Wang Dazai had indeed fallen under the spell of the female ghost, entangled in a relationship of an ambiguous nature. Although Wang Dazai often fantasized about a 2-dimensional girlfriend by his side, the situation appeared exceedingly dire. Moreover, the notion of a ghost ensnaring a soul, as depicted in various films and ideologies, was undeniably eerie and elusive. Observing the changeable expression on the youth's face, the spirit, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "You seem a bit distracted. Are you pondering something, lad?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming organized his thoughts, and it appeared that Wang Dazai was genuinely serious about the ghostly mother. In response to the boy's deliberately concealed words, the evil spirit sneered, "Serious? Could it be that the lad intends to raise a ghost only to ultimately slaughter it for consumption? The act of nurturing ghosts to absorb their essence is exceedingly beneficial for the malevolent entities comprised of souls. It enhances their lingering malevolence and power, continuously expanding their insatiable desires, driving them to grow and distort in a state of demonization and madness." Upon hearing this, the evil spirit erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, you young ones are utterly laughable. To think you would develop feelings for mere pets." Chen Ming, uninterested in engaging with the malevolent presence within him, had suspected as much. Wang Dazai often claimed to have a fictional girlfriend from another dimension. This situation likely exceeded his expectations, as his so-called girlfriend from the realm of fantasy was not human, nor could she be classified as a living being. Rather, she was a pure specter, a malevolent entity residing within the confines of his imagination. A tangible embodiment of wickedness and incompleteness, not to mention the potential dangers she posed. The incessant erosion of his spirit by this entity was likely the reason behind Wang Dazai's mental unraveling. Akin to the behavior of a fool, upon hearing the boy's plea, the evil spirit let out a cold chuckle, stating, "Finding people and objects is not my forte, but if you were to surrender your body entirely to me, I might have a solution." Chen Ming pondered and inquired, "What sort of solution? It wouldn't be too outrageous, would it?" Not at all. If we were to reduce this entire area to ashes, the birds hidden in the forest would surely take flight." The evil spirit grinned menacingly, as if perceiving all life as nothing more than a fleeting moment, easily extinguished. Chen Ming found the situation undeniably precarious. Upon stepping outside, he turned to see several small spirits dragging candlesticks back and forth. Nearby stood a large bed that resembled a marital bed, positioned at the side of the house. The photograph hanging above was shrouded in a layer of black dust. Chen Ming had previously attempted to wipe away the grime, only to discover it was imprinted directly upon the photo itself. It seemed that the ghostly mother only revealed her visage to those capable of glimpsing her existence. In other words, she might exist solely within the boy's consciousness and thoughts, invisible to others. This made it even more challenging to explain the basis and conditions of these spirits' existence. Chen Ming shook his head and muttered, "What mundane matters still linger in this bizarre and twisted world? Let us resolve this swiftly. If someone could just set things right, I wouldn't have to flounder aimlessly." As this thought surged through his mind, Chen Ming abruptly jolted awake. He suddenly recalled a certain individual who was indeed skilled in dealing with such malevolent entities. Moreover, it was the very person he had encountered not long ago. To his surprise, the opportunity for assistance had arrived so swiftly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he committed to memory the vivid details of that encounter. He then opened his phone, hesitating momentarily before dialing the number. The other party appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Promptly receiving the phone call, the handsome man let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Oh my, you've already got something for me so soon. I told you, my friend, you're quite remarkable. With such heavy energy surrounding you, it's no wonder that if you don't provoke ghosts and malevolent spirits, problems will surely arise. What is your request? Considering you might be a potential major client, I might be able to waive the fee for this transaction, depending on the circumstances, of course." Chapter 49. Countless enemies. Though Chen Ming felt a sense of distaste at the other party's overly familiar manner in discussing his business, it was evident that he had a profound understanding of the subject. He must frequently engage with ghosts and malevolent spirits, making him, in a certain sense, a reliable ally for such matters. However, he was uncertain about how to remunerate him. It would be preferable if money could resolve the issue. What he dreaded most was that, like a madam, he might operate on a barter system, exchanging goods or conditions. Regardless of the situation, it was best to first articulate his own concerns. On the other end of the line, Chen Ming stated, "I have a friend who seems to have caught the attention of a ghostly mother and has been taken away. Is there any way to track him down?" Upon hearing the youth's words, the man who identified himself as Mo Jia Qianji suddenly felt a twinge of surprise. "Ghostly mother? Is this world really so small? Are you currently in the abandoned residential area of the eastern district of the university town?" Chen Ming was indeed situated in the same vicinity as the man, and he gasped in astonishment. "You are here too?" A hearty laughter resonated from the other end. "Ha ha ha. I thought the fellow I saw at the entrance of the community looked familiar. It turns out to be you." Chen Ming inquired. At the entrance of the community, upon arriving at this community, Chen Ming had not encountered any familiar faces, save for a gatekeeper, an elderly man who dozed off in a state of carefree resignation. Seemingly awaiting his turn to depart this earthly realm, the youth asked, "Are you that security guard? I walked past you without realizing it. Is this place often bustling with people?" Chen Ming suspected that the other party was deliberately jesting. If he truly was that elderly guard, then in this dilapidated community, he likely encountered very few living souls, seldom leaving or entering, making it impossible to be forgotten. Yet, the cheerful laughter rang out again. "Ha ha ha. Of course there are many. And they all come from notable backgrounds that I'm currently targeting the most easily bullied among them. After all, today is the day of the ghostly marriage. The Ghost King is seeking a concubine." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's brows furrowed deeply. He suddenly recalled having seen someone tending to a grave in the distance earlier at the community entrance. Those individuals might be connected to this matter. Or perhaps this graveyard was not merely an abandoned place, but rather a site steeped in peculiarities and malevolence. Chen Ming dared not dwell too much on these thoughts, lest he impose unnecessary pressure upon himself. With a light huff, the youth inquired of the man on the other end, "What else do you know?" However, the handsome laughter seemed to carry a hint of fatigue. It appeared he was engaged in perilous activities while conversing with the youth. He sighed lightly, a weak breath escaping him, as if he were utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the guardians of the underworld are each more sinister than the last. They are following this phone call. Heading your way. It would be wise for you to remain cautious. If you have anything to say, do so at the entrance." Subsequently, a series of beeps echoed from the phone, indicating that the other party had already hung up. Chen Ming still felt a wave of confusion, but as this information slowly communicated with the malevolent spirit, the spirit suddenly came to a startling realization. What the hell? The Ghost King is taking a concubine. This place is actually hosting a ghostly wedding today. Chen Ming, however, was somewhat at a loss. A ghostly wedding? What on earth could that be? Sensing the weary Ghost King, a wealth of information regarding the Ghost King's taking of a concubine gradually unfolded in his mind. To be precise, the Ghost King is not a singular entity, unlike a human individual. Rather, It is the amalgamation and embodiment of all spirits, a repository of all the remnants of supernatural beings tied to various events. It could be likened to a mother hive of insects, from which all ghosts have evolved. It exists as a colossal entity, standing firm within the cosmos, nourishing the growth of all lingering souls and malevolent forces. The term Ghost King merely serves as a symbolic representation of those individuals who communicate with and define its existence. In truth, it resembles a vague deity, lingering within the realm of consciousness. It requires continual veneration and sustenance to persist in this world, standing resilient amidst the heavens and earth. Only then can the existence of those spirits be assured, and the act of the Ghost King taking a concubine is primarily to consume the weaker souls that dwell nearby. As the supreme embodiment of spirits, the Ghost King must incessantly devour souls to sustain itself. While souls do not possess gender in a definitive sense, those weaker souls, akin to concubines, are consumed and enjoyed by the Ghost King. Hence the term Ghost King taking a concubine. It appears that the ghostly mother was likely taken away directly to serve as nourishment for that entity. Thus, the fate of Wang Datsai remains ambiguous. After all, the nature of its existence is as elusive and indescribable as a deity. In comparison to the majesty of deities, a more formidable challenge lies in dealing with the devout followers that linger and support it. Their immense power rivals that of a relentless swarm of ants, capable of collapsing an entire mountain. Upon absorbing this information, Chen Ming sought to calm his frayed nerves. One event after another unfolded. Wang Datsai truly knows how to stir trouble. By the way, earlier, Mo Jiaqianji informed me of something. They are aware of my presence. With a sudden roar, before Chen Ming could fully communicate with the malevolent spirit, a massive tentacle unexpectedly sprouted forth. Acting on instinct, the youth swiftly sidestepped. Then, with a firm grasp, he used his sharp nails to seize the tentacle. The entity yanked itself forward, revealing a dark gray head. Its mouth opening wide, a blood-black tongue shot forth like a divided serpent. Unfazed by this rapid assault, the young man displayed no fear. In that moment, several copper coins emerged from his arm, and with a powerful smack, he unleashed a resonant shockwave, shattering the tongues. This ability to intercept another's power for his own use, and to continually recycle it, was indeed formidable. However, given the current physical condition and stature of the youth, he could only temporarily retain one of the most potent powers. The malevolent spirit chuckled softly, observing the blood-black coins swirling in the cavity of his chest. You are becoming increasingly adept at harnessing the coin's power. Shall you prepare to seize another? Just a few more souls to devour. Chen Ming was no fool. Power itself is a gift, yet it also serves as a curse. Those ensnared within it find themselves mired in a quagmire, struggling to escape. With a light step, Chen Ming surged forward, his hand grasping firmly as he crushed the long-tongued monster entirely. He yanked its tongue free, along with half of its mouth, hurling them forward. The blood-black tongue emerged from the youth's palm, the teeth embedded within his flesh. With a thrust, he pierced through the very fabric of space, causing several small creatures adorned with black fur to tumble to the ground. Impaled by the tongue, releasing the teeth, which split apart like bullets, he inflicted further wounds upon them. A few of the fallen creatures met their demise beneath Chen Ming's foot. Chen Ming gazed into the pitch-black eyes that materialized in the corridor. He slowly smiled at the malevolent spirit. It seems that even without entering the distorted realm, these malevolent spirits will not relent in their pursuit of me. I would prefer to keep my trousers intact. Let us refrain from causing chaos in reality. This was precisely what the malevolent spirit craved. In reality, it could not unleash its fists and feet, for its body had been dismembered, truly severed. Even the most advanced scientific technologies could not reattach it. The eye in the cavity of his chest blinked slightly, the blood-red threads dripping with excitement. This was the fervor of blood and agitation, was it not? Boy, do not let me down. As the youth's eyes widened, in the next moment, the entire staircase formed a closed loop. Chen Ming leaped down forcefully, crushing the specter that had been crawling up the steps from below. Yet, when he looked down, he found the very minions he had just dispatched lying there. Chen Ming scoffed lightly, cursing with a chuckle. A ghostly wall, is it? It seems we have wandered into a haunted house. The most effective method to resolve a ghostly wall is to dismantle the cyclical structure directly. The youth swung a hammer against the adjacent wall, causing vibrations that shattered it. Within, a woman clad in a blood-red robe hung upside down from a dark beam. Slowly, she turned, her crimson robe dripping with fresh blood. Her chest was pierced by several blades, And as Chen Ming appeared before her, the noose around the neck of the red-clad ghost snapped suddenly, causing her to struggle upright. Her elegantly golden sleeves and blood-red hem created a tragic tableau. Her white feet stood upon a pool of blood, and her dark, bluish hair concealed her eyes, which blinked slightly. She smiled softly. "My dear husband, let us accompany each other in the underworld." However, barely had her words escaped her lips when her head exploded. The youth seized the metallic door frame and smashed it against her head. Following that, he delivered a kick that tore the fiery red robe from her, throwing it forward to ensnare several little ghosts from the underworld. After rolling them into a bundle, he squeezed them into a bloody spray, then tossed them forward. Chen Ming let out a soft snort, raising his left palm slightly, from which a golden copper coin soared forth. Thunder, accompanied by a crimson hue, erupted violently, and after the fiery lightning danced, the wall once again crumbled. Chen Ming plummeted downward, the entire wall beneath him shattering, from within which a faint wail emerged. At that moment, the headless ghost clad in red drifted forth, disregarding the obstruction of the wall, with blood-red nails extending towards Chen Ming. As the youth reached out with his arm, he found it ensnared by dark, azure strands of hair. With a sharp crack, his entire arm was abruptly severed by those strands, which resembled not mere hair, but rather strands of steel. These razor-sharp wires sliced through his arm as if it were butter. Suddenly, Chen Ming felt a tickle around his neck. Fine threads ensnared him fiercely, causing him to emit a cry of despair from his throat. Damn it! His throat felt as though it were about to be crushed. Before him, the eye in his chest cavity split open, bursting forth with chunks of flesh and blood. Blood-red threads coiled around him, forming a crimson armor that enveloped the youth's body. In the next moment, droplets of blood-red orbs shot forth from the eye, piercing through the body of the red-clad ghost like bullets. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming stepped onto the collapsing wall, leaning forward as he thrust his hand into the near-naked form of the ghost, tearing her body and the tattered robe she wore into shreds. Blood and filth cascaded down from above, and as Chen Ming tumbled and rose from the ground, a black-robed specter with a half-white skull and scythe materialized before him. The youth let out a wild laugh, cursing aloud. "So you are blending Eastern and Western elements, are you? The king of hell governs the underworld, while Satan rules over hell. You seem to want a taste of it all." As this specter lunged forward, its dark form resembled a tangled mass, impossible to capture. However, Chen Ming swung down with a hammering blow, striking the ground. The black shadow was momentarily stunned. He delivered a punch that shattered the skull beneath the black hat. Seizing the scythe and slicing through the specter's body with a swift motion, cursing once more, he gazed at the encroaching shadows. It seemed relentless. "By the way, where is the exit? Let us meet up with the Mo family Qianji as soon as possible." Chapter 50. Gloomy and dangerous as the black shadows wandered aimlessly, a dark gray curtain of mist began to swirl around. With the massive ceiling above collapsing downward, the room tilted sharply to a 90-degree angle. The world was turned upside down, and as Chen Ming flipped his body, he beheld a vast black maw crawling toward him, followed by a writhing, oval-shaped mass, with elongated worms snapping forward. The circular, serrated edges twisted in a manner reminiscent of a meat grinder. Grinding the flesh and blood mingled with the black-gray soil into a pulp. That moment, Chen Ming observed that upon the body of this colossal worm, thin black-gray threads spread out like wandering spirits, connecting with numerous shadowy figures. The youth took a tentative step, his foot landing atop the worm's several eyes. With a few swift slashes, he severed the fragile orbs that in the next instant. His skin wrinkled and darkened slightly. A hint of fatigue flickering between his eyes. That moment, he beheld the eyes within his chest slowly blinking, a beguiling shadow that detached itself from the essence of the youth. Suddenly, the eyes in his chest flung wide open, their bloodshot veins swelling ominously. A fragment of the soul within cried out in derision. "How foolish! Even such trivial tricks can render you disoriented and defenseless. The power of mental control is dreadfully feeble." The young man let out a soft snort, and, with a swift motion, struck forward with his palm. Shattering the head of the shadowy figure, he transformed his scythe into a swirling shape and flung it forward, severing several dark apparitions in the process. The strings controlling the worms disintegrated. The entire structure began to collapse, creating a gaping chasm beneath him, as if Chen Ming were on the brink of plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Gazing down into a bottomless, shadowy inferno. In that instant, Chen Ming deftly stepped lightly, his feet treading upon the colossal, Writhing barrier of worms, he inverted himself as he fell, rising from the ashen soil. Upon raising his gaze, he encountered yet more lackeys obstructing his path. Clenching his fists, he muttered to himself, "This is truly dire. Why do I feel as though this world is sinking?" As he cast his eyes to the distant horizon, he could only see the expansive, somber realm of black and gray, where, at the spot where the bus stop once stood, for pallbearers of African descent remained. They stood in perfect formation atop the bus sign, gazing down as if observing the unfolding scene with keen interest. Soon after, the bus, along with the pallbearers, began to depart slowly. Chen Ming let out a soft huff, surveying his surroundings, only to realize that everything continued to descend. It was not merely the vast pit beneath him, but the entirety of the area surrounding him, all sinking. This place had morphed into a basin, and in the center, the eye smiled and said, "Do not be overly concerned. This is merely the norm of the dark realm. After all, with so many potent spirits here, it is only natural that reality becomes completely dislodged." However, the malevolent spirit neglected to inform the youth of one crucial fact. Should he fail to extricate himself, he would be irrevocably drawn into the realm of the malevolent or the afterlife, plummeting into an inescapable abyss, ensnared in shadowy interstices. At this juncture, the youth slowly lifted his gaze, observing the basin-like structure, its surroundings resembling a birdcage, with crimson pillars ascending into the void above. The immense sky began to collapse, the dark, gray waters transforming into rain, cascading downward in an instant. The entire space was inundated, the vast curtain of darkness enveloping him entirely. Chen Ming understood that if he did not swiftly address the lingering souls here, eradicating the remnants of the malevolent spirits and phantoms, he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Meanwhile, the evil spirit grew ever more exhilarated, urging him, "Break free. Do you still harbor hopes that those beings will grant you a new path?" The entities, referred to disdainfully by the malevolent spirit as those beings, approached once more. The dark, gray pools of blood beneath them formed circular patterns, a series of rings, large and small. They emerged upon the intricately carved limestone, their bodies decayed, reminiscent of zombies or ancient warriors buried in the earth. Their tattered garments fluttered in the cold wind, their faces marred by patches of yellowed earth and gray scars that in their eyes. Shadows of creeping things writhed and twisted, swirling in a disconcerting dance. One of the men raised his hand, reaching for the knife at his waist. With a sudden, forceful draw, the blade, rusty and tinged with a deep brown hue, pierced forward with the swiftness of a light breeze slicing through waves. In an instant, Chen Ming evaded, only to hear the man bellow in anger. "Those without an invitation are not permitted to partake in this grand feast." The adversary's movements were incredibly swift, his figure flickering like an elusive specter. The dark blade shimmered dangerously close, then recoiled sharply, setting off tremors in the layers of yellow earth as the gusts of wind surged outward. Seemingly intent on shredding the assailant to pieces, Chen Ming abruptly raised his hand, grasping the dark blade's gleam, crushing it with a decisive grip, the rusted metal embedding itself into his arm. Instantly, his entire arm turned an ominous shade of black. A vast sore spreading across it, the sense of foreboding washed over him as a malevolent spirit violently broke free, mocking, "It might sting a bit. Let me find you a substitute." Blood-red tendrils spread from his chest, severing the youth's left arm. He then yanked the afflicted limb and hurled it forward, smashing it into the man's face. The ancient warrior staggered momentarily, but in the next heartbeat, his neck was brutally snapped. Chen Ming leaned forward with his left hand, aligning the broken neck with the severed arm. The junction was treated with a barrier, allowing the ancient pathogen's ling an elliptical giant will rolled towards this side, shaking the very ground beneath it. Above, an uproar of countless shouts and anguished wails echoed through the air. Chen Ming finally comprehended the meaning of a ghostly realm and the gathering of spectral beings. Here, there were no singular edifices, rather an amalgamation of diverse ecosystems and scenes intertwined. Indescribable entities, haunted houses, crimson bridal offerings, amusement parks, or even graveyards, manifested vividly in Chen Ming's mind. Suddenly, a malevolent spirit cackled mockingly. "What are you doing standing there? Do you intend to withstand the colossal impact of the Ferris wheel directly?" A peculiar smile tugged at the corners of Chen Ming's mouth. How could he know unless he tried? What if he could indeed endure it? The malevolent spirit within him let out a cold sneer, laced with contemptuous curses. "You fool! Do you perhaps harbor excessively high expectations of your own strength?" In an instant, dark green coins erupted from the young man's arm, his meridians bursting forth as flesh and blood peeled away like festering sores. Hard objects protruded, each coin pulsating with a stream of dark, sanguine substance. Amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, the youth thrust his arm forward, unleashing a tremendous force that sent a small patch of ground soaring amidst ash in the inky night. His arm radiated an extraordinary luminescence, and in the next moment, the immense Ferris wheel abruptly as the image of the yin-yang fish revolved. Chen Ming found himself suspended between heaven and earth. Below him unfolded a lively scene, bustling with countless wedding processions coming and going. Among them stood a man dressed as a scholar, clad in coarse cloth. His azure-blue garment stained with blood that he grasped a sword woven from peach wood, though it resembled little more than a stick casually snapped from the ground. Yet this man, with his striking long hair tied in a ponytail, danced wildly amidst the raging winds that a subtle smile graced his face as he thrust the stick forward, just as a massive Ferris wheel crashed into view, with a deft flick of his stick. In an instant, Chen Ming witnessed the colossal wheel, which had been rushing towards him, suddenly halt and veer aside. Dark streams of ink swept through the air as the turbulent sea surged forth, and the handsome man, a member of the Mo family, chuckled softly, declaring, "Nothing in the world is weaker than water, and no one can conquer the resilient." Chapter 51. The breaks of the cliff. Chen Ming beheld this man, who wielded the power of 4 ounces to displace 1,000 pounds, effortlessly pushing the massive cable car aside. After dissipating the force, it was flung to the side. The man then lightly stepped through the void, peering through the eyes of the yin-yang fish. Once more, as if by teleportation, his figure inverted, hanging in the air above the ground. At that moment, Chen Ming locked eyes with him, observing a gentleman with a ponytail and square-framed glasses, exuding an aura of cultured grace. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "To stumble upon such a considerable blunder truly warrants my admiration." Struggling, Chen Ming managed to rise, having lost both arms. Now, merely supporting his body with his feeble legs required immense effort. He had no time to concern himself with the man before him. Offering only a help, Chen Ming turned his gaze towards Mo Jiaqianji. The man, whose visage bore a hint of a cheerful smile, shook his head and sighed softly, saying, "There is little I can do. This arm is as fragile as paper, so do take care." As Chen Ming rotated his arm, the dark crimson ink lingered between his fingers before cascading downwards, resembling an ice cream cone on the verge of melting, its very existence becoming increasingly indistinct. After clenching his fist and then releasing it, the vivid red ink congealed together. The youth inquired, "How can you be so certain that I cannot regrow my own arm? I have no need for such a thing." Mo Jiaqianji seemed to have anticipated the boy's retort, gently gesturing downwards. The wedding procession, adorned with a fiery red palanquin and several pieces of gauze, obscured the entire skyline. That if you are contemplating seizing an arm from that place to reattach it to yourself, I would advise you to exercise caution. One must be wary of setting off a chain reaction. What we truly need is to conceal ourselves. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. "Are you hiding from something?" At that moment, Mo Jiaqianji slowly crouched down, and in the next instant, Chen Ming followed suit, traversing towards the eye amidst the swirling yin-yang symbol. He was suddenly engulfed by a sense of suffocation, and his vision blurred the eye. In an instant, he beheld a vast expanse of refuse, exuding a foul stench that assaulted his senses. That he jolted awake, covering his mouth and nose, only to see yet another garbage truck approaching. This place harbored no residents. It was implausible for such an abundance of domestic waste to originate from here. It seemed the area had long been abandoned, relegated by the city's sanitation department to serve as a waste disposal site. Moreover, its proximity to the highway facilitated the transport and disposal of refuse. Or perhaps it was simply buried deep within the mountains. However, the individual emerging from the garbage truck left Chen Ming in a state of shock. The figure slowly removed his hat, revealing Mo Jiaqianji, his ponytail swaying as his square-framed glasses came into view. The youth gasped softly, "Why is a garbage collector here? What trickery is this?" Chen Ming strode forward, attempting to engage the man driving the refuse truck in conversation. Yet, as he approached, he noticed the man's unkempt face suddenly morph into that of a disheveled, middle-aged truck driver, marked by a life of mediocrity. His brown sanitation uniform bore traces of grime. Removing his rubber gloves, the calloused hands lightly scratched his face, and while doing so, he gazed at the approaching youth, asking, "Are you a resident here?" In that moment, the man before him transformed into a solid mass, merging with the refuse and coalescing into a heap beside him. Chen Ming instinctively raised his hands in defense, fearing an onslaught, only to discover that his arm had returned to its former state. This had to be reality, yet everything felt so bizarre and surreal. Suddenly, Chen Ming heard melodious singing wafting from afar, accompanied by the mournful tones of a funeral dirge and theatrical chants, mingled with the sound of a swana. Echoing like a phoenix's cry amid the heavens, beneath the distant rosy clouds, twilight cloaked a grand theater. If memory serves me correctly, the area that once housed the cemetery has now transformed into a grand theater woven together by countless performers and dragon dance troupes. Nearby, numerous small paper figures flutter through the air like spectators, each adorned with grotesque markings, yet bearing faint smiles upon their faces. Chen Ming drew in a sharp breath. Could this be the realm of the underworld? Or perhaps some other place entirely? Although Chen Ming felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, the boundaries between two worlds suddenly merged. It was as if the line between reality and the otherworldly had become indistinct, prompting him to continue forward. He understood that remaining stationary, trapped in a state of numbness, would only invite a paralysis of the soul, leading to a loss of consciousness. Only by moving slowly could he invigorate his body and allow his spirit to unfurl. At that moment, the young man patted his chest, yet the eyes there remained still, as if he were not truly within his own body, or as if a malevolent spirit had been banished to another realm. Chen Ming walked along the very edge of a precipice, and in the next instant, he glanced at the security guard amusing himself with a dog. When the guard looked over, he still bore the face of Mo Jiaqianji. The man adjusted his square-framed glasses, quite a peculiar sight, as it felt as though he were both alive and dead, ambiguous, indistinguishable. Chen Ming pressed his hand against his elbow and grasped it fiercely, his nails sinking deep into the flesh of his wrist. The excruciating pain caused his brows to furrow slightly. This pain was a tangible sting, a reminder that this was not a dream. He exhaled slowly. Indeed, can you explain this? Mo Jiaqianji shook his head helplessly, unable to clarify. You may interpret it as being on the brink of a precipice about to fall, or perhaps not yet having fallen. Two states of being, akin to Schr Dinger's cat, a creature uncertain of its life or death. Simply understand it as such. The young man seemed to deduce the situation. Summoning a spirit is easy, but sending one away is another matter. It feels as though we are ensnared by a ghost, unable to escape. Mo Jiaqianji was unsure what summoning a spirit meant, yet he could roughly grasp the implication. Indeed, our current state is akin to the obsessions within our minds, much like your sister. Upon hearing the underlying meaning in the other's words, Chen Ming glared fiercely at him, fixating on the weary, yawning face of the security guard before him, clad in the uniform of the prestigious BUN 5-star general. Somewhat wrinkled, yet with blood seeping from the slightly opened area at his chest, Chen Ming inquired, "Are you injured?" However, this BUN 5-star general slowly wiped the blood from his chest. The youth felt that this matter could not be easily explained and asked directly, "Are you suggesting that I am already dead, and that you just transformed me into the Tai Chi Yin Yang symbol, thus saving my life?" Since Mo Jiaqianji has likened himself to a soul hidden within the recesses of the mind, like a sister unwilling to return, a remnant lingering between reality and the otherworldly, there could only be one conclusion. The man in the security uniform slowly began to remove his clothing, retrieving half a lollipop from within. As the frail, age-worn hand, marred by unsightly blemishes, guided the stick-like object to his mouth, he momentarily transformed back into the befuddled, slightly deaf old man he once was. He stared vacantly at the approaching Chen Ming, stammering, "You who? Who are you?" The prospect of engaging in any meaningful exchange or grasping his own condition seemed utterly foreign to him. The lingering malevolence within his arms and chest had dissipated, reduced to ash and shadow, leaving him a solitary being, utterly reliant on no one. A bitter self-deprecating thought crossed Chen Ming's mind. Was he doomed to oscillate between the realms of life and death in this nebulous limbo? Just as the youth was engulfed in a haze of confusion, blood-black roses and thorns suddenly erupted from the earth. The entire refuse site morphed into an entirely different domain. As a tremendous flame surged forth, upturning the garbage dump. Molten magma cascaded over the liquefied treasures of gold and silver. Amidst this chaos, a woman resembling his sister lounged regally, legs crossed, upon a throne woven from golden threads and ancient gemstones. Her gaze was profound yet tinged with an unsettling emptiness, and as she looked out into the distance, she beheld the boy approaching slowly. Chen Ming exhaled softly, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. It seemed he was not witnessing this scene for the first time. What brings you here? He inquired. The imposing woman before him chuckled lightly. I am but a fragment of a lingering obsession within your heart, a reflection of an ancient soul. You ought to ponder what it is you truly desire from me. Chen Ming found no semblance of familiarity in the woman before him. It was as if she were the true puppet. A malevolent spirit masquerading in his sister's guise, a mere curse entwined in the recesses of his mind. With a huff of disdain, Chen Ming retorted, I have never yearned for answers from you. I hope you refrain from appearing in such a guise next time. This was a binding of his own spirit, not the torment of a malevolent entity. She was merely the other half of Chen Ming's soul. Yet the woman smiled softly. Are you afraid? Afraid that I am not real, or that I merely confirm the presence of the ancient soul that once accompanied you? Chen Ming inhaled sharply, grappling with the blurred lines of reality. Did it truly need to be so distinctly defined? The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a subtle smile as she gently shook her head and asked, Are you unwilling to awaken? Or do you fear awakening? The truly fearless laugh in the face of death. Those who walk the edge either leap into the abyss or remain ensnared upon the precipice. Chapter 52. The betrayal of the Mo family's 1,000 mechanisms. Chen Ming was utterly perplexed by the implications of her words. His gaze, vacant and slow, drifted forward as he approached. His steps faltered slightly, and in the next moment, he sensed an unsettling void before him. Before him lay an immense chasm, a precipice looming perilously close. Peering down, he beheld a blood-red pillar piercing the heavens, thrusting upward from below with ferocious intensity. Reaching for the zenith of the sky, a peculiar aura emanated from Chen Ming's eyes, and after a deep breath, he turned to find the visage of Mo family's 1,000 mechanisms grotesquely affixed to his sister's face. The surrounding space was eerie and surreal. Chen Ming let out a low grunt beside the precipice. Contemplating whether the only choice available was to plummet into the abyss below, the young man leaped into the void, feeling the immense pressure of the wind against his face. A garish, obscene scent clung to his chest like a reptile. In that moment, he sensed a tumult in his chest cavity, and as his blood surged, his very form shattered, flesh cascading downward. A gaping crimson fissure revealed itself in his torso. Chen Ming expelled a deep, ragged breath, struggling to rise from the ground. A strange glimmer fading from his features, he coughed softly a few times, the metallic tang of blood thickening in his nostrils. Suddenly, he erupted into wild laughter, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, landing on a man approaching him with a hint of a cold smirk. Mo Jiaqi had lost the previous air of cheerfulness and camaraderie. Instead, he slowly poised the judge's brush above the boy's fate. The crimson threads of blood, akin to death's grip, coalesced beneath the brush. Then, with a swift thrust of the judge's brush, the earth crumbled beneath it, revealing bizarre patterns that resembled the boy's acupoints. With a sharp crack, one of Chen Ming's arms was blown apart. As he attempted to dodge sideways, an excruciating pain surged through his leg. The flicker of agony crossed his features, and in an instant, half of his body resembled that of a paralyzed vegetable. Struggling feebly on the ground before succumbing to stillness, Mo Jiaqi let out a soft breath, the ghostly energy swirling around him. His gaze was etched with a profound intensity, revealing a murderous intent. Alas, despite losing a significant client, the compensation from the king was substantial. Mo Jiaqi, the fifth judge of the hermit faction, stood on the precipice of life and death, inscribing the narratives of existence and parting beneath the judge's brush. His task was to capture phantoms and malevolent entities, serving various twisted creations, regardless of righteousness or malevolence, as long as the price was right. For Mo Jiaqi was a blade gleaming with cold light. And at this moment, the blade sighed softly. He turned to observe the shadow slowly rising from the ground. Before him lay the grotesque figure, collapsing like a clay sculpture. The blade in his hand glimmered ominously, forming a spray of crimson at its edge. With a contemptuous smile, he inquired, Are you still as you were? You are no match for me now. However, as this arrogant figure uttered those words, his form suddenly crumbled downward, overwhelmed by an immense force descending from above. In an instant, he found himself pressed into the soil by the colossal repulsive force. As he slowly lifted his head, he beheld a grotesque mass of flesh nearby, accompanied by several copper coins exuding a bloody thunder. With a sudden roar, the surrounding earth cracked open, and blood-black ink transformed into several yin-yang fish. The dark, gray fish surged upward like flower buds bursting forth. Piercing the the blooming flower buds swayed, The surrounding fish congregated into more bizarre structures, in a moment of sheer astonishment. A colossal shark suddenly burst forth from the earth, its jaws crushing the fleshy mass and the golden red coins above. However, this fortuitously served as the fulcrum of Chen Ming's cunning scheme, causing the coins and flesh to explode into a cloud of debris. The shark's head disintegrated into fragments, yet amidst the swirling ash and the inky darkness, the figures of the two adversaries were nowhere to be seen. In the next heartbeat, Mo Jia Qianji, wielding a cleaver, let out a sinister chuckle, exclaiming, "Oh dear, youngster, your fists tremble as you throw them. Can you truly endure?" Chen Ming, with a swift kick, caused the ground before him to collapse. Mo Jia Qianji lost his balance, leaning backward just as the youth lunged forward, attempting to seize Mo Jia Qianji's throat with his palm, aiming to crush it. Yet, the ink transformed, the blade in his grasp unfurling into a multitude of blood-red whips that danced through the air. Chen Ming swiftly pivoted to defend himself, but still sustained a cut across his neck. The inky, blood-black tendrils formed serrated edges, leaving a crimson scar as they grazed the youth's throat. After a roll, Chen Ming hastily evaded further harm, the wound on his neck gradually healing. Several blood-black insects were expelled from the injury, just as Mo Jia Qianji emerged from the pit. His scholarly attire discarded, revealing his bare, muscular torso, he chuckled once more. "I am but a mercenary. Yet you, my friend, wish to gamble with your life. How utterly unwise." At that moment, Mo Jia Qianji truly grasped the youth's intent to perish alongside him. Regardless, he was determined to ensure that Mo Jia Qianji would be left maimed. The bespectacled man, his brows twitching slightly, snapped his fingers. He would no longer approach Chen Ming recklessly. After all, he resembled a cornered dog, likely to lash out indiscriminately at his side. The ink coalesced into several blood-red humanoid forms, merging with the earth like ghostly sculptures from a haunted forest. Layer upon layer of cursed spirits emerged, inexorably advancing toward the young man. Feeling an unsettling familiarity emanate from within, Chen Ming pondered whether this invocation of the bamboo grove was indeed the work of a hermit. The malevolent spirits surveyed their surroundings, detecting the remnants of a familiar aura lingering in the soil. The grotesque entities, each more ghastly than the last, exuded a foul stench, reminiscent not of the hermits summoned by Mama Sang, but rather of puppets ensnared by sinister forces. The malevolent spirits scoffed, "Do not be deceived by their appearances. Their speed is akin to that of specters, elusive and imbued with corrosive power. Youngster. Do not meet your end here," with a single hand gripping the blade. Chen Ming felt the rust, a bluish-gray patina, spreading across his fingertips, remnants from the previous encounter with the rusty knife. With a fierce flick, the bizarre cluster quivered slightly, yet the movements of the cursed black-gray sculptures showed no signs of hesitation. Their skin erupted with dark spots, devoid of any biological substance, utterly impervious to the encroaching corruption. As they swiftly drew nearer, his body suddenly deteriorated, and soon the surrounding clay sculptures crumbled like scattered clumps of earth. Collapsing onto the ground, derisive laughter echoed in waves, as Mo Jia Qianji slowly raised his arm, only to see on his left arm patches of blue and purple gradually decaying. Horrific cancer cells spread within, causing his entire arm to swell instantly like a balloon. Mo Jia Qianji could only smile wryly, realizing that just moments ago, he had not had the opportunity to engage in close combat. "This insidious erosion of my body must have been laid upon me the very first time we met." Just as he had suspected, the youth had unleashed ancient pathogens upon these fragments the first time he entered the Yin-Yang fish. Secretly, he had set ambushes and curses upon Mo Jia Qianji, and from the moment they encountered each other, mutual suspicion ensued, with neither harboring any intentions of trust. Moreover, the situation had now escalated to one of heightened tension. Mo Jia Qianji may have been deceived by the boy's initial impression. The malevolent spirit deep within him was consuming his soul. The pervasive doubt towards all and the ruthless intent to kill towards all life was corroding the youth's innocent and naive heart, granting Chen Ming a significant advantage in dealing with him. Yet, ultimately, under the overwhelming disparity of rank and position, Chen Ming had no chance of victory. Subsequently, the ashen gray ink burst forth, tearing open the skin, and blood-black fragments gushed out from within. Mo Jia Qianji's body returned to normal, having merely granted the opponent a moment of respite. The advantage still lay with Mo Jia Qianji, who exhaled softly, his cold gaze fixed upon the front, yet there was no sign of the youth in sight. Instead, a wisp of illusory white smoke emerged, revealing the presence of the two guardians of the underworld. Slowly crawling out from either side, Mo Jiaqi immediately shed the previous carefree demeanor. After his chest was torn open, a vast black and white yin-yang fish appeared in the cavity. Spirits and phantoms swirled around his body. And he chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance as he addressed the two peculiar figures in the white mist. "Ah, you two are here as well. Esteemed elders, I pay my respects." A cold sigh escaped the lips of a small girl clad in black robes nearby. Her expression bore a hint of disgust and irritation as she lightly pressed her finger against the robe of the white impermanence. Instantly, the white impermanence's form disintegrated, and countless fluttering paper figures emerged. Sweeping forth from its body, the sky became shrouded in a myriad of ghostly symbols, transforming the area into a realm of death. Mo Jiaqi snorted coldly, realizing he had not anticipated that in resolving this minor inconvenience, he would inadvertently provoke two formidable figures with considerable renown in the ghost realm. In their youth, they had ranked among the top 3 oddities. However, with the arrival of the end of the Dharma era, the disintegration of souls in the underworld, and the slaughter among living beings, their powers, much like the decaying age, had continuously declined. In contrast to other ancient beings in slumber, although they remained awake, they had buried their powers within their frail, gray bodies, transforming from ancient strong warriors into two feeble little girls. It cannot be denied that these two ancient beings exude an aura of formidable antiquity, truly embodying the essence of powerful spirits that linger within the realm of the ethereal. Mo Jiaqi exhaled deeply, realizing that the situation had become too convoluted to elucidate. Nevertheless, it is indeed an honor to engage in combat with you esteemed elders. Chapter 53. The dual shadows of black and white. The yin-yang fish emblazoned on Mo Jiaqi's chest instantly soared forth, causing the surrounding ink to undulate. Ghostly figures of yin and yang spiraled into formation within the vicinity. As the paper talismans fell, they became enmeshed with the eerie ink, intertwining in a chaotic dance. The black ink surged forth like a blade, shredding the paper figures to fragments. As the remnants descended, they ignited into blazing flames, encircling Mo Jiaqi in a conflagration, trapped within the flames. Mo Jiaqi's form began to float, the vast expanse of ink still enveloping him like protective armor. With his hands pressed together, he suddenly expanded outward, forming a semi-elliptical shape that radiated outward, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Subsequently, Mo Jiaqi, wielding the judge's pen, thrust it forward. The tip, which had initially appeared hair-like, coalesced into a pointed blade. That moment, Hei Lao Lao advanced, pinching the sword with her fingers. "You foolish child, having merely grasped a smattering of skills, you dare to flaunt them before me." With a sudden squeeze, the judge's pen shattered into fragments. However, Mo Jiaqi's left hand gestured swiftly, conjuring an object reminiscent of a ledger of life and death, gathering at his fingertips. Dark crimson fluid dripped onto the paper as he bit into his own finger, pointing at the ledger. He seemed intent on inscribing a death seal upon Hei Lao Lao, as if to pursue her very soul. Alas, Hei Lao Lao had long transcended the bounds of life and death. This tactic held no sway over her. With a dismissive huff, she taunted, "Do you wish to inscribe upon my fate? Regrettably, your trivial tricks are of no consequence to me." From beneath Hei Lao Lao's robes, countless swollen spirits erupted, inflating her frail body to an enormous size. As her garments tore, colossal phantoms surged forth. Each possessed the strength of 7 or 8 realms, among them a brawny figure whose arms expanded with ferocious might. Great clumps of earth and stone struggled to rise from the ground, transforming his form into that of a colossal rock giant. With a thunderous strike of his fists, he unleashed an oppressive force akin to 1,000 tons, as if intent on obliterating the very heavens and earth. Yet, Mo Jiaqi, his form shifting, transformed into a flowing mass of ink. Between the yin and yang fish, a vast pattern of duality emerged upon the fragmented rock giant. Countless streams of ink entwined around the rock armor like serpents. From the dismembered rock creature, a multitude of black and gray serpents cascaded downward. Suddenly, a colossal creature with outstretched wings materialized, an angel wielding a great sword, its crow-like head unleashing a cry as it exhaled a suffocating miasma of dark blood, which felt like a torrential downpour. The serpentine throng was relentlessly torn asunder. In that moment, the enigmatic black grandmother gracefully leapt, perching herself upon the colossal shoulder of the gigantic raven. My little darlings have not frolicked in ages. It is time to let them out to play. At that instant, Chen Ming, concealed in an unknown location, could distinctly perceive the shifting external scenario. The phantoms and apparitions presented by the Black Grandmother starkly contrasted with the flesh and blood monstrosities he had previously encountered, or the malevolent entities conjured by Miss Fox. These were truly beings of extraordinary power. Any single one of them could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Each radiated an overwhelming presence akin to that of deities. Just then, the daughter of the Mo family saw the pages of her talisman flutter once more. The tattered judge's pen in her hand reassembled into its complete form. The judge's pen, the book of life and death. The king of hell decrees you shall perish at the third watch. Would he allow you to linger until the fifth? The secret technique obliterates all in 10 directions. Subsequently, time seemed to be suspended. All life around came to a standstill to eye in the next heartbeat. Their bodies began to slowly dissolve into ink, collapsing downwards, causing the Black Grandmother to feel a lightness beneath her feet. She stood upon the void, suspended in the air, while the immense specter beside her cascaded downward like flowing water. Although the Mo family's judge's pen and the book of life and death held no sway over the Black and White Grandmother, who commanded the forces of life and death, they were not beings to perish easily. However, for the malevolent apparitions they favored, the effect was an inescapable and unavoidable death sentence. Those caught in its grasp would inevitably collapse. At this moment, Mog Qianji gazed at the swirling ash above, slowly descending. Strange elemental forces emanated from their cursed talismans. Within the talismans, the White Grandmother manifested a diminutive figure, exclaiming, "Ah, your little creatures have indeed been neglected for far too long. They have truly become paralyzed. Now, behold my prowess." With a flick of her finger, all the talismans in the sky converged below, weaving themselves into humanoid forms, resembling a figure clad in a shroud of paper. At this juncture, as Mog Qianji attempted to wield the judge's pen and the book of life and death once more, he discovered that his attacks were equally ineffective against these entities. It was then that Mog Qianji realized something was amiss, snorting in irritation. "Indeed, I have encountered a most difficult adversary. These paper constructs are completely immune to magical damage, are they not?" With acute perception, he discerned the peculiar engravings and incomprehensible characters upon the talismans, flickering like flashes of lightning in an otherworldly spectacle. He immediately comprehended that mindlessly casting spells upon these beings bore no destructive effect. As he retreated, he seized a small knife and hurled it with fervor. Instantly, half of the talisman's arm was severed, releasing a thick, dark miasma. Yet, the paper figure woven from the talisman pressed forward, brandishing a sword crafted from crimson paper coins. Lunging ahead, the elemental force of thunder erupted violently. In that instant, Mog Qianji swiftly retreated, extending his hand to grasp the blade, and with a decisive motion, he snapped it in two. Bearing the excruciating pain of electric currents piercing through his palm, he lunged forward once more, directly impaling the paper figure before tearing it apart. However, the surrounding paper figures surged and ebbed. Among them one wielding a blackened, long halberd, which was thrust into the ground. With a thunderous roar, amidst the cataclysm, massive stones were manipulated, levitating into the heights. It turned out that this paper figure possessed the power of the earth element. At that moment, Mog Qianji gazed at the thronging entities around him, feeling a wave of despair and helplessness wash over him. The battle puppets he had woven from ink were now being subdued by the shadow of the Black Grandmother. Before him stood an adversary akin to a rat trapped within a cage. Suddenly, he knelt down, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of supplication, bowing forward. "Great elders, spare me, for I am but a humble soul unacquainted with greatness." The Black Grandmother was taken aback by the swiftness of his capitulation. The fifth seat was certainly not a mere facade. Yet, this individual was merely a mercenary, one who acted according to the rewards bestowed by his master. He would never exert himself for any cause. The so-called hermit was nothing more than a servant lingering beside his master. Sensing the tide shifting unfavorably, why expend all his strength in a futile struggle against the Black Grandmother? Surrendering early might mitigate the conflict. However, the spirits surrounding the Black Grandmother showed no inclination to retreat, and a flicker of anger appeared at the corner of her mouth. How could she allow this young man to benefit? He deserved to be eliminated. Yet, the White Grandmother shared Mog Qianji's sentiments. equally desiring to avoid escalating the situation. Materializing on the other shoulder, she shook her head and sighed. There was supposed to be a significant transaction today, but it seems that has been disrupted. The Ghost King taking concubines is bound to claim countless lives. Naturally, Mo Jia Qianji understood the implications of the two elders, especially the mention of the dead by the White Grandmother. After all, the Ghost King's acquisition of concubines was a brutal ritual of mutual consumption and the reduction of spirits, those souls summoned to the ancient battlefield, after traversing the bridge of helplessness and undergoing enlightenment in the temple, would be dispatched into the abyss to engage in mortal combat. Their lives would dissolve into remnants after the ghostly ebb, coalescing within the Ghost King and the unspeakable abyss. Mo Jia Qianji slowly raised his gaze towards the two elders, acknowledging that interrupting their daily duties of soul collection was indeed his fault, and he was willing to assist in this matter. Mo Jia Qianji's ulterior motives were clear to the two elders. This fellow needed dead souls to be consumed, enhancing his cultivation and power. The notion of the Ghost King claiming numerous spirits was not something he would easily abandon, now that outsiders had trespassed into the ghostly realm without invitations. He found a rare opportunity to leverage the chaos, seizing the chance to pilfer some souls for his own benefit. With the assistance of the two elders, he thought it wise to exploit the turmoil in the underworld. Suddenly, the Black and White Grandmother felt a wave of ennui wash over them. The White Grandmother snorted coldly. "I know your intentions. I possess an invitation that guarantees you and Chen Ming unobstructed access to the ghostly domain." Mo Jia Qianji was well aware that the two elders undoubtedly held such an invitation. After all, how could such formidable ancient spirits, like the ghostly kings taking concubines, engage in an activity where all manner of specters could partake, yet be devoid of their involvement? Unexpectedly, they effortlessly presented the invitation, leaving the daughter of the Mo family with an unsettling feeling. However, she refrained from probing further, merely speculating whether that lad named Chen Ming held significant importance for the two venerable grandmothers. In the next moment, the Black Grandmother chuckled lightly, expressing her disinterest in visiting a place teeming with the deceased, a realm of suffering and foulness. The White Grandmother sighed softly, then discarded a glimmering red talisman-like object, advising her to hold on to it tightly. For once this village passed, such a shop would be no more. Instantly, Mo Jia Qianji rose from his crouched position, hands catching the invitation. Then he lifted his gaze towards the two grandmothers, pondering what plans they might have next. If I were to acquire rare treasures within the ghostly realm, I would surely present them. The White Grandmother shook her head, dismissing the notion of presenting treasures, but suggested that they could help with advertising. The Black and White Grandmother's Funeral Limited Liability Company. Order now and receive a family package as a bonus. Mo Jia Qianji's expression darkened at the realization that they, like him, relished such ventures. Nevertheless, he believed no family would wish for a family package in funeral services. Yet, he naturally acquiesced. The Black Grandmother then added, "One more small matter. That scoundrel Chen Ming is quite important. Missing limbs is inconsequential, as long as we leave him with a shred of life." The White Grandmother, with her sleeves crossed, smiled wearily, suggesting it would be best to avoid leaving him a mere corpse. For a living dead still had some intrigue. Chapter 54. The Fate Keeper. Subsequently, Mo Jia Qianji beheld two ephemeral shadowy forms that flickered and vanished before him. The Black and White Grandmothers swiftly exited his line of sight, dissolving into the formless gray mist. Their departure allowed him to exhale in relief. He slowly directed his gaze toward the horizon, spotting Chen Ming scratching his head, emerging from a state of confusion. At that moment, he gradually raised his blade towards Mo Jia Qianji. Yet this man exhibited no shift in emotion in the face of the youth's menacing threat and fierce intent. That a fleeting smile danced upon his lips, as he gently cradled the crimson paper in his hand, adorned with two large characters of joy, arranged peculiarly. He affixed the invitation to the youth's waist and cheerfully remarked, "It seems we harbor many conflicts. But hey, you tend to forget numerous things daily. Why not forget this one too?" Chen Ming's eyes blinked slightly, a surge of crimson washing over him. He understood well that the man before him was not to be trusted. Mo Jia Qianji resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Yet, his explosive nature lay on the surface. For this fellow, trust among companions was a foreign concept, and loyalty was but an empty word. Chen Ming was acutely aware of the domestic challenges he faced, akin to confronting a herd of cattle and horses. However, he merely hesitated and let out a resigned sigh, conceding, "Well, It seems there are no other options. Let's first rescue Wang Dacai before we settle this account. The gaze within his chest subtly stirred, hinting at a trace of discontent, which transmitted through the sinews of flesh to the young lad. Chen Ming, indifferent towards this individual, allowed his figure to sway lightly before his phantom gradually dissipated. As the fissure in his chest closed, his eyes fluttered gently, disappearing beneath the flesh. The boy was left with a slowly healing scar on his chest. A scene witnessed by the Ink Clan's Qianji, who appeared to have stumbled upon something vast and intriguing. As he approached, Chen Ming instinctively took a defensive stance, prompting Qianji to halt immediately, with a wave of his hand. He grinned at Chen Ming's chest, then pointed to the location of his own thoracic cavity. The yin-yang pattern similarly manifested, creating an unusual tableau. Qianji chuckled and remarked, "If one is ensnared by malevolent spirits, peculiar patterns will adorn the chest. Yet the entity upon you is even more elusive." The boy furrowed his brow slightly, for Qianji had left a rather unsavory impression on him. At least the thing on my chest wouldn't resort to violence for a mere pittance. Ha ha! Qianji laughed heartily. You speak true. Indeed, my fault lies at the forefront. Yet if you wish to rid yourself of the malevolent spirit, I can offer you a technique. Upon seeing the blood-red invitation, black and ichor dripped down, flowing like pure scarlet agate upon the ground. At that moment, the boy inquired, "Is that the invitation for the Ghost King's concubines? Let's move on. There's no need to linger here." Dressing in his black and white striped attire, Qianji presented a somewhat refined appearance, reminiscent of a delicate scholar. The boy tore a tattered strip of cloth from the ground, seemingly remnants of the garments worn by the previous malevolent spirits. It fit him well enough, the ample fabric cloaking him, allowing Chen Ming's human essence to gradually dissipate, replaced by the shroud of malevolence. Qianji, inherently entwined with countless curses and demons, exuded an aura of eerie malevolence. Suddenly, the two of them leaped through the swirling patterns of the yin-yang fish, landing beneath the bridal procession. The bizarre spectacle of vibrant reds and purples, accompanied by dazzling auroras, enveloped them. Chen Ming's gaze shifted forward, where he spotted the imposing ghost gate in the distance. So, you have a dual strategy, one to serve the ghostly officials, and the other to intercept an invitation and slip inside. Qianji, impressed by Chen Ming's acuity and deductive prowess, exclaimed, "Oh, I never anticipated that your cleverness would see through my schemes. Truly remarkable." This was indeed a gift from the black and white matron, and it was most fitting for Chen Ming to safeguard it. Amidst the youthful breaths, a trace of crimson lingers, a consequence of your previous reckless antics. I now feel as though my body has endured a harrowing roller coaster ride, only to plunge directly into the depths of the sea. The overwhelming discomfort rendering me desperate for relief. At this moment, Chen Ming's physique is at its most fragile. However, he notices Qianji drawing near, who turns to him and reassures, "There is no need for concern. Your ailments are of little consequence, especially with me by your side to ensure your safety. What have you to fear?" Chen Ming is acutely aware that the greatest peril in his proximity may very well be Qianji himself. Yet, as they engage in idle chatter, they seamlessly blend into the throng of servants accompanying the wedding procession. Each servant emanates a faint, inhuman aura, their faces devoid of features, as if they were insignificant characters unworthy of names. Nevertheless, Chen Ming suspects that these beings are not akin to malevolent spirits or faceless phantoms. Rather, they are mindless puppets. They carry sedan chairs, surround floral wreaths, or bear burdens upon their backs, each bearing a large character for prison upon their countenance. They resemble the subservient souls of powerful specters seated within the bridal palanquin. At this moment, atop the city wall, a grim specter stationed at the threshold of the underworld, clad in ashen armor, howls, "Open the city gates." Yet, an oddly attired man suddenly appears at the battlements. He raises his hand to halt the two attendants tasked with opening the gates. The two turn to regard the bizarre figure, whose hands are cloaked in dark fur. His gaze is profound and hollow as he surveys the throng preparing to enter the gates of the netherworld. When Qianji raises his head, he instinctively lowers it. He recognizes this figure. More precisely, the man standing atop the wall shares a significant connection with him. He is none other than the third seat of the Hidden Ones. The Ming, capable of effortlessly drawing in souls and perceiving all mysteries beneath the heavens. Clad in an expansive robe, the Ming's magnificent dragon robe flickers in and out of existence. His eyes, veiled in depth, command, "Let the idol and the multitude of servants remain outside." At that moment, the immense black dragon behind him plunges downward, a tremendous force crashing into the ground and upon the assembly. It feels as if a colossal hammer is striking the very core of their beings, causing their skulls to tremble as if on the brink of shattering. Chen Ming, sensing impending doom, prepares to flee alone. But Mo Jiaqin grips the sleeve of the youth's garment and yanks him back in a swift motion. His left hand darts forward, seizing the fiery red wedding invitation from the boy's waist. Chen Ming instinctively resists, suspecting the man's ill intentions. Yet, he observes Mo Jiaqin pressing the invitation forward at that instant. The blood-red veil cascades over them, akin to the fiery bridal attire of a concubine. The blood-black dragon descends, piercing through the grayish-red fabric, revealing the dark souls swirling outside. At this juncture, Chen Ming gradually finds his composure. He realizes that the black dragon is not merely formidable in appearance or oppressive in presence. It embodies something far more profound. It directly assaults the very essence of the soul, as if it were the embodiment of death and fear itself, capable of causing those it touches to disintegrate in an instant. Like scattered dust, drifting through the expanse of heaven and earth, much like the judge's pen of the Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms, along with the book of life and death, which bestows immediate demise upon all living beings and creatures within its vicinity. Any life form ensnared by the black dragon will incessantly lose its vitality until it is reduced to nothingness. Only this fiery red wedding gown can temporarily shield its wearer from immediate dissolution and death. At this moment, the Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms chuckled, remarking, "How extraordinary! I never anticipated that this ghostly king would take a concubine, and that this being, sealed within a coffin, would emerge from its confines. Even the third seat's ancient entity has made an appearance." Subsequently, the black dragon gradually transformed into several wisps of ethereal tendrils, burrowing into the ground and vanishing into the void through the fissures in the earth. Meanwhile, numerous servants shattered into fragments, morphing into countless pests. Dragging the entire procession onward, they had completely lost their human semblance, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of insects, centipedes, and various twisted crawlers, as they towed the palanquin, floral wreaths, and other unsightly debris forward. Chen Ming, alongside the Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms, concealed themselves in the shadows beside the palanquin, hidden beneath the guise of the floral wreaths, evading the scrutiny of the death deity perched atop the wall. Fortunately, this ancient being had only recently been unearthed from its grave, its perceptive faculties not as keen as they once were. Otherwise, it would have discovered that within this guise lay a companion who had once served an ancient divine entity. The Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms gazed up at the old being below, musing that since the third seat was so comfortably situated, perhaps it would be fitting for them to assume that role in the future. Chen Ming, likewise, lifted his gaze, observing the formidable shadow looming over the vast black-gray wall. That entity known as the third seat of the death deity, resembling a demigod, presiding over the entire realm of the underworld. It governed the boundaries of life and death, as well as the divide between reality and the netherworld, as if it were a creature wielding control over all existence. After taking a deep breath, Chen Ming inquired, "Unearthed from a grave, such a powerful entity can also succumb to the dust, or does it share an eternal lifespan with the cosmos?" The Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms gently shifted the floral wreath, obscuring their vision, discerning the perplexity etched upon Chen Ming's face. Who knows? Perhaps it is tied to the immortality of the cosmos, or perhaps it too will fade into oblivion amidst the ashes. Chen Ming felt the situation growing increasingly intricate. Death was inescapable, much like those beings who coexist with the cosmos, destined to face extinction as well. The Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms chuckled heartily. "Ah, those ancient ones are not so formidable. Do you know who the king amidst the decline that I have encountered is? You have a significant connection to him." Memories surged through Chen Ming's mind, as if the king they spoke of was gazing directly at him. Recalling the earlier incident when the Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms crushed that toad on the bus, the youth turned his head and asked, "Have you met that emperor? The very one I had dealings with alongside Daikai." The Mahist's 1,000 mechanisms seemed to reminisce about something, exclaiming, "Indeed. Even as the world shatters, I hope to see the emperor ascend to the fractured throne, the golden ruler, the king of ruin, the last monarch. I once endured 3 of his strikes." Chapter 55. The woman at the bridgehead. Chen Ming found himself perplexed by the term last monarch uttered by the man before him. Yet, it was reasonable to surmise that anyone bestowed with the title of king must be a remnant of the formidable beings that persist within this distorted realm. They might retain some semblance of divinity, or perhaps embody the unfathomable nature akin to that of a matron. At this moment, Chen Ming sensed that the essence of that god, or rather the king of ruin who had transformed the world into a desolate wasteland, had already infiltrated his very being. An intangible threat loomed, emanating through the veiled walls surrounding him. Within the shattered space, an ancient toad surfaced, illuminated by golden coins. The celestial thunder converged into an extraordinary form, and an ancient emperor materialized before him in an instant. Chen Ming gasped in astonishment, but quickly subdued the agitation rising within his chest. The Mo family, known for their mastery of the intricate mechanisms, also sensed the peculiar changes unfolding in the world. At this moment, his gaze shifted upward, and as he cast his eyes upon the surroundings, he discovered that everything visible to the naked eye had shattered into fragments, resembling shards of glass, spreading out like a delicate, broken tapestry. It was akin to the intertwining branches of a tree, extending infinitely into the distance. After taking a deep breath, the young man stood upright amidst the vastness, struggling to rise, only to find that all the soft entities around him had vanished without a trace. Chen Ming had become an exceedingly solitary figure, traversing an ancient bridge alone. As he turned his head, he beheld torrents of yellow sand cascading downward. Gently, he caressed the cold, dark blue bricks of the archway's railing, filled with a sense of confusion. Where precisely was he? Where was he? Chen Ming felt his memories becoming increasingly disordered and vague. Something must have transpired moments ago, leading to his separation from his companions. He had subsequently lost their trail and endeavored to locate another person or spirit to engage with. He even attempted to rouse the malevolent spirit within his chest. Yet it felt as though he had entered a bewildering realm. The malevolent essence within him slipped back into oblivion, leaving only profound solitude and bewilderment. Chen Ming sensed that there was an undeniable clue to the situation. He had forgotten something of great significance. Turning around, he noticed at the bridgehead across from him a massive cauldron. There sat an elderly woman of fair appearance, draped in a robe of opulence, seated beside the great vat. She crossed her legs, gazing at the young man with a softness in her eyes, a smile gracing her rosy lips. "Child," she said, "the night has fallen. It is ill-advised to wander lost in the dark." The young man remained unaware of the identity of the alluring woman beside the cauldron. However, she was the only living soul in sight. Chen Ming approached her cautiously, but midway through his stride, he realized that the enchanting woman and the cauldron had vanished. As he pondered this perplexity, he looked down slowly, only to find that he had grown considerably taller. Yet, his feet were not grounded. He found himself suspended in midair. Soon, he discovered that his limbs were immobile, his entire being resembling a mere stick, bound to a colossal stone pillar. Beside him lay several lifeless bodies, their innards pecked at by vultures, and Chen Ming's eyes widened in horror. This was dire. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, and he could not afford to remain in this state. Yet, just as the flicker of defiance ignited within him, it was swiftly extinguished, leaving him in a stupor as he gazed at the horizon. There, a vulture with immense black and gray wings hovered, its visage grotesquely adorned with a human face. Its sharp beak protruded from its nasal cavity, brutally tearing apart half of its face, as if that small fragment of humanity had been sewn onto the vulture-esque countenance. Beneath its claws dangled remnants of blood and entrails. In the next instant, the vulture dove towards him, its menacing beak aimed straight for the boy's nostrils, intent on ripping away half of his face. However, as the vulture descended, a hearty laugh echoed, and an ink-wash painting unfurled before him. "Oh dear, you truly are a troublesome one." As the vulture surged downward, the ink-like meat grinder ensnared it, tearing its body apart. A crimson rain fell, splattering onto a man clad in a grayish-white robe. The master of the Mo family, wielding his judge's pen, summoned forth dark ink, which transformed into a serrated steel saw, severing both the stone pillar and the ropes binding the boy. Chen Ming tumbled to the ground, while the master of the Mo family exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he found himself somewhat disoriented, his clarity surpassed that of the bewildered boy, who was, after all, known as the Fifth Seat. A figure renowned for his resilience. Even against the mightiest of opponents, he could withstand 3 strikes. Yet, the beautiful woman before him was a puzzle, her moves difficult to decipher. At that moment, the master of the Mo family turned to Chen Ming, whose awareness had just begun to surface, and remarked with a smile, "As time passes, we forget more and more, to the point where we may not even remember what it means to be alive. So, make sure to remember me." In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming witnessed two phantoms engage in combat. The master of the Mo family pressed down with one hand, causing blood-red ink to swirl around him. The black and white yin-yang pattern morphed into a mechanism, summoning a colossal ink giant, from which crossbow bolts erupted from its chest. The immense crossbow hurtled forward, landing near the enchanting woman. The large steel spear was effortlessly wielded by her, while a viscous liquid, akin to slime, surged from a cauldron, enveloping the area around her. The numerous spears that pierced the vicinity were ensnared by the slime, and, with a crack, snapped in two. Mingpa sat gracefully at the edge of the cauldron, her feet resting on the dark waters, her smiling face illuminated by the reflection that To crossed this bridge of oblivion. You shall not be permitted to harbor such thoughts. You must forget and transform into the dead to pass. Suddenly, Mingpa beckoned to the distant boy, saying, "Come here, young man. This fellow before you is quite perilous." Chen Ming's memories of Mingpa were hazy, as were those of the youth manipulating ink and the judge's pen, both appearing as strangers, leaving him in a state of confusion and disarray. However, within the recesses of his mind, there lingered a fleeting recollection that of Mo family's Qianji launching an assault against him, as if he had previously harbored considerable discord with this entity. Yet, in stark contrast to the man wielding the judge's pen, whose visage radiated a fierce, murderous intent, the figure before him, a poised and smiling elder sister with her legs crossed, exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. Chen Ming instinctively advanced, yet at that moment, Mo family's Qianji remained motionless. With a light snort, he mused, "What is this? Another little brat has appeared, my memories tarnished and now partially forgotten. Very well, let us just eliminate him." Subsequently, the colossal inkwash mechanism brandished a chainsaw, descending with a menacing scrape. As the serrated blade surged forth, Chen Ming's eyes widened in shock, and beneath his chest, his own gaze instinctively opened at this juncture. The malevolent spirit within him too had succumbed to some obscure sense of oblivion, retaining only fragments of its combative instincts. In an instant, the youth's arms slightly extended, and the blood-black copper coin shattered his palm. A tremendous repulsive force, akin to thunder, collided with the incoming scythe. With a resounding boom, one half of the boy's arm was obliterated. Yet in the next moment, he dashed towards the pillar from which the corpses hung, crushing one of them and affixing its limbs to his own body. Chen Ming's gaze was fierce as he regarded the man standing atop the inkwash colossus, exclaiming inwardly, "What a truly troublesome character. Why have I attracted such a predicament?" The malevolent spirit within his chest cackled maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this the very essence of life? Let us skin him alive and roast him over charcoal. I sense he possesses a modicum of skill. Go for it, lad." In the next heartbeat, the massive inkwash monstrosity brought its arm crashing down. The immense force caused the earth to crack, sending debris surging upwards. Chen Ming leaped nimbly, landing upon the tumbling clods of earth. With delicate steps, he began to ascend along the vast arm. However, as he looked up, he was greeted by a multitude of inkwash figures pouring forth from above. With a swift twist of the blood-red bone in his hand, he transformed the flesh into a blade, cleaving through a creature before vaulting into the air. As he soared, the supporting arm was thrust downwards, firmly anchoring itself to the massive mechanism of Mo family's Qianji. The latter found this lively little mouse somewhat bothersome, exclaiming, "Alas, whose contract have I taken on to encounter such a minor nuisance? I do not slay young lads. I specialize in exterminating various malevolent overlords." If Mo family's Qianji had desired to eliminate Chen Ming outright, he could have easily marked the youth's destiny with the judge's pen and the book of life and death, thereby invoking an inescapable death sentence. However, at this moment, he refrained from doing so. With a dismissive huff, he decided, "Let us spare this brash young fellow for now." In the next instant, the enormous mechanism collapsed. As cubes of various sizes plummeted downwards, they swiftly reformed into an array of siege weaponry. Massive crossbows, catapults, and other peculiar contraptions resembling colossal meat grinders, propelled forward by countless shadowy figures cloaked in black and gray. At this moment, Mingpa felt a menacing aura approaching her, akin to an army advancing towards her. Yet, she remained unperturbed, exhaling a gentle breath as if biding her time, seemingly disregarding the imminent assault. Then, in the next instant, she suddenly felt a surge of warmth on her face. The mud within the vat surged upward, intercepting the enormous crossbow bolt, which was engulfed in black and white flames. A few massive stones tumbled down, prompting Mingpa to smile wryly, realizing that this young man was indeed no ordinary individual. He possessed considerable prowess. As for Mo Jia Qianji, how had he discerned her predicament mere moments ago? At this juncture, Mo Jia Qianji slowly raised his book of life and death. Above, the engraved meridians resembled blood-red masses of flesh. He perceived a humanoid figure manifesting, its head directed towards Meng Po's location. The judge's pen hovered above, marking several death seals upon the figure. Although Mo Jia Qianji could not ascertain whether Meng Po harbored benevolent intentions or intense animosity towards him, nor could he determine if she had previously attacked or aided him. His fragmented memories left him in a haze of uncertainty regarding good and evil. However, the Book of Life and Death would not deceive him. He had invoked the technique of 10 directions annihilation against Meng Po several times. Yet somehow she had evaded it. Those who could withstand such a technique were either malevolent beings that must be eradicated or insurmountable foes. Regardless of which category she fell into, he was resolute that using it once more would yield no error. Judge's pen. Book of Life and Death. The arcane technique of 10 directions annihilation. The King of Hell demands your demise at the stroke of midnight. Would he allow you to linger until dawn? Chapter 56. Manipulated at will as the siege weapons bombarded her repeatedly. Meng Po felt a sense of ennui wash over her. Gradually descending until she touched the earth, she was suddenly struck by a sensation akin to myocardial infarction. Grasping her chest, she then observed a pale, ethereal shadow materializing before her. The spectral King of Hell reached out, cloaked in a magnificent golden robe, adorned with a purple talisman upon his forehead. His face, dark and pallid, bore a gaze imbued with a hint of murderous intent beneath the flowing curtain of his eyelids. His elongated, darkened fingernails, rough to the touch, reached down as if to claim Meng Po's life. Meng Po had already endured this inescapable death effect thrice. With a soft exhale, she allowed herself to relax completely. In the next moment, even as the spectre's touch gripped her form, shattering her very soul, the dark-hued essence of the Meng Po pot erupted with a surge of grayish-blue mud, and green slime adhered to her skin. The newly formed soul seamlessly mended her previously fractured body. The soul that the King of Hell had once seized from her was restored to its original state. She tenderly caressed her soft cheeks. Standing cheerfully atop the vast vat, addressing the descending Mo Jia Qianji with a smile. To deal with you, this little nuisance, I have expended all the souls I accumulated over the past days. What a bother! On Mo Jia Qianji's face lingered a playful smile. Though the purpose of her presence remained a mystery, he was resolute in his intention to eliminate her. The Mo family's Qianji possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive phenomena that elude the senses of ordinary individuals. For instance, it can discern the lingering essence of souls and their ultimate demise, sensing the complete obliteration of its own existence and the suffocation of another's spirit. Yet, this entity has the capacity to reconstruct a soul. Meng Po undeniably exists as a specter, surviving on the remnants of souls, a ghastly apparition that is susceptible to trivial tactics, which is precisely what repulses Qianji the most. With a gesture, he turned his back, pointing forward with 2 fingers, invoking the power of soul capture. Instantly, a dark gray ink enveloped all visible spaces around the youth. The phantoms coalesced and swirled nearby. They surged forward, leaving a multitude of afterimages in their wake. What had initially been solid, transforming into various siege weaponry, shattered into fragments, coalescing into a small orb of light that hurtled towards him. Meng Po, resting her chin on her hand, felt a wave of ennui wash over her. Exclaiming, "La la la, such a frightful little creature. You truly cause me great distress." At this moment, Qianji stood transfixed, and then redirected his finger towards several other locations, pointing at realms obscured from sight, desperately seeking a target amidst the chaotic void. As they fell to the ground, they morphed into uncontrollable specters and creeping entities, devouring and inflicting harm upon one another until Qianji finally took notice. He suddenly extended his hand, causing the tattered cloth at his waist to soar outward. Expanding dramatically, countless ghostly souls were ensnared within the fabric, adorned with talismans of yellow paper. Qianji felt a pang of hesitation and uncertainty. In the next instant, he pivoted sharply, delivering a forceful kick to the youth who had launched an attack against him. The remnants of the souls in his grasp coalesced into a soul-capturing sword, the blade's tip entwined with spectral entities. At that moment, Qianji thrust the sword towards Chen Ming, demanding, "Who are you? And why did you ambush me?" From the depths of the youth's eyes, a stream of blood-red liquid surged forth. Qianji, wielding the soul-capturing sword, swept it through the surroundings, dispersing the black and white malevolent energy that engulfed the expelled blood droplets. He then advanced with measured steps, bringing the blade downwards as Chen Ming's body erupted in a violent explosion of flesh and blood. He laughed, proclaiming, "Secret technique. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood." In an instant, a colossal tide of crimson inundated Qianji. At that moment, he sensed a rapidly moving life form within the blood, darting about. With a swift motion, Qianji produced the Book of Life and Death, and upon a decisive gesture, he locked onto the elusive youth within the liquid. An intriguing, troublesome fellow. "Let me first sever one of your legs." With a deft flick, he sliced open his own index and middle fingers, allowing blood to flow into the crimson veins inscribed upon the Book of Life and Death, driving a sudden thrust into it. Instantly, Chen Ming's legs were obliterated at the hips, and from a distance, the mocking and derisive voices of blood-black specters echoed. In that moment, Qianji pivoted and lunged forward, intent on seizing this opportunity to question and probe the adversary. As the sanguine tide gradually subsides, Qianji fixates intently upon the figure before him, his body pierced by his own soul-devouring sword. "What manner of creature are you? Why did you launch a surprise attack on me? Furthermore, did I harbor no enmity towards you? And where exactly is this place?" In the midst of Qianji's bewilderment, a sudden premonition of danger emanates from behind, sending a shiver down his spine. He instinctively dodges, yet the crimson blade swiftly reverses, slicing into his side. That a significant portion of flesh from his left side is severed in an instant. Fortunately, he swiftly reaches for the ghostly cloth pouch affixed to his waist. Ripping open the yellow talisman, he retrieves a lump of raw flesh, pure corporeal substance, and applies it to his wound, preventing the loss of vital organs and the irreparable mutilation of his body. In that moment, he gasps in despair. Why? Why am I so fatigued that I cannot even withstand such a treacherous ambush? At this juncture, Qianji feels an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Despite being ensconced within the enemy's domain, the sanguine tide accelerates the opponent's speed while hindering his own movements, compelling him to remain vigilant against the myriad lethal entities lurking within the blood. Yet, the assailant's actions and velocity had seemed excruciatingly slow to his eyes, and yet he failed to evade. There could only be one explanation. Before confronting this youth, he had engaged in a duel with a far more perilous adversary, resulting in substantial depletion of his physical strength. The once tumultuous scene of corpses and blood has now settled into an eerie calm. Chen Ming stands resolutely amidst the crimson puddle, defiantly cursing the malevolent spirit within his chest. What is this so-called sea of corpses and blood? A technique incapable of even drowning a single soul is now employed against me. The malevolent spirit within his chest scoffs. The foe we face is no ordinary being. Common fleshly monstrosities and evil entities are swept away by the immense pressure of the sea of corpses and blood, and the remnants of bone and flesh are rendered lifeless upon piercing. Yet, this one before us possesses movements, speed, judgment, and techniques of extraordinary peril. Chen Ming perceives that the malevolent spirit within him, for the first time, regards the adversary with rare commendation. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Ming muses, "Wait. What are you? Why do you linger within me? I recall you always being quite haughty." The malevolent spirit reflects in confusion. Haughty? What is that? I only feel frail and insignificant now, like an ant beneath someone's foot. With a furrowed brow, Chen Ming displays a hint of perplexity. He tentatively proposes, "Though I am unaware of the circumstances, we are now bound by a common fate. Let us first address the trouble before us." A woman approaches. The malevolent spirit chuckles softly. "Indeed. Let us dispose of them all. I find this rather amusing." At this moment, Meng draws closer to Qianji, a white porcelain vial in her hand, from which a grayish-blue liquid swirls, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The youth who had initially intended to slay Meng now directs his blade menacingly at Chen Ming. Casting his gaze upon the approaching woman, he beheld Meng slowly raising a white porcelain vial, a remedy for his injuries. "That troublesome lad is quite a handful. Let us tackle this together." Although Qianji sensed no overt hostility emanating from the woman beside him, the vigilance born of countless battles against malevolent spirits rendered him wary of her seemingly benevolent offer. "No, thank you. My injuries are not severe. The fatigue within me is gradually mending." At that moment, Qianji felt the weariness in his body slowly healing. Aside from a lingering sharp pain that caused him considerable discomfort, he exhibited no other reactions. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the penetrating wounds on either side of his chest, remnants of a viscous green substance still clinging to him. Abruptly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Collapsing in a semi-crouched position upon the ground, he scanned his surroundings with caution, but found no signs of impending attack or ambush. Turning his attention to the empty space beside him, he felt as though a trace of malevolence lingered there. Meanwhile, Ming gently knelt, presenting the white porcelain vial before him. "Your injuries are quite grave. You must drink this at once." Qianji regarded the vial. His memory of it was rather hazy. As if he had once encountered it before, handed to him by a gentle woman with a warm smile. As his fatigue continued to dissipate, he instinctively accepted the vial, driven by a faint recollection that bore no strong aversion. He drank its contents, and at that moment, Chen Ming's grip on the knife slackened. He glanced down at the spirit residing within his chest. "Are you a parasite?" With a sudden surge of resolve, the youth raised the knife and plunged it toward his own eye. His mind was haunted by fragmented, unpleasant memories associated with the malevolent spirit, intertwined with a potent, sinister desire to consume his very soul. In the spirit's mind, there existed only a singular, unadulterated yearning to devour the boy. A malevolence born of pure, unbridled hunger. Chen Ming lifted the blade, directing it toward his chest. At that moment, his eye emerged, crawling out from within his body, transforming into a mangled form that lurked nearby. As the boy pierced his chest, that eye vanished from sight. Chen Ming refrained from immediately withdrawing the blade, knowing that doing so would cause catastrophic blood loss from his chest's major artery, leading to his untimely demise. At that moment, the grotesque flesh creature staggered from the ground, springing up with a sinister cackle. "Just submit, and allow me to consume you. Why resist so fervently?" Feeling the intense agony in his chest, Chen Ming gradually extracted the blade. As he did, strands of flesh intertwined like a spider's web, mending the wound with alarming efficacy. After withdrawing the knife, his gaze sharpened, fixated upon the grotesque creature. It seemed he had made a profound resolution. Gripping the blade firmly, he regarded the blobby mass with determination. "I must put an end to this. I will not be reduced to your parasitic host ever again." Chapter 57. The blighted dragon in the black golden robe was akin to a soul on the verge of freezing atop a mountain. Sensing a flicker of warmth, the fatigue that had subtly enveloped Qianji gradually dissipated, leaving behind an exquisite sense of ease. However, the wound in his chest not only remained unhealed, but had instead deteriorated further into a state of decay. In this moment, Meng supported him, guiding him slowly towards the large cauldron. She gently placed her arm on the viscous broth, causing the liquid within to recede, revealing a formerly verdant and smooth surface. After several bones floated momentarily before swiftly retreating, this grotesque and nauseating vat instilled in Qianji an unexpected comfort and tranquility. It was as if he was not confronted by a cauldron of the deceased, simmering with living flesh and bizarre herbs, but rather a serene hot spring nestled in the mountains, a veritable paradise filled with enchanting maidens. With a smile, Meng Po's melodious voice suggested, "Why not take a dip and warm your body? Your injuries will naturally mend themselves." Qianji offered no resistance. Instead, he steadied himself with one hand against the dark, ashen rim of the cauldron and leaped into the searing liquid, reminiscent of acidic water. Meanwhile, Meng Po remained unhurried, using this fleeting moment to gaze into the distance. Observing the clash and probing of two souls, she turned her head to watch the man submerged in her concoction, soon to become a lifeless corpse. "Who do you think will emerge victorious? I wager it will be the one cloaked in human skin." It seemed he had forgotten something of considerable importance. Yet the specifics eluded him. All he could perceive was a profound relaxation, as if his very soul were undergoing a transcendental purification. He exhaled gently, and bubbles began to surface in the murky waters of the vat. Qianji felt himself gradually sinking, utterly oblivious to the existence of his limbs, as though they had been melted away. This juncture, as he struggled to rise, propped by his spine, he realized that half of his face, once submerged in the broth, had shed its flesh, leaving only a fragment of bone. Attempting to vocalize, he discovered that his vocal cords had long since rotted into a mere remnant. Sensing something amiss within his body, he endeavored to rise, only to find an overwhelming drowsiness, like an enchantment, coiling around him. In an instant, he lost the ability to resist, overtaken by a wave of tranquility. At that moment, Meng Po seemed to sing a lullaby. "Lullaby, lullaby, sleep, my D." As the young man plunged the blade downward, he instantaneously shattered into fragments. It was as though, with the fading and dispersal of that singular gaze, His own soul's power dissipated like dust in the wind. Chen Ming, witnessing the remnants crumbling away from his palm, was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He collapsed into the pool of blood, his vacant eyes locking onto the mutilated gaze suspended amidst the carnage. The eyes of the malevolent spirit and the boy reflected each other's moribund state, a fate of death that had been predetermined and was irrevocable. Meng Po let out a soft chuckle. Ah, I had almost forgotten. They are bound to one another. When one perishes, the other must follow suit. A calm, breezy voice unexpectedly graced Meng Po's ears. Is that so? Do you take pleasure in witnessing the souls in your cauldron meet their end? Though the tone was unremarkable, it bore an undeniable weight. Meng Po abruptly rose, turning her head to find the figure of Mo Jia Qianji shrouded in a murky gray mist, suspended in the air, slowly descending. Meanwhile, in the distance, the two souls on the brink of death were enveloped by the miasma of demise, obstructing their passage to the realm of the dead. They were temporarily unable to fully transform into mere remnants of souls or embrace death. Instead, their injuries began to revert and heal. At that moment, Meng Po stared in disbelief at the figure before her, clad in a black and gold dragon robe. His charcoal gray fingers gently kneaded a viscous green liquid. The formidable man known as the Master of Fate chuckled softly. Heh, there are many like you who intercept souls on the day of the Ghost King's consort selection. Capturing them all would be quite the hassle. The Ghost King's consort would attract many feeble souls into the abyss. Among them were powerful, vengeful spirits like He by Wu Chong or Meng Po, who would erect barriers across different realms. Accompanying the Nai Bridge, Meng Po would obstruct all souls' paths to the battlefield, refining those who stepped onto the bridge into the elixir of youth they required. Though the Master of Fate had yet to witness the antics of the two old rascals, Meng Po had already permitted an overwhelming number of intercepted souls to surpass what this living Yama would deem acceptable. The Master of Fate gave a cold chuckle. If you were to capture a few ordinary spirits for alchemical purposes, I wouldn't mind, but to leave an entire team behind is rather improper. Wouldn't you agree? After straightening her posture, Meng Po displayed a fierce hostility that starkly contrasted with her earlier composure. Clearly, she harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards this formidable man of the third seat. Along with the subtle power radiating from his black and gold dragon robe, it was as if the ancient Huaxia dragon adorning his garment was not merely an embellishment, but a true legendary creature. This moment, Meng Po huffed disdainfully. How could your interception compare to mine? Standing at the threshold of the underworld, with a mere wave of your hand, you have taken thousands of ghostly lives. Meng Po was well aware that her actions had not overstepped any boundaries. The other party was after one of these two young individuals, and she was certainly no fool, devoid of any understanding of the arcane knowledge at play. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her gaze fixating on Mo Jia Qianji and the judge's pen and the book of life and death he had previously wielded. Meng Po chuckled lightly. So it is grandfather who has come to protect his kin. I thought to myself, how could such a young lad possess instruments as formidable as the judge's pen and the book of life and death? It turns out, you bestowed them upon him. The Moke family S. Qianji had previously described this hermit as the third seat, known as the Master of Fate, also referred to as the living king of hell. An important detail was overlooked. He is, in fact, the father of Moke Qianji, one of the true sovereigns of the ghost realm. That he embodies the ancient spirits of the Moke lineage. To be precise, he is not merely one individual. He is an ancient zombie, a fusion of all ancestral souls and flesh, encased within a coffin, a pure embodiment of spirit. As this corporeal form nears its decay, Moke Qianji will serve as an alternate puppet or vessel, violently stitched together to maintain youthful vitality. That moment, Master of Fate chuckled softly, expressing his belief that this unremarkable fellow was not worthy of inheriting his mantle. However, the young man possessed boundless potential, and before his maturation, he wished for no trifles to obstruct his path. At this juncture, Meng Po had come to realize that the Master of Fate was not here to slay her due to her transgressions, but rather to exact vengeance on behalf of his nominal son, or perhaps to use the pretext of vengeance to consume her. After all, the law of the jungle prevails in this distorted world. Moreover, as the Queen card, belonging to a faction long fallen into obscurity with few remaining strong figures, she was utterly incapable of seeking retribution through the established hierarchy. Furthermore, the opposing hermit faction lacked any semblance of order, being a disarrayed assembly. Neither of these groups resembled the Lover card or the Emperor card, with their coherent structure spanning from the first to the ninth seat. They were merely a collection of idle individuals. If she were to be slain here by this living king of hell, it seemed no one would care. The master of fate, clad in a robe of black and gold, flickered ominously, exhaling a breath of murky air. Be mindful in your next life. Watch where you tread. Meng Pa suddenly reached for her hairpin, swiftly withdrawing it and plunging it into the spinal fluid at her forehead, causing it to spill forth instantly. An invisible wave propelled the spinal fluid toward the master of fate. As long as it touched his corporeal form, it would swiftly plunge him into a state of confusion, disorienting him in reality and memory alike. Yet, a miasma erupted, revealing a diminutive black dragon that roamed the vicinity. Were it not to safeguard the lives of the two youths, he could have unleashed the full force of the black dragon's true form upon this place. The deadly miasma would swiftly erode all life, rendering them unable to escape the clutches of death until they were reduced to nothingness, their roots entwined in the soil. However, at this moment, the master of fate regarded Meng Pa with disdain. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You are sufficient to handle. With a swift motion, he clapped his hand, causing the ground to shatter. As the black dragon exhaled, the grayish deathly aura surged forth, collapsing and decaying the entire space. In that instant, Meng Pa transformed her grasp and struck down upon the great vat. With a resounding crash, the liquid within cascaded out, entwining with the corporeal form, tearing it apart and allowing countless souls to escape. Instead, she excels at ensnaring the souls of others, orchestrating fierce battles among various individuals. Once ensnared, she enters a state of absolute victory. Opposite her stands Chen Ming, who is notably adept at annihilation and devastation. Meng Pa's underhanded tactics have failed, leaving her with no chance against him. At this moment, Meng Pa has expended nearly all of her soul power and accumulated ghostly essence solely to carve out a path for her survival. Chen Ming, having refrained from utilizing his full strength to protect the lives of the two youths, observes several souls dissipating into the shrouded crimson moonlight. With a soft sigh, he remarks, "A couple of insects have managed to escape. So be it. The rest is for you two to handle." Chen Ming does not wish for Mo Jiaqianji and the youth to be aware of his covert assistance. The youth must confront his trials independently. He leaves behind a few souls to assemble into an image of Meng Pa and retains malevolent thoughts towards the two young men. Once Chen Ming and Mo Jiaqianji awaken, the youth will gradually reclaim his memories and should be capable of overcoming Meng Pa, whose powers have diminished significantly at this moment. Chen Ming, rubbing the fiery red invitation in his hand, glances at Chen Ming. This is the invitation of the black and white impermanence, unexpectedly appearing in the hands of these two little ones. How dull. Chapter 58. Tactics. Subsequently, the black golden figure transforms into a small writhing insect-like entity, which then slips away through the crevices of the earth. Chen Ming's departure noticeably calms the surrounding miasma. The deathly vapors entwined around the two youths also begin to dissipate. Once the force that obstructed the boundary between life and death recedes, Chen Ming slowly opens his eyes. He feels a searing pain in his gaze, as if someone has wrenched his eyes from their sockets. Yet, this pain does not originate from the youth's eyes. Rather, it emanates from an eye within his chest, an intense agony, akin to having one's heart forcibly extracted, radiates from the ocular cavity in his chest. In the next moment, a malevolent spirit struggles forth, releasing a few drops of blood-red essence, which spreads crimson veins across the youth's body. Instantly ensnared, numerous blood-red tendrils emerge from within Chen Ming's flesh, lifting him up as if he were a mere vegetable. With a faint chuckle, he muses, "How unfortunate. I appear to be on the brink of death. Where is Mo Jiaqianji?" In Chen Ming's recollection, the blurred figure of Mo Jiaqianji remains engaged in a fierce battle with Meng Pa. Their conflict is intensely fierce, with neither able to gain the upper hand, when he finds himself caught in the fray. Subsequently, he succumbs, collapsing to the side, unable to rise again. Now, he clutches the blood-red orb in his hand and suddenly shoves it into his mouth. At this moment, the essence of flesh and soul pierces through his chest. The malevolent spirit cackles, "I am a creature of omnivorous tendencies. Those atop the pyramid will continually feast on others, and my minions are not picky eaters." Chen Ming abruptly releases his grip, unaware of when it happened, but he finds himself ravenously consuming the surrounding masses of blood and flesh, like the malevolent spirit. Such reckless abandon, stealing the flesh and blood of ignorant souls, bears no distinction from the act of extinguishing another's life anew. Although Chen Ming is not a saint, He is unwilling to consume the remnants of a once-living entity. It is revolting, and he harbors no desire to commit slaughter. Those departed souls and vengeful spirits have, in the depths of the youth's heart, been presumed to be vibrant lives. Chen Ming needs his taut nerves, sensing the bloodstains tarnishing the corners of his lips. The crimson air flows across his tongue like a centipede or a rat scurrying within his mouth. Qianji rises as well, casting a cautious glance at Chen Ming, warning him to tread carefully. Meng Pa can erase the memories of anyone who steps into her domain. Do not let her ensnare your heart. The memories swirling in Chen Ming's mind are fragmented. He has come to the stark realization that he has fallen victim. Yet, as he gazes upon the figure before him, devoid of spirit and standing like a puppet amidst the heavens and earth, he feels no threat emanating from this woman. However, in the next moment, his body is torn asunder, and a mass of flesh bursts forth from his chest. The malevolent spirit, sensing a delectable treat from the mortal realm, lunges forward to partake. Once its primal instincts wholly consume its reason, the heart's torment transforms into an unstoppable surge, akin to a tidal wave. As the blood-red wave crashes, the spirit exclaims, "Who would have thought that a former powerhouse has now been reduced to this? Is this not merely succulent meat roasted over a charcoal fire? Such a savory aroma." Yet, in the next instant, the center of its eye is pierced, and crimson liquid sprays outwards. The eye is punctured. A black golden hairpin is wrenched from Meng Po's head. With her hair elegantly dancing in the air, the woman suddenly thrusts her palm forward. The tips of her fingers resemble those of a zombie, dark and greenish, and they latch onto the eyeball. However, at this moment, Chen Ming has already surged forward. With a swift motion, he draws a small knife across Meng Po's throat. With a crisp snap, her head separates from her body and falls to the ground. And Chen Ming swiftly kicks it aside. He then captures the pierced eye, feeling the mass of flesh tremble before merging with his form. Chen Ming glares fiercely at the entity within his chest, cursing, "How could you be so irrational? How could you be drawn to that thing?" The malevolent spirit, incapable of articulating its uncontrollable, beast-like nature, scoffs. That was a feeble yet powerful soul, a treasure of immeasurable worth." Chen Ming cannot fathom the meaning behind the spirit's words, but he senses a palpable threat emanating from the headless corpse before him. In the next moment, as his figure trembles slightly, he sidesteps the blood-black claws that Meng Pa thrusts towards him. Who would have thought that this headless wretch could still be alive? Chen Ming catches sight of a distant, shattered vat, which trembles slightly. The once broken shards begin to reassemble, and at the edges of the broken wall, blood-black, greenish water flows together in a grotesque amalgamation. A great vat floated before him, from which a frail soul emerged, struggling to gaze into the distance. Clutching the soul-absorbing sword, Moji Qianji approached with measured steps, a smile gracing his lips. The man, clad in black and white robes and bearing a countenance filled with malice, chuckled lightly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, though I know not the grievances that bind us, my desire to rend you into pieces fills my heart." With a sudden motion, Moji Qianji raised his hand, summoning a multitude of spectral beings that swirled around him, their forms shifting as they surged forward. In an instant, the surrounding ground was upheaved, dust and yellow earth swirling in a chaotic dance. The phantoms charged ahead, and the vat containing Meng Pa was violently overturned. Fragments of souls and specters clashed, tearing at one another, splitting into various pieces. At that moment, Moji Qianji sensed that something was amiss. He did not recall his adversary being so emaciated and devoid of any capacity for resistance. To himself, he mused, "This must be Meng Pa, the formidable figure of the queen's esteemed rank. Why does she linger on the brink of oblivion?" Gradually, Moji Qianji drew forth the book of life and death. Before him, he observed the human meridian indicated by Meng Pa, now shattered and incomplete. It resembled a fragile and diminutive husk, lacking the essence of a complete persona and the fate of life and death. Once more, Moji Qianji looked down and beheld the black, gray maggots crawling from the ground, only to retreat into silence. Although the earth had regained its former solidity, it bore hidden voids, as if remnants of dark miasma still lingered. The dead insects writhed in motion. Chen Ming chuckled softly, crushing one of Meng Po's corporeal remains beneath his foot. The souls coalesced into a stream, surging towards his chest. There, the malevolent spirit voraciously gulped, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhilarated, splendid, splendid." Chen Ming spat out a mouthful of flesh and blood, and to his astonishment, he found himself mimicking the malevolent spirit, using his claws to gnaw at his prey. That he frowned slightly and snorted. Do you see that something clinging to the side of the vat? Can you fetch it? The malevolent spirit turned its gaze, following the boy's line of sight to a mound of viscous black-gray liquid, conjoined with blood and bone. In the next moment, its form collapsed, and a blood-black hairpin fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming lunged forward, grasping the hairpin in one hand and swiftly making his escape. His eyes gleamed as he regarded the hairpin, but he observed that the malevolent spirit had begun to exude crimson droplets of blood. It seemed that, nourished by the flesh and blood, their spiritual power had received a new infusion. Now was the opportune moment to acquire a second weapon, embedding it within their flesh. Chen Ming, driven by an insatiable thirst for power and desire, relentlessly pursued the traces of potent remnants. The malevolent spirit cackled mischievously. It may be quite painful, akin to being bitten by hundreds of bullet ants on your arm. Chen Ming had long since grown numb to pain, having endured dismemberment and pulverization during his time in the gambling den. Moreover, each time he employed golden coins, he would be torn apart. He had become accustomed to the agony of flesh laid bare. Yet, he soon felt a wave of pressure, an invasion from the depths of his soul. This is far from the suffering and torment he had endured before. That a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he cursed. Damn it! Must every acquisition of new power come with inhumane treatment and harm? The youth felt as if his flesh were being completely torn apart. That moment, he sensed the hair follicles on his skin growing wildly, dark strands resembling the hair of Meng spreading across his body, entwining like serpents upon his form. That a profound sense of asphyxiation arose from his throat, as if the specter of death had tightened its grip around his windpipe. He desperately dug his nails into his flesh. As the youth spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling on the ground, he discovered that the dark strands binding his throat were tightening mercilessly, intent on rendering Chen Ming a hanged specter, suspended upon the gallows of his own making. Chen Ming sought to find assistance from the eyes within his chest, yet he was currently ensnared by the power of the hairpin. The lingering souls above him, along with the peculiar curse, surged forth as strands of dark silk, becoming increasingly tumultuous. The youth could only endure this torment akin to a noose with his corporeal form. Mo Jia Qianji observed this scene with a grin, exclaiming, "My goodness, what a sight to behold! Truly remarkable. Allow me to lend you a hand, but do remember my kindness." Taking advantage of the youth's entrapment and the process of hanging, the lingering souls that had been hovering nearby surged forward. As the flesh and blood collided, these zombies of Meng halted their actions within the radius touched by the soul-devouring sword. In the next moment, their bodies transformed into various-sized fragments, plummeting downward. At this juncture, Mo Jia Qianji strolled over, his aura of malevolence becoming ever more pronounced and expansive. As his skin began to tear slightly, darkened marks surfaced above, strange veins, resembling venomous snakes adhering to his flesh, became vividly visible to the naked eye. This moment, Mo Jia Qianji stood before the youth, raising his blade for a downward strike, invoking the secret art of heaven and earth. Subsequently, a small, immeasurable oval formed around Mo Jia Qianji as the centered as the oval expanded outward. It encompassed a cubic structure. Within the dual strikes of bloodshed, countless malevolent spirits swirled, the peculiar entities within the inner circle, strangled by the oval, shattered into fragments. In the distance, strange life forms collided with the black, deathly miasma of the cube, also being severed and plunged into silence and stasis. These two strikes possessed the dual ability to attack both soul and flesh. Not only could they capture souls, but they could also obliterate corporeal forms. Any living being caught within the dual realms of heaven and earth must endure the relentless onslaught of countless souls, sweeping through with devastating breath, causing Mo Jia Qianji to break into a cold sweat upon his brow. He leaned on his sword, slowly supporting his body to avoid collapsing immediately. Mo Jia Qianji chuckled lightly, noting the heavy toll on his energy, realizing that his previous encounter with Meng had indeed drained him significantly. Chapter 59. The stone carving. Mo Jia Qianji withdrew the soul-devouring sword he had embedded in the ground. Observing the dark, gray souls crawling forth from the earth, his conjecture was further solidified. It was likely that another creature, wielding the ominous black and gray miasma of death, had once lingered in this very place. This also elucidated the reason behind Meng Po's rather meager strength. She must have previously endured a harrowing battle from which she could not escape. The thought of Mo Jia Qianji evoked a particular ghostly entity. Yet he shook his head, dismissing that thread of confusion. After casting aside the weight of his thoughts, he turned to gaze at the youth who had extricated himself from the gallows. The boy's neck bore gruesome abrasions, leaving only a remnant of flesh and bone connected by a mere thread, while blood-soaked strands of black hair cascaded to the ground. Chen Ming resembled a puppet with its body severed in twain. On the verge of collapse, Mo Jia Qianji reached out, pushing gently, his shoulder drawing near to prop the boy up. The peculiar and somewhat comical proximity reminded him of a student he had trained for 2.5 years. Mo Jia Qianji bumped the boy's chin with his forehead, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Do not perish before me." At that moment, Mo Jia Qianji observed blackish-blue strands sprouting from the youth's severed limb. Weaving together in a web-like formation as the two pieces of flesh reconnected, the shattered arm once again found union. In that instant, a flicker of perplexity crossed Mo Jia Qianji's eyes. In a heartbeat. He could no longer sense the boy's presence. Standing upright, he scanned the surroundings. To find no trace of Chen Ming. Then, in the distance, he spotted a familiar figure crouched upon a stone. When Mo Jia Qianji lifted his gaze, a cold smirk crossed his lips as a realization dawned upon him. Your abilities are indeed peculiar. You can directly usurp the techniques of others, yet the boy's execution of these powers was clumsy. Perhaps due to his own frail vitality, the art of memory suppression and the unconscious assaults bore negligible impact on Mo Jia Qianji's recollections. It merely rendered him momentarily dazed, but it undeniably attested to the terrifying nature of the power now coursing through the boy. Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth as if he were the sovereign creator of all, this strange and mesmerizing force was formidable. Mo Jia Qianji's palm transformed, the fragmented soul capturing sword dissipated. Entwining into ethereal tendrils around him, he retrieved a small bundle of healing salve from the spirit pouch at his waist, applying it directly to his wounds. Flesh mended flesh. One consumes what one needs. Gradually, Mo Jia Qianji's body began to restore to its original state. He donned his tattered black and white robe once more, reappearing as a scholarly figure. Chen Ming let out a soft snicker, a wicked grin gracing his lips. As long as I am not yet reduced to a pile of rotten flesh, I shall not depart. Besides, giving up mid-journey is not my style. Mo Jia Qianji observed the boy limping resolutely into the depths of darkness. Muttering a curse, the young man's stubbornness and courage could very well be a poison, rendering them outrageously ignorant. The two ascended the Naihe Bridge, gazing down at the surging yellow sands below. Countless corpses were being swept away in the current. Mo Jia Qianji chuckled with amusement. Do not harbor hopes for a next life. When one dies, one is truly dead. Death cannot be revived nor reborn. The ways of the world are simply this straightforward, are they not? After Chen Ming shifted his gaze away from the shifting sands of the river, the youth beside him resumed his explanation. Whether there is an afterlife remains uncertain. Perhaps there are those whom you cherish, yet once death claims us, we are relegated to mere feeble spirits, subject to consumption or lingering in this world. Ever since Chen Ming's initial encounter with Mo Jia Qianji, he had sensed a lingering obsession within himself, an obsession tied to his sister. Moreover, he could precisely articulate this sentiment, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. He now needed to pry deeper. He turned to glare intently at Mo Jia Qianji, demanding, "How do you know of my lingering obsession? Just how much can you truly see of me?" Mo Jia Qianji, uncertain of how he had discerned this, opened the book of life and death. On one of its pages, he beheld the youth's fate. Above it, a multitude of souls intertwined, yet upon glancing up, it was as if he were engulfed in the miasma of death. This bestowed upon Mo Jia Qianji a perception akin to that of the god of fate, enabling him to glimpse into the depths of the soul that he could only discern a few indistinct shadows, lingering alongside the youth in some other form. Countless enigmatic elements eluded his understanding. Scratching his head, Mo Jia Qianji admitted, "I cannot elucidate it clearly. Each day, you forget many things. Why not simply let this matter fade from your memory?" With a playful grin, he then sauntered ahead, arriving at the opposite end of the Naihe Bridge. Chen Ming recognized that further discourse with this individual would yield little revelation. Even Mo Jia Qianji harbored secrets buried deep within his heart, mysteries he could not fathom. For instance, he himself was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his own birth. Since reaching maturity, he had lost all memories of his childhood. It was as though he had sprung from a stone, his corporeal form composed of the residual spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Intertwined with malevolent entities, an ancient soul had endowed him with consciousness. It seemed his sole purpose for existence was to inherit the garments of some entity, while the remnants of a wretched being left in this world served merely as a puppet, created by an old soul desperate to prolong its own life. Upon realizing this truth, Jia Qianji had strived to rebel against it, yet despite his utmost efforts to seize souls and enhance his power, he remained trapped in a position neither high nor low. Perhaps the only reason for his existence in this world was to become a vessel for a deity, with a self-deprecating chuckle. Jia Qianji mused, is life not merely for the sake of a singular obsession? Would you not agree, master? Turning to a nearby earthen bodhisattva, he smiled, only to witness the bodhisattva slowly lift his head. As layers of black and gray faded from his form, he extended his feet from the pedestal beneath him. He was a hermit, seated amidst the mountain's foliage, maintaining this posture for nearly several years without sustenance. This was the first instance he encountered a living soul engaging in dialogue with him. He turned his head to regard the man before him and nodded, saying, Amitabha, is this practitioner en route to the Pure Land? Ahead lies the terminus of all divine souls. Jia Qianji found it amusing as he fixed his gaze upon the frail old man, whose visage had completely faded of color. Resembling a stagnant pool of water, living like a half-dead corpse, Jia Qianji extended his hand and tugged at the old man's robe. The ghastly garment appeared tattered and devoid of any semblance of a Buddhist monk. It resembled a beggar unearthed from a pit, his head marred by 6 charred marks, as if they had been scorched by incense. These marks, when torn open, rendered his skull a hollow shell from the gaping hole above. Cerebrospinal fluid surged upward, as if attempting to burst forth from his forehead. Countless bizarre spirits seeped through those apertures, invading the monk's mind. Yet his expression remained utterly unchanged, neither anger nor pain, as if absorbing the remnants of souls from the world was merely part of his mundane existence. Jia Qianji was well aware that this self-proclaimed soul-redeeming monk was nothing more than a wild ghost, coiling amidst the mountains to gather lesser spirits. In simpler terms, he was akin to Meng Pua and the grim figures of black and white impermanence. Merely bolder in capturing scattered minor souls rather than larger ones. Chen Ming stood nearby, observing the interaction between Jia Qianji and the old abbot, confusion flickering in his eyes. What on earth was transpiring? Since the old man bore no malice towards them. Just as Chen Ming was about to advise Jia Qianji to disregard the old man and continue their journey, he witnessed Jia Qianji's hand plunge directly towards the old monk's forehead, violently tearing half of his face apart. Jia Qianji's own human mask settled upon the old monk's visage. With a raucous laugh, he declared, Old fool, stop posturing here. If you wish to contend with me, feel free to make your move. The old abbot, with a swift motion, unleashed a blackened dagger from his flesh, causing the earth to tremble. The surrounding ashes ascended into the air, obscuring their vision. In that fleeting moment of concealment, the monk rolled his body and escaped into the wilds of the mountains. As he turned, half of Jia Qianji's face was revealed in a sinister grin, proclaiming, Let the old monk bear the burdens of worldly sufferings for the two of you. He, Amitabha Jia Qianji, gradually rose. The soul-absorbing sword in his hand began to take shape amidst the convergence of numerous black and white spirits. Chen Ming wished to inquire further, but Jia Qianji interjected, We can discuss matters later. First, let us dispose of this old wretch. Jia Qianji, being no stranger to the ghost realm, possessed considerable insight into those who fancied themselves as stone-carved figures. They called themselves great benefactors, claiming to redeem lost souls, when in truth, they were mere murderers. Subsequently, they lived out the lives of others, donning their identities and souls, waiting for the next prey. This back-and-forth existence allowed them to cling to life, thriving as parasites by appropriating the identities and souls of others, all while masquerading as saviors who guided the suffering through their earthly journey. Yet, lurking within were merely a host of minor spirits and malevolent souls intertwined in their sinister machinations. However, the situation became somewhat troublesome, as the adversary proved to be quite formidable. At this moment, Jia Qianji subtly lifted the soul-capturing sword, while beside him ghostly spirits seemed to be in search of a target. Yet, in the distance, the bamboo forest lay shrouded in darkness and profundity. Countless visages emerged from its depths, causing Mo Jia Qianji to furrow his brow. He then turned his gaze to the side, where a young boy had already displayed intense hostility. It appeared that Chen Ming had realized that within that patch of bamboo, numerous lingering spirits were likely present. Mo Jia Qianji let out a hearty laugh, remarking that we had indeed stirred a swarm of mischievous spirits, and the monks from the abyssal temple were particularly adept at handling such little ghosts. Chen Ming, unfamiliar with the abyssal temple that Mo Jia Qianji mentioned, nonetheless understood what he needed to do. His expression twisted in anguish. He hoped that these apparitions were not drawn to them due to any mischief of his own. Chapter 60. The dark bamboo grove. A cold glimmer flickered in Shaolin's eyes. He perceived only a pitch-black green shadow, flickering in and out of view. In an instant, his figure abruptly appeared amidst the thicket. He took half a step back and beheld a slender, ghostly silhouette extending its claws towards Chen Ming. As Chen Ming pivoted and swung a punch, he discovered that the apparition simply passed through his body. Instantly, his arm, having been traversed by the spirit, lost all strength, and the ghost, drenched like a drowned wretch, let droplets of water fall upon the boy, akin to a toxic deluge seeping into his veins. Chen Ming's limbs turned black and weakened, rendering him immobile as he collapsed. Desperately struggling, he bit down on his own teeth, using the pain to awaken his primal instincts. After a strenuous effort to rise, his chest flickered open, scanning for the remaining spirits in his vicinity. With a roar of indignation, the boy cursed. "You trickster! Do you not find this tiresome?" Within the malevolent spirits, as Chen Ming's soul and curses gradually materialized, the malevolent entity's eye membrane darkened to a deep gray. It gradually became aware of the connection between the remnants of the curse and the soul. It pinpointed a section of the bamboo grove, determined to capture that trickster. Following the gaze of the malevolent spirit, Chen Ming lunged forward. His feet moved swiftly, pounding against the earth and stirring up a cloud of dust. With a slash of the blade, a crimson wave surged outward as the bamboo snapped. Shattered fragments lodged themselves into the boy's flesh, leaving him suddenly mangled. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Chen Ming cursed, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. What had gone awry? The malevolent spirit, equally astonished, sensed that the soul should remain in this place. Yet, in an instant, the surrounding however, upon encountering the visage of the monk, the youth, adorned with a hint of wicked mirth upon his lips, let out a soft snort, exclaiming, "At last, you have emerged. Indeed, these ruffians cannot maintain their composure." In that moment, as he stood before the aged figure, somewhat astonished, the flesh of the youth began to rend apart. The secret technique of the boy took effect, as the mountains of corpses and seas of blood expanded his form, crimson tides surging within him. The scarlet waves expelled the writhing worms and splinters of bamboo that had invaded his body. Once Chen Ming's flesh was torn asunder, blood-red bones, sinew, and remnants of filth coalesced into a flowing stream. The malevolent specters, floating amidst the sanguine fluid, instantaneously transformed the vicinity into a blood-soaked inferno. Chen Ming displayed a devilish grin, the sensation of profuse bleeding akin to the feeling of one's insides being purged. The malevolent spirit chuckled darkly. "Your drab metaphor is best kept to yourself." Subsequently, with a single hand, Chen Ming grasped within the murky crimson waters, seizing hold of a severed head. He effortlessly snapped the remaining bamboo tube, rolling aside as he did so. With a swift kick, he shattered the bamboo. Yet as the head was crushed beneath his foot, the old monk's visage morphed into a swarm of blackened insects, burrowing into the ground, leaping into the shadows. As Chen Ming pursued the creature's trail, the malevolent spirit cackled. "Ah, splendid. Another escape. It seems we need not summon the Moke's 1,000 machines to deal with this rodent." Within the depths of the shadowy bamboo grove, the soul-capturing sword of the Moke's 1,000 machines was slowly withdrawn from the maw of a specter. A wisp of lingering soul entwined around him. A heavy silhouette launched an attack from behind. The adversary's footfalls crunched upon the parched earth, the dried bamboo leaves crackling underfoot. Exhaling deeply, the Moke's 1,000 machines turned, only to behold the youth's half-exposed face suspended above a grotesque mass of flesh and bamboo. A haphazard array of detritus coalesced into an oval form, a putrid clump stained with bone ash and remnants of flesh, still dripping with blood. Chen Ming's half-visage and a portion of his body lay bare, while below, tendrils of some unknown ghoul writhed, leaving damp traces upon the ground. The Moke's 1,000 machines brandished the soul-capturing blade, a cold smirk gracing his features. Observing the apparition before him, it was evident that Chen Ming was but a novice. Previously, he had assumed that one capable of vanquishing a toad might possess some prowess. Yet here, he was a fool ensnared at their very first encounter. However, one could not entirely fault Chen Ming. His ability to discern illusions was woefully inadequate. After all, these base monks had ensnared their victims, ensuring they remained oblivious to their utter subjugation. It was as if they inhabited another realm, remnants of which lingered in their minds. Yet the essence of life in the tangible world would be entirely supplanted and controlled by this aged monk before him. This was akin to being ensnared in an infinite illusion, losing control of one's body, consumed by the black and white voids, becoming a mere puppet. In Chen Ming's perception, he was still locked in combat within the bamboo grove, grappling with that ghostly monk. Yet he found himself occupying the higher ground, but the reality was that the memories and cognitions he inhabited were entirely fabricated by that old monk. They bore no resemblance to reality, they were mere illusions. In truth, his physical body had long been possessed by a malevolent spirit since their initial encounter. Now, it was ensconced within a congealed mass of mire, as Mo Jia Qianji slowly raised his blade. The sharp tip pierced through the void, embedding itself in the clump of earth. Following a series of rotations, a malevolent aura lingered around, slicing through the air like a steel saw through bamboo. It collapsed towards Chen Ming, disintegrating in an instant, as the bamboo worms within transformed into decayed creatures. Descending into the earth, blood gushed forth from the fissures, causing the ground to cave in entirely. While Mo Jia Qianji drove his blade into the soil, using it for support as he stood upright, a sneer of disdain curling upon his lips. "Is this all you can muster? That I suppose when we meet next, I shall simply dispose of you to avoid further inconvenience." This old monk, entrenched in this place, could be considered a local tyrant. Extracting information from him would surely prove useful. However, it now appeared that he had acquired an additional burden. Instead, he found himself constrained by the old monk. When they had first met, he ought to have eliminated this ancient wretch who sought to kill two individuals without hesitation. Yet now, it was too late. Mo Jia Qianji could not directly employ the life and death register or the judge's pen, nor the celestial and terrestrial forces against the old monk. Such devastating weapons would not only threaten the monk's life, like a candle flickering in the wind, but would also render the youth akin to mere cannon fodder. Mo Jia Qianji exhaled softly. Retrieving a lightning talisman from the yellow paper within his cloth pouch, with a sudden flourish, accompanied by flashes of thunder, he deftly immobilized all surrounding figures with a flick of his fingers. These captives were remnants he had stealthily appropriated from by Lao Lao. That a cunning individual like him, always seeking shortcuts and advantages, would certainly not overlook the opportunity to seize benefits at this moment. Mo Jia Qianji chuckled lightly. "Oh, how it hurts. Everything feels numb." This yellow talisman had a substantial backlash effect on him as well. Fortunately, Mo Jia Qianji's physique could withstand most of the damage, as his body was forged from the blood and flesh of an immortal zombie. Amalgamated with the remnants of heaven and earth, to be so easily destroyed would have meant he had long since reported to the underworld. He gazed into the distance, at the figure ensnared by electric currents. Unable to move, with a sudden chop, he severed half of the youth's arm, causing it to fall away. Mo Jia Qianji inwardly lamented, "This is not good. How did I end up chopping off that boy's limb? I should have aimed for a complete removal." The best approach to extricate Chen Ming from this mire would be to gradually dismantle the remnants until he regained consciousness. However, the earlier electric shock had impaired his own body, significantly diminishing his agility and accuracy. As he reached out to swing his sword, his hand veered off course, inadvertently severing a small portion of the youth's body. At this juncture, Mo Jia Qianji extended his hand, applying a mass of sanguineous flesh as a makeshift healing balm to the severed limb. With a vigorous flick, in the moment that he tossed it into his yellow cloth bag, Mo Jia Qianji could only manage a wry smile. Realizing that there was no alternative, the only course of action was to assist in meticulously slicing it piece by piece, ensuring its preservation. And implementing proper measures against decay, before ultimately reassembling it. Yet, he reminded himself to refrain from succumbing to despair in the meantime. Although his words were light-hearted, Mo Jia Qianji was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. After all, the old monk was not particularly skilled in direct confrontations. However, his opponent was remarkably adept at evasion, especially within this, his primary battlefield, the bamboo grove. Traps and various malevolent creatures lurked everywhere, and the journey alone was fraught with enough obstacles to cause Mo Jia Qianji considerable distress. To capture such a cunning creature, one that specialized in ambushing others and usurping their identities, was undoubtedly akin to searching for a worm in a heap of refuse, an endeavor of immense difficulty. He then grasped a bamboo stalk, crushing the bamboo insect that had been poised to attack him. Exhaling once more, he leaned against the bamboo to catch his breath, lamenting, "What folly have I committed? Why must I concern myself with that scoundrel? Let him fend for himself." Emojia, Qianji harbored no genuine feelings for the youth. After all, they were merely transactional counterparts. Yet, that rascal Chen Ming had the backing of the enigmatic He Bai Lao that he dreaded the prospect of being pursued for an explanation by those two ancient figures once Chen Ming met his demise. Moreover, He Bai Lao happened to be the sort with ample time on their hands, ever eager to scrutinize others for their shortcomings. What terrified him most was the potential entanglement of their entire network of romantic entanglements behind them. That would spell considerable trouble. After all, it represented an entire conglomerate. Mojia Qianji wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed on the distant flickering specter, unwilling to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. The two engaged in a tentative dance of probing and resistance. But as Mojia Qianji grew weary, he uttered an expletive, "Damn it! Once I capture this vile creature, I shall first flay its skin and then extract its tendons." Chapter 61. The youth's blade. As Chen Ming's blood-red blade spread outward in an oval shape, the malevolent spirit, having tasted the essence, realized it felt no sense of fulfillment or satiation. It was merely a void. As if it were akin to a virtual NPC within a game, regardless of any alterations made. This game, much like a solitary endeavor, was confined within the hard drive, a mere collection of data birthed from a newly created folder. Devoid of true vitality. This moment, Chen Ming too felt a wave of astonishment as he observed the bamboo grove gradually emerging from the soil. The space unfolded like a meticulously woven program. Intricate and ever-changing yet traceable. Chen Ming inquired of the malevolent spirit, "I sense that something feels amiss. The surroundings appear so strangely repetitive." The spirit, recognizing a hint of peculiarity, merely scoffed and retorted, "You worry too much. Little one. Once you meet your end, you won't find these things so bothersome or tedious." It was only after contemplating this matter that the spirit felt a peculiar sensation. In its past, within the bewildering chaos of existence, it had witnessed countless entities materializing before its eyes. As their souls linger, they incessantly replay those vivid scenes, reminding themselves of the undeniable truth that they once belonged to a living being. Whether it be the intricate textures, the traces of greenish spots, or the precise location from which they emerged, everything remained strikingly identical to the moment before they were severed. In this world, no two snowflakes are ever perfectly alike. Nor can there exist identical leaves with the same vascular patterns. Chen Ming, with a single hand, crushed the bamboo before him, cursing, declaring it to be utterly unreal. We are ensnared within the confines of our own minds. Though Chen Ming is a diligent scholar, focused solely on solving problems, he remains apathetic towards most matters, besides wielding his pen to distill seemingly convoluted mathematical equations into elegant simplicity on his examination paper. He possesses little ability to discern or argue about other issues. This moment, Chen Ming grasped a dark, grayish mass, only to find that its eyes still reflected his own visage. Turning his head, he noticed half his face hanging over another pair of eyes, perched provocatively atop the adjacent bamboo. With a sinister chuckle, he mused that even if one could see through oneself, ensnared within chaos, no change could be wrought. Ha ha ha. Chen Ming suddenly hurled the bamboo fragments forward, and as blood and flesh splattered, his half-face was instantaneously severed. Without hesitation, he pursued it. In the next moment, he observed that the surrounding bamboo was growing at an accelerated pace. Densely packed, with the visage of human skin suspended beside him, Chen Ming, navigating through the crimson waves, sliced through the air with a blade-like motion, intent on reclaiming every inch of space to prevent these ghastly entities from proliferating. He cursed vehemently, pondering whether merely altering the spatial configuration would thwart the malevolent sorcery of his adversaries. At this juncture, Chen Ming believed the issue lay in the shifting of space, failing to redirect the crux of all contradictions upon his own being. In truth, his brain was the root of the problem. As the cerebral cortex underwent a transformation, those insidious creatures had burrowed into his neural center, distorting his memories. Consequently, he became a mere marionette, dangling above a malignant tumor. At this moment, Chen Ming resembled a half-dead being, clinging to the vestiges of life, functioning as a semi-vegetative entity. As he moved, he discovered that half of his foot had been severed. The surface of the wound pulsed with a swirling black and white malevolence, causing Chen Ming to stumble and collapse to the ground, surveying his surroundings, questioning the source of the attack. How swift, he had seen no sign of an assailant. At this moment, a malevolent spirit roared, its eyes bulging with thin lines, blood-red orbs gazing downward. It beheld the black and white malevolence emanating from the youth's severed limb. This was the handiwork of the Mo family's 1,000 mechanisms. Could it be that he was nearby? Yet why would he choose to attack you? Chen Ming could not fathom the meaning behind it, but in the next instant he seized a handful of earth, unearthing a portion of a dead man's bone, affixing it to his own body. With the increasing familiarity of this grafting process, he found himself able to maneuver the new foot, albeit with a slight discomfort. After all, there exists a height differential equivalent to a shoe's elevation between the left and right foot, leading to a temporary inclination of left being higher than right. Chen Ming lifted one foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the bone flying with a resounding crack. The bone shattered into fragments, and with a single strike, Chen Ming's foot pierced through the bamboo, clinging to the top of his head. As he beheld the encroaching bamboo forest, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, indicating that the situation was exceedingly dire. It was akin to catching a turtle in a jar, leaving no avenue for retreat. Where had that fellow, Mo Jia Qianji, vanished to? At that very moment, within the dense thicket of bamboo, Mo Jia Qianji wielded the soul-capturing sword once more, swiftly locating several bamboo leaves. In an instant, shadows flickered around him, and as the ghostly apparitions trembled, they promptly converged upon the direction indicated by the sword. Mo Jia Qianji, deserving of his reputation as a formidable fifth seat, may not have exhibited extraordinary prowess in any single domain. However, he possessed strengths in multiple areas, embodying a blend of control, restraint, injury, offense, defense, and special effects, earning him the moniker 50-50. Enduring 3 consecutive attacks was certainly within his capabilities. Yet, when confronted with such malevolent spirits, his skills in tracking and capturing appeared woefully inadequate. It felt as though he were a mouse being toyed with by a cat. A futile chase ensued, leaving him perplexed. With a cold snort, Mo Jia Qianji reached for his chest, tearing out a fragment of bamboo lodged within. Much of his body had been pierced by these splinters. Black worms writhed at the wound, attempting to burrow deeper, only to be pulled out by the vengeful spirits. Fortunately, these injuries resembled mere mosquito bites, hardly significant, yet they were exceedingly bothersome. Chen Ming, still sporting that half-smile on his face, bore a look of mischievous defiance. Mo Jia Qianji felt a wave of trouble wash over him. Relying solely on himself to capture that malevolent spirit seemed impossible. His only hope now lay in Chen Ming freeing himself from the constraints of his own thoughts. Finally, as Mo Jia Qianji took another step, the earth shifted beneath him, and the ominous, grayish miasma dragged him forward. As the surrounding black and white malevolent energy swept across the area, countless small demons emerged from the bamboo grove. Mo Jia Qianji found himself ensnared within a vast net, the enormous web constricting towards the center. With a sudden pull, his palm made contact with the grid, only to discover that the entire bamboo forest had been inverted, with soil present both above and below, slowly forming an unusual shape. He then observed that the oval sections on the surface of the bamboo had been severed, revealing sharp edges. As Mo Jia Qianji looked up, he saw the earthen walls pressing down upon him. What sort of trap was this? To capture a mere mouse, perhaps, but to ensnare me? Such a fanciful notion. He noticed numerous little demons atop the net, tugging at a thread that tethered many patches of land. Each piece of earth was affixed with a massive bamboo spike. In an instant, these diminutive spirits constricted, sending a multitude of earthen blocks surging towards him from various angles. It was reminiscent of a magic act where someone enters a grid, only to have knives thrust through. The varied sizes of bamboo pierced through the half-buried soil, revealing blood-red silhouettes. The crimson bamboo exuded a trace of sanguinary essence. Yet, there stood Mo Jia Qianji, half-crouched atop a bamboo tube, devoid of any oval-shaped apertures upon its form and robe. Only a few edges of its garment were frayed, and in its hand, it clutched a lock of Chen Ming's dark azure hair. After a fleeting moment of efficacy, the hair lost its potency. Subsequently, as the strands entwined around various minor spirits began to descend, Mo Jia Qianji smiled wryly. acknowledging the formidable nature of such an entity that could indeed hinder all movement. Truly a boon for that young lad. Chen Ming gazed down at a small pool of blood, surrounded by a multitude of skeletal remains resembling a miniature mountain. In an unconscious moment, he perceived a strikingly beautiful woman, akin to a palace maiden, hovering before him. The dark azure strands encircled his side. Chen Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the peculiar visage of this figure. How could it be Meng Po? Why had she re-emerged within the remnants of his consciousness? Initially, Chen Ming anticipated a terrifying malevolence to assault him once more. However, upon her gentle laughter, Meng Powan air bestowed upon the girl a sense of reassurance. In an instant, several bloodstains manifested upon Chen Ming's forehead, as if his mind had erupted. Subsequently, numerous strands of hair pierced through his crown, tearing away his scalp. The voluminous strands cascaded down from his skin, transforming him into a wild figure of dark azure. Standing resolutely upon the ground, the boy cried out in excruciating pain, the sensation akin to countless silver needles piercing through his fingernails and his very flesh. The torment of a tiny sliver of meat being fiercely gripped by nails spread throughout his body. A subtle tingling sensation was swiftly overshadowed by a current of sharp pain and prickling numbness. The agony persisted until it dulled into insensibility. As Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings, he discovered myriad strands penetrating the earth. The hair emerging from his body seemed to possess a life of its own, weaving into peculiar patterns, interlacing throughout the entirety of the soil. That it felt as if this place was not merely a bamboo grove, but rather a cerebral network, a neural center, or a reservoir of memories. Regardless of its nature, Chen Ming sensed that everything was ensnared, devoid of any potential for movement or transformation. He beheld the gruesome pile of flesh and bones on the ground, which showed no signs of dissipating or merging into the earth. Instead, it remained in a bloody state, clinging to the dark azure strands. The surrounding bamboo forest did not emerge either. The distant bamboo shoots attempting to sprout were ensnared by the strands, rendering them immobile. Suddenly, Chen Ming recalled the capabilities of the hair and its peculiar nature. In that moment, he felt a surge of astonishment. They had all ceased. This implied that I had influenced the entire space. Chapter 62. Escape from the cage. Chen Ming straightened his body, yet he discovered that these strands continued to grow. Thus, his movement was not excessively hindered. As long as he pushed aside the soft strands, he could advance forward. Observing the undulating strands, he noted that when they anchored themselves in the soil, the distant forest and shadows abruptly froze in place. In the next moment, he arrived at a border, where an endless expanse of gray mist stretched across the horizon, appearing as if it were the very edge of the world, distinctly cleaved in two. Chen Ming was aware that ancient ancestors once believed the earth to be a flat disk, with a definitive end that beckoned the path known as the return journey, ultimately welcoming humanity's demise. Yet, when Chen Ming truly reached the frontier of his consciousness, he discovered its profound falsity. That it was far from the grandeur and beauty described by the ancients. Rather, it was but a small cluster of separated, colossal cliffs. In that moment, Chen Ming called out to the distant entity at the edge of the cosmic sky. "Hey, is anyone there? Can you hear me?" The malevolent spirit sensed something amiss with the youth. His mind had regressed to a more juvenile state, his gaze becoming utterly vacant. Like an innocent child, the malevolent spirit began to grasp the side effects of the inky black hair. It feared that as the dark strands expanded, a portion of the boy's memories would be adversely affected and lost, gradually erasing years of knowledge and understanding acquired since adulthood, reducing his intellect and perception to that of a mere 10-year-old child. The malevolent spirit emitted a soft grunt. "Little one, falling from this cliff could lead to injury. Let us look around and see what else we might discover." Upon witnessing this border, the malevolent spirit within his chest began to shift the focus of its internal conflict onto its own understanding. Perhaps the world of the other was fundamentally flawed and incomplete. In other words, Chen Ming was now ensnared within his own constraints. This place simulated his entire existence, merely a small space concealed beneath the surface. Surely, there must be a pillar sustaining the operation and development of this world. If only he could locate that core and dismantle it, perhaps the region binding Chen Ming would unravel. Yet, this remained solely within the realm of speculation for the malevolent spirit. A being of terrifying destructive power, confronted with such a situation alone, it would effortlessly rend the entire space asunder. Either it would shatter into fragments, or the opposing force would be unable to withstand the backlash and collapse. For the malevolent spirit residing in its chest, Weakness was an original sin. How long would this little brat take to fulfill my conditions for revival? Ah, forget it. I do not even comprehend what I at this moment. Mo Jiaqianji could only see a few strands of dark green hair, resembling the mottled patterns of a corpse, sprouting from the mass of flesh before him as he tore apart a piece of skin. It fell down like a cascading stream. At this juncture, Mo Jiaqianji began to comprehend the situation. It was likely that Chen Ming, ensnared within his self-imposed prison of the soul, had unintentionally conjured an inner hell, thus awakening the powers of Meng Pe. This influence transformed the realm of his spirit, rendering it chaotic and preventing the old monk from acting with impunity, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mo Jiaqianji pondered whether to continue fleeing or to acknowledge that he had reached a dead end. Subsequently, he swung his hand, striking the mass of flesh with a blade. In the next moment, the black and gray sword pierced through, and as a phantom shifted before him, it morphed into a stream of black-gray liquid, plummeting without leaving a trace. Mo Jiaqianji erupted into a wild laughter, his mirth echoing through the forest. From an aerial perspective, it became evident that he remained ensconced within a vast, square grid, leading him to believe he was an outsider, untouched by the others' beguiling mental manipulations. Yet, the reality was that he was equally ensnared, confined within the narrow confines of perception. Mo Jiaqianji chuckled at himself, remarking, "I often wonder why I always miss the mark just when success seems within reach." It turns out there are unseen forces at play. Beside the rolling sands of the Yellow River, two young men knelt like marionettes at the edge of a bridge spanning the banks of the Naihe. As they were dragged by spirits at their knees, they collapsed before a small grave, where a half-exposed coffin was hoisted by several minor specters. The blackened, greenish figure, clad in monk's robes, had just emerged from the earth, its skin tinged with a faint crimson. In the next instant, as its flesh began to decay, ancient pathogens with remarkable regenerative abilities spiraled into threads of flesh, penetrating the faces of the two youths, as if attempting to tear their visages away to affix them to its own. With the threads delving deeper, crimson streaks marked their faces behind the ears, as if on the verge of severance. Then, the eerie monk chuckled. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird watches from behind. Beside this grave, several corpses were bound, remnants of Meng Pe's fragmented soul intricately woven with flesh, harnessing a trace of the youth's spiritual essence and the lingering power of their hairpin. He refined Meng Pe's flesh and blood. Perhaps he could ascend to a new echelon, no longer needing to exist in a meager state, preoccupied with capturing minor spirits for sustenance. Instead, he could more effortlessly ensnare others in confusion, continuously conjuring realms of the fantastical. Yet, before accomplishing this, he had to ensure that all was flawlessly executed. At that moment, he sensed the struggle within the two souls, and everything lay within his grasp. The old monk would ultimately attain immortality, freeing himself from the mundane world, and live in harmony with the cosmos. Within the realm governed by the dark green strands of hair, the remnants of reason began to fade. The eyes within the chest cavity grew increasingly frantic, ensnared in this place. It is akin to a dim, constricted chamber wherein a mentally troubled individual is confined. The phobias of claustrophobia and nyctophobia drive him further into madness. The ocular membrane within his chest begins to weep crimson fluid as he endeavors to discern the structure of his surroundings. Yet, he discovers an infinite abyss of darkness, accompanied by an unfathomable chasm that eludes his gaze. As his eyes blink, a distant cracking sound reaches his ears. After the inky strands of hair snap, the world is reborn, and a malevolent spirit exclaims in exhilaration, "At last, there is a shift. Chen Ming, that you scoundrel. Awaken at once." However, at the moment the ocular membrane within his chest articulates this thought, it is seized by a violent pain that threatens to obliterate all semblance of reason. A colossal golden chainsaw pierces the flesh, cleaving open the chest cavity. Within the sanguine depths of the chest, several crimson orbs burst forth through a gaping fissure. The dark, inky hair is similarly severed, and as the serrated teeth of the saw sweep outward, the youth gradually frees himself from his state of bewilderment, slowly lowering his gaze to his chest. Wang Datsai's half-visage is affixed to the position of his eye. The eye affixed to his arm curses. How did this scoundrel manage to come here as well? This excruciating pain gradually rouses the youth from his stupor. In the next moment, he observes the black golden eyes slowly detach, causing the world before him to shimmer and transform. He perceives countless souls dancing around him, as if everything were reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, revealing vast rifts at this moment. Numerous little spirits strive to rescue the writhing living corpse. As the serrated teeth of the saw tear through the flesh of the old monk, he had initially thought that the heads of the little spirits he had severed along his path would yield a nourishing broth to warm his body, only to discover that this fellow possessed merely half a head, still animated beside the grave. Now, as the coffin is directly sawn open, the black golden chainsaw, as if summoned by some unseen force, whirs violently. The rumbling of the motor and engine explodes within his mind, tautening Wang Datsai's flesh to its utmost limit. The monk, unable to endure such oppressive force any longer, finds his soul and flesh morphing into a swarm of worms, drifting away into the distance, vanishing beyond the horizon, as he calls out, "You little wretches, do not entertain the notion that you have any chance of survival. This is our domain." Mo Jiaqianji sits upon a vast high platform, observing the shifting shadows surrounding him. Below his feet, piles of flesh form small mountains. Mo Jiaqianji has lingered here for what seems like several months. Yet, the passage of time and the monotony of repetition make him feel as though he has only experienced half a day, or perhaps merely an hour. Nevertheless, this exasperating and desolate existence perpetually torments his soul. Gazing upon the crumbling world, a massive rift appears above him. The youth chuckles softly. At last, liberation approaches. How amusing that I have finally shed the reins that bound me, the collar that hung about my neck. Mo Jiaqianji slowly extricates himself from a small heap of spirits, as blood-black threads weave across his visage before adhering to him. The ghostly fabric pouch at his waist contracted, ensnaring the phantoms that drifted around him. The slender specters, moving like tiny tadpoles, were similarly captured and stuffed into the pouch. Mo Jiaqianji observed a small, flesh-like chainsaw writhing on the ground, which had adhered itself to Chen Ming's arm. In an instant, golden hair, resembling coarse fur, enveloped the youth's flesh, clinging to the area of his chest. The sparse blackish-gray hairs that had adorned Chen Ming's exposed torso transformed into a brilliant gold. The texture of these hairs was exceedingly poor, as if the head and the mane that hung from the chest belonged to a former owner now teetering on the brink of death. A peculiar emotion flickered in Chen Ming's eyes that he then lifted his gaze, perceiving the lingering essence in the air, guiding him toward the location of Wang Dakai's remaining limbs. He exhaled softly.